Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Pittsburgh Penguins, they have a game coming up tonight. They play the Philadelphia Flyers at home at 7 o'clock. Pittman's basketball played yesterday and beat Georgia Tech 89-66. Pitt will next play on Saturday at 8 o'clock against Louisville. It'll be a home game for the Pitt Panthers men's basketball team. And reports are indicating that John Harbaugh, former coach of the Baltimore Ravens, is finalizing a deal to become the next head coach of the New York Giants. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, that's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, these players ain't gonna make themselves. Let's go get it.
The Fan presents The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game, the guys break down the entire game and talk about what worked. Today you did and did big. And what didn't. The bad call. Brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Verizon, the official 5G of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smell Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Bar and Restaurant. The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning To get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh, this is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. We talk about sports all day, every day. And there's a lot of sports to talk about, a lot of things coming up in the news. So let's get right to it. 412-928-9370. You can give me a call. That's 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X if you tag me in a post. You can go to X on the app, X on a browser, on a computer. Just tag at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And I usually see those posts. So if you put a message in with that tag, I'll address that on the air, likely in due time throughout the show. And you can talk to me through the YouTube live chat. We've got a live stream going on YouTube right now. Just go to youtube.com, go to the YouTube app, search 93.7 The Fan, and then you'll find our latest live stream as one of the top search results. Click that so you can watch, and then use the chat next to the video live stream. And I do address a lot of comments in the YouTube chat as well throughout the show. So many ways to communicate with me this morning over the phone lines, on X, on the YouTube live chat. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number. A few quick developments happening around Pittsburgh sports. The Pitt Panthers men's basketball team won 89-66 over Georgia Tech yesterday. A big win for them. They had gone on a 3-game losing streak. They hadn't won in the new year. They've played 2 games in the new year. They lost to Clemson 73-68. They lost to Syracuse 83-72 in their first couple games. They played on back-to-back Saturdays. They didn't play at all really in the first full week of the year. But yesterday they played Georgia Tech and won 89-66. So that's good stuff there. Pitt's going to play Louisville on Saturday, this coming Saturday, at 8 o'clock at night. Peterson Event Center. Where that game's going to be. So check them out. They've snapped their losing streak, and now they're coming back home to play Louisville coming up this weekend. Pittsburgh Penguins, they have a game tonight. Penguins have had a rough go of it. They lost 3 in a row after rattling off 6 wins in a row. So it's kind of a bummer. They're going back and forth, up and down. But they play tonight against the Philadelphia Flyers at 7 o'clock. Game 2 of 3 that they're going to play at home, a little home stretch for the Penguins, which will end this coming Saturday. They're going to play at 7 o'clock against the Columbus Blue Jackets. So a game tonight against the Philadelphia Flyers, then a game on Saturday against the Columbus Blue Jackets before the Penguins go on the road for 4 games. So catch them while they're in town. Still an exciting team. It's not like the games they've played either have been bummers. They lost in overtime, or correction, let me see here. They lost 4-1 to the New Jersey Devils. That was kind of a bummer. They lost to the Calgary Flames 2-1 last weekend, and then they lost to the Boston Bruins last weekend on Sunday 1-0. So they played back-to-back days, and now they played the Tampa Bay Lightning, and they lost 2-1. I miscalculated. They've no, I didn't. They lost 3 in a row. Man, I kind of lost my eyes here for a second. They beat the New Jersey Devils 4-1 on Thursday, and then the losing streak started with the game against the Calgary Flames last Saturday. So my apologies. They are on a 3-game losing streak. They've lost to the Flames, the Bruins, and the Tampa Bay Lightning now. They do play the Philadelphia Flyers this weekend. They do play the Philadelphia Flyers tonight, and then they play the Columbus Blue Jackets this weekend. All right, we're all caught up with the Penguins. How about that? Reports early coming out here, too. Early into the night, I wasn't quite up, and I woke up to this, but it looks like the New York Giants are finalizing a deal with John Harbaugh, for him to become their next head coach. I suspected that he would sign with them. That was one of my early predictions. I said that it seemed like he'd be a good fit there. It seems like for the situation that they're in, they've got a young quarterback that they're trying to get going. They've need a bit of a new identity. Brian Dable just wasn't doing it. That's why they let him go in the middle of the season, this past season here. So John Harbaugh will get another chance. We'll see how he does. And he's got Jackson Dart and I'd say a budding. They didn't perform great last season, but they've got pieces here in place where if you get the right head coach in there, that maybe you can turn it around. They made the playoffs a couple seasons ago. That was before Saquon Barkley left for the Philadelphia Eagles. So they've got some hope that they can turn this around. They got to put a few more pieces in place, but John Harbaugh, I think, is a good fit for this team, and that's why I thought that if there's anywhere he would go, when I saw the New York Giants job was open and they were interviewing him, I figured, I'm like, yeah, that's a good fit for him. So that's happening. That's being reported. I saw Adam Schefter was posting about it on social media today, and so looks like that's happening. John Harbaugh and the New York Giants finalizing a deal for him to become their next head coach. Ravens still have a vacancy. Steelers still have a vacancy. Apparently the Steelers are scheduling interviews pretty rapidly here, and the timeline for their head coaches, it looks like after January 20th, they've hired their head coaches, from Chuck Noll to Bill Cowher to Mike Tomlin. They've all been hired in late January. So if history repeats itself, that will be the case. Looks like they're going to get it done pretty efficiently and have that coach solidified by the end of the month. Looks like right now they're interviewing a few people from the Los Angeles Chargers, as well as Brian Flores apparently is getting scheduled to get an interview. He was a defensive assistant coach a few years back with the Steelers after his time with the Miami Dolphins when he was their head coach, and then he's since been the defensive coordinator of the Minnesota Vikings, which is a position Mike Tomlin had for a year before he was hired by the Steelers back in 2007. So a few developments there for head coaching candidates. If there's anybody that you think that you're set on for the Steelers to hire as the next head coach, let me know. 412-928-9370. Plenty to talk about this morning. Plenty to get into, so let's get right into it. I got some callers on the line now that want to chat, so we'll start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. Dave on the road. How you doing?
Good. Hey, you can't say a thing today.
No, actually, I do have one. But anyhow, how about all them young offensive coordinators that are available that the Steelers could take a look at? They usually take one that's not well known, and I went through a bunch of them. There's one guy I really like, Declan Doyle, offensive coordinator for the Chicago Bears. I say hire Declan Doyle. That's going to be my new one.
Declan, what's his last name?
Doyle.
Doyle. Okay.
He's the offensive coordinator, Chicago Bears, young and innovative.
Yeah, and I guess under Ben Johnson too. And that's a situation that's been working out. The Bears doing well this season. Interesting choice there, Dave.
He was underneath Sean Payton for a couple years as tight ends coach, and he also played for him coached for him in the Saints. So he has underneath Sean Payton's tree as well.
Oh. Okay. All right, Dave. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. You got anything else to say?
Hey.
Good?
No, that's it. Hey, thanks for all the times, and good luck to Mike Tomlin. Thanks.
How about that, Dave? I like that. Dave would call in every morning and say, fire Tomlin. He was so passionate about a change of the head coaching position. Tomlin didn't get fired, but he resigned. He's not in the position anymore, so same result, different path, I guess. But that was sweet. Dave said, good luck to Mike Tomlin. I like that. That's good. good luck to Mike Tomlin and whatever he does after coaching for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Looks like Tomlin, I'm also hearing reports, he's probably not going to coach this year. I was kind of excited at the prospect of perhaps him getting traded because the Steelers still have his rights. He's still technically under contract. His resignation doesn't immediately make him, a free agent in layman's terms there. So they still have his rights for another year before his official contract expires. This year would have been a year where the team could have optioned to keep him or give him another contract, but Tomlin took that out of the Steelers' hands because he resigned. So the last year of his contract still makes the Steelers have his rights to coaching. So if he wanted to coach again, the Steelers would have to trade him or release him from his contract. Otherwise, he'll have to wait a year before he could be on the open market again for coaches. But I was excited at the prospect of that, honestly. And then when I found out, I'm just hearing reports. I know Crowley was talking about it yesterday. The likelihood is that he's going to just not coach. And Art Rooney II kind of confirmed that at his press conference yesterday when he talked about that. He said Tomlin's got some family stuff. He wants to, spend time with his family. So it looks like all indications are that he's not going to coach again. So, but this Declan Doyle, well, I'm looking this up too. Yeah, it seems like the Steelers do go for an under-the-radar person. Declan Doyle with the Bears, under Ben Johnson here for a year since Ben Johnson's been the head coach. I know Crowley talked about that yesterday too on the morning show that really feels like the Steelers might have been a year too late because Ben Johnson seemed like a good option, an innovative young coach, and has kind of turned the Bears around a little bit. Look at where the Bears are now. They're playing in the NFL playoffs now. They came back against the Green Bay Packers, made it through Super Wildcard Weekend, the number 2 seed in the NFC, and now they're playing in the divisional round this coming weekend. So Ben Johnson, a good coach, but Declan Doyle is their OC over there in Chicago, and a lot of good things can be said about the offense. They've still got some quirks, but the fact that they're winning games at the rate that they have this season, maybe. So Dave calling in and suggesting that. That's interesting. We'll see. I haven't heard any reports about that, but I'm certainly not going to dismiss the hiring practices of the Steelers over the time that they've hired coaches. 3 head coaches since 1969, and all the championships that they've been able to accrue in that time. They've been a little more few and far between, spanning from the 1980s to the 2000s. So we might have to wait a little bit longer for a championship. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to dismiss the hiring practices of the Steelers. It seems like whoever they hire eventually gets it done. And every head coach that they've had in their history since 1969 has won at least one Super Bowl and had been to at least 2. So, yeah, this is a weird feeling for me as I talk about who the Steelers may hire to be their next head coach. It's like I almost feel like I know there's a lot of angst. I know there's a lot of anxiety from Steeler fans. There's a lot of fear about what the future is going to hold and how good the Steelers can be, especially because their roster isn't really the most stable one right now. There's not a good foundation for the Steelers. Not that there can't be, but it's going to take a little bit, I think, before they could construct the roster to have like a foundation with younger players and develop talent. But honestly, there's some reassurance for me just thinking about the Steelers' history of hiring coaches that makes me think, you know what? I feel like I trust them. I oddly trust them to make this decision just based on the history of the team. Like, they always seem to get it right. They always seem to find a head coach that can make the team competitive. So we'll see. Maybe this year will or maybe this next head coach will break that string. Who knows? I know Art Rooney II has never had to hire a head coach before. He's always sat back and watched, and now he's the guy in charge. I know there's a lot of skepticism around whether he has what it takes to make the hire. But like I said, based on history, I feel like I have some reassurances that the Steelers will find a way to get this right, because history has not proven us wrong yet. And not that it won't. I mean, streaks can be broken. But I've got some, like I said, I've got some optimism surrounding this. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. You have any suggestions on who the Steelers' next head coach should be? Let me know. 412-928-9370. If you also have any reactions to Art Rooney II's press conference from yesterday, I'll hear those out as well. He spoke yesterday. That was a pretty brief one, about 15 minutes, where Art Rooney II talked and just addressed a lot of questions surrounding Mike Tomlin, his decision to leave the team, to resign, and how the Steelers are approaching their head coaching search moving forward. So 412-928-9370. Take this caller now. Good morning. What's your name? Hello? All right. Sam, you're on the air.
Indiana.
What's up?
First-time caller, long-time listener on my way to work with Maztec. Just, it really doesn't matter who they pick as a coach. I wouldn't mind them grabbing, like, the Oregon college coach possibly, or the Miami one if they're going to be available. As far as the press conference goes, it's all business. I don't really I wasn't real thrilled about anything. They're not going to say why they did it. It really doesn't matter at this point. You know, I kind of feel sad that the end is near. I was around for all three coaches, and I felt the same way, kind of like a funeral. But as far as Tomlin resigning, can I get 2 claps in the Ric Flair? Woo! And I'll listen to what you have to say.
Well, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Yeah, I mean, we could clap. I know there's been a lot of criticism too. I know. Mark Caboli yesterday said that the PM team's reaction to the news was inappropriate. Look, we can be excited for what the future holds with the Steelers, and it's not like Mike Tomlin got fired and he's out of and he's out of work, and it's not like he wouldn't have the opportunity to get work again, coaching or doing media stuff, television stuff, right? Like, I'm just saying, it's not a situation where we'd be celebrating a guy, even if he did get fired, we'd be celebrating a guy that hasn't accrued a lot of career earnings and a guy that isn't employable, right? I mean, we already heard the reports. There's several teams that apparently reached out to Mike Tomlin's agent. Hours after he informed the team that he would be stepping down as a head coach of the Steelers. We can sit here and breathe a sigh of relief and have a little bit of cheer and pep in our step as we contemplate what the future of the Steelers could be without the routine of Mike Tomlin coming in, giving us some hope, winning enough games to qualify for the playoffs, and then just not being competitive at all in a playoff game. And it's not even like the regular seasons were even that reassuring either. I mean, I talked to Crowley about this. We graded Mike Tomlin a few weeks back. And it's like, Crowley was like, yeah, give him an A. And then I walked him back because I'm like, I mean, they lost to the Browns, a team that won, 3-4 games this year? They lost to the Bengals, who had Joe Flacco, which is apparently Mike Tomlin's arch nemesis. How do we defend against that guy? They lost to the Seahawks in a dumb way. I mean, Caleb Johnson was trusted to go out on special teams and fumbled an opportunity away for the Steelers. I mean, there were a few games this season where you thought, man, they missed an opportunity. Like, they missed an obvious opportunity. It's not like some of the games were close. They were hard-fought battles, but the Steelers weren't good enough. You felt like in those games the Steelers were good enough, and they just didn't perform. Like, the defense, paid as highly as it is, should not be as inconsistent as it's been. And T.J. Watt not getting a sack in a playoff game? At least not in recent playoff games. He's just been near non-existent. Cam Hayward, same thing. They haven't been flashy players, and you need those guys to be flashy players in games. Now, I don't blame the defense entirely for this season's playoff loss, but you get my point. Like, eventually, you've got to be competitive all the way around in playoff games, and the Steelers haven't even been close. And then in the regular season, there have been indications that they would underperform because you're losing to teams you shouldn't lose to. I'm tired of going through that routine every season, which is why I'm breathing a sigh of relief and saying, yeah, I'm excited. Now, I have seen some people on social media who I think are going a little too hard on the celebration. But I don't think Pony Muller's reaction was inappropriate. They're breathing a sigh of relief. They're surprised. They're like, holy crap, the day's come. I mean, that to me is not overly inappropriate. And then they're kind of summarizing the tenure of Mike Tomlin and being happy at what the future could hold for this team. So if you're happy that Mike Tomlin's gone because you're excited to see what the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers is, that's not inappropriate. Mike Tomlin is not the Pittsburgh Steelers. Mike Tomlin was the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He is not the Pittsburgh Steelers. 412-928-9370. We got this caller now on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Russ.
You're on the air. What's up?
Hey, what do you think about trading Tomlin for Andy Reid? Both jobs have gone stale, right? Win now, right? Still. Yep.
Yeah, Russ, thanks for the call. If Mike Tomlin wanted to get traded or was willing to coach this season, just not for the Steelers, I mean, and if the Chiefs were willing to entertain that, I mean, maybe. That's an interesting hypothetical, but I never really put much thought into that because I don't think it's realistic at all. 412-928-9370. Got this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry. It's Jim from Lebo. I just wanted to say, my buddy said it best. If you're in a committed long-term relationship with a woman and you know that things aren't working out, you don't stay with that person because you're scared of what's to come afterwards. This is a good thing for the Steelers. The Steelers have always been the Steelers. They're going to be the Steelers after Mike Tomlin leaves, and they were the Steelers before he came. Mike Tomlin did not resign. He got fired by the fan base. He's walking out of Pittsburgh with his head held in shame. I'm ready for the national media to rework the history of Mike Tomlin to say that he was a wonderful, great coach, and he had many accomplishments, but to deny that he rode off of the coattail of Ben Roethlisberger's career. When Ben started to get washed up, that's whenever the magic started to fade. And he allowed Ben to sabotage the franchise by not allowing the Steelers to pick a successor to him, and then he really screwed the pooch with Kenny Pickett. He put this organization back probably 5 to 10 years, and he's the next head coach is not going to be walking in with a
quarterback,
well as Mike Tomlin did. Think about what he walked into compared to what the next person's walking into. It's, I don't know. That's it, Harry. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
I think most of that's a fair assessment. Thanks for the call, Jim. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. I think it's a fair assessment, most of it. I don't want to say that Mike Tomlin left the team in shame, though. I mean, there was some shame I think he felt just based on him not getting it done for the past several seasons, right? We're 9 seasons in a row now where they haven't won a playoff game. But Doug Whaley, I think, said it best yesterday during the morning show. He's on every Wednesday with the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 a.m., former NFL GM, who I think described it in one of the more eloquent ways of anybody on our station. He said, I mean, it takes somebody being more selfless than selfish to have a meeting with the owner and say, you know what, I'm not getting this done. I'm not doing good enough, and I think it's time. There is there's a lot of respect that I have for Tomlin, and when Doug Whaley said it, I mean, that gave me an extra perspective where I'm like, you know what, Doug's right. I mean, who's willingly walked away from a job? The coaches usually collect the paychecks, go through the routine, and wait to get fired. And Tomlin didn't wait to get fired. Tomlin didn't put any difficult decisions in anybody else's hands. He addressed Art Rooney II. He said it himself. He said, I'm done. I'm out of here. I'm not doing a good enough job, and I think that it would be best if I just step down. So have respect for Tomlin in that case. There's no shame in saying, hey, I'm not doing a good enough job. I need to step away, and I need to put the team first, and not make any put any unnecessary burdens on the team. I didn't do a good enough job, so I'm going to step down. You should have a lot of respect for Tomlin for doing that, especially after I heard Doug say that. I'm like, that's a fair point. A lot of coaches just go through the routine and collect the paycheck. Tomlin didn't do that. And I think you've got to have some level of respect for that fact. And then just to address the other point, which I think is a great point, think about whoever the next head coach coming in is going to have to prove themselves, because there's a less optimal situation for the next head coach coming in. And that's fair. I think that's a fair point, and that's relevant to the Tomlin era to bring up. Is think about the situation that Tomlin was in. It was a great situation. This next head coach is going to have to likely conduct a rebuild on the team. I know Art Rooney said, we're going to compete every year, and blah, blah, blah. I don't really care what he says as it relates to that. They don't have a foundation right now, and a quarterback, I think, is going to be necessary. They're drafting in Pittsburgh this season. I have an inkling that they're going to draft a quarterback that's going to be their next guy. Or at least they're going to try to make their next guy. If it's not Will Howard, right? Will Howard fans, where are you? No, I mean, but that's my inkling, is that they're going to spend the next couple of years getting some guys together, and the head coach is going to have to prove himself to the team. Like, it's going to be, like, I think fans at the end of the day, if the Steelers end up turning it around in the next couple seasons, they're going to have to praise the head coach for that, because I think there's going to be more praise to be had for whoever becomes the next head coach, because there's a rebuilding factor that's going to be coming into whoever's the next head coach, because it's not as an optimal of a situation as it was when Tomlin came in. There's not a solid core. There's not a quarterback that you can build your team around right now as it exists currently. All right, that's it. I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Eric Callis. This has been the Family Morning Show. The Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley comes up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Snowy conditions affecting your commute. Be sure to give yourself lots of extra travel time if you're traveling the parkways east or west heading into their respective tunnels. If you're traveling on Route 28, that is up to speed, but again, watch those bridges and overpasses. They could be treacherous. And on the Parkway North, no HOV lanes this morning. They remain closed due to the inclement weather. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Empower.
Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move. So she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Guys, it's Chris Muller, and if your date nights have been ending in disappointment, if the fail music plays when you head to the bedroom, if your wife or your girlfriend are looking at you with kind of that sad and disappointed look, I'm here to tell you that there is help out there for you. It's Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, guys. It's a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You can feel like you did in your glory days, in your prime with Blue Chew. You can be more confident where and when it counts with Blue Chew. And it isn't just about performance. It's about giving her group chat, they're always talking, something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
On Saturday, January 24th, the Oaks Theater in Oakmont lights up with Led Zeppelin performing The Song Remains the Same and more. Originally an all-female Led Zeppelin cover band, they were described as the most powerful all-female band in rock history by Rolling Stone magazine. They have since recorded 3 albums and toured the world to rave reviews. That's Led Zeppelin, live at the Oaks Theater Saturday, January 24th. Tickets on sale now at theoakstheater.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Thinking about weight loss? Independence Health System Westmoreland area is hosting a seminar. Why wait? On Wednesday, January 28th at Ferrante's Lakeview in Greensburg. This free event includes discussions with bariatrics physicians on weight loss options and one-on-one time with clinical dietitians. You'll hear about the facts and support you deserve when thinking about weight loss. Registration is required. Please call 1-877-771-1234, option 3, or visit independence.health/register.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Many area roadways wet, but snow covered in spots and definitely icy, so please keep those speeds under control as you travel. Despite the weather, it's another steel beam delivery day over on the Parkway East. Watch for closures of up to 15 minutes apiece on the inbound side approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels as the trucks arrive. And they'll be taking about 15 minutes to get that taken care of. That's between the hours of 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Get that back-to-business energy with up to $100 off custom print orders on business cards, flyers, signs, and more. Shop everything you need to fuel the momentum in-store and online. Staples, that was easy. Ends 131. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online, awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley. It's Nicholas Harry Callis. We spent some time with Dickerson last night. He'll be back with us next week. Very excited about that. Much to discuss with that guy who's been doing a bunch of pull-ups and squats and throwing steel around, and he looks better than he ever has. And I don't know, actually, if I want him back. I'm going to look terrible by comparison. Not that that wasn't already the case. Overnight breaking news from Shefty. Giants and Harbaugh expected to finalize a deal. I think that's good for the Steelers. I'll explain later on in the show. Bostic's going to join us from 7 o'clock until 10. Jeff Hathorn at 9:35. We will quiz Callis at 8:50. Last night, we celebrated our Marconi Award. Now, I was told by Nancy, who is the grand poobah of all things sales around here, we love you, Nancy, that there's a P1 listener, that means someone who listens every day, that jokes that they would take a shot every time I mention Marconi or our tremendous ratings. And so, in the spirit of people getting buzzed at 5:46 a.m., we celebrated our Marconi last night. And one of the big reasons we won it is because our ratings are so good. Woohoo! Went to Hyde Park Steakhouse. Whole crew was there. It was awesome. Nicholas Harry Callis, I don't know if you were pulling my leg or not, but you said you thought that we were going to an actual park. Were you just messing with me? Was this a bit, or did you really not know what Hyde Park was?
The first thing I thought of when I thought of park, I was like, oh, Shenley Park, that's a nice place. Is this one of those parks by there? I never looked it up. Didn't realize it was a restaurant. It was the fanciest place I've ever been. No joke. And I felt like I underdressed a little bit. I was wearing a blue
Adidas polo.
Yeah. And if I could have changed it, I would have switched the polo from blue to the red one that I have. This nice.
You would have gone Tiger Woods on Sunday. You would have busted out the red polo. What I loved was we're sitting there and you're eating a wedge salad for the first time in your entire life. And I don't think you knew quite what to do with it. But you explained that you wore the shirt you wore because it would be okay if you got food on it. And I never in my life have I picked an outfit based on whether or not I would get food on it. You know what? That might not be 100% true. Like you go to a crab place in Ocean City, Maryland with the newspaper in your hands and the butter and the Natty Bows. Oh, the Natty Bows.
My thing's always been, like, if I've gone to a breakfast place, like, I'm almost always inevitably going to get syrup somewhere I don't want it. I mean, that's just been my experience. And, like, I mean, there have been times where, like, I would wear, like, the plain white shirt sometimes whenever I'm in, like, a casual mood or whenever I'm going out. Like somewhere, like, on the weekend. Yeah, like, just a white T-shirt. And, yeah, I mean, that's the worst place, I think. That's the worst thing to eat. I can't talk this morning. That's the worst thing to wear when you're eating because you can get anything on there. And I remember just going Sunday brunches with my family, and I'd always get syrup on there.
Where'd you go, Max and Irma's?
No.
Oh, we used to go to Max and Irma's all the time.
Did they go out of business?
They did, yeah. Do you think it was Max or Irma's decision? It's hard to say. Have you ever, 412-928-9370, picked your outfit based on how much food you may or may not get on it? Because instead of having like a shirt that you're fine getting food on and shirts that you're not okay getting food on, you could also just practice eating in a way where you're not drooling on yourself.
I think I did pretty well yesterday.
You did not. You cut into, and this was tremendous. So our big boss, Spack, was giving a speech, and he was shouting everybody out for the contributions everyone had made to win the Marconi Award. Ratings, drink. And it was emotional. It was awesome. It was a really nice touch by him. Much appreciated, I think, by everybody in the room. And, we're all locked in. It's a very serious thing. It's a great award, the Marconi. And you cut into this wedge salad, and it launched dressing 5 feet to the right of you. Now, I'll be fully transparent with you, my friend.
You were impressed.
Well, I'm not. I have not had many a wedge salad in my life. I didn't know that if you would cut into that sucker, it was gonna spew, it was gonna squirt. I had no clue that was gonna happen. Nor did you.
Someone on the YouTube chat, first salad ever. No.
Hey.
I eat salad on occasion.
Yeah, he'll have a salad every now and again.
I've never, I was looking at you thinking, what should I do? Do I just stick a fork in this thing? It's just a big quarter hunk of lettuce. I'm like, am I supposed to cut it?
Well,
and then you started cutting it, so I'm like, okay.
Yes, you cut. What did you think you were going to do? What was your plan of attack if you weren't going to cut it? Tie your hands behind your back and slam your face into it like you're a baby with a smash cake?
Something close, though. I was going to jab the fork into it and then pick the whole thing up and just eat.
Get out of here.
I didn't but I'm sitting there thinking, this place is too fancy for that.
Not only is that place too fancy, to stick your fork into the wedge salad and eat it like cotton candy, any place you go, you would get sideways looked if you just picked up the wedge salad with a fork.
I'm uncultured. I was sheltered as a kid.
No, this is good. We all got to get 1% better every day. Right? We do. And you just have farther to go. It's okay. It's fine. Now, people are texting in, and I agree with this wholeheartedly, and maybe it's all making sense now that, yeah, with your kids, there are certain clothes you're not going to have them wear depending on what they're about to eat. Absolutely. And Callis he's pretty much a kid. That's okay. Texter, I love tossed salad. Tony the Golf King. Mm-hmm. Apparently there's a Max and Irvin. Apparently there's a Max and Irma's in Monroeville still.
Oh.
I used to love the chocolate mousse.
Yeah. I don't go out there too often.
Monroeville?
No.
Texter, get ready to drink. Crowley, I did not. I'm reading this, but I'm not. This wasn't because of me. Crowley picked his shirt based on what would look best next to the Marconi when he holds the award. That's right.
Yeah, we did have a public celebration back in December.
We did. And that was great. It was a lot of fun. Met some wonderful listeners that day. I'm still bloated. I ate a lot of food. Had a couple of Guinness, to the surprise of no one. And it was a delightful evening. It's a good group, man. We all get along. People ask all the time, do you like Pony? Do you like Pony? Yes, I love Pony. Is Starkey weird? Yes, that's why I love him. Do you get along with Callis? Yes, we're like brothers. We bicker, but I told you I loved you last night. He didn't return it. You did not. You didn't say it back. Also, you were using the wrong hand.
Oh, is there a wrong hand to use?
Yeah, well, you're a righty, and you were using your left hand for things you should be using your right hand for. It was very odd.
Do you cut with you use the knife in your left hand? Is that how that's supposed to go? Don't make fun of me. I'm asking questions. I'm trying to learn.
I know. I'm thinking. I guess to each their own. There's probably no right way to do it.
I would rather have control of the knife with my dominant hand. That's just me.
Texter saying get 5% better each day. That's
too much.
That's too much.
Too much.
Impossible.
Yeah.
Texter, did the station get one trophy or does everyone get their own?
Ooh.
There's a big one, and then we each got our own. And I have already displayed it proudly on my mantle.
I'm sad. Did I ever tell you about the trophy shelf that I had?
You did.
When I was growing up?
You did.
And it fell.
Yeah.
It broke. And now my trophy's still laying on the ground by my bed.
Harry, okay, maybe you do need to get 5% better each day.
I was sad. A couple of trophies that I broke.
Harry,
you've
told this story multiple times.
Did I tell you what my favorite trophy was? Do you remember?
Just wait a second. It's still on the floor. It's been months. Pick it up. Texter, you guys cut at. What restaurant did you go to? Oh, Hyde Park. And I urinated next to Clint Hurdle. Clint Hurdle in town. And we locked eyes whilst we were peeing, which Sounds like Mad Libs. Texter, please talk about the Pirates instead of the Steelers. Football season is over.
It's not over.
Hold on.
Football season's not over.
Hold on. One of the flag-bearing franchises in all of North American sports has its first head coach opening since 2007. There have only been 4 head coach openings in this franchise's history since 1969. Yeah, the Bucs they'll get to spring training, and if they make another signing or a trade, we'll talk about them. But the Steelers head coach opening is one of the biggest sports stories in the world right now. And we just so happen to be in the town where it's all going down. So we're gonna talk about it. There are five head coaching candidates were thrown out there yesterday as having been requested to be interviewed by the Steelers. That wasn't the best sentence structure, but you get what I'm saying. So yeah, we're gonna keep on keeping on with that story. Kind of a big one. Texter, Harry always reminds me of the kid from Bad Santa. Can I make you some jelly sandwiches? Yeah, I feel like Harry is one of the best characters, maybe in the history of the station. Yes, definitely in the history of the station. Like, I could see you going to a formal steakhouse, reaching into your jacket pocket and pulling out a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I could see that.
I actually don't like the jelly part of the peanut butter and jelly. I prefer just peanut butter.
My wife makes these dates. You cut a date open, you throw some crunchy peanut butter in there, break up some peanuts, put it on top, little dark chocolate, sea salt, helps you poop and is delicious. Texter, how can you get 5 to 10% better? You have great ratings in one of Marconi. Thank you, Texter. Those things are all true.
I meant more personal.
No, well, yeah.
Cultured self. I need to.
Yeah, but if a football team, if everybody on a football team gets 1% better every day, that's 53 guys all going in the right direction. And thus, the team's going to get better.
Sure.
That's what we're talking about here.
You know what I just...
By the way, stop it. Stop it. We're going back to back is what's going to happen. We're going to go back to back. Texter, was Clint Hurdle in town for the Steelers job? I don't know why Clint was in town. I didn't ask him. I just locked eyes while we peed. Texter, Crowley, what are you more proud of, the Marconi Award or your children? Well, my kids are asleep right now and not listening. So the Marconi. If they were listening, of course, the children. Wow. I mean, it's not hard to have kids.
Wow.
My job was really easy. I love my kids.
Think about where the Crowley legacy would be, though, if you didn't have kids. You wouldn't have anything. You'd only have your wife.
As somebody that doesn't have a wife or children, what do you have going for you exactly?
I got a girlfriend. And I'm opening new presents of information every day.
I don't know what that means.
It's like every time I learn something new, it's like a present I get to open. It's like, oh, look, I discovered this.
So your general...
I discovered a wedge salad yesterday.
Your general ignorance, because you know so little, allows you to have more joy because you get to experience new things now in your late 20s?
Yeah.
I actually like that argument. It's the only one you've got to stand on, so sure, why not?
Can I tell you something I found hilarious yesterday, too?
You can, but then we got to get into the sports.
Okay, yeah. Our sales manager, Nancy, I didn't realize she doesn't quite understand how the dynamic works between you, me, and Doran.
Nobody does. We look the way. Like, if the three of us, like...
Right?
Like the picture of us before the first 5-alarm marathon, where I'm not wearing a shirt, but I'm wearing the fireman's outfit. You guys are flanking me on either side. Like, we are a diverse triumvirate on this show, my man. Not one of us is similar to the other, but yet we all get along. It doesn't make any sense. Marconi. Texter, did you reach out to shake Clint's hand? No. No. Are you ready for the sports?
Yeah.
Art Rooney II spoke yesterday, and while I was super excited that the franchise was going to move in a different direction from Mike Tomlin, not because of them, but because of him, After hearing Art II speak, I've got some concerns about where this is all going to go. I'll explain why in 30 seconds, and we've got open phones all morning long at 412-928-9370. Let's go. Bang! Bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I mean, I'm not sure why you waste a year of your life not trying to contend. Obviously, your roster is what it is every year. It changes every year, and so you deal with what you have every year and try to put yourself in position to compete every year. And sometimes you have the horses, sometimes you don't, but I think you try every year.
Good morning, everybody. Steelers team president and owner Art Rooney II, who later on in the press conference basically said the word rebuild is a four-letter word. It's a cuss word to him. It's basically profanity. And I thought he went to a very dark place there. Why would you waste a year of your life in a rebuild? Well, because you got to see the forest through the trees. 412-928-9370 is the number to get involved today. You can text us. You can call us. You can tweet me at _Adam Crowley. You can tweet Callis at Callis_33. Bostic going to be with us from 7 o'clock until 10. You don't win championships, I don't think, by trying to contend for the championship every year. It seems as though these last 5 years have all been standalone years. You need to build. You need to, get 1% better. You need to sometimes take a step back to take a step forward. I think that's the case in a lot of ways in life. I was talking to Mosey last night, and he said, didn't you and your wife break up for a year in college? We sure did. And it sucked. But I don't think we'd be together today if we didn't get to experience how much life sucked without each other for a year. Sometimes you got to take a step back before you can take a step forward. And the Steelers haven't had a losing season since 2003. The Steelers routinely pick in the early 20s of the draft, and it's just simply difficult to build a championship roster that way. I'm not advocating for a 5-year rebuild. I don't think you need to do that in the NFL. And a rebuild doesn't guarantee, my God, anything. But I do think it's the prudent thing to do. Doug Whaley, 2 years ago, on this very show, said the Steelers are more obsessed with contending every year than they are contending to build towards a championship. And those are different things. Like, signing DK Metcalf made the Steelers better this year, I think, until it didn't, right? In the playoff game, and he was absent the final 2 games. Trading for Jonnu Smith, my God, was a mistake. But the intent was to help this year's team be different than last year's team and better than last year's team. And Jalen Ramsey, and then signing Darius Slay for a year. Juan Thornhill for a year. You're trying to Band-Aid over bullet holes so that you could get into the dance, and then by their logic, even though it hasn't been true for them in their last 7 playoff games, maybe get hot, go on a run, and catch lightning in a bottle. That's short-sighted. You need to think every time you make a move as a front office, does this get us closer to winning a championship? Playing old guys who ain't what they used to be doesn't get you closer to a championship. It can just help you be the 14th best team in the NFL. You know what? I'll throw them a bone. They were better than the Carolina Panthers. They're the 13th best team in the NFL this year. Hey, but maybe not. Carolina was at least competitive in their playoff game, even though they finished with an 8-9 record. Art Rooney II can't stomach a rebuild. Can you? 412-928-9370. I'm not suggesting they tank. I think it's really hard to be one of the worst 5 teams in the NFL, and there's too much talent on this roster to be one of the worst 5 teams in the NFL. There just is. But would it hurt so bad if they went 7-10 or 6-11 next year and had a little reset, and in the process, you play a bunch of these rookies that you're going to draft in 97 days? You lean on young guys. If they wind up being better than you expect early, hey, great. If not, you live with it because potentially you could draft your quarterback in 2027. Could you stomach the Steelers being out of it on Thanksgiving if you believed it would put them in a spot to get their next franchise quarterback? 412-928-9370. I'm asking that legitimately. I think I would have a hard time with it, but it's a necessary evil in my opinion. Doesn't sound like that's the way the Steelers are going to go intentionally. Could you stomach it? 412-928-9370. Mike Tomlin, in his 19 years as head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, coached in exactly one game where the team was eliminated from playoff contention. The Steelers have been in the hunt on that graphic every single year since 2003. While we all want more playoff victories, shoot, give me a playoff victory. They have had a ton of regular season success, and so we are used to getting regular season success. We are used to the Steelers playing meaningful football deep into December. 5-star matchups, primetime games, 68,000 people trying to cheer their team into the postseason. That's what we're used to. Can you stomach that not being the case for a year or two? 412-928-9370. Now, there are many ways to get a franchise quarterback, which we'll get into coming up in the next segment, but the New England Patriots, they've advanced to the divisional round of the playoffs. They're 14-3 on the season. They got rid of Belichick. They had 3 seasons of losing, 2 really bad seasons. They got Drake May, and now they've got as good a shot as anybody in the AFC to advance to the Super Bowl. They might even win one, damn it. The Texans, they had 3 consecutive losing seasons. They hired DeMeco Ryans. They got C.J. Stroud. Now they're in the divisional round. The Rams, this is different, but they went for broke. They really went all in, trading a bunch of draft picks. You flip Goff for Stafford. You go out and you get Jalen Ramsey. The list of acquisitions goes on and on for them. They win the Super Bowl. They then bottom out the next year at 5-12, and here they are again. Would anybody around here not take something like that? Really good season, crap year, couple of really good seasons again, and you find yourself playing on the second weekend, something the Steelers haven't done since 2017? The Bears, not that they're a franchise that you'd love to emulate because they've had a lot more failure than success going back to 1985, really. But they've had 4 losing seasons in a row, and then they drafted Caleb Williams. They fire their coach. They hire Ben Johnson. Bang, here they are in the divisional round with a home game. 49ers had a losing season last year. Now, I don't think that was intentional. They just dealt with more injuries than any team should. But being bad for a year, sometimes all it takes can be more than that, as I've outlined. But this isn't Major League Baseball for a small market organization. Taking a year to step back like I did with my relationship with my now wife in college, sometimes that's all you need. Steelers went 6-10 in 2003, and then they drafted Ben Roethlisberger. 2003 sucked. We all watched it. We all lived through it. It wasn't any fun coming off a year where they had gone to the divisional round of the playoffs and were a flop job from a Titans kicker away from playing in the AFC Championship game. Nobody wanted them to go 6-10. I'm sure we're all okay with it now. Chuck Noll went 1-13 in his first season, got the first pick in the draft, drafted this guy by the name of Terry Bradshaw, a multiple-time Super Bowl MVP and an NFL MVP, a Hall of Famer. It doesn't always work. There are no guarantees. But it's okay, Art, for 1 year, 2 years, to not be in the hunt to eventually get back to real contention. The problem is, Art views getting in the dance and winning more than losing as being in contention. And I simply don't view it the same way. How can you? I got into it on Twitter yesterday with a nice chap, a little back and forth. And this Twitter user said, I'm going to miss Mike Tomlin because he gave you hope, because every year you were in the thing or in contention to be in the thing. And I just couldn't disagree more. When you're outscored by at least 21 points, you're down by at least 21 points in 7 consecutive playoff games, there's no hope there. The Steelers were never in danger of winning a playoff game in the last 9 years. The Jags game looked more competitive in terms of the final score, but when you're down as substantially as they were in that game in the playoffs, you're not going to win. It doesn't happen. And then you're down to the Chiefs and you're down to the Bills, and we can continue to comb over history, but that's not being a contender to me. Being a contender to me means you beat big dogs in the regular season. You get to like 12 wins. And when you go into the playoffs, you might actually be favored in a game or two. And the fan base actually has faith that you can win. And while there was some faith this year by a lot of Steelers fans, and myself too, flatly, this is the only year that I felt like that in the last 6. That's not contention. And Art needs to pivot and understand that you can take a step back to take a step forward. Unfortunately, I don't think he will. But could you, the fan base, Steelers Nation, stomach it? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls on this matter coming up next. I'm okay if they're not in contention, even come Thanksgiving next year, if it means that it leads them to their franchise quarterback. What say you? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Report overnight from Adam Schefter said that the New York Giants are finalizing a deal to hire John Harbaugh as their next head coach. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Ducks are quacking in Eugene. Dante Moore announced on Wednesday that he will return to Oregon, opting not to go to the NFL draft, likely to be selected by the Jets in the hopes of chasing a championship with the Ducks. The Ducks recently landed Nebraska quarterback Dylan Raiola in the portal. The current plan is for Raiola to sit behind Moore, similar to how Dante Moore sat behind Dylan Gabriel. I'm Denton Dead.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
That's the power of bouncing.
Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Introducing the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek with Subaru's legendary symmetrical all-wheel drive. And available X mode for rugged traction, the Crosstrek is ready for whatever Pittsburgh winter throws at you. And right now, get 2.9% APR for 36 months at Bowser Subaru. So don't wait. Get to BowserSubaru.com or visit us in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
If you don't know jewelry, you better know your jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A. Hi, I'm Miles. And this is Grant. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic. Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day. The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Cloudy with snow today, the high 24.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Ring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Want a lifetime warranty and complimentary maintenance? Want rewards and an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Want to lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $165 a month? Granted. Hurry in and grant your New Year's wishes today. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082. VIN 5YFB4 MDE 5TP 390565. 39 months. 4,099 do it signing through TMS with approved credit. Does not include title tax, license, registration, accessories, and dealer fees. $477 doc fee. Zero security deposit. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. Ends 2/2/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Slippery roadways already a factor in our morning rush. This report brought to you by your local Cohen site. Step into the roll zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station. South Oakland section of the city, crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident tying up the intersection of Bate Street and the Boulevard of the Allies. Please be careful. Give yourself some extra time this morning. Parkway West, you're in line right around Parkway Center. Then again, approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Twistvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while Route 28, that remains pretty much up to speed. So does the Parkway North. No HOV lanes this morning due to the inclement weather. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I'm sure the quarterback position will be an important part of this discussion with the candidates, and we'll have to develop a plan for going forward.
Art Rooney II saying that when they have their interviews with potential head coaching candidates, that yes, the quarterback position will come up. Duh. I'm not making fun of Art. He was asked a question and he answered the question. There are many different ways to get a franchise quarterback. There are. But one thing that's not debatable is it's probably got to be a first-round talent, though, if you want to contend. Now, there are, of course, exceptions. Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl last year. He's a second-round pick. Brock Purdy is going to be playing this round, and he was Mr. Irrelevant. Tom Brady, famously, a sixth-round pick. But you look at the best teams in the NFL, the vast majority of them are quarterbacked by high-end talents who were drafted in accordance with that talent. Josh Allen, first-round pick. Drake May, Bo Nix, Sam Darnold, C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams, Matthew Stafford. That's 7 of the 8 guys playing this weekend were all plucked in the first round. Now, that being said, the Bills made the playoffs the year before they got Allen. Sam Darnold was acquired via free agency. Matthew Stafford was acquired via trade. Now, he was flip-flop for another first-round guy in Jared Goff. You do not have to tank to get your franchise quarterback. But I do think an organizational philosophy that I would adopt were I the owner or the president, and I'd be the president for 80K, is you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. If you can get a quarterback without needing to descend into the depths of hell, then yeah, of course we would all prefer that. But you also need to be willing, if you're spinning your wheels on this quarterback carousel the way that they have, to allow all options to be on the table. And I think it's bad leadership to not consider that there are other ways to get it done. And Art does not at all seem to be amenable to, crap, you know what, we're just not going to be very good this year, but it could be best in the long run. He won't acknowledge that. He won't allow for that. 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. Could you stomach a Steelers rebuild? Again, it doesn't need to be necessary. But the Steelers have had different starting quarterbacks every year since Ben retired, and I'm getting a little fatigued by the carousel. And it might do them some good if they played Will Howard this year and they weren't very good, and then you get a top 10 pick and you draft your quarterback in 2027. Or, and I don't think this is likely, Will Howard is lightning in a bottle, holy cow, he's the real deal, and then you move on with him. But they're not going to allow for that. Art Rooney II would never let the new coach start the season with Will Howard as the guy. A second-year player who's never taken an NFL snap, who was drafted in the 6th round, he would never allow that. And that doesn't sit well with me. Play young guys. If they're the solution, great, there's your answer. If not, it can lead you to those depths of hell. Night is always darkest before the dawn. And then you move on from there. But I think it would be much more likely that they'd bring in a Joe Flacco and just try to Band-Aid over it again for a year than they would be to play Will Howard. And that kind of cuts to the heart of what I'm getting to here at 412-928-9370. Like, would you be okay with moving on from T.J. Watt? You're going to get pennies on the dollar, but I still think he's a tradable asset. Jalen Ramsey, Pat Freiermuth, moving off of some of your higher-paid players that might be able to net you something. And you put a pin in the contention thing for a year. And then you get your guy, and you hope that you wind up like the Ben Johnson Chicago Bears. 412-928-9370. Early returns on the Twitter poll, 88% of people saying yes, they could stomach a rebuild. Let's go to Corey, who's been waiting patiently in the car. Hi, Corey.
Hey, good morning. Hey, listen, I'm not saying I couldn't stomach a bad year. When you have a bad year, you have a bad year, and you take what you get, which is a potential high, first-round pick, and you always have to take whoever the best player is. I don't care if it's a quarterback. If there's a Myles Garrett level talent at defensive end, I take that over a quarterback that I have lower on my draft board just because we might need a quarterback. Because here's my thing. Quarterbacks, it's like 50-50 toss-up. I could name you 10 quarterbacks who went in the first round, like Josh Rosen and Trey Lance and these guys who were top 10 picks at quarterback, and they bust because the drafting process for quarterbacks, there's no way to know the intangibles, so you have to go off of talent alone and personality when you interview them and things like that. But at the end of the day, quarterbacks that are really, really good franchise quarterbacks, that they are developed. They are developed as opposed to just basing it off of pure physical talent on the field at college.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that last point at all, Corey. I think you're dead on there. I guess what I would say about the hit rate on first-round quarterbacks, though, is I'm not so sure that it's lower than the hit rate at other positions. I mean, shoot, the Steelers took Devin Bush 10th overall.
Heck no. Maybe for us, we have had some duds in the first rounds of a couple years. I will not disagree with that. But the fact of the matter is that it is a lot easier to assess from a scout's perspective who's going to make it and who is not at all the other positions. Maybe offensive line is a little tough.
I think I don't know that that's a fact, Corey. I mean, you might be right, but and I appreciate the call. It's a good call. I'd love to talk to you more another time at 412-928-9370. But this pops into my head, just a random guy here. Taco Charlton got drafted ahead of T.J. Watt. That guy played 60 NFL games and had 11.5 sacks. T.J. Watt's going to be a gold jacket guy. And there are dozens and dozens and dozens of examples of players that are drafted in the first round that never pan out. And you don't even have to look beyond just the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I just pulled up the random draft, 2019 draft. Cleveland Farrell was drafted 4th overall. Is that guy a good player? That guy been to any Pro Bowls? No. That guy been an All-Pro? No. 4th overall, 21 sacks in 98 games in his career as an edge player. Didn't work out, eh? Devin Bush, same draft, 10th overall. Guy stinks. There are good players in that draft. There are bad players in the draft, as there are in every draft. I don't think the hit rate on edge rushers, on safeties, on corners, I don't think it's any better than on quarterback. And another point that I'll disagree with Corey is if I've got two players that are even reasonably close to each other in terms of my draft evaluation, and one's a quarterback and I don't have a quarterback, I'm taking that guy over the other guy every single time. But that's a good call from Corey, 412-928-9370, and reasonable people can disagree. Look, I'm not saying they got to tank. Like, if you get, let's just say, Nate Scheelhaas in here, the passing game coordinator for the Rams, who everybody seems to love, who is a fast riser in the industry, and he's got great offensive ideas, and he's a young, exuberant, energetic leader, according to everything that I've read and heard about the guy. Let's say you get him. Last year's quarterback class wasn't good, right, after Cam Ward? Well, now John Harbaugh just took the Giants job because of Jackson Dart. He was drafted late in the first round. If you get the right coach, you can develop a quarterback. To Corey's point, I'll agree with that one. Then maybe Ty Simpson at 21 would make some sense. Maybe he would. Or if you get the right offensive coach in here, maybe 2 years, $40 million, the Justin Fields deal for Malik Willis would make some sense. You know, it's possible to do it that way. It's possible. But you need to be, my biggest issue is, I'll rephrase it. My biggest issue is that Art Rooney II isn't even open to the idea that maybe taking a step back is good in the long-term health of the franchise. Like, I feel like he's closing off an avenue that could potentially help them get better. And I think that's bad leadership for the steward of a franchise. Could you stomach a rebuild? 412-928-9370. Mark and Shaler, David in Brooksfield, Jim in Monroeville, among others, waiting on hold. We'll get to Ian's coming up next. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And you can give us a ring on that hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Again, there's no right way necessarily to go about this, apart from me saying that you need to have a philosophy that there are also no wrong ways to go about it. And I don't think Art has that philosophy. I think he's got a one-track mind. 412-928-9370. My ears perked up when Art was asked about Mike Tomlin's option year. So we'll get to that at some point this hour too, but a lot of your calls next. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins have a game tonight against the Philadelphia Flyers at 7 o'clock at PPG Paints Arena. Penguins on a 3-game losing streak coming into this one. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Doran Dickerson.
If some jagoff at the big box building suppliers is holding up your project, making you look bad for your customer, well, that's your fault because there's a better alternative. And now you know of Reed Building Supply. My guy Aaron Reed, who I've known for over half my life, has built Reed Building Supply from the ground up and has earned the trust of some of the biggest corporations and builders in the city. Fact is, Reed Building Supply is trusted to help build Pittsburgh and to keep it thriving. And you should trust them too. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the sweet, stayed up all night and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Leave all the 2025 dirt and celebrate the new year with our friends from Zero Res. It's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res, and don't forget about your air ducts. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Bring in the new year with this month. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119, plus a free hallway, and take 15% off all regular services. Air ducts, tile, hardwood, upholstery, area rugs, and more. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special, 412-701-1188 or ZeroResPGH.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Stay warm this winter and keep your game in season at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Play on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators. Join a league. Book a private bay with friends in Ross Township and in Washington, BA by the Meadows Casino. The best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor, call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching fever under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Acoustic wave therapy and powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Yeah, I don't think I anticipate really changing our structure or chain of command. I expect the new head coach like Bill Cowher, like Mike Tomlin, like Chuck Noll will be very involved in preparing for the draft, working closely with Omar and his staff and making sure we're ready.
Steelers have always been a really coach-centric organization, and it sounds like that's going to continue. And to that end, if, let's just say it's Chris Shula who comes in here, and he wants to take a little bit of a step back and play a bunch of young guys, and he doesn't think there's a great quarterback option this year, and you see where the chips fall. You don't try to lose, but you're going with the youth movement, and you've got your eye on the 2027 quarterback draft class. I think you go in that direction. I think you let the next coach, determine the direction of this organization from a rebuild, retool standpoint. Are we retooling? Are we rebuilding? What are our expectations in year one? I think that the head coach should have a lot of say in that. My fear is that if the best coaches that they interview say, yeah, next year's not going to be pretty, if that disqualifies them from being hired. And if that's the case, it's just closed-mindedness from Art Rooney II. You can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Coming up in about 20 minutes, John Harbaugh reportedly taking the New York Giants job. I think that's a great thing for the Steelers. We'll tell you why. Pat Bostic will also be joining us at 7. Right now, though, to the phones, to Steelers Nation, to the calls. David in Brooksfield, good morning, buddy.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
Oh, you got it, man.
Yeah, I agree with most of the things that everybody's been saying for the last couple of days, and I think it is time to maybe not take a step back, but take a step sideways and get out of our own way and start, looking at the roster from the top down, getting rid of some of the older talent, maybe trade a TJ Watt, get something for him. Love the guy, appreciate everything he's done for us, but I don't think he fits our future growth, and that's what we need to do at this point. I like a young offensive coach. I want to, have that relationship built through the whole offensive personnel grouping, wide receivers, quarterback, tight ends, offensive line. And I think, hiring a defensive coach maybe doesn't get that job done.
You know what, David? I'm starting to come around on that a little bit here because yesterday I said Chris Shula would be a great hire, especially if he brought Nate Scheelhaas with him. And the more I've thought about it, yeah, if you have a defensive-minded head coach who hires good offensive coordinators and is able to replace them year after year, that's wonderful. But it doesn't always work out. Like, look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia had Kellen Moore last year, and thank you for the call. There's a lot of background noise there. Kellen Moore was a great offensive coordinator with the Eagles. Good hire by Sirianni in that organization. And he leaves. He takes the Saints job. They replace him. That guy gets fired after a year. If you hire the right offensive coach, well, then he ain't going anywhere. And he'll be here, you would hope, like they always seem to be here in Pittsburgh for the next 20 years. I'm trying to navigate through this with a little bit of nuance. Like, do I necessarily think a rebuild needs to happen? No. But my overarching point is let the next head coach make the determination for the direction of this organization and don't allow for that coach wanting to rebuild to be a reason why he doesn't get the job, Art. Any option to get the Steelers back to Super Bowl contention should be on the table, but it doesn't sound like Art agrees with that. Texter writes in, as the president of the Pittsburgh Steelers, what did you expect Rooney to say? Well, knowing Art, I expected him to say exactly what he did say. And he also said that they've been in contention for 19 years, which just isn't true. They've been in contention for the playoffs. They've made the playoffs a bunch. 13 out of Tomlin's 19 years? Like, contention for the playoffs is different to me than contending for a Super Bowl. But that's how he views success. And that's a scary thing because I don't think any Steelers fan that gives a rat's ass would say that they have had success, real, legitimate success these last 9 years. 412-928-9370. Also, to that texter's point, the general manager and the owner of the Tennessee Titans had a press conference on the very first day of training camp this year. And a reporter said, do you guys, in this Hope Springs Eternal portion of team development, think that you've got a real chance to win the Super Bowl this year? And the GM sort of laughed it off and said, yeah, we got a long way to go. It's okay to admit that. They did. Art could have too, but I didn't expect it, no. Mark in Shaler, hi.
Hey, what's up, man?
What up, buddy?
No, I wouldn't have expected him to say that. I kind of agree with the texter. I feel like
sure. I thought he'd say it too.
You know, they're just words, but I'll tell you this: if I were interviewing for this job, one thing they do have is a lot of picks.
Yep.
And I would find out what their willingness is to move up to get the guy that they think they want. And I think that's just going to depend on if it's an offensive guy or a defensive guy. But I'll be honest, when you listen to all the callers you guys get daily, I don't think they have the stomach for a rebuild in Pittsburgh. I really don't. So I don't think anybody wants to call it that, but you know, I just feel like you take this thing down to the studs, it's going to get ugly. You're going to have a lot to talk about on the radio, though.
Oh, my God, Mark. I mean, this is going to be the most intriguing offseason in the history of this radio station, at the very least. There's no question about that.
No doubt. And I think I would. That really doesn't matter to me whether it's an offensive or a defensive guy, but I would definitely go younger. Aditi was on, and she was talking about some right-hand man to the guy down in Miami. He's like a 30-year-old kid. What's the harm, man? I'd love to see something like that.
I think that, I mean, the guy they hire, I almost guarantee you will be in his 30s, and thank you for the call, Mark. I mean, we already know who they've requested to interview, and they're all young guys. Some offensive, some defensive, but they're all young. The interesting thing is, you talk about moving up to draft a quarterback. I looked at a bunch of mock drafts last night and this morning just to see what the consensus was on this quarterback draft class. Dante Moore is going back to school. He doesn't want to be a New York Jet, so he's going back to college. He's going back to Oregon. And it's Mendoza and Ty Simpson that are in the first round of all these mocks. But Mendoza goes 1, and the Steelers aren't going to be able to get to 1. I think the Raiders would be stupid not to take Mendoza, although they've been stupid before. And then it's Ty Simpson who's being mocked at the tail end of the first round. So if they wanted Ty Simpson, he might be there for them at 21. I don't think they're going to have to move up this year to get their guy. Now, things change. Pro days happen. Interviews happen. We always see quarterbacks shoot up draft boards late. We see the opposite happen, too. Shedeur Sanders was like 1B to Cam Ward going into the whole process, and then he wound up not going until late. But it might be one of those situations where they don't got to move up to get their guy. And I'm not advocating they draft Ty Simpson. We're just going over all the machinations here. Jim in Monroeville and others on hold. We'll get to you next at 412-928-9370. Did Tomlin get pushed out, or did he just step down? I don't know for certain, but there was an answer yesterday from Art that did perk my ears up. We'll let you hear that, too, when we come back. First, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt men's basketball played yesterday and won 89-66 over Georgia Tech, snapping a 3-game losing streak for the Pitt men's basketball team. Their next game coming up is Saturday at 8 o'clock. They've got a home game against Louisville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them, too, on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews have cleared that earlier accident in the South Oakland section of the city, reopening the intersection of Bates Street and the Boulevard of the Allies. However, traffic's still very slow and heavy coming up the hill on Bates Street from the Parkway East, where you're seeing a little bit of a slowdown there approaching that off-ramp. Suburban side, you're still jammed back around Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the Parkway West is in line near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 28, heavy from the Shaler Waterworks area, then again from the 40th Street Bridge down toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our buy 4, get 4 windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sail in soon.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's top customs, hot rods, muscle cars, trucks, tuners, and more, including the ISCA Championship finalists. Catch the Dukes of Hazzard reunion with Cars and Stars. See the General Lee, Uncle Jesse's Truck, Cooter's Tow Truck, Daisy's Jeep, and Boss Hogg's Cadillac. Saturday, meet Catherine Bach and John Schneider. Sunday, meet Lou Graham, the original voice of the rock band Foreigner. The family will love the amazing Megamorph transforming robot car. Kids under 12 are free. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 23rd through 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets available at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Part of the Summer Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I've been willing to give Mike the extension on his contract for 2027 in March, and did he ask for that?
No, I'm not going to get into his contract at this point. I was certainly willing to take another run at it next year with Mike. And, that's what I was expecting to talk about yesterday, but obviously went in a different direction.
That's a really good question by Tim Benz. I'm happy he asked. Tim, of course, of the Trib. And I thought the answer from Art was interesting. He was asked if he was going to pick up that option that they have in Mike Tomlin's contract in May. And he said, I was certainly comfortable running it back next year with Mike. Does that mean he was actually flirting with not picking up the option? That would have been the biggest story of the offseason had Tomlin not stepped down. Or did he step down? Was he pushed out? I doubt that he was pushed. I really do doubt that. I think it would have come to loggerheads this offseason because it doesn't sound like Rooney was fully convinced that the best course of action was giving him that option. That being said, I find it really hard to believe that at any point during the season they'd have had those conversations. That's not how the Steelers do business. They don't negotiate in season, not with players, not with coaches. Doesn't happen. And I'd be shocked if they actually had that conversation in the 15 hours or whatever it was after the Steelers had lost that playoff game. When Art says that this was a family decision for Tomlin, I think that's true. I also think it was a football decision. I think the Steelers have been playing musical chairs at quarterback for the last 5 years, and I think Mike's a smart enough guy to look around and know that this was going to be the offseason where the music stops and you don't find a chair. Like, there's one guy that might have been worth it, and that's Malik Willis. Or maybe Ty Simpson in the draft. Or maybe there's someone else that they'd love in the draft. But you were either going to go young with a rookie, or you were going to have to try to re-rack it with Rodgers. But did Tomlin want to wait around all offseason to see if he'd want to come back? I think it was a twofold deal for Tomlin. The family stuff was probably getting to him. Crowd chanting to fire him. Next year, if you got off to a bad start in a game, he was going to get chastised by the fans in force. And so you don't want to deal with that. And then the football element is, who the hell's the quarterback going to be next year? And I think he jumped off of what he believed to be, for at least a year, a sinking ship. 412-928-9370. Greg in Youngstown, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
What up, man?
Number one, I don't even care about Tomlin anymore. He's a mute subject. On the draft this year, I'll play Will Howard. You don't even know what you got in this guy. You didn't even play him this year. And like with Willis, he could be another Scott Mitchell. When he was great on the Dolphins, he goes to another team and he stinks. Same thing with Castle. You don't know about these guys when they play a full season. So I'm going to go with my team right now. I'm going to draft a bunch of guys. I'm going to get rid of some of this dead weight like Ramsey. I would tell Hayward, you got to move on. And I'm trying to lose as many games as I can to get Manning. That's my goal this year, is get rid of dead weight, trade some of the players, and move on from, and try to get Manning next year. I'm not worrying about quarterback this year. I'm worrying about a quarterback next year.
Depending on the coach, Greg, I might be amenable to Malik Willis. If not, then I don't know that there's a single thing you said there that I necessarily disagree with. Like, do I think Will Howard's going to be the guy? No, I personally do not. And I'm not expecting the next coach to think that a sixth-round quarterback picked by a previous administration is going to be the answer. I don't think Will Howard's like Jackson Dart in some kind of selling point. But that being said, if you give him a year and he is the guy, problem solved. If he fails, you probably are going to lose enough to be in a better position the following year. And thank you for the call. We can take calls all morning long at 412-928-9370. Pat Bostic going to be joining us for the remainder of the show. Coming up next, we'll get his thoughts on the quarterback position, his thoughts on what Art Rooney II had to say. So much to get into with Pat. But coming up next, an old foe just did the Steelers a massive favor. I'll explain. But first, Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Good Good morning. Roads were slick overnight with multiple car accidents, and while salt has been put down, isolated slick spots are likely still out there. So make sure you're mindful of that as you're driving this morning. Snow showers will continue off and on today with temperatures in the upper teens for the rest of the day. Wind chills have actually dipped to single digits in a number of places, so you're going to want to bundle up. The snowy pattern sticking around through Saturday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West, inbound delays near the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East, that's jammed at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. You're fairly steady on the city side, because that earlier accident, Bates Street, the Boulevard of the Allies in South Oakland, has been cleared. Route 28 delays from the Route 8 at the bypass. Stop and go to the north side and in Washington County. Westbound I-70 closed due to a jackknife tractor trailer just over the border in West Virginia. Route 40 is going to be your best alternate around that. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For now, I don't want to sort of put any real parameters around it. We're going to be an open book in terms of who we look for and the list that we build. Could I sign up for another Chuck Noll or another Bill Cowher or another Mike Tomlin? Sure. Somebody that we feel fits that mold would be great. For now, we're not going to kind of narrow the box too much.
Steelers team president and owner Art Rooney II yesterday saying he doesn't have a type. I always found that odd. Like when you talk about women or men, oh, what's your type? I don't know, someone who's cool and attractive. I don't care if they're 6 feet tall or 4'11". I don't have a type. I don't think my wife has a type. What is it, neurotic and annoying? Nah, she just wound up stuck with me. I don't think you ever want to narrow yourself down to a type. So I like that answer from Art Rooney II. And I think his job of hiring the next head coach with the help of Omar Khan, as he said, just got easier overnight. I've read a ton of different pieces the last few days. ESPN, Yahoo, CBS, NFL.com, The Athletic, all ranking the available head coaching positions, and all of them had the Ravens at number 1. And I think that makes sense. The last coach was there almost 2 decades, so you can get longevity if you have success. And you've also already got the franchise quarterback. I don't even think that's debatable. I'd want that job before the Steelers' job. But there has been debate about number 2. Is it the Steelers? Is it the New York Giants? None of the other ones really are all that attractive, I don't think. Tennessee has Cam Ward, but at least the Mara family, if you have success, has proven that they'll keep you around for a while. In Tennessee, they got rid of a really good coach in Mike Vrabel, so the longevity thing is an issue there. I think a reasonable argument could have been made that the Giants' job was better than the Steelers' job. I've said the whole time I think the Steelers' job was clearly number 2, but Bostic was on with us last week and said that he thinks the Giants' job was better because of Dart, and I totally get that mindset. Well, now, guess what, my friends? That job is off the market because our old pal John Harbaugh took it. And that helps twofold because, A, the Steelers were never going to hire John Harbaugh, so they didn't take one of their candidates. And now the best job's off the market. So thank you, Harbs. Harbs had a lot of trouble beating Tomlin down the backstretch of his career, save for last year's playoff game. Helped the Steelers get into the postseason this year, and now is taking maybe the second most attractive job off the market, and he himself was never going to be a factor in the Steelers' choice. That's outstanding. Texter, Crowley, my type is neurotic and annoying. Hey, how about it? To the phones at 412-928-9370. Could you stomach a rebuild? That's a question we've asked, and we'll take calls on it all morning long. I don't think that's necessarily the way the Steelers need to go, but I think the owner needs to be open to that, and it doesn't sound like he is. Andrew in Clarion wants to chat. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, Crowley. I'd have 3 points I want to get to, and I'll try to make them as quick as I can.
Take all the time in the world, Andrew. Doran's not here. Bostic's not coming till like 7:20. By all means.
All right. First off, I think Flores, in my opinion, is the best coach. One, there's familiarity there with the defense and some of the guys that we've built with. I think it would be a pretty good seamless transition. 2, if I am Omar Khan, I am, and I'm going to be controversial, I am getting the agent for Trinidad Chambliss on the phone right now. Tell him to drop his lawsuit to get another year of eligibility at Ole Miss. I'm taking him in the second round. That is a dynamic quarterback who, yes, he's not perfect, but he shows the playmaking ability that you need in a division where you have 3 all-pro quarterbacks, 2 all-pro quarterbacks, and Shador, who surprisingly hasn't looked god-awful. I think they're going to need a quarterback that is not your traditional drop-back passer.
And 3?
3, as a Miami Hurricane fan, all I have to say is go Canes, baby. Let's get natty number 6.
Are you a Lee Sterling fan? You guys can commiserate after your loss next week because I just don't think it's going to happen. Thank you, Andrew.
Hey, one more thing. 1984. Look that game up. Nebraska was a 10.5-point favorite. Nobody gave the Canes a chance, and we got the job done, baby. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Andrew. Good luck to your Canes. They got a great pass rush. They got a Carson Beck. I don't want Carson Beck. That'll be a talking point if the Canes win. Carson Beck. Did he play his way into the first round of the NFL draft? I've seen enough out of that guy to think he's a pretty good college quarterback, but not one that I would touch with a 10-foot pole in the NFL draft. As for the first 2 points, and you can call us as well at 412-928-9370. Open phones all morning long on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Flores, I think, is too old for them. I think ideally they want a guy who's going to coach for 20 years, and I think Antoine Randall at 46 is probably too old. I think that Flores at 44 is probably too old. Now, this is something Florio discussed yesterday with the PM guys. There's a lot of ageism that goes on in the NFL. That can't be a reason that you state for not picking a head coach. But Noel was 37, Carr and Tomlin were 34, respectively. And I think they want a guy that's in his 30s. I don't think you would pass up on a guy who's like far and away the best candidate because he's 44. But if all else is equal, they're going to go younger than that. It's an educated guess. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think they're going to go younger than that. As for Trinidad Chambliss, I think I'd rather take a shot at Malik Willis with the right offensive mind in here. If they hire Kubiak, or if they hire Nate Scheelhaas, or if it's Chris Shula as the head coach and Scheelhaas is the offensive coordinator, I wouldn't be all that upset if Malik Willis was the option here. I will agree with Andrew's point saying you need a mobile quarterback. You think that might have made a difference against the Houston Texans? The highest paid position in the sport, apart from quarterback, is edge rusher. And I look at the Broncos, who are still playing. They had damn near 70 sacks this year. Like, your offensive line, even if it's improving, and I believe that it is, you need your quarterback to help out. You know, Josh Allen got sacked 8 times by the Houston Texans, and that guy can move. It's 2026. The days of the drop back passer. I think we passed him by. And I watched a cut up of Malik Willis last night, and I've said that if Arthur Smith were the guy as the OC and Mike Tomlin was the head coach, then I probably wouldn't waste the money on Willis because you're going to get him to his ceiling. But I watched Malik Willis last night. I'll tell you what. He has considerable talent. And he's already proven it on the NFL stage. Not a lot, but certainly, of course, more than Trinidad Chambliss. 412-928-9370. Texter Crawley. Imagine Shula head coach, Scheelhaas OC, Flores DC. I don't think that's an impossibility. Brian Flores just interviewed, I think it was with Washington, for a defensive coordinator job. And there's some stuff coming out of Minnesota that he might have kind of worn out his welcome. I think Brian Flores is a hell of a tactician. But that guy, by all accounts, is a jackass. Do I want him as my head coach? That maybe even more than him being in his mid-40s is a bigger turnoff for me. But as defensive coordinator, with Scheelhaas as OC, Shula as head coach, hell yeah. Now, I don't think Flores is going to get a job as a head man for the jackass reasons and for the fact that he's suing the damn league. But the fact that he's interviewing for DC positions too leads me to believe, yeah, maybe he could wind up here. That's the dream team. Texter, you nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. The only thing that, now that I'm just thinking out loud, that would be the hang-up is, you know, Shula's going to want to run his defense, I'd imagine. And I think Flores would want to run the defense if he were the DC too. I say that because he could have been the Steelers' defensive coordinator, but he wouldn't want the job with Tomlin as the head man. Brett in the South Side, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing great today, Brett. How are you?
I'm well. So I have an outside the box question for you.
Sure.
Who is closest to John Gruden on the coaches that we've asked to interview? Is it Shula? Who would be the closest person in the tree, or maybe familiarity?
Well, the thing that I always loved about Gruden is I think he's an excellent play caller and a great schemer. And I think
that's why I'm asking, yeah.
So Shula would not be – Shula's a defensive guy. It would probably, among the people they've interviewed, be Shieldhass. But he's never, far as I understand it, actually even called plays.
But the reason why I asked this is these things have popped up on my Facebook or whatever feeds. And I know Gruden's really high on Will Howard. I know there's a video out there where he's saying, hey, maybe we'll work together in the future. And all of a sudden on Facebook last night, and I don't even follow John Gruden on Facebook, but it popped up, here we go, and he has a selfie taken on an airplane. So my question is it possible that Gruden will not be the head coach, but maybe the OC for somebody who he's close with that's going to be interviewing for the head coaching job?
Well, thank you for the call, Brett, and I appreciate you listening to the show. With all due respect, it's not going to happen. And you also don't hire an offensive coordinator to make it work with Will Howard. You hire the best possible man for the job, and if he wants to work with Will Howard, great. But you don't make your coaching decision based off of a sixth-round quarterback who's never even taken a preseason snap. 412-928-9370. John Harbaugh taking the Giants job. That's good for the Steelers. Would you be able to stomach a rebuild? Who are some head coaching candidates that might tickle your fancy? We're hitting all the angles this morning, and Pat Bostic joins us next at 412-928-9370. That's the text line, brought to you by Egger Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can always chime in on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
More reports coming in about John Harbaugh and the New York Giants. It looks like the contract he's going to get from them is worth 5 years. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, hi, I'm Nicholas Harry Callis. Let me tell you about Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different with Fanatic Sportsbook when everything is on the line in the playoffs. So don't wait for that what-if moment and switch to the sportsbook that protects all pro player props across straights, parlays, and same-game plays across any first-half playoffs injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or any eligible prop, Fanatic Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing. But not a Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will still play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performance in the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Oh, and the payout speed is lightning quick, too. So bet with the book that always has your back, Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with an Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Start spreading the news. After 18 seasons in Baltimore, Super Bowl winner John Harbaugh is finalizing a deal to become the next head coach of the New York Giants. This is the right move. I'm Drake Toll.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, place, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid, both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Anniversary? Time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Her ring. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here. Every fight, one subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Ring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Want a lifetime warranty and complimentary maintenance? Want rewards and an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Want to lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $165 a month? Granted. Hurry in and grant your New Year's wishes today. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082 VIN 5YFB4 MDE 5TP 390565 39 months 4,999 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. Does not include title tax, license registration, accessories, and dealer fees. $477 doc fee. Zero security deposit. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. Ends 2/2/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Trouble with accidents. This report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. Crews on the scene of an accident now in the Strip District, the intersection of Smallman Street and 27th. We also have a structure fire on the north side. Crews now on the scene, 300 block of Cedar Avenue between Presley and North Canal Streets. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, outbound steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East, you want to stack up right around Wilkinsburg, while Route 28 is heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass. Additional delays approaching Millvale, and then between the 40th and 31st Street bridges toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Pat Bostic joining us now, and the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Texter writes in, Crowley, Rooney will never shell out the money to pay for top-notch coordinators. So I'm going to disagree with that, and here's why. Mike Tomlin was one of, if not the highest paid coaches in the entire NFL. The next guy, this just in, ain't going to make what Tomlin was making. That's not the way it works. When Bob Huggins drove through a Taylor Swift concert and they hired a coach after that, that guy wasn't making the same amount as Bob Huggins because he ain't in the Hall of Fame. That's just not how it works. So if you were spending $25 million on Tomlin, which is what Dulac was reporting, what are you going to pay the next coach? 15? And then you can spread some of that money around to the staff. Now, probably not all of it. It is corporate America. But I think if a head coach that comes in like, let's just say Chris Shula, Pat, wants to bring in Nate Scheelhaus, who is going to be sought after, they're going to be able to financially make that move and get it done.
Yeah, I know Art Rooney's running the search. I know that Omar Khan's involved and heavily involved, but this does feel like a franchise reset in some ways. I think you look at everything. I think you look at how you're investing in your staff pool, because you're not gonna have to pay what you were paying for Mike Tomlin.
No.
For the head coach. But I think you start looking at facilities. I think you start looking at analytics and some of the things that, frankly, if I were a head coaching candidate like a Chris Shula or a Jesse Minter, I'd be asking those questions.
Yes.
Because that's what it's going to take. This is a modernization effort, in my opinion, organizationally. And I think they're starting to make progress in some areas already. But when you bring a new head coach in, it brings a whole new, fresh perspective. And I think they're going to get that in spades based on who they're targeting so far. I mean, you're talking about particularly Shula, a guy that's worked for Sean McVay for, nearly a decade.
I'm sold. Sign him up.
Well, yeah, the more I look into him, the more he excites me. With Scheelhaus, you have the Scheelhaus.
I can't say it the right way. He's Scheelhaus forever for me.
Scheelhaus. You've got a guy that's never going to call plays in L.A., so he's going to have an opportunity that could be a package deal. Even if you interview Scheelhaus, you have an opportunity to bring him. But yeah, I would say that your investment level always changes with a new head coach. Not necessarily, though, with his particular salary. It may be his assistants, it may be programmatic things. I think there's a lot there. There's a lot there.
I don't think it necessarily is going to be a defensive guy either. Now, the more that I think about it, my personal belief is that Shula's probably the favorite in the clubhouse as we sit here today.
Yeah.
That being said, we were talking about this at dinner last night, and this is legitimate. Russ Grimm was going to be the Steelers head coach. He was going to be the guy in 2007. It had been reported that he was going to be the guy. He had celebrated. He was privately telling people, and I guess not so privately, that he was going to be the next Pittsburgh Steelers head coach. And then Mike Tomlin came in, and because he's such a dynamic personality, blew their friggin' socks off. So they were about to hire an offensive guy. They didn't, but I don't think that it has to be young DC the way it was with Knoll, with Cower, with Tomlin. I do think young is going to be a big priority for them, but does it necessarily need to be a defensive guy? I don't think so.
Well, I'll flip the argument. I don't think in order for Steeler fans to get what they want, which is more modern, more aggressive, that they want the Sean McVay type. I don't think that has to be offensive either.
Sure.
I think that when you look at, Clint Kubiak, I think there's a guy that kind of has Kyle Shanahan written all over him. Son of a really good head coach that is rooted in the run game, but has a multitude of ways to scheme you up. But the head coach out there, McDonald, they're as aggressive as anybody, and there's not been a bigger turnaround on offense in football than Seattle with Sam Darnold. I mean, it's been unbelievable.
And the defense gets a lot of shine out there.
Yeah, they're excellent.
And I get it. They are excellent. But they're the only team in football that's top 2 in offense and defense.
Yeah, and we'll see how they perform, obviously, in the postseason, because that's where ultimately you start to really trim the fat and see who's really good. But if you look at the level of investment that Pittsburgh has in defense, and that's not going anywhere, by the way, right? I mean, you're looking at a $150 million defense for the next how long?
I think it could be cheaper because I think Hayward could decide he doesn't want to play anymore, and they could move Watt. For pennies on the dollar, they're not going to get anything for him.
I think that decision, how much does Art listen to Cam and TJ during this process? How much does he value them being one helmet guys? They clearly have acquiesced to that in the past. And if you want to maximize that window, you skew towards defense. You skew towards a Chris Shula or a Jesse Minter, somebody that's going to come in. And frankly, Shula's more rooted in a 3-4 and a hybrid front and multiple looks. I think you skew that way naturally because that's where your investment lies. Now, if you're willing to completely change that, then you have to deconstruct your entire roster.
This is very insightful from you, Pat, because they're not interested in I think flipping everything.
No, I mean, Art Rooney said it yesterday.
Right. And look, I started the show, hopefully, my attempt was at nuance. I don't think a rebuild is absolutely necessary, but I think they need to be open to every available avenue that could lead them back to contention. Unfortunately, it doesn't sound like they are. Now, that might lead them ultimately to the right guy, if it's Chris Shula, but I think you're barking up exactly the right tree right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it from a business perspective.
Yep.
Right? Just objective, unemotional, Mike Tomlin moves on. This happens in Pittsburgh every 20 years. The circumstances of the moment are that you're top paid and most valuable, both monetarily but also from a production standpoint, are on the defensive side of the ball. And, oh, by the way, you doubled down on that last year with 2 returning players, moved Minkah Fitzpatrick, got Jalen Ramsey, got a corner that you thought was going to be good in Slay, but you've got young players like Joey Porter and Alex Highsmith, who's under contract, that are going to be here for a long time. And the ethos of the Pittsburgh Steelers is really good defense. And I think what it mattered most, if you asked the Steelers, what's inexcusable, over the years, what's been excusable for Pittsburgh has been mediocre offense. What's inexcusable is mediocre or bad defense. And they've played mediocre or bad defense when it matters most the last however many
decade.
So if you're not going to change the personnel there, which is hard to do, and you're not going to get very many better edge rushers than T.J. Watt in his prime. Now, he's not in his prime. Cam Hayward's an all-pro. Jalen Ramsey is one of the better DBs ever. You could argue he's playing out of position. He's towards the closer to the tail end than he is the beginning. But I think they would opt to say, we're going to fix that with a modern approach who allows the offensive coordinator to dial it up. And if you get a Shula Shieldhouse combination, you're kind of, it's ironic. Seattle and the Rams are playing this week. You're kind of molding those two approaches, right? Sean McVay and the young defensive head coach. It's intriguing to me, and I think, but it also fits who they are in a weird way.
I think, your comments right there make more sense to me than anything I've heard since the position opened. In terms of being prescient and what they're going to probably do. It's an educated guess, but I think you're probably right. And I want to get to the quarterback situation.
Yeah.
next.
That's a big one.
That would be a big one.
That's an important one.
And I think Tomlin's resignation was twofold. I think it was personal with stuff going on in his life and hearing it from the fans and his family dealing with crap. But also, the music is stopping in this game of musical chairs, and I don't think there's a clear and obvious chair to jump into. And I think he saw that. So we'll get into that when we come back. Nicholas Harry Callis right now will regale you all with a wonderful fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins play the They play the Philadelphia Flyers tonight at 7 o'clock. Another home game for the Penguins, who right now are on a 3-game losing streak. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky. And I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Aaron Rodgers, yes, exactly. Because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, it's good to be back with Taylor Fournier from Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, during your Start Something New sales event, what's the big difference?
Bob, it's pretty simple. You bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. Within minutes, no waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet. If you haven't tried us, stop by or give us a call.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res, and it's their biggest sale ever in celebration of the new year. Leave all the 2025 dirt behind with the new year. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, hard surfaces. Basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. We celebrate the new year with the ball dropping, but you know that crazy Uncle Ken, he's gonna drop some of that pork and sauerkraut. You don't need that, but if you get that, call Zero Res. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Go ahead, get clean. Don't miss this deal. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 plus 15% off regularly priced services, air ducts, upholstery, area rugs, tile, hardwood, and more. Call Zero Res right now for the best deal of the year, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spelled backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
4-time Grammy-nominated Joe Bonamassa, hailed as one of the world's greatest guitar players. Blues rock titan Joe Bonamassa, performing live on Saturday, March 7th at the Benedum Center. Tickets on sale now at trustarts.org. Joe Bonamassa. Every show is a new experience.
Home remodeling shouldn't be stressful. Hey, it's Bob Pompiani, and West Shore Home is proving it doesn't have to be. With real-time scheduling and precision scan-to-plan accuracy, they make your remodel fast, easy, and very convenient. That's why hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home to transform their bathroom, windows, doors, you name it, they do it. Plus, right now, when you buy a full bathroom model, you'll get a second shower for free and lock in an extra $500 off just for listening to the program. But you need to schedule this right now at westshorehome.com/fan.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at WaylandExteriors.com. And be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Dry January just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer, brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or shipped nationwide at beverages2u.com.
Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. The Start Something New sales event offers up to 10 grand off on Ram 1500s. Jeep Wrangler Sports or Grand Cherokees, your choice from only $329 a month. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Think this impacts Aaron Rodgers at all?
Yeah, I mean, look, Aaron came here to play for Mike, so I think it will most likely affect his decision.
Goodbye, sweet prince. See you later, Rogue Rodgers.
It was fun while it lasted.
This isn't what I wanted this segment to be about, so I'll digress just for a second here, Pathy Bostic. This season could not have gone better. It really could not have. You make the playoffs by winning the division against your hated rival whom you swept. Rodgers had enough moments that the season was fun. And then you still get what the majority of most Steelers fans wanted, and that's a change at the helm. I can't think of a way it could have gone better. You got to experience, playoff football down the stretch, and the playoff game itself wasn't fun, but the Detroit game was an all-time classic, and the Ravens game is probably a Mount Rushmore regular season game. So I'm pretty damn thrilled. It was a pleasure to get to watch Rodgers on this roller coaster. His leadership, some of the stuff he said, the way he carried himself. It was a blast, dude.
It was fun. It was definitely fun. But again, we saw the same issues. And not that this isn't prime Rodgers that we got a chance to see, obviously. He was battling a wrist injury. His mobility is not what it was.
No.
Especially, against really good pass rushes like we saw with Houston. And the same issues creeped up, right? The defensive lapses, inexplicable lapses against, the run defense against a pretty average running offense in Houston, and then busted coverages, and then obviously their ability to protect and run the football. And, I think that the reset at the quarterback position is going to happen again. It sounded like it was going to happen anyway, regardless of Tomlin's decision. But I enjoy watching him play, and frankly, this year changed my opinion of him. Just seeing him locally and getting to hear him more often, and then hear about him from others that got a chance to interact with him. And I think for him, it was the right send off.
Who the hell's going to play quarterback next year?
It's Pandora's box, really. I mean, I know that everyone driving around right now wants to see Will Howard, and so do I. I don't want to. I'm not going to anoint him the starting quarterback right now, but I want to see him play a preseason game. I want to see him play under the lights at Latrobe for a night practice.
Hell yeah!
I want to see what he's got. I do give credence to what you see and what you hear from someone, how they talk, how they carry themselves, what their teammates think of them, their competitive character, all those things. I think he has all of that. It's whether or not Kenny Pickett had all of that too. He maybe wasn't as much of a appealing character with the media as Will Howard is, going on Ben's podcast and things like that. But you got to be able to play. You got to be able to sit back there in a phone booth, make throws under duress, be accurate, make decisions at the line of scrimmage, decisions with the football. And what you do in college when you're playing with superior talent at Ohio State versus when you come to this league when you've got basically one receiver right now that I feel really good about next year. that's a whole different ball of wax, man. So I'm intrigued by what's out there, and I think maybe one of them could be a long-term solution. You seem intrigued.
Yeah, I'm trying to guess.
You were talking about him earlier.
Malik
Willis.
So the what I put on Twitter, because we're live on X, and the numbers have been record-breaking these last couple of days, and there's no surprises about that, given the Steelers' playoff loss and now maybe the most coveted head coaching job on the market, which we'll get into later on in the show. How the head coach affects their decision at quarterback. Malik Willis wouldn't have made a lot of sense to me with Arthur Smith and Mike Tomlin. But if you've got Nate Scheelhaase or Kubiak,
yep,
okay, give it a shot.
I think any of these. I think any of these coaches. I get your prompt. I think any of these coaches that have been mentioned, that are of the younger variety, that are new to this organization, I feel better about what a new quarterback, what they'll be given, what they'll walk into.
Yeah.
Now, what they do from a personnel standpoint around that quarterback, I think remains to be seen. But, you look at the quarterbacks that are left right now in the playoffs. Josh Allen can move. Drake May can move. Brock Purdy can move. And then you got Stroud, Stafford, and Darnold, who aren't the most mobile. But then you look at Philly with Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels in Washington, the reemergence of Bryce Young this year. Trevor Lawrence is mobile and can run. Mahomes can really make plays with his feet. I think quarterback mobility was a focus for the Steelers a couple years ago, I think by virtue of their youth and inexperience up front. I think leveraging that mobility would not have been the case with this scheme. It was so different when they tried to run Justin Fields. It was almost like a wildcat package.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like a part of the offense.
No, it was goofy, man.
Last year.
It was goofy.
It was just out of order.
Yeah.
So I feel better about all these candidates and what they would bring with regard to offensive philosophy.
I don't think now this will be a big leap. If you get the right offensive, either head coach or offensive coordinator, and they sign Malik Willis, let's just say to a Justin Fields deal, 2 years, $40 million. Here's the leap. If he's good, I don't think the offense is that far away, given how many draft picks they have.
Yeah, I mean, right now, and this is going to sound odd, and some of these thoughts are just coming to me, so it might not come out the right way, but if I would lean towards a gap with maybe a potential for a long-term fix with a Malik Willis, and given the draft picks they have, man, I'd be looking to move up next year.
Right.
In 27. Yeah, Dante Moorestan, Arch Manning's back there. You've got all these young quarterbacks across the country that'll be completing their third year. That's when you're looking to make a move. I'd be looking to trade, trade some picks and see if you can move up in the first round next year, because you know what's going to happen. They're going to hire a coach and they're going to expect to win next year, and they very well may win. At what level we don't know, but so in order to get where you need to be to get a franchise quarterback, which I think we all agree is somewhere in the top 10, to get a real franchise quarterback, unless you just catch a diamond in the rough, you're going to need to part ways with some of those picks, and or a player in order to do it. So it'll be very interesting, but I would not be focused on quarterback in this year's draft class.
I think we could just title this show Thinking Out Loud, because we're doing a lot of that right now.
That makes sense.
It made a ton of sense, because I think there's many different options they could go. Like, we've just gone over the Malik Willis option, but if Will Howard's the starting quarterback next year and he stinks, that's not a bad thing, because you'd have found out.
Right.
And if he's good, that's great, because you'd have found out. What I also love is texter. Oh, this is good. This might be my favorite text of all time, Patty. Harry, this is outstanding, this text right here. Willis is not the answer. I'd rather see Will Levis. SMH, come on, do your research.
I don't think Will Levis has thrown 6 touchdowns and no interceptions the last 2 years in limited action.
Will Levis sucks ass. He's terrible. Do your research. It's one thing to say, I don't believe in Malik Willis. Do your research. But then you bring up Will Levis, for God's sake.
I tell you what I don't want to see. And I don't want to see Mason Rudolph as the starting quarterback next year.
No.
I want no parts of that. It's nothing against Mason. I just don't think that has any – I don't think that provides any path to progress.
No, I would rule him out. And there's another guy that is going to be available. I'll rule out too, and I'll run that name by you next. Mr. Bostic. I got caught between Pathu and Mr.
Matthew Bostic.
Matthew Bostic. I do myth you when you're not around. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittman's basketball beat Georgia Tech yesterday, 89-66. Pittman's basketball snapped a 3-game losing streak with that win. Their next game coming up is on Saturday. They play at home against Louisville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Weather definitely affecting your commute. This report brought to you by your local Cohen site. Step into the roll zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station. Crews on the scene of an accident in Stowe Township, 2100 block of Robinson Boulevard near Ewing. Also an earlier multi-alarm structure fire being tended to on the north side. That's in the 300 block of Cedar Avenue between Presley and North Canal Streets. Route 28 jammed at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North delays back at Bellevue Westview, while the Parkway East that is jammed at Greensburg Pike. The Parkway West delays inbound over the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound reports of an accident between Green Tree and Carnegie. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives. Like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You've probably seen it on local real estate shows or in the classifieds. A home is for sale, and the listing boasts about having a petite bathroom or a petite kitchen. Hi, this is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich.
It's gratifying and most humbling to know that long ago the Petite brand became a status symbol in Western Pennsylvania. Whether you prefer a traditional or very contemporary design, upgrading your kitchen or bathroom the Petite way adds value and makes your home more desirable.
For over 50 years, we've helped thousands of satisfied customers make their kitchen or bathroom dreams come true. We invite you to visit our showroom at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center or call us at 412-279-2222.
You'll see great ways to create the kitchen or bathroom that fits your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Texter at 412-928-9370. Sucks ass, really, Crowley? Is station management aware of your grossness? They are. Also, did you have to drop your pearls to send that text?
Wow.
Relax.
Wow.
I mean, come on.
Man.
So you and I, if we were running the Steelers, and we would do it for 80K, would you do it for 80K? Sure, you're making considerably more than that, as am I. My God. But for that job, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
For 80K?
Hell yeah.
You'd be the head coach of the Steelers?
Oh, yeah.
I would not do it for 80K.
Well, you would be in more high demand. You could probably...
I would not do it for 80K.
You could do it for more than you're making now. I could not. They would have to take it would be a big risk that they would be taking on me. So you and I have both said... You and I both said, if we were running the team, no Mason Rudolph next year. I'm also going to rule out Mac Jones. We keep getting texts on Mac Jones. I'm out on Mac Jones. No Mac Jones. Absolutely not. Is Kyle Shanahan coming with him? No? All right, I'm out.
No, I want to see somebody with a high ceiling. And, you know, Pony said to me when we were together last night, I'm surprised how fast you flipped on Rodgers. And I thought about it for a second. I thought Aaron Rodgers, given what he had and given the Mike Tomlin relationship, was the right quarterback for the Steelers this year. And I think he'd be the right quarterback for the Steelers next year if all things remained the same. But if you're going to reset, you need to reset. And I saw that Houston game, the desperate need for mobility at that position, given what seemed to be an overmatched offensive line. And I think they can get better. I absolutely do. I think scheme can have a lot to do with that. I think quarterback mobility helps you block. It helps keep a defense a little bit more honest. So I think with a more modern approach to the game, which I would think that a Shula, that a Minter, that a Kubiak would bring to this offense, more innovative. Nothing against Arthur Smith, but more of an old school coach, right? I think that plays well with a Malik Willis type player. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, you got to aggregate resources and go draft one in 27, frankly. And if you can get, you already have two quarterbacks under contract. You sign Willis, you're not going to draft a guy. Maybe you do late, but you're not depending on that player to be anything. It's really about the 27 class for me. That's where there's going to be a lot to choose from.
If you signed Willis to a 2-year, $40 million deal, I mean, those are pretty easy to get out of, too. I mean, that's not a massive quarterback cap hit. I mean, we're seeing it with Justin Fields in New York right now. So if he's my stopgap, but potentially the answer, I think you could do worse than that. Can I amend my ask to be the Steelers head coach?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. It's never going to happen, so go ahead.
$80K and a Chevy Corsica.
Corsica?
Mm-hmm. And we've got a deal. That's all I need.
You like the Corsica? How about a Tahoe? Would you be able to see over the steering wheel?
There are some people that can drive trucks and some who can't. You think I would look so out of place?
I think you look fine.
Do you?
Yeah. There's some people that drive vans.
Like Nick
and others who
Cassari.
can't.
I feel like me getting a truck of that size would be the equivalent of me like dyeing my hair and getting a facelift. It would be like a midlife crisis kind of thing. Like, I'd cut someone off in traffic, and they'd pull up next to me, and they'd roll the windows down. They'd be like, you got a small, you know what.
I feel like you'd be really nervous driving a truck, a large vehicle.
Yeah, you should see me try to maneuver a U-Haul.
Not good.
Oh, not good. Not good. You should have seen me try to back into the place we parked at the casino before the Steeler game. My cousin was like, have you ever backed into a parking spot before in your life?
Did you pass the driver's test on the first?
I did, but the driver's ed guy at Lebo was so checked out. You would literally drive him around to do his errands. He'd be like, I need milk. Let's go to Giant Eagle.
That was the driver's test?
That was the driver's test. Mr. DeHaas, I hope he's doing well. But everybody passed. Everybody.
Yeah, I did the driver's test in a stick shift.
See, that's some man stuff right there.
I learned how to drive a stick shift.
Can you? That's not surprising to me.
Can you drive a stick shift,
Yeah,
Callis?
Can you drive a stick, Harry?
No.
Okay. I thought he might have been able to.
And then I brought...
Although he couldn't operate a fork and knife last night.
And then I brought my 2005 Ford Focus to Pittsburgh and was going up, DeSoto?
Yep.
Past the Biomedical Science Tower. And I went to go from, like, second to third gear and just heard... Ripped the clutch out. Ripped the clutch out. Called my dad. I'm like, Dad, why the hell did you send me to Pittsburgh? It's not as hilly in central Pennsylvania. I'm driving up a mountain here with a damn stick.
Yeah, that is a...
It wasn't. It was a...
That's baptism by fire right there.
I had to, back into a loading dock in neutral. It was not good.
412-928-9370. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high at 27. Tomorrow, high of 33. We switch gears. Ho-ho! And get into John Harbaugh and his marriage with the New York Giants and how that affects the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Okay, so you've waited and you waited and you waited some more. Let's not wait anymore. Time for new stuff, right? New year. Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford, schultzford.com. Go ahead and turn a new leaf. All those cliches, right? New year, this, that, resolution. Just go get a new ride from Schultz Ford. Great selection. It's fantastic. All those great locations. You know, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. Maybe you're in Wheeling. Well, bang, Schultz Ford right there. And, you know, you can browse or you can shop right online all the time, 24/7, 365, schultzford.com. You will not purchase a vehicle from better people. Customer service, it cannot be beaten. So, F-150, you want that in this new year? Get it. Explorer, you want that in this new year? Go and get that. Bronco or Bronco Sport? Let's go. New year, new you, new vehicle. Check it out right now. schultzford.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's top customs, hot rods, muscle cars, trucks, tuners, and more. Including the ISCA Championship finalists. Catch the Dukes of Hazzard reunion with Cars and Stars. See the General Lee, Uncle Uncle Jesse's Truck, Cooter's Tow Truck, Daisy's Jeep, and Boss Hogg's Cadillac. Saturday, meet Catherine Bach and John Schneider. Sunday, meet Lou Graham, the original voice of the rock band Foreigner. The family will love the amazing Megamorph transforming robot car. Kids under 12 are free. TheFuelRequired.com. World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets available at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Part of the Summer Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. One of my favorite clients, I'll call her Sue, has a work ethic that blows me away. She continues to love what she does, and she's been incredibly successful at earning and saving. Recently, Sue shared with me how proud she is of her daughter, who is doing a beautiful job raising 2 young children, but how she worries about them because it's so tough for young people to afford to buy a home. Her daughter's growing family could use more space, but moving up just isn't in their budget. I asked Sue if she'd like to explore the impact of gifting her daughter money now to get the bigger house that she needed. Could I really do that, she asked? We determined that taking a withdrawal now for a substantial down payment on a new house would likely have no impact on her income strategy in retirement. Sue decided to do it, and the last time I saw her, she was glowing with happiness. Financial planning isn't a game to see who can die with the most. It's about getting maximum fulfillment from your money during your life. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews working to clear an earlier accident in Stowe Township along Robinson Boulevard. It's Route 51 between Ewing and Fleming Park Roads. In the meantime, your delays on the Parkway West jam between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Southbound fairly steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East stacking before the Churchill on-ramp to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while Route 28 stacks before the Route 8 at the bypass. And the Parkway North, that is heavy from Ben Avenue and Bellevue Westview all the way down to the Venture Street off-ramp. Additional delays heading across the Veterans Bridge toward the crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Cold Pittsburgh winters making your home uncomfortable? Window Nation installs energy-efficient windows to keep your home warm and lower energy bills. Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. WindowNation.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. Trust PJ.com. Could you stomach a Steelers rebuild? 412-928-9370. Think John Harbaugh just did the Steelers a big favor. He took a sexy coaching job off the market. He is now going to be the head man for the New York Football Giants. He couldn't win the big one with Lamar Jackson. Now he tries to win the big one with Jackson Dart. The Steelers were never going to be interested in Harbaugh. So it's not like one of their candidates is off the board, but one of the better jobs is off the board. We'll get to that in a second. New mock draft is out from Dane Brugler. Do you like Dane Brugler?
I do.
Me too. I think Dane's very good at his job. Want to take a guess at who they have the Steelers taking 21st overall? That might not be a fair question. We're so far out. I don't know if you've been doing a deep dive on all these prospects. I certainly haven't yet.
Not a quarterback.
Ty Simpson.
No. 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 No.
You're not a big Ty Simpson guy?
I'm not a big draft a quarterback in the first round this year guy.
Yeah.
Period. Unless you can get Mendoza,
right,
which I don't think is feasible.
The only way that would be feasible, and it's not.
Tomlin went to Vegas.
Correct. Which, I was having a conversation off air about that with somebody, like that the owner in Las Vegas is such a kook that he might do something like that, trade the first overall pick for Tomlin's rights. But we got to remember Brady's there now, and Brady's no dummy. And I'm not sure Brady ever thought Tomlin was all that great of a coach. I don't think Belichick ever thought Tomlin was all that great of a coach. Just picking through comments that they've made in the past. We've probably spent enough time on that topic. Are the Steelers the best job on the market now?
No.
Is Baltimore the best job on the market?
Yes.
Are they the second best job on the market?
They are now.
Yeah.
I think the Giants was a better job.
Yeah.
In its current state. From a stability standpoint, reputation standpoint, the Steelers are the best job and the rarest opportunity on the market. But I think that the quarterback in place in New York is very intriguing. Malik Neighbors is excellent. And then obviously you got Lamar and Derrick Henry in Baltimore to work with. So I expect Baltimore to go offense. I expect them to Kubiak, Stefanski.
I still desperately want them to get Kingsbury, but I don't think that's going to happen.
No, but he interviewed.
He did.
I think it's more likely he ends up. Well, it'll be interesting because the next tier of job opening past head coaches is the coordinator jobs open right now. I mean, you've got the Tampa Bay offensive coordinator job open in Philly. So I think it's more likely Kingsbury ends up one of those two places than as a head coach.
I would agree with that. I just don't think he's head coach material. I mean, he's failed in his first two stops. He had some success with Arizona, but the body of work just isn't good enough. The Ravens have done some goofy stuff, like Jim Schwartz. I think they talked to Robert Saleh. They talked to Nate Scheelhaas, our guy.
Right.
I wonder how many of the old coaches the Steelers will even bother with interviewing. Like, I wonder how many retreads they'll even bother with interviewing.
Based on what we're seeing from their outreach, not many. Now, what's being reported might just be what's been made available to be reported at this point. They haven't announced any interviews yet, but yeah, I don't think a retread makes sense. That's not their MO. That's not what they've done each of the last 3 times in 60 years they've hired a coach.
And that's what they want more than anything else, is this guy to be here for the next 2 decades.
It's worked for him.
It has.
I mean,
and I'm fine with it. In fact, I love it.
It's just amazing when you look at it how much the game has changed during each tenure, right? I mean, you could argue that the Cowher to Tomlin turnover, like the game has changed more during Tomlin's tenure than maybe any tenure.
Yes.
Of a Steelers head coach.
Yes.
Like Noel and Cowher were still dealing. You could still play defense. You could still hit the quarterback. For the first 3 years of Tomlin's tenure, you could. And then it became a player safety league and an offense league. And that's why, frankly, I want someone with an open mind to offense. And I wouldn't hate them considering a Kubiak or someone of that ilk that thinks about the game that way, because, man, that's just how the game's played. And look at the success of Liam Cohen this year in Jacksonville. You talk about a franchise that was, people had written off Trevor Lawrence as a de facto bust. And he goes and has an excellent year. I know they lost to the Rams, but
they took a massive step forward, as did the quarterback, in 1 year. You're right. A guy that could be an off-the-beaten-path candidate, to your point, Grant Udinsky.
Yeah.
30 years old. He's from Doylestown. Yeah. Are you familiar with Doylestown?
Yeah, I know Doylestown well, but I mean, it's...
That's where you could grow up driving stick on. It's flat, I'm guessing.
Flattish.
Flattish.
Yeah, I mean, McVay was 30 when he was hired.
Yeah, I remember when Tomlin got hired, and Cowher too at 34, and just be like, that is so young. And now I'm 35, and to think that these guys are going to be, some of the people they're interviewing are going to be NFL head coaches before they turn 40 is like, man, what have I done with my life? I'm very happy with where I am, but that is next level success. Imagine being 30 years old. Grant Udinsky, I think it's how you say it. Udinsky. whatever.
Chillhouse.
Grant. You're 30 years old, and you're handed the keys to the Pittsburgh Steelers organization. Look, one of the biggest reason why people say the Steelers head coaching job is sought after is because of the longevity element. But I also don't think it's a terrible roster.
No.
Like, there's a lot of building blocks on defense, even if Cam walked away and you moved Watt. Your edge rushers would be Herbig and Highsmith. I love Derek Harmon. I thought Keanu Benton got better. You need pieces there to fortify, no question. Just look at the rushing attack of the Houston Texans. But you got pieces there. Y.A. Black. I think Peyton Wilson's a nice ball of clay still. Derek Harmon. Joey Porter Jr. really took a step forward this year. And then offensively, I think the right side of your line you can continue to work with, and you revamp the left side of your line.
Yeah, it's going to take draft development and some acquisition. I mean, to me, the arrow is pointing towards Chris Shula. It really is. And it's going to come down to, I mean, if I sit here today, I could be way off. Things could change tomorrow. But I found myself knowing that Tomlin, in Art Rooney's words, kind of stole the interview.
Yeah.
I'm comparing Minter and Shula in terms of their demeanor. And I don't think you need someone that's going to, be some overly verbose, rah-rah speech guy. But I do think someone have to have some charisma and command the room. And frankly,
seems like Shieldhouse does.
He does, but so does Shula.
Yeah.
I want a guy that's worked for Sean McVay, not Jim Harbaugh.
Okay.
That is where, for me, that is where there is a split and a fork in the road.
I think both great candidates. I think tie goes, it should always go to the McVay tree. And I want to pull more at that thread coming up next. And also, are the Ravens and Steelers even going to be shopping in the same pool of candidates? I know that there's already some overlap in terms of interviews that they've requested, but I don't even know that that they should be. And I'll explain when we come back. 412-928-9370, open phones, which I have now just checked, and they are stacked, so we'll take some phone calls as well when we come back. First, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
John Harbaugh finalizing a deal with the New York Giants to become their next head coach, and the latest reports out there say that it's going to be a 5-year deal for Harbaugh. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Harry. It is freezing cold again outside. We had a couple of days of warmth. It's going to be cold again tomorrow. We all know that even the warm days, they're fleeting in winter in Pittsburgh because they can be brutal. And if your heat's running nonstop, but you're still cold, well, it might not be your insulation or your furnace. Your old windows could be to blame. I know mine were. I got new windows. Guess what? Energy bills went down, and I was all warm and toasty inside my house. Window Nation can help you. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust them to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable, while also, yes, lowering your utility bills. If that's not enough, how about a great deal? Save big with their Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. And as a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, you could ask how you could score Pens tickets as well. Again, the sale. Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Moni and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Pack your parkas, LA. A frozen fight in the NFC. Matthew Stafford and the Rams marching into Chicago, and it will be a frozen tundra. But I still like the Rams. And I'm Drake Cole.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Milo's Pro Rewards members go big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get member volume discounts plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. Plus, buy more and save more with up to 25% off DWV pipes when you spend $250 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Meet the 2026 Subaru Forester Hybrid Premium, the SUV that's ready for winter and smart about fuel efficiency. With its added hybrid power, the Forester Hybrid Premium is built to handle snowy commutes, icy mornings, and long winter drives with confidence. And right now, Bowser Subaru, there's 1.9% APR available on the 26 Forester Hybrid Premium, so don't wait. Credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. Head to BowserSubaru.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Winter's here, too, but the golf season is in full swing at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Stay warm and tee it up on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators with moving swing platforms and auto tee technology. The most realistic indoor golf you'll find. Join a winter league, book a private bay with friends, or come out for great food, drinks, and good times. 9 Yards is now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township and in Washington, PA by the Meadows Casino. This winter, the best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
Buying her ring online can be risky. See it, touch it, trust us. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Now, for the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No end to the weather-related traffic problems. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Crews on the scene of an accident in East McKeesport. This is in the 1300 block of Greensburg Avenue near the intersection with Greensburg Highway, so watch for delays there. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound delays approaching Parkway Center, and then again from 79 past Campbell's Run Road. Route 28 jammed between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. Parkway East stacks at Churchill, and the Parkway North delays from Camp Horn Road all the way down the East Street Valley past Venture Street, and then heavy across the Veterans Bridge to the crosstown. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Just giggling at Harry Callis discovering a wedge salad for the first time last night. Like, you didn't know those existed, did you, Harry? Wedge salads.
I've heard of them, but I never had one.
Yeah.
He stabbed that thing like it was a... Literally, I think he was cutting into a turkey.
It looked like he was killing a vampire with a wooden stake.
It was really good.
Yeah.
It was good.
It was really... The person sitting on the table next to you that got hit with dressing also...
Harry cut into this thing, and
it was a lovely wedge salad.
It was delicious, but it squirted. It went all over the place.
Well, generally speaking, when something is made of mostly water,
yeah,
and there's also dressing on it, if you stab it like you're trying to kill someone with a trident, it's gonna shoot something.
He did say on the pre-show that he had to look around and see how other people were eating it because he thought he was just gonna stick his fork in it and eat it like cotton candy.
Like a caramel apple.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like...
I love a good caramel apple.
I love a caramel apple. I love a candy apple. Big fan.
The fact that he thought Hyde Park was a park.
Tremendous. I think there's something here where... You know the show, like, Queer Eye?
Yeah.
I think we do it with Harry. Where we get Harry, like, a makeover... and they teach him how to live in the real world, and it'd be wonderful.
Yeah, I like Harry the way he is.
I do, too.
I like him the way he is.
But I would also like new and improved Harry.
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't.
You'd still be you. You'd just be able to be taken out with civilization.
You know why he wouldn't like that, Callis?
Because then I would be a threat to him.
Correct. Although I would venture to say right now, you are a threat. You have the highest rated segment on this show on a weekly basis.
Probably the most interesting person of all time, too. Let's just be honest.
As our intrepid boss, our fearless leader, Spack said last night, this guy's a character.
He is a character.
He said, keep being you, Callis. Just keep being you.
That's right.
I'm like, okay, I can
do that. I would say, baseball aside, you are the best producer in sports radio that knows the least about sports.
In the history of
sports talk radio.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
And I think that's great.
That's an accomplishment in of itself.
Yeah, eventually that's a rare category, actually.
Yeah, it's a category of one. You know how hard it is to be in your own category?
No,
Yeah.
the guy...
Dude, you're Notre Dame. You're independent.
The guy at WFAN who does their morning show in New York doesn't know anything about sports either. He's more casual about it, though. What?
He's seeking this knowledge out. He's looking for comps.
I can't read this text.
Now you have to.
I've never watched Queer Eye and not cried. My wife puts it on all the time. That's me. That wasn't even the text. But the text was Queer Eye for the fat guy.
Come on.
Wait, what?
Oh.
No, it's okay. If you didn't hear it, that's fine. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. You can also text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I don't know that the Ravens and Steelers should be shopping in the same grocery store, Pat. And I think if I were Bisciotti, if I were their owner, I think my guy might be Brian Flores. Their defense, I think, has better talent than it's performed going on 2 years now. And the reason I believe that is because they've gone on stretches where they've been very good on that side of the ball. I think you hire a bright coordinator, but I think Lamar, if healthy, and Henry, if healthy, they're going to score enough points on that side of the ball. And while Flores does tend to wear on his players, I mean, he wasn't very popular in Miami, and it sounds like isn't very popular now in Minnesota. I just need him to try to get me over the top. Like, I don't need to hire a coach for the next 20 years if I'm the Ravens. I mean, it'd be great if it happens. I need a guy that's going to win me a championship. And I think I want someone who's gone through experience, even if that experience ultimately led to failure. I don't know that I want a guy leading on the job with Lamar Jackson.
I think offense makes more sense to them personally.
Okay.
I think a retread makes more sense for them. Like I tend to lean towards like a Dable.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so someone brought up Dable for the Steelers the other day, and I'm like, I can't know.
I can't get there.
He did take Daniel Jones to the playoffs and made Daniel Jones a lot of money.
He did. Mike McDaniel. You know, I just think you've got to have somebody that's. They have a franchise quarterback and a multiple-time MVP, and one of the best running backs in the league over the past decade. That is where they're buttering their bread. It's where their assets are allocated. The Steelers are the opposite, right? They've allocated their assets on defense.
Yep.
Which my calculus earlier was, okay, we want to make sure we're providing a return on that investment, and that hasn't been the case to the level that they need it to be. For Baltimore, I wouldn't say they haven't won at a high level because of their defense. Their defense. I don't think their defense has been great. Their defense got markedly better last year as the season went on. They haven't gotten to the next level because Lamar hasn't played good enough when he needed to.
And they have, and I could say this. The same thing happened with Tomlin. Like, there were some injuries during the Killer Bees era that probably made the losing streak longer, blah, blah, blah. Like, there are some weird stuff that happened to the Ravens in the playoffs their last four.
Oh, yeah.
Really, the way their last 4 seasons have ended have been bizarre. Tyler Lupe makes a field goal. Harbaugh's maybe not today, but would have been the coach for another week. Yeah.
I mean, that guy, you could tell he's a Philly guy. He's from Philly. Born in Philly and then raised in Baltimore. He does not mince words.
No, he does not. But you had the ball clang off the hands of Mark Andrews. You had the fumble at the goal line against Kansas City. Just some goofy stuff happening. I do think a retread makes more sense for them, though, just to crystallize it, than it would for the Steelers. I don't think the Steelers are interested in a retread. I think Baltimore should be. They don't need a guy learning on the job with a 2-time MVP. Now, it's work. Like, LaFleur, the best we've seen of Rodgers of late, like the last half decade, was with LaFleur, and he was a first-time head coach. So, like, it can happen. But I think they could be shopping in different aisles.
You know what's crazy?
Yeah. What?
Baltimore and Pittsburgh have had the fewest head coaches in the 21st century in the NFL.
It's Marchibroda. Billick.
Billick was 2000. And then it was Harbaugh, right?
So just the two, yeah.
And the Steelers will now have had 2. Baltimore's going to be on their 3rd.
Man. Well, I think because
New England's on 3.
Well, when the Haslams took over, they said they wanted to kind of like follow in the Steelers mold, and they hung on to Stefanski for a little bit, but they've done some dumb stuff.
They did.
But like, it's tough to put it into practice. You got to hire the right guy first of all, and that's not easy. That's not easy.
No.
All right. 412-928-9370. Let's quiz Callis coming up in about 15 minutes. Coming up next, the thing that came out of Art Rooney II's mouth yesterday that made me most excited. And I'm excited to run it by you, Patthew.
I look forward to it.
But first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins have lost 3 games in a row coming into today's game against the Philadelphia Flyers. It's a home game for the Penguins, and it's puck drop tonight at 7 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend.
Tailgate.
The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smell Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Four-time Grammy-nominated Joe Bonamassa, hailed as one of the world's greatest guitar players. Blues rock titan Joe Bonamassa, performing live on Saturday, March 7th at the Benedum Center. Tickets on sale now at trustarts.org. Joe Bonamassa. Every show is a new experience.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
This weekend is your last chance to visit the Pittsburgh RV Show at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Explore over 400 RVs and speak with campgrounds about your next adventure. You can find your new home on the open road at the Pittsburgh RV Show.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
You know, right now I don't think that anybody on our staff is a candidate, maybe a candidate to stay on the staff, you know, depending on what the new head coach wants to do, but probably not as a head coach.
Color me shocked. I thought we'd at least hear that Arthur Smith would be interviewed for the Steelers head coaching vacancy. And that is not going to happen. And I like Arthur Smith. But they need to flush everything and start over. And the new coach deserves the opportunity to make all the staff decisions. And Art Rooney II did say yesterday that the head coach will make all the staff decisions. And actually that the power structure will be staying in place. I find that hard to believe that it'll be exactly the way it was before. But it's always been a coach-centric organization, and it seems like it's going to stay that way. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Can we take a couple of calls here, Pathu?
I would enjoy nothing more.
Troy in Mount Washington. Hello, buddy.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Great.
Morning, Troy.
Just got two quick questions, kind of comments. I'll try to keep them under 60 seconds for you. First one is, in terms of the Ravens job and taking the Steelers job, one thing I wonder is we hired Tomlin so long ago that I wonder if our facilities and our things that we kind of like would have to make a coach comfortable does anything for a coach that's coming now. Because the last time we hired, we were probably the same as a lot of NFL teams in terms of, facilities and things of that sort. And now I think we're kind of on the bottom half from how the league voted. And also with the Ravens, before I get to my coach comment, I think the Steelers has to be a better job than the Ravens, because your most ideal thing that you want to do is come in and a coach and pick your scheme and pick what players you want. I think a Baltimore coach is going to have to go in there and say, hey, look, we'll do 3-4 years of this, but if the Lamar, project is not working out anymore, I know that I want to be a part of the next hire to actually get a new quarterback and a new system in here. And I would rather work from scratch rather than coming in on something that kind of looks like Derek and Lamar on the back half. They're on the back nine. But in terms of coaching, guys, I don't know why this hasn't been talked about. Last year, Kyle Shanahan got a 1-year deal or possibly a 2-year extension. You have to look it up, but I think it was just one. There's been a lot of questions with him and getting over the hump and George Kittle being out and no receivers and the Ayuk situation. We know Christian McCaffrey's a good player, but I think we'd all agree a lot of injuries and stuff have pushed him onto his back half. He's got one more year going into 2027 looking at it right now. If I were the Pittsburgh Steelers and I'm a coach-centric, or I feel like I can give the coach the power to do what he wants, no one can tell me that right now, I honestly think he's the best coach in the NFL. So I would do everything that I could do, trade, get some picks, and try to go for Kyle Shanahan. It's only a 1-year deal left. You'll take it over. You end up paying. You can make him the highest paid coach in the league, give him a 5-6 year deal, and that is someone that you want above Shula and everybody to run your organization.
Thank you, Troy. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
He is, I would love it.
Sure, of course.
But he has orchestrated one of the more improbable runs in the NFL this season.
He should be the coach of the year,
absolutely. I think. He won't be because of some of the newcomers and what Vrabel's done and Liam Cohen, but he's right there, and they ain't letting him go.
No.
They ain't letting him leave San Francisco. That being said, if it were a possibility, it's worth kicking the tires on.
Yeah, of course. I want West Virginia to hire Cignetti, too.
I would also say that
Saban.
Matt LaFleur's in the same boat.
That one is maybe realistic.
In Green Bay.
Yeah.
And, but still, I don't see them going. I mean, Dulac's reported they don't want someone that's been a head coach before, which is, kind of counterintuitive to how these tend to go, right? Sitting head coach, or in college, it's always kind of the talk, right? Or someone who's been a coordinator, right? They said that about when they were going after Arthur Smith. This is like they want a fresh start, and that's why I don't think. First of all, Shanahan's not plausible as we sit here. He'll get extended for more than 2 years, and I think it seems like their intuition is defense.
Harry says there's some news. Yes, Harry?
Well, just speaking of Arthur Smith and the fresh start, Ian Rappaport just posted that Arthur Smith has been requested by the Lions for an OC job. So it feels like he's got enough options that he's probably going to pick one of those, whether it's the head coach of another team or
That is news. Thank you, Harry. And you've now seen him, I think, interview or be requested to interview for multiple offensive coordinator jobs. That had to hurt, knowing that you weren't even going to get at least a head coaching interview here. Like, he's getting interviewed by a bunch of different teams for the head coaching position. You'd think, in his mind, he'd think, at least I'd get a shot at this. And I wouldn't want to come back here as OC, even if the new coach wanted me, if I got passed over for a head coaching interview.
Well, that goes back to your and he's been here for a couple seasons, right? It's not like he's a long-term assistant. This isn't Dick LeBeau. But it goes back to the clip you played from Art Rooney, and I thought he was about as candid as he's been and could be given the circumstances and the improbability of what took place. It shows me that there's a want-to inside of him and the organization to pivot off of what they've been doing. And they want someone with new ideas. And they're going to – and I think Troy makes a really good point about facilities and things they've ignored. I really believe this is it's a seminal moment for the Pittsburgh Steelers in the organization's trajectory. It's an opportunity to modernize. You know, Dan Rooney, the young Dan Rooney was in the room. You know, obviously Omar's a few years in. You know, this is a turn the page, new chapter, maybe even new book type of moment. And I think all things are on the table. And it's good to hear the owner, who has garnered the reputation, and I think fairly, of being very status quo oriented, being in the hunt, doing things the right way, but not stepping out too far to say, you know what, we're not going to just hold serve here. We're going to reevaluate, and we want to do something different. We want to go in a new direction. Because if they were that happy with where things were at, then Arthur Smith would merit a consideration. But they're clearly not.
That's a good point. And I think there was another answer that was telling to that end, which was when Benzie asked him about the option year. And he said, I was comfortable running it back with Mike Tomlin next season, but didn't say he was planning on picking up the option, which I thought was absolutely noteworthy. So maybe it was going to be the last hurrah for Mike Tomlin one way or the other. The other thing, so the facilities, and it is a good point by Troy. If I'm a head coach, I care a lot more about ownership investing in my staff than the facilities.
I agree, but, you know, all these surveys have come out and so forth.
And they've been bad.
And it's there's what you pay, coaches and players. And then there's just, to me, facilities, what they indicate are they're a visual reflection of investment. They are and again, if you're leaving LA, you're playing in SoFi, they build a new facility, and you're coming to Pittsburgh. I think people know what they're getting here. So it's a little bit more of a meat and potatoes type offering. This isn't a sushi bar, but at the same time, you know, the city has modernized, the city has revamped itself, and I think the Steelers are at that point. And I think the intriguing thing, and this is back to Troy's point too, the intriguing thing about this moment in time is that the next head coach is going to have a chance to have somewhat of a blank slate. Not necessarily from a roster standpoint at this particular point, but I think they're going to bring a youthful energy to the position. They're going to have some, I think, requests of how business is operated. I think Omar Khan thinks differently. I think the working relationship with him and a new head coach will be different than it was with Mike Tomlin. I think the Pittsburgh Steelers of the future will be heavily, heavily, heavily shaped. And I'm not just talking about what's on the field. I'm talking about everything by this new head coach and their personality and their background. So it makes the hire all that more intriguing and important.
When we come back, speaking of intriguing, we quiz Nicholas Harry Callis. Jeff Hathorn at 9:35. 412-928-9370 is your number to call. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it is a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt men's basketball won yesterday over Georgia Tech. Pitt ended a 3-game losing streak with that win, and they're going to go on this weekend to play Louisville at home Saturday at 8 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Progress being made. This report brought to you by Mr. Magic Car Wash. Talking about that jackknife tractor trailer which had blocked I-70 on the westbound side just over the border in West Virginia from Washington County. Traffic starting to move in that area again, but very heavy and slow. Best avoid it. Take Route 40 as your best alternate around it. Meanwhile, in East McKeesport, crews clearing an earlier accident on Greensburg Avenue near the intersection with Largo Way. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound is heavy from Roslyn Farms past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East, that's jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 Etna bypass toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. The Start Something New sales event offers up to $10,000 off on Ram 1500s. Jeep Wrangler Sports or Grand Cherokees, your choice from only $329 a month. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownjeep.com. See below for details on all offers.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, their experts will perform a thorough 20-plus point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up.
FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. And FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. That means all customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the divisional round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts mean more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot at an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. Broncos and Bills in Denver. How about Rams in Chicago to play the Bears? That's my pick of the week. I think the Rams will win in Chicago. I would lay the points and take LA to rebound from its close call against Carolina and knock the Bears out of the playoffs. Apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration to max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Code 1-800-GAMBLER.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Oh, that music means it's time for our most popular segment, Quiz Callus. A reminder, you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I just tweeted out a nice picture of our morning show crew accepting our Marconi with Michael Spacciapoli last night, our big boss. What a night! And in that celebration, he called Harry a character. And this segment, brought to you by Reed Building Supply, underscores that. Are you ready, Mr. Callis?
How confident were you in pronouncing Spac's last name?
Could you tell there was a speed bump there? I don't think I've ever used his full name before. It felt right. It felt like there's a respect factor there. I don't know. Spacciapoli, right?
Yep.
Was that Irish?
German. Welsh.
Yeah, just keep stepping in it.
All right, here we go. Today's category, and we'll see how much Harry has learned. We've done some mile markers along the way. There are 8 quarterbacks in the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. Where did these quarterbacks go to school?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me what team they're on now, I was going to say.
You would go 8 for 8 there, buddy. I would at least hope. I mean, we can do it both ways. You want to do both ways?
No.
Okay. Buffalo Bills quarterback Josh Allen. Where did he go to school?
Auburn.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
He went to Wyoming.
That's
Far cry. Far cry.
That is a state. There are many colleges named after states, Callis.
There are also 50 states. Drake May.
LSU.
This is a massive blind spot for our guy. But I feel like we've been over this before.
No.
Bo Nix.
Wait, where'd Drake May go?
UNC.
Okay, cool. What's the next guy?
Bo Nix.
LSU.
Why do you...
Well, they're on the screen right now. The TV program was talking about the basketball team. So I thought it was a sign from up above.
So he actually went to Auburn and Baylor. So you had 2 opportunities to be correct. Sam Darnold.
Washington.
No, but the right conference at the time. Partial credit? USC. Bostic's not even in the mood. You're just appalled. CJ Stroud. Oh, he's going to get this one.
Texas.
God, son of a... You can't go 0 for 8. Is he going to go 0 for 8?
Yes, without question.
The Buckeyes of...
Oh, Miami of Ohio. The Ohio State.
Okay, good. Caleb Williams.
You have 2 chances to get this one right, buddy.
Yes, you do, big dog.
Why, did he play for 2
If
schools?
you get them both,
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Alabama.
USC and Oklahoma. Matthew Stafford.
Oh, didn't Baker Mayfield go to Oklahoma?
Yes.
And that's like right.
Texas Tech.
You ever like have a short answer question and you don't know the answer, but you try to sound smart and add some other fact?
Have you seen that thing
to see if you get like partial credit? He's trying to get partial credit.
Have you seen that paper?
This is a Scantron test. You do not get partial credit.
You can't.
Well, this isn't even a multiple choice. If you gave me multiple choice, I'm sure I'd get one. All right, what's the next one?
Matthew Stafford.
USC.
Georgia.
You went to Georgia?
Brock Purdy.
Mississippi State.
Iowa State. And our guy went 0 for 8. Worst performance of all time. And Oregon.
Why is it less fun when you do it, though? Like, at least when Doran does it, it's kind of fun. It's like, haha, callous. You just did it, and it feels really flat today.
I was just stunned that we didn't get any quality from you. Bo Nix never was at Baylor? He didn't commit to Baylor? All right. I thought he did.
No.
I thought he was at Baylor at one point. Knew he was at Auburn and Oregon.
Was he a three schools guy?
I thought he was, but I just looked up the statistics and no. So I was wrong there a little bit too.
Bo Nix, Baylor.
Who am I thinking
He
of,
has
man?
no direct connection to Baylor University in his playing history.
Who the hell am I thinking of? Doesn't matter. We're not quizzing Crowley.
Who's the quarterback of the Packers now?
Jordan Love.
Okay.
You know where he went to school?
No, you didn't ask, though.
Utah State.
Oh, they got eliminated. That's right. So that's why you didn't ask me about that. Look at that. I'm on it.
Texter, wow, I'm amazed. What a douche.
Who's the douche?
I think all the above. Coming up next, Art Rooney II. There is, 7 words you're not allowed to say on radio? That's the old stand-up bit. If Art Rooney were in charge of what words would be considered profanity, he just added one to the list. We'll tell you when we come back. What does it mean for the franchise? First, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Cold one today, high at 27, low at 16. Tomorrow, high at 33. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's top customs, hot rods, muscle cars, trucks, tuners, and more, including the ISCA Championship finalists. Catch the Dukes of Hazzard reunion with Cars and Stars. See the General Lee, Uncle Jesse's Truck, Cooter's Tow Truck, Daisy's Jeep, and Boss Hogg's Cadillac. Saturday, meet Catherine Bach and John Schneider. Sunday, meet Lou Graham, the original voice of the rock band Foreigner. The family will love the amazing Murdermorph transforming robot car. Kids under 12 are free. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets available at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Part of the Summer Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See worldofwheels.com for more info.
Protect your most valuable asset, your home sweet home, with PJ Fitzpatrick. They have the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick's 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the home of the Yinzer Wrap and Steak on a Stone. Mike's is also the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Catch all the sports you crave, including the college and pro football playoffs and exciting hockey action. Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's Beer Bar.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com. FMI.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Proud Pittsburgh Penguins partner. WindowNation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
It's a cold, cold morning rush. This report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. Then that earlier accident in East McKeesport, crew still on the scene, the 1300 block of Greensburg Avenue near Largo Way. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg and Route 28, that jams at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North is still heavy from the bend at Bellevue Westview down past McKnight Road. Remains heavy down the East Street Valley past Venture Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Sure, man.
So I missed the part where everybody was saying it, but yeah, you messed up the questions. You didn't get the right answers to the questions you asked on Quiz Callis. That's the biggest party foul in the history of this radio station.
He got one wrong.
I got one wrong, and we referenced it in the final segment.
Full disclosure, I was AWOL that last segment.
I know. What were you doing? You were out of it.
I was in the middle of an email exchange. I apologize.
I thought so, because he's talking about how it's flat. I'm like, there's been no Bostic participation.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it was flat, though, because everybody was like, oh, Crowley got the answer wrong.
Which one did you get wrong?
So I said that Bo Nix went to Auburn and to Baylor.
No, Oregon.
Correct. For whatever reason, I conflated him with Jarrett Stidham of all people.
At least you got one half of it right.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, but we need Doran back. The questioner cannot get the answers wrong. That's just because the whole point of the game is to make fun of me for not knowing obvious things. And so if the questioner is also getting obvious things wrong,
this seems like him deflecting.
He totally is.
This is deflecting.
He's not wrong. I mean, it's a good point.
But if the questioner isn't getting the answer correct, then how easy is the question?
Can we play again? I guarantee you, if we do the same 8 quarterbacks again, you will not get them all right.
You're trying to deflect now from your mistake.
No, I think we should absolutely move on to something else.
All right. Art Rooney II at his press conference yesterday.
I mean, I'm not sure why you waste a year of your life not trying to contend. Obviously, your roster is what it is every year. It changes every year. And so you deal with, what you have every year and try to put yourself in position to compete every year. And sometimes you have the horses, sometimes you don't. But I think you try every year.
I think Art Rooney II's ruling out a rebuild. And I don't know that they necessarily need to rebuild. Like, tear it all the way down to the studs. But I think you have to be amenable to it. Like, if Chris Shula comes in here and says, look, there's no good quarterback options that we're interested in this offseason, we'd be better served to go with Will Howard and let the chips fall where they may, and we really like the 2027 draft class, I think Art can't just dismiss him out of hand. I think you need to be open to every available avenue to get the Steelers back, not just to, 10 wins in the hunt contention, but to Super Bowl contention. And sometimes that means you got to take a step back to take a step forward, Mr. Bostic.
Agreed. I think where Art's coming from, though, is I think that, because you said this earlier, you don't think the Steelers roster, you think the Steelers have a good roster. Is it great? No. But it's a good roster.
It's a playoff caliber roster. It's flawed, no doubt, but it's not a bad roster. A lot of national pundits have said it's a bad roster of late. I don't buy that. I don't think it's a good roster, but it's not a bad roster.
No, and again, this goes back to, my hypothesizing them going defense with the head coach. I think they believe they have elite pieces to their defense.
They do.
They do. So they're going to double down on that. I think what Art Rooney's saying is we're not going to tank and go into flash sale mode and try to get rid of everything and accumulate picks, and then give this new head coach a 2-year, curve to bottom out and then come back on the upswing. I just don't think that's in the Pittsburgh Steelers DNA. It hasn't been for over 60 years.
No, I wasn't surprised to hear him say it.
So I don't think you're going to see an NBA level tank job by the Pittsburgh Steelers ever, unless the organization were to be sold.
You're correct about that,
and that's what I think. And to be clear, I'm okay with that. I think you can win and get better at the same time. I just think it takes planning, and you can't continue to go. They've basically been going, I don't want to misstate this. Do you feel like they haven't had a long-term plan for a long time?
I think their plan this offseason was contend for one more year, and we expect the draft to be really good for quarterbacks, and then it didn't wind up being that.
I think it's been the past 2 offseasons.
Yeah.
I think when they moved on from Kenny, it became the window is closing. I would say that they've drafted pretty well the last couple of years, and they've got some pieces that can replace the outgoing stars, while the stars still have some shelf life left. It's clearly the other side of the ball where they need to. I'm talking mostly defense. The other side of the ball where the development needs to be expedited, and I don't see them parting with pieces on defense to do that fast. I think what you're going to see, they're paying DK Metcalf $30 million a year. I mean, he's not going anywhere.
No, he's not.
And doesn't sound like they're going to void the guarantee based on the conduct detrimental to the league. So
he sure paid them back nicely for that little bone they threw him, didn't he?
I don't think it changes the compete now, win now mindset. I think how they go about doing that's going to be different with a new head coach.
Well, and I said this to start the show. Like, general rule of thumb, you need a first-round quarterback. I mean, look at the 7 of the 8 guys playing now. Allen, May, Nix, Darnold, Stroud, Williams, Stafford, all first-round picks. Now, Brock Purdy, obviously the exception. Jalen Hurts won last year's second-round pick. But general rule of thumb, Mahomes, first-round pick. You need that guy. But the way that all these players were acquired is vastly different. Like Josh Allen, they made the playoffs the year before he got drafted. You make a trade. Drake May, they bottomed out. Bo Nix, couple losing seasons. Sam Darnold was a free agent. C.J. Stroud, a couple losing seasons. Caleb Williams, a couple losing seasons. Matthew Stafford, though, was a trade. So there is more than one way to acquire a franchise quarterback. I'm not even saying they need to rebuild. I'm just saying you have to be open to all avenues. And I don't think the head man is. And if it were to happen, I think it would be by accident. It was by accident in 2003. Like, people act as if the Steelers tanked. They didn't tank. They just were accidentally bad. Like, they had good pieces. They went to the divisional round the year before, were faked running into the kicker away from going to the AFC Championship. So
I'll say
they'll
this.
never do it intentionally.
I'll say this. I think if they were to tank, this next hire will not be the ultimate hire. It'll take a Gerard Mayo type of, like, Pittsburgh's not gonna. I don't think they can get right with going 3-14.
See, anywhere else, I agree. If this guy goes 3-14, he'll be the coach the next 5 years still, I think. It's hard to say that. It's just a guess because they've never dealt with that. Cowher came in winning season first year. Tomlin came in winning season first year. Now, Noel went 1-13, but they had never won a playoff game as a franchise, so it was a totally different hill of beans. 412-928-9370. Can we get to a caller who's been waiting for a long time?
Yeah.
I just wanted your permission, Pat.
You don't need my permission.
Brian in New Brighton, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, man?
So I don't know if this is too much of the ingredients of the hot dogs, but I wonder about the scheme moving forward. We just put all our money into a 3-4 outside linebacker. One of the things I've been frustrated with over the years is schematically with our linebackers. In the hiring process, are they going to be specific on keeping that defensive scheme, or are they going to be able to have the coach pick, whether it's 4-3 or 3-4?
That's a really good question, Brian. And I think they're going to let the new coach do it. But this is one of the things you brought up earlier, Pat, is that Chris Shula, he would play more of a 3-4.
Yeah, I think.
Thank you for the call, Brian.
I think that, they play a 4-down front at times in their current defense. They play, they shift the front and play an even front where the center's not covered. The last true nose tackle they had was probably Casey Hampton.
Right.
But
yeah, Javon Hargrave was.
Yeah, I don't think that, T.J. Watt playing with his hand in the ground as a wide 9 all the time is a bad thing. But I do think some carryover is valuable.
I don't think Herbig fits the mold of a 4-3 defensive end whatsoever.
No, and in a 4-3, he'd become a very situational player. So it'll be. I think scheme does come into play, but more so it's philosophy. It's how do they deploy the talent, regardless of what their background is? How can they morph to the roster? And frankly, this is a good defensive roster.
It's better than the results for damn sure.
No question, which is why I think they're going to go defense.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because Tomlin, when he was hired, he was a 4-3 Tampa 2 guy. He came from Tampa, went to Minnesota. They're playing 4-3, and they said, hey, we got Dick LeBeau. Now, that would be the difference. There was carryover in the staff. But, I think if it was a tie, like if they, oh, man, we love Minter. Oh, we love Shula. You might lean more towards what you have on the roster already, but I don't think that can be your determining factor overall. 412-928-9370. If you want to weigh in on this, you can. Would you be able to stomach a rebuild? 928-9370. The hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Jeff Hathorn was at the press conference yesterday. He'll join us coming up at 9:35. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
John Harbaugh and the New York Giants reportedly coming to a deal, and the latest reports say that the deal is over 5 years. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. There is always another way to win on the BetParks app, and you can join me now. Download the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app and live bet while you watch playoff football this weekend. Live betting better on the BetParks app, and you can get some skin in the game. The BetParks app is the choice for Pittsburgh sports fans to bet on sports and to play classic casino games like blackjack, craps, and more. While you're watching the game, throw a couple of shekels down on some blackjack, some craps. And right now, BetParks has a great offer for new users for the new year. New casino users can get up to $1,000 casino bonus back, plus an additional $50 bonus on the hot slot game Triple Cash Eruption. There's always another way to win. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan. BetParks.com's got terms and conditions. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The Ravens dumped him to the Giants, bought him. John Harbaugh coming to terms with the New York Giants on a reported $20 million a year blank check. Congrats, John. I'm great soul.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen believes an educated customer is a confident customer. We provide transparent, detailed estimates with a project manager on site from start to finish. You get open communication, efficient work, and a thorough final cleanup. We offer flexible financing options too. For roofing, siding, and gutters, call the pros today. Whalen Exteriors, your home team for total exterior care. Check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Fellas, it's Mulsey here, and if things have been a little lackluster in the bedroom, make it a new year, new you with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that can do a lot of different things for you, all of them good. Can help you be more confident where it counts and be more confident when it counts, right? Because showing up, it matters big time, especially during life's most exciting moments. You want to feel like you did again in your prime when you told everybody you were kind of in your glory days, right? Blue Chew can actually help you feel that way again, and it can help you be ready when she is. Guys, it isn't just about performance either. Give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
Don't marry a person you can live with. Marry the person you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of speed test intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game brought to you by Hyundai. Last week's games were wild, to say the least. But this week, we get to see 2 of the favorites to win it all back in action. The time off gave some key players a chance to rest for Seattle and Denver. But will it be enough to take on teams who are coming in off huge wins? Will the rest be beneficial, or will the rust set in for Seattle and Denver? Brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
That goings on the Parkway West. This report brought to you by 2 Men and a JunkTruck.com. Got junk? Book them now. Inbound Parkway West, that stopped dead between Carnegie and Greentree, down past the scene of an accident now before the Fort Pitt tunnels. Traffic is moving off the 51 off-ramps, but expect some very heavy delays there as well. Outbound, you are steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays between the 40th and 31st Street bridges heading toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
New year means new stuff. Time to haul away the old. 2 Men and a Junk Truck is here and ready to help with your post-holiday cleanout. Book us online. 2 Men and a JunkTruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Did you happen to see this rendering of the new Commander Stadium?
I did. I saw it this morning. Pretty sweet.
It looks spectacular. It looks like a monument. I think that's what they're going for. It also looks a little bit like the Calgary Flames Saddle Dome. It's sort of got the hump in the middle of it, like a hammock. It's the best way I could describe it.
Yeah.
You ever wear a banana hammock?
Did I ever wear one?
Mm-hmm.
No, but I've been on a hammock.
I love a hammock.
Yeah, they're very a hammock like on the beach or like in a, you know.
We have one in our backyard.
Do you really?
We take it down in the winter.
You're out there. Crowley's out there in a parka, his gloves on and his boots, laying on a frozen hammock.
There's nothing better than when my daughter was sleeping in the summertime.
A quick nap outside.
Quick nap on the hammock?
Oh, yeah.
While I'm listening to a Bucco game on the Odyssey app? Are you kidding me?
That's right.
Find your beach is what they say. Harry, you like hammocks? You a big hammock fan?
No.
Not a hammock guy?
No.
Why not? 412-928-9370. I did not intend for that.
You're a jerk.
I did not intend
You're
for that. I did not intend for
it's
that.
It's the second time today that
I did
he's
not
crossed the line.
No.
You literally got a callous question wrong
did.
yourself. You asked the question and you gave the wrong answer.
Mm-hmm.
One of these days, Callus is going to break.
He is.
He's going to come through that door.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Harry. We've never been on better terms since the new year.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I mean, because Pat's here. I told you, Pat. Here's my theory. Okay, it's like the schoolyard bully thing, right?
He's trying to impress me.
The bully's nice. when it's a one-on-one, but as soon as you add a cooler third person in here, he's got to be not the least favorite.
That's exactly right. A guy,
he doesn't want to be last. He doesn't want to be a third wheel. He doesn't want to be left out. He has to be cool.
Listen, I deserve zero benefit of the doubt based on my track record of ribbing Harry, but I definitely did not intend that. If you go back and check the
Why
video,
is your face turning red?
Because I actually genuinely feel bad about this one. I was asking my friend if he enjoys a hammock, and then there's silence, and then you make a face, and then he makes a face.
To be clear, like I'm 245, so hammocks aren't built for big people like me. So.
To be honest, too, I actually do like hammocks, but I wanted to make it uncomfortable for you, so.
I thought so. I didn't even.
But you are a jerk, because you thought
I was just trying to include you in a conversation about something other than sports, which would be your wheelhouse.
Why do you always include me in conversations that eventually lead to awkward moments? Like, why can't you just ask me,
I'll own
hey,
that
Kels,
one.
What do you think about the
I'll own
coaching
that one.
openings? What do you think about this?
Who do you want them to hire, Harry?
I don't know.
Oh. I think they should hire...
Is Tomlin available to come back? No.
Oh, shoot. I love a good hammock. 412-928-9370. New Twitter poll. Do you love a good hammock?
You think the Lions will interview Orlovsky?
No. For what?
He's basically, there are people out there clamoring for him to be an offensive coordinator.
Really?
It is amazing to me. And I know this, and he knows this, that to be able to analyze film, pull from your past experiences, being a quarterback, understand the game is one thing. And he does have a high level of understanding of the game and articulates the game very well. I think I do as well. But to be a coordinator for an NFL team, the amount of preparation, the amount of detail, the amount of planning, and then obviously to be able to coach and get a staff to work together, it's a whole nother level. Just because you're a good analyst doesn't make you a great coach. So, Dan, I would...
You know who was a bad GM, who I think is great at television? Mike Mayock.
Didn't last very long.
He did not.
He was excellent on television.
And he does Westwood One stuff.
Matt Ryan, now the president of football for the Atlanta Falcons.
I actually thought he was pretty good at television. Yes, Harry?
You know who else did that too? Jason Garrett made me laugh one time because he was analyzing something and he said, I know, I was a head coach in the NFL. I've done this. And I'm like, you didn't really do it well, but yeah.
You know what? He got a lot of burn. He got to hang out in Dallas forever in a lot of 8-8 seasons. And then our guy McCarthy, he has 3 straight 12-5 seasons, and that's not good enough. That was odd to me.
Well, because they didn't win in the playoffs. We talked about that in years past. Tomlin got to stay, but McCarthy had similar results and got bounced quicker.
Texter, I'm 265. I have 2 personal hammocks I use.
Okay. I think that's great. I love hammocks. We don't have one. We have a trampoline.
Jeff Hathorn joins us next to add some professionalism back to the program.
I could use a trampoline.
That's bait, is what that is. That is bait. Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tweet us brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We've got the list of candidates the Steelers are interviewing, at least we think. We'll get Jeff's opinion on that, plus Art Rooney II's comments from yesterday. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Oh, boy. The Pittsburgh Penguins play tonight at 7 o'clock. They have a game against the Philadelphia Flyers at home. The Penguins have lost 3 games in a row coming into this one. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
A game with a wind chill value around 0, Ben Johnson is sure to run the rock against the Rams. This season, DeAndre Swift is averaging 4.8 yards per carry in games played below 40 degrees. Facing an LAD number 22 in rush EPA since week 12, Swift tallies the most rush yards in the game at plus 165. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. Does this sound familiar? You open up social media, every third video is somebody promising instant weight loss, a magic shake, 5-minute abs, a pill that works while you sleep. I've seen it all. And surprise, no magic, just a lighter wallet. What I wanted was a lighter waistline, fewer chins, and to stop feeling uncomfortable in my own skin. And yeah, I'll be honest, I watched guys like Chris Muller and Paul Alexander drop weight with Awaken 180, but they had about 35 pounds to lose, and I had nearly 50. That felt like a different game. I was concerned, but then I started Awaken 180, and just like them, the pounds started to pour off. After 2 weeks, I was already down 17 pounds. It's been 2 weeks into the new year. What results are you seeing? Listen, if I could succeed with Awaken 180, any of you can do it too. Stop scrolling, stop thinking you can't do it, just make the call to Awaken 180, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Leave all the 2025 dirt and celebrate the new year with our friends from Zero Res. It's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res, and don't forget about your air ducts. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Bring in the new year with this month. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119, plus a free hallway, and take 15% off all regular services. Air ducts, tile, hardwood, upholstery, area rugs, and more. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special, 412-701-1188, or ZeroResPGH.com.
NFL playoffs? Let's go! DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, makes every moment feel bigger. In the postseason, the game shifts fast. And with DraftKings live betting options, you can stay right in the moment. Plus, DraftKings has your back with early exit protection. If the player in your eligible NFL prop bet goes down at any point in the first half, you still get paid in cash. With DraftKings, you're covered through the entire half. Why bet player props anywhere else? New customers, here's your shot. Bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN to turn $5 into $300 bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Taps Brick Oven and Poorhouse, Greensburg. Ask about the new catering menu.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, joins us now with the Hawk Report.
Hammock.
I deserve that. Jeff, good morning. How you doing today? What's going on?
Good morning, guys.
Hello, Jeff.
Good morning.
Is there something behind you I can't see?
Marconi.
Let's go.
Maybe I should bring it a little closer, like right here.
I would love to say that you got the biggest standing ovation last night, the biggest ovation at our awards ceremony for the Marconi. And you had up until Pompiani was fashionably late and he walked in, and then everyone just went berserk for that guy.
I mean, rightfully so. I mean, he is, that was described not only America's guest, but America's one of America's best.
Well, I'll add one thing here. I don't know that I should do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. That's my style. Love Bob, but he takes 3 days off a week. You haven't taken a day off in 18 years, Jeff.
No, you know how much stuff he does, how many different shows he does on TV? I mean, it's like the two hardworking guys were there. It was him and Larry Richard. Like,
yep,
that was the only time there was a mic around and Larry wasn't on it.
Yep.
Was last night. And it's because Spack had to fight him off to grab that mic and want to work.
That's right. Bechtold, too. But who said that? All right. Jeff Hathorn with us here on the Fan Morning Show, which is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Broadly, Jeff, your takeaways from the Art Rooney II press conference yesterday.
Doesn't like the rebuild, doesn't like the rebuild, does he? That was a big takeaway, that it was a family decision more than football for Mike Tomlin, was another big takeaway. And you know that Art and Omar are going to run it, and they're going to keep an open mind as to what they're looking for. But, I mean, let's be real. In the 3 times they've done it, it's been a 30-something defensive coordinator, and 4 of the 5 they have requested to talk to our defensive coordinator so far.
Yeah, I mean, do you think it has to do with their level of investment with that side of the ball, Jeff, that they just are bullish on that group?
I mean, let's look at it. If you're a young offensive coordinator and you know you've got options, and you think even if it doesn't happen for you this year, you're still going to have options next year. So you look at the Steelers' offense that's under contract. Is that the offense you want to start in with? Or do you think, man, like Harbaugh, hey, I've got Jackson Dart, I got somebody I can work with. But in Pittsburgh right now, I think that might impact a young offensive coordinator. But if you're a defensive coordinator, holy cow, Hayward, Watt, Benton, Harmon, Peyton Wilson,
JPJ, Herbig.
Queen. I realize there's some contracts up. Jalen Ramsey and the potential with Elliott healthy to move him around. And, man, I could make up some schemes and do some things that I've only dreamed of before. So I think it makes sense if you're a defensive coordinator looking at the Steelers as an opportunity, where that would excite you more than if you were an offensive coordinator.
Jeff Hathorn joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Before we get into some of these candidates, Jeff, did you hear it like I heard it when Tim Benz asked the question about the option? Like when Art said we were, and I'm paraphrasing here, going to run it back with Mike next year. I mean, he didn't answer the option part. I think it's important. Like, were they not going to pick up the option?
Yeah, I think that was a question. I mean, really, if you assume that Tomlin was coming back, that was kind of the discussion. And I think there may have been a chance he would have had to
sing for his supper.
Yeah, and I don't think that's the worst thing. I mean, how many times did a guy that Mike coached put under the same circumstance? I mean, essentially, Kenneth Gainwell bet on himself and made a lot of money. Well, Mike could have bet on himself, and if he would have done really well, he could have. I mean, who knows what if they would have had a long run, what kind of contract he could get somewhere else, or from the Steelers.
Jeff, the reason I think it's important is because they're not going to retain Arthur. Well, Arthur Smith, I guess, could be the OC. He could come back. I mean, the door was sort of left open for that, but they're not anybody on the staff that's being considered for the head coaching gig. I think that shows at least a level of dissatisfaction from Art Rooney II. And I think it's the same if they weren't going to pick up that option, that at least there's an acknowledgement that things aren't going the way that we wanted them to go. And I think that's a big acknowledgement, because we haven't got a lot of that from Art over recent seasons.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, they see it. I mean, they're not blind to what's going on.
Right.
They heard what's going on. They know. If you think your level of dissatisfaction is at a place, imagine what Arts is. Imagine what the minority investors is, and I think that does play in. And no one should ever have a lifetime job in anything.
Except for Jeff Hathorn at the Fan, who clearly is dealing with something in his throat. And again, just underscoring my point. No, don't apologize at all. This is how I sound every day. I can't apologize for this, Jeff. You, again, not taking a day off. Just battling your butt off. All right, now for the head coaching candidates that the Steelers have requested interviews with. So far, you got Nate Scheelhaase, Chris Shula, Brian Flores, Jesse Minter, Anthony Weaver. Is there one for you that stands out above that crew so far? And are there any other names that you are anticipating that they will talk to?
I mean, they're all interesting. I mean, Flores was here. He's a little bit older. He's got a little head coaching experience. Weaver knows the AFC North. I mean, as a Raven, I'm sure he could talk to exactly what the Rooneys want to hear about rivalry and defense and intensity. Minter is a good young coach. It's interesting who Minter's worked for, though, when you think about just dealing with people. Both the Harbaughs,
yes,
Charlie Weiss, and Kelly. I mean, that's an interesting group. And I think Scheelhaase has the most chance to be Tomlin, meaning I'm not sure who this dude is. He's kind of this hotshot young pass game coordinator. And I think he's the guy. I mean, I remember watching him in college. Like, this dude had nothing around him, and he played hard.
Yes, he
did.
He
was intense. He gave it all. And I could see him walking into an interview, and I'm thinking, okay, we're going to talk to this guy, and walk out and go, damn. And he's unique in the fact that he's the only offensive guy. So, maybe he goes in and he's got, man, we got to bring it up. I've got all these ideas, and Tomlin and Omar walk out and go, we don't have these pieces yet, but man, this plan is something. And that's why I don't want to discount him, even though maybe of the guys that they're talking to, he has the least amount of experience.
Yeah, I've been watching clips of all these guys in recent days, and I find that Shula has a charisma about him, and so does Scheelhaase. And ideally, boy, I would love both. I would love Shula as the head coach and Scheelhaase as the offensive coordinator. The more I've thought about that, though, there's so many openings, and this guy's interviewing at all of them. I feel like he's going to get gobbled up someplace else.
Yeah, probably the same with Minter. I mean, that's why you got to work. You got to work quickly and be strong enough in the interview from a Steelers standpoint of like,
right?
Hey, if whomever offers you a job, like, don't forget about us, or at least come back to us and say something to us, because we might, we really like you.
I do think that Harbaugh taking the Giants job helps the Steelers. I mean, he obviously wasn't a Steelers candidate. I think the Giants job could reasonably have been argued as maybe the second best job on the market behind Baltimore. Different outlets have their rankings, and it's always been the Giants 3 or the Steelers 3, with the other one being second. You think this will wrap up in a couple of weeks?
I think ideally they'll have it done by the Super Bowl, because, man, once that thing ends, then you're real. I mean, they're already diving into scouting.
Yeah.
There's the Senior Bowl coming up. It won't be done by the Senior Bowl. That's just a few days away. But they'll want to, not long after the Senior Bowl, I mean, they're going to have all this information, and they're going to think, well, okay, which direction do we want to go? You can't go into the Indy Combine without knowing your head coach, because, man, you're looking at what you need. So, I mean, obviously by then, but I think even before then, this thing's going to move quicker. And Art may say that he hasn't looked for a coach, and that's probably true. given Omar's, what we know about Omar, he plans for everything. And not that he planned and knew that Mike was going to leave, but I bet in his mind he's had some names kind of sifting back there just in case.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me at all if he had a binder or a folder or a notepad with names jotted down just in case of emergency. You never know what's going to happen. Jeff, this was awesome, man. It always is. We appreciate it, and we will chat with you next week.
And my voice will be better, I promise. We'll talk to you on Tuesday.
No, I kind of like the gravelly sound, if I'm being honest, Jeff. And I'm surprised I'm not in the same boat after the game on Monday.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go do some grunge here for a few hours and take advantage of it.
All right, buddy. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks.
Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. It's so early. I feel like it's Shula or the field. I also think that the line of questioning at the start was important, too. Like, if Art wasn't going to pick up that option, that's a level of dissatisfaction in the head coach we hadn't seen out of him in years. And the fact that Arthur Smith isn't even a consideration for the head coaching job shows you they weren't satisfied with the way things had been going around here. One more segment. We got Pat Bostic maybe had to jump off on a work call, so we might have him back. If not, Harry's going to chastise me for hammock comments and things of that nature. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt men's basketball snapped a losing streak by beating Georgia Tech yesterday. Pitt's next game is coming up this weekend. They play on Saturday night against Louisville. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Callis. Crowley here for Bet Parks, and it is a massive weekend. You got playoff football, and here's a reminder, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. And you can join me, download the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app, and live bet while you watch all the action. It's better on the Bet Parks app. Get some skin in the game. Even while you're watching the games, during a commercial break or downtime or a blowout, you can play all your favorite classic casino games like craps and blackjack and more. Right now, BetParks has a great offer for new users for the new year. New casino users can get up to $1,000 casino bonus back plus an additional $50 bonus on the hot slot game Triple Cash Eruption. There's always another way to win. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan. BetParks.com's got terms and conditions. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some trouble late in the morning rush. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt, LGKG. Accident, LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. The earlier accident cleared from the upper deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge heading into downtown. However, now we're looking at heavy traffic as you head onto the lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge. That's jammed traffic backing onto the Fort Duquesne Bridge from the North Shore. Also watch for delays on the approach from the Parkway East. That's stacking back around Stanwyck Street. Inbound Parkway West remains jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East stacking at Edgewood Twistvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com, your local super lawyers.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can go all in. Join Planet Fitness today for $1 down, $15 a month. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet.
Deal extended through January 16th. Don't miss it.
See club for details.
Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Introducing the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek with Subaru's legendary symmetrical all-wheel drive. And available X-Mode for rugged traction, the Crosstrek is ready for whatever Pittsburgh winter throws at you. And right now, get 2.9% APR for 36 months at Bowser Subaru. So don't wait. Get to BowserSubaru.com or visit us in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 27 and overcast. Alexei Kovalev. I loved Covey. 937thefan.com's got all kind of good stuff up from Jeff and Andy Lindbergh, from Mike Tomlin's. Oh, boy. Art Rooney II's press conference from yesterday, including Rooney not being excited about a rebuild. Also, what he thought went into the decision for Mike Tomlin to step down. There's also a great piece that just came down that I'm sure we're going to spend a lot of time on tomorrow now, and that's from Mike DeFabo, who talked to a bunch of guys who were in there as Mike Tomlin announced to the team that he was resigning. And here's just one of the quotes. This was an anonymous player to Mike DeFabo. Every single player in that building wants to play for Mike Tomlin. Were guys upset with the coordinators? Yes. Was it the head guy? No. Wow. The funny thing is, and we go around and around on this and have forever, why are the coordinators here? It's because Mike Tomlin hired them. And the players might have a problem with them. And I do think if Tomlin had stuck around, Austin would have been gone. But unless Arthur Smith took another job, he wasn't going anywhere. It just underscores that it was time. More on that, I'm sure, tomorrow. Starkey is up next. Great show, Harry. Bostic had to leave for work-related things. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Goodbye.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer & Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer & Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer & Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, schly.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Winter's here too, but the golf season is in full swing at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Stay warm and tee it up on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators with moving swing platforms and auto tee technology. The most realistic indoor golf you'll find. Join a winter league, book a private bay with friends, or come out for great food, drinks, and good times. 9 Yards is now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township and in Washington, PA by the Meadows Casino. This winter, the best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
New year, new ride at Joe Ball GMC. Get a brand new GMC Sierra with up to $11,000 off or 0% or lease for just $279 a month for 24 months. That's $279 a month at Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw. See JoeBallGM.com for details.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's top customs, hot rods, muscle cars, trucks, tuners, and more, including the ISCA Championship finalists. Catch the Dukes of Hazzard reunion with Cars and Stars. See the General Lee, Uncle Jesse's Truck, Cooter's Tow Truck, Daisy's Jeep, and Boss Hogg's Cadillac. Saturday, meet Catherine Bach and John Schneider. Sunday, meet Lou Graham, the original voice of the rock band Foreigner. The family will love the amazing Megamorph transforming robot car. Kids under 12 are free. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets available at O'Reilly Auto parts stores. Part of the Summer Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See worldofwheels.com for more info.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Proud Pittsburgh Penguins partner. WindowNation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer.
Ring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Want a lifetime warranty and complimentary maintenance? Want rewards and an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Want to lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $165 a month? Granted. Hurry in and grant your New Year's wishes today. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082. VIN 5YFB4 MDE 5TP 390565. 39 months. 4,999 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. Does not include title, tax, license, registration, accessories, and dealer fees. $477 doc fee. 0 security deposit. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. Ends 2/2/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Thursday morning rush, not quite out of the woods. This report brought to you by Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Crews on the scene of an accident now in Baldwin Borough, 5200 block of Route 51 Clarendon Boulevard near Grace Street. Also one on the outbound Parkway West right around Robinson Town Center. Watch for delays around that. Inbound on the Parkway West, still recovering from the earlier accident, cleared from the inbound Fort Pitt Bridge. You're looking at delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound, an earlier closure of that tunnel entrance, causing delays across the Fort Pitt Bridge and onto the approaches from both the Parkway East as well as over from the North Shore. Parkway East suburban side delays at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At JeepofPittsburgh.com, it's our Start Something New sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit JeepofPittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
News that broke just a little bit after midnight last night. John Harbaugh and the New York Giants continue to come closer and closer to a deal to make Harbaugh the next head coach in New York. After 18 years in Baltimore, John Harbaugh might be coaching Joe's favorite, Jackson Dart, in the Meadowlands this upcoming season. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's a Thursday edition of Pomp and Joe.
Where's what we came for? Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Boy, what a difference a day makes, huh? Yesterday it felt nice and warm outside. Now you wake up today and it's like 17 degrees and a little bit of snow. And it looks like this is going to be the trend as we move forward. Welcome to the Pomp and Joe Show. Joe will be here shortly. Austin Bechtel behind the glass. And this is a Thursday, Austin. You know what that means. Give me your best, Tyler Kennedy.
Ladies and gentlemen, on a Thursday, Pomp and Joe, Tyler Kennedy.
There we go.
Kennedy is in the building.
He's in the building, and he's brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. Meet me and Mike's. We have some big news going on. Of course, John Harbaugh with the Giants. That happened, as Austin said, right after midnight last night. They agreed to something. We'll debate whether or not that's the job that is best suited for him and vice versa. We'll get into more of Art Rooney II's statements a little later in the show. But, Tyler, we're going to talk some hockey here because it's interesting. The Penguins, I still think, are playing pretty good hockey, but all of a sudden there is no gas in the tank when it comes to goal scoring, and it's affected everyone, including Sidney Crosby here. There are opportunities, but nobody's burying the puck, and they've lost games like 1-0, 2-1, 3-2. playing well but not getting the points.
Yeah, and I think every team goes through this at some point of the year, right? And what I feel right now, what's going on is they're not getting their second opportunity. They're shooting from the outside, and they don't have a net presence. They don't have a guy that is going to bang in a rebound, right? When you think of Boston had those big D, kept them to the outside.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I thought, Tampa's got not so much a big, heavy team, but their D are so mobile. They move the puck. They had a hard time getting their second chances. They did have second chances, and you do get a little dry spell throughout the team, but this is when your secondary scoring need to kind of come along, right? This is when you need the guys like Brazeau, Kindle. You can throw Lazard in there. Those are the guys that, like a game like last game, you would have liked to see that, because that would have pushed them over the brink instead of going to the overtime. Because, again, when they're up by a goal and you got 10 minutes left, that's when you look for your big dog to score. That's when you're looking for one of your franchise guys to, grab the puck and score, which Gino did, which was great to see. You can see the excitement in his eyes. But to put them over into more of a playoff contender, that's when you need that secondary scoring. That's when you need guys stepping up. That's when you need to roll four lines. And obviously it doesn't help with, the last couple games, they've been taking a ton of penalties, especially against Boston. Like the offensive zone, in the offensive zone, if you get a penalty, that means you're not moving your feet.
What was the one game when it had 8 penalties? They were all they do is killing off penalties, which they're good at. Yeah, but you can't have that. It interrupts the flow of the game.
And it interrupts the flow for the wrong guys, right? Like guys on third and fourth line, they're usually on the penalty kill, so it doesn't really matter. It interrupts the guys like Malkin, Matheson, guys that are on the top two lines that need to get into a rhythm. It's crazy, but the more you play, the less tired you are, because it's like the more I played, the more I was in a sweat, the more I felt in the game. When you sit for 5 minutes and you go out hard, it's so hard to get into a rhythm, to find your game. The puck feels like a hot tamale out there when you haven't touched it in 5 minutes. It's just tough. And that's why when you sit on the bench, sometimes you're always chirping at the other team. You're always trying to mouth off, trying to stay in the game, but this is a tough time of the year because you need those points. These points are so critical, and they need to keep finding ways to win games, and right now it's not happening, and they're losing, they're on the outside looking in, and they need to find points, and it's consistency, right? And they did such a great job after the break. They went on a little run, right? They went on a 6-game run where things are looking great. Now, after losing 3, you're like, oh boy, we're back, and what is it? They lost 9 before the holiday break, won 6. Now they're back to 3. So not that, they've won half their games or less than half the games in the last 20 games. And that's not good enough. That's not good enough, I think, to make a playoff push. And that's when, decision time comes at the deadline. And if they're not in a playoff spot, I think everyone's for sale. I don't know about what you think, Bob, but I think, everyone that is available.
Define everyone.
Everyone's available except Sid.
Yeah.
And even that,
No, I don't think that would happen. You have a little smile on your face. You think that's possible?
Oh, I just think it'd be so fun to talk about. It would be crazy to talk about. But Sid's playing at such a high level.
He really is, and I think again the lack of goals is because what you said. They're not getting rebounds. If you can watch a team that scores a lot, they normally have people causing problems in the front.
Right.
And Brazeau can do that. I think Mantha can do that. But you got to do it not just on the power play. You got to do it when you're crashing the net.
Right.
Center drive thing, all of that. But listen, they're only a point out of a playoff spot here. And tonight, Rick Tockett's Philadelphia Flyers come to town. Right. And they've been playing a lot better than I think most people think. Right now, they're third in the Metro. And they got some really good young talent. One of them is named Trevor Zegras. And he's kind of an agitating in his own way. He doesn't go out and he just gets under your skin. Is that by design, do you think, with a guy like Trevor Zegras, or is that just how he's made up?
So guys like Trevor Zegras, I think he's a great player, but when you surround a guy like that, a skilled guy that's not tough, not brave, unless
someone's standing between him.
Yeah, unless he's got a pretty tough team around him, unless he's got Delorier, unless he's got Siller, unless he's got guys around, then he can start acting like. But that's why Philly has those guys. So guys like Zegras can play the way they want, play that like cocky in your face. I'm going to do whatever I want because I got a team that's going to back me up. But yeah, he just plays that like ratty style. Even like. I watch highlights in the morning. I wake up, have a coffee, watch highlights. No matter what, no other team I root more against than Philadelphia. Like I want them to lose every team, and I think I don't know if it's because I played for the Penguins, and it's just like ingrained in you to not like them. But the one thing is like going into tonight, what guy hasn't scored in 3 games? He's still playing good. A guy that makes Philly play every time, Sidney Crosby. You would think he's going to have a pretty big game tonight because he gets fired up. He hates staying off the scoreboard. He's going to be extremely fired up to have a good game, and it should be a great game because Talk's coming back to a team he used to coach. He's a very prideful guy. It's going to be an intense game. This game's going to mean a lot more than just 2 points, so it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, and we haven't seen a lot of the shenanigans that normally associate themselves with rivalries like this. And I think in general in the NHL, Tyler, I haven't seen a lot. I actually was rooting for and so happy to watch a fight the other day between Olivier and Reeves, and it was a main weapon fight. I mean, those two went at it, and Reeves took the worst of it.
Yeah, and that's unheard of, right? 2 heavyweights. Usually, like when you think of like guys that don't fight much, they just throw punches and they just kind of go. When you have a guy like Reeves and Olivier exchanging and like kind of like opening up a little bit and just throwing punches, like that's like
see who could last.
Unbelievable.
Give a punch
at center ice, and you got to give both those guys credit. I would think, obviously Olivier kind of give it to Revo, but Revo is going to come back. Like he's going to come back and he's going to want some revenge. So that's a game that you're going to want to see, right? That's a game you circle on your calendar. You get your lunch, you get your popcorn because it's going to be an exciting game because those guys are going to go back at it. But even last game when Clifton hit the guy from behind and there was a fight, like I was, at the Sportsnet like little platform and I was sitting down and when they dropped the gloves, there wasn't one person sitting down. Like it was like I felt that fight put an extra bit of energy into the Penguins line, into the Penguins lineup and into the game because I don't think we see that enough. And sometimes I watch like even the Penguins, sometimes it gets so boring, right? Because when you lose the fights, when you lose the big hits, it's all skill, all speed. In my opinion, it gets boring, and
unless you're going like end to end, trading chances,
like the 3-on-3 against Tampa was like
no whistle the whole time.
Even the last 5 minutes, it was like we'll give you a chance, we'll get a chance. Like it was back and forth. That was unbelievable hockey, But they don't really have. When we were talking about guys in net presence, guys that finish their checks, like in my era, it was Chris Kunitz. He'd go to the front of that. And like if we needed a change of like a change of pace or a momentum change, thinking about Philly when he hit that Timonen behind the net. Remember Timonen in the playoffs? Yeah. Like he almost decapitated him. That's how hard he hit. And then when you think of their team in 16 and 17, maybe one of the best guys in front of the net and just kind of being that rat that you need, kind of maybe like a Brazzone. Hornquist was maybe the best guy I've ever seen at that. In front of the net, just being a pain, going to the net, getting those second chances. And he scored 95% of his goals just kind of tapping it in or banging it in, pushing the goalie in. And then he would run a guy would get mad, push him around. But it created that chaos in the game that was contagious throughout the lineup. And right now, if I'm Coach Muse, I'm showing Brazo, I'm showing Mantha, hey, we need a little bit more of this because right now, if they don't score, you don't really notice them that much, right? Because they're not that they're one-dimensional, but they don't have that physical aspect to their game. Like Brazo, unbelievable hands, good scoring touch, but he's like 6'4". Like you have to be physical. You have to use your size in front of the net to create chaos, and he does it. And they don't have many guys on the top three lines that do that are willing to push the goalie through to take a shot in the head because someone's going to give you a shot in the head, and that's where you get, those bad shots. I remember in the dressing room, guys would be like, "Hey, shoot one off my face. I haven't scored in a while," because they were willing to go to the net and just do whatever it takes, and that's a little bit where I'd want the Penguins to do tonight, is to create a little bit more chaos, play in that house, that in front of the net, banging bodies, throwing guys around, and just being a pain and being hard to play against. Because right now, when you think of the goal in Boston, right? Who is that? Their little guy, Atkinson.
Oh no, Atkinson. He's the guy who was with Columbus.
Yeah.
And
no, it's Arvidsson. He was at
Arvidsson,
Edmonton.
That's right.
He scored a goal, and it's because he was in front of that. He had body position on Carlson,
right,
and he banged one in. But that's what you need. You need guys to get body position. So it ain't gonna be. It's not gonna be easy tonight. Like, Philly's got a tough team. Philly's one of the kind of trying to be built like the Broad Street Bullies. They have a good mixture of tough guys. They don't have the skill, I feel like they used to, but they have good enough skill to like make you pay if you don't play the right way.
You mentioned the rat. You said a rat in your little diatribe there.
Yeah.
Do you know the Flyers had a guy named the Rat? That was his nickname. Do you remember him? It's before your time.
No.
Ken Linsman was his name, I think.
Really?
And I remember I don't know how he got the nickname the Rat, but he did somehow, some way, and that's how he was known. Before Florida Panthers started throwing rats on, he was the Rat. He was the guy. But it's interesting because now the Penguins, as you say, they're 1 point out. They still are in the midst of this, except the rest of the season I will define where they go, as you suggested at the trade deadline. But you also have guys on this team, and I think 18 years is an early age to be up here. Ben Kindle has been really good to start. Now he's in a little bit of a goal-scoring drought, and I don't know if, you hit a wall. I don't know what that feels like if you're an 18-year-old kid. How would you describe his game right now, and how does he snap out of it? Or it's just getting acclimated to this sort of work schedule, which is not a usual thing for most of these guys?
Well, one, he's off the power play. He's off that top power play. And
do you like that? I kind of liked him on that top.
Yeah, well, I just thought he played so much better. He was scoring, and when you have injuries, like, he had such great chemistry with his line mates, right? Like, that's what made him good. He was playing very well with his line mates. They were producing. But now Muse is changing the lineup a lot just because guys are in and out. And, like, the way he's got it set up with Mantha, Kindle, and Brazeau last game, like, I don't know why he would change from Brazeau, Malkin, and Mantha. Like, they were the best line them and Crosby's line were the best line with producing. Like, why would they split them up? And maybe because they're trying. When you start adding like a Kindle between Brazeau and Mantha, you're trying to get him going. You're trying to get him a couple points to get his morale up. But his game right now, he's moving his feet. He's working hard. He does get hit. Like, when he gets hit, like, he gets hit. Like, he takes some pounding. But again, he's a young guy. He's got to learn to score different ways. He's scoring at the beginning of the year just off shooting the puck, right? He's going down. He's got a great shot. He needs to find ways to tip pucks, to get in, like, different areas of the ice, right? When I was in San Jose, they would break down scoring goals into 12 different ways. And they would be like, hey, you score one way. That's why you're not a goal scorer. And then they look at Sidney Crosby or someone like that. They're like, Sid can score 12 different ways, and he always gets from his backhand to his one-timer to a wraparound. And that's what makes him effective. And I think for Kindle, he's got to learn some other ways to score. Some high tips, some wraparounds, some dirty ones, some bad angle shots. Because right now, unless he's got space and a clear shot, he's not going to score.
Well, he does have the talent. You're right. It takes time to develop that. Another guy who's new, but I think he has a great shot, is Igor Chinnikov. He can rip it.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious to how good he can get. Now, I think it's smart that right now they have him playing with Malkin. that Russian connection,
Right.
whatever. Did you like that trade, and do you think he's the kind of guy who can eventually emerge maybe as a top 6 kind of guy, or is he just a third liner who occasionally can get a goal?
I love the trade. The trades, we won that trade by far just from the shootout, right? Just from the shootout goal last game. Like
that was a quick release on Vasilevsky.
And it's the same shot, right? He understands he can go backhand forehand, and he knows his release will beat the goalie to close his legs. So I thought that trade was good. I like him. I like the connection with him playing with Malkin, but if they don't start producing a little bit more, like I'm pushing him off that line. Like I would be interesting to see him with Sid, because Sid's a disher and this kid's a shooter, right? So I think there might be some chemistry there. But I like him. He's got a heavy shot. He's young. He's finding his wings here. He's finding his his game. I think it's great, and I can see him being a top 6 in the future for sure, and just off his shot.
When we come back, we're going to talk to Tyler about his top moments in Penguins Flyers history, personal and beyond that. And Austin, I know you're young, but I'm sure you've had some, and I go way back. I remember some of the things that went on before they tried to clean up the game, and it was some dirty stuff. It was really fun, though. Back in the days of Ron Hextall goal and Robbie Brown and those guys, and some of the stuff that went on. So we'll talk about that with Tyler Kennedy. He's here until 11 o'clock. Joe Starkey will be joining us shortly. Also want to remind you here that Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text line, it's brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And when we come back, we'll do some more Off the Top, which is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, as Joe liked to say, off the top. He's going to come after you off the top. We'll get into that as we continue, but as we go to break, I also want to tell you, if you're interested in going to the game, you might be interested in wagering something on the game. The place to do it is DraftKings Casino. Start your year with boosted rewards. For a limited time, all players at DraftKings Casino get a free chance of $50,000 in credits every day with daily rewards rocket on DraftKings Casino. Take your chance, and you'll get an out-of-this-world reward if you do this. All you got to do here, and this is how you do it, download the app, sign up with the code FAN, and then launch 3 rockets for a chance at $50,000 in credits. Come back to Launch Rockets Daily for more rewards. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. You got to be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. It's a limited time offer from DraftKings Casino.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Steelers have put in requests to speak to multiple potential coaching candidates for the head coaching job that was opened by Mike Tomlin stepping down after 19 years, including Chris Shula, the defensive coordinator of the Los Angeles Rams. They've also inquired about Anthony Weaver, the DC from Miami. Brian Flores, former Dolphins head coach, who was on Mike Tomlin's staff for a year, the current defensive coordinator with the Vikings, is also going to get an interview with the Steelers. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today's 98 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Oregon quarterback Dante Moore announced that he will return to the school, and New York Jets fans are not happy. The Jets have the 2nd overall pick in the draft, and with Vegas expected to take Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza 1st overall, the thought was the Jets would take Moore. The Jets fans, don't worry. Even if you don't get your quarterback this year, 5 first-round picks in the next 2 years, I still think the future is bright for the Jets. I'm Nick Costos.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around, or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state, only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This weekend is your last chance to visit the Pittsburgh RV Show at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Explore over 400 RVs and speak with campgrounds about your next adventure. You can find your new home on the open road at the Pittsburgh RV Show.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on Friday, January 16th. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
New year, new ride at Joe Ball GMC. Power up in a brand new GMC Canyon with up to $1,700 off. Built tough, ready for work or the weekend. Upgrade your truck today at Joe Ball GMC. Route 8 Glenshaw. Details at joeballgm.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey guys, this is Pablo Schley, Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. Get your 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. Visit us at schly.company.com. That's SHLY.company.com. 412-515-6575.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated.
They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Are you ignoring repeated notices that you owe PA Turnpike tolls? Think it will just go away? Wrong. Unpaid tolls don't vanish. They stack up fast. And so do the penalties. Suspended registration, mounting fines, court action. You can't dodge it. You can't outrun it. It's time to pay your fair share. Call 877-736-6727 to set up a payment plan. The PA Turnpike. Pay now. It's the law.
Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. The Start Something New sales event offers up to 10 grand off on Ram 1500s. Jeep Wrangler Sports or Grand Cherokees, your choice from only $329 a month. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Lowe's knows how to turn big plans into real results. Whether it's new appliances or a home refresh, get started with 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more with the MyLowe's Rewards credit card, January 15th through the 30th, so you can invest in your upgrade now and pay over time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payment required. See store or Lowe's.com for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, we're back here in Tyler Kennedy in studio, brought to you by SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people and their families plan for the rest of their lives. So, Tyler, you've been part of this great rivalry of the Flyers and the Steelers, which will resume tonight. There have been some great highlights. I think people know about Max Talbot, what that meant and everything. But I go back to, I'm going to start with Ron Hextall in goal for the Flyers and how the Penguins torched him on a playoff game in which Robbie Brown ended up being pursued by Hextall as if he were, one of those guys who was just in one of those Halloween movies, with a pitchfork and trying to kill him. And Robbie Brown took off, and it was unbelievable. What memories come to mind when you talk about Penguins and Flyers for you?
Like a lot. One was like nervousness, right off the bat, because when I played,
who were some of the big guys, like
the toughest guys? Like even their goalie was tough. Their goalie, they had Ray Emery for a long time,
right?
And he would fight you. You go to the net too hard, he would pound you. But
on that topic, let me interrupt and ask you that. I've always been intrigued with goalie fights.
Yeah.
How does that happen when you're not involved in any of this? You're at one end, the other guy's over here. Everybody's starting to engage in a fight. Next thing you know, the goalie's looking at. Is it just I got to be a man to stand up for my team, and I'm coming after you?
Well, that's what happens. So what happens is, everyone grabs a guy, right? 5, 10 guys. Each guy
it's
grabs
like an Arthur Murray dance group.
But what happens is that goalie in that end starts helping out one of his teammates, and then the other side goalie goes, "No, you're not jumping in there. I'm coming down," and that's why it kind of all starts. Or even, they all kind of want to try to fight. You know, they all want to have that, like, just to say they fought once in the NHL or wherever. There's like that mutual looking down, like, do you want to do this? But the most of the time it happens when that goalie helps one of his teammates fight a forward or a defenseman on the other team, and then he comes down rushing.
So he does something to provoke the other guy.
Yeah, the goalie does that. But my best memories, my first year fighting Scotty Upshaw was one of my best fights. Never been more nervous than that all day. I was thinking about it. Terrian, the best, craziest meeting was walking into Terrian's office. The whole thing was smoke. Think of this office, and it was just filled with smoke, and Terrian had this old desk, and he's, smoking Marlboro Reds, and he's just blowing smoke everywhere. He puts on the tape, showing all the highlights, saying you're going to have to fight him. That was intense. Beating them was another one. Whenever we beat them, it was such a great feeling. It was one of the best feelings. Another one was when Talbot went there. When Max got traded, I was like,
gutsy move,
Yeah, I was like, Max, how do you go to Philadelphia? And as soon as Max got traded, I was like, oh, we're fighting for sure. I thought 100% me and Max were fighting. Even during the game, I would have given it to him. I would have fought him, because we were both similar, but I think I would have given it to him.
It never came. Who would have won?
Oh, I would have given it to him. But who knows? Max is a tough guy. Another one was going into Philadelphia in warm-ups. The signs they had about Sidney Crosby and him being a baby, him, with the big butt, and him being it was unbelievable because no one even looked at anyone else but Sid, and it fired Sid up, and I think it still fires Sid up. But think of, at PPG, from the blue line down, that glass covered in sign. You couldn't see through the glass. And people, even if you looked at a fan, they would not smile. They would literally give you the finger, And I was just it was crazy. But those Philadelphia teams were the toughest teams I've ever played against.
I can't even remember. I'm trying to add this up. Joe Vitale. You played with him?
Yes.
I remember, I don't know who it was on, but he just.
Oh, Briere.
Was it Briere?
Cutting through the middle?
Yeah. That was, and then I think all hell broke loose after that. But that was, to me, a hit that, even though Joe Vitale, not many people remember, I remember that hit.
Yeah. Joe, a guy, third and fourth line guy, but when Joe hit, he hit to hurt, right? And I think there was only 3 or 4 minutes left. It was the last game before the playoffs, and we were playing them first round. And they put out Briere, and he was trying to, their top line was against our fourth line, and Briere cut through the middle, and Joe laid the shoulder down, and then after that, everyone's come running in. I think, everyone was fighting.
That was a Wayne Simmons guy. I know he was.
Yeah. Wayne Simmons fought Derek England, and it went on for 45 seconds.
I don't remember that fight, but was it a...
Oh, great fight. Everyone was fighting. Everyone had their guy. Another one, remember when... who was their coach? Laviolette.
Laviolette. And was it Bilesma?
No, yeah, Bilesma assistant coach, but Tony
Granato. No.
Granato. Remember they were standing on the bench?
Oh, yeah, when they were – and the glass separated them, and they were about to go into each other's –
And I think that was after the Vitale hit, right?
Yeah, see, I don't remember all that, the chronological order of that. But
so after the Vitale hit, after everything –
there was stick swinging and everything going on there.
Stick swinging,
everything.
And those guys are just having an FU match, right, nose to nose. Like that, if you're sitting – during those moments, you have something wrong with you. That was exciting hockey.
I think that's why people do respond to it. And there are people who say, get rid of it. Well, it doesn't happen all that much anymore. But when it does, it gets your pulse moving, And people are into the game, and I think it has that same effect on teams.
Oh, Bob, even the last game against Boston, against Tampa, that Clifton fight, it was as loud as a goal. maybe louder. And it had an effect on the game. You know,
there's no question.
It gets you fired up because if you're sitting down and one of your guys is fighting, your teammates are going to be
Sorelli's
pissed.
not really a fighter, is he?
No,
but who came into – it was Sorelli who came Who got hit? Was it Hagel?
Hagel. Hagel. I love Hagel and Sorelli, the way they play. They're like little dogs on the puck. They just work their butt off, you know. And another thing, that Tampa team, they got the high-end skill, but I've never seen a team, one, they stick up for each other, but they might have the most fighting majors because everyone wants to kill them because they have that little rattiness to their game. Even Gensel's got a little rattiness to his game, you know, where he'll slash you, he'll two-hand you, he won't fight you, but he'll get you stirred up, you know. So, but that's like, I find the NHL now is just a completely different game. Like, our speed back then would never even come close to the speed now. Like, it's not even close. But for excitement, it was way better back then. Like, from Philadelphia's teams to New York's team, like, New York had the whole lineup was tough. Long Island, remember the Long Island series?
Oh, yeah.
Like, we would pump them in goals. Like, it would be point night for the big guys. But the third and fourth line guys, like, you were eating your pillow at night because their third, like, they would call up AHL guys that were there just to fight, you know? And like, there's no way you're sleeping good before that game. Like, you know, it's going to be, you know, I would always, my elbow pads would always be a little bit looser that game so they came off if I got in a fight, you know? Because you had to prepare, you know? And that's old school hockey.
I remember, too, one of my favorite ones was the so-called pajama game, which went 5 overtimes.
Oh, yeah.
Back at the old barn
at
the Civic Arena when the Flyers, and I guess it was Keith Primo, if I remember. You know, I don't know what minute mark, but 5 overtimes. I remember in that, you know, we had to go back to do sports at the station at KDK. I was up there until I had to go back. I went back, and then I'm thinking to myself, it's still going on. This is the first overtime. Should I go back or watch it here? I decided to go back, and I was there for another 2.5 hours, and it just didn't end until that 5th overtime.
Yeah.
And that changed the direction of that series, too.
Oh, yeah.
The Penguins, I think, were up by 2-1 in the series. Would have made it 3-1 with a win. It goes 2-2 the other way.
That's when you need depth, right? That's when your third and fourth line, like, hey, you want to play 40 a night? Here's your 40 minutes. Go do something with it, you know? But that makes it so fun. And the rivalries, like, who do you think the Penguins' rivalries are right now? Who do you think, if there was going to be a game?
I'd like to think it's still the Flyers.
I know.
But I don't get that vibe anymore. Capitals used to be, but they don't play nearly, no meaningful games. Good man to ask would be Joe Starkey, who is here now joining us, because he goes back. He remembers the pajama game. He remembers the 5 overtimes. He remembers, you know, guys like Dave Schultz and Bob Battleship Kelly, who I used to love, and when they fought. We're talking about these moments, Joe Starkey, and I know you have some.
Bob, what are you trying to pull here?
He looks fresh.
You're trying to steal the show.
Well, part-time Joe.
You and Limits are conspiring to steal the show. He's on the phone. You won't believe what just happened to me. You won't believe this.
You look fresh, though, Joe. You look like you're
good.
Yeah, you're pumping. Yeah, you look good. You're fresh.
I did a workout this morning. Back down to 203.
You didn't show up till 10:45.
Part-time Joe, baby.
Yeah.
Here's what happened, Bob. I don't know how much of this I'm allowed to tell, but I'm going to tell it anyway. Listen to this story. So I have a new job, writing job at the Trib, right?
Yeah.
They want me to take a drug test, so I got to pee in a cup.
Don't tell me you failed.
No. Here's the thing. I went there this morning to the Central Bank or whatever it is to take a pee test. And the lady tells me this passport, this pee passport that you have, expired on January 13th. I said, okay, well,
I guess heard of a pee passport.
It's like a little passport you give them, and then you take the test.
It has an expiration?
It has an expiration.
Wow.
The form. So I said, okay, I guess I got to leave. I tried to get it right away. So then 2 minutes later, maybe 10 minutes later, I drove all the way up here to the parking lot, was going to join you fine gentlemen, and I get the new passport. I said, great, I'm just going to go back and do it. The place is right around the corner. So I go back in, and they won't let me back in. The lady says, no, you have to basically go back in line. I said, I was just here. I had the wrong form or not an updated form. Now I have the right form. It's only going to take 2 minutes. And then she was rude. And then I almost snapped. And then I did say a bad word over to the side. So then I started to think, oh, my God, if I create a scene here, they are going to think I'm on drugs. Plus the trip will think I'm avoiding the test. They're going to think I'm on drugs. Everybody thinks I'm on drugs, Bob.
So there was a line. You said when you left there wasn't a line. When you came back, there was a line.
There was no line.
Well,
they just wouldn't let me back in.
Line. Why would she?
I don't know. They wouldn't let me back in. It became a Seinfeld episode.
You eventually got it done.
No, I didn't get,
you didn't
done.
get it done.
No, I had to come back here.
Again.
They didn't have another point. I never peed.
And you prepared your pee for this moment.
I prepared it all for that moment. No pee. No test, no nothing.
You
just
got someone else's pee.
You know what? You're going to go back tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah, you're going to get some. They used to do that back in the days, right? Get
Right.
someone to pee for you. Is that what's really happening here? You need someone else to pee for you.
I don't know.
You're trying to hide something.
Right. They think I'm on drugs. The people where I just created a scene think I'm on drugs. This has turned into a Seinfeld episode.
You better make sure you don't go back until that expiration is confirmed, whatever it may be. Because you'll go back again, and tomorrow won't be good.
I thought you already were on drugs.
Well, I guess that is the case.
I wonder if they're gonna have to make would you get naked and pee in front of someone, a girl?
What?
When you pee test,
yeah,
you got to show everything, right?
No.
Didn't they give you pee tests in hockey?
Yeah. You had to, you had to have your drawers around your ankles and lift your shirt up.
Would they come to your house to do it?
No, you did it at the rink. And
really?
You couldn't leave
just random?
It's like the random drug testing in the NHL. But you would have to literally drop your drawers and lift your shirt up. And it's like, dude, can I have some privacy? You ever pee with pressure? It's not easy peeing with pressure.
I can't pee with pressure.
Yeah, they would
even here, Bob, all it takes, one other person qualifies as pressure, and then I've got pee delay. I can't do it. Wow. Do you have that?
Yeah, there's pressure when you have to pee, and you got to perform there, and it has to come out.
Limits? Do you
would
suffer
prefer
from pee
a very,
pressure?
very strong stream too, just to make sure people know this is good, man. And not a little drizzle.
People who are really self-confident don't have pee pressure. They could be anywhere in a crowded bathroom, anything, and they just go.
If you go to a game and you go into a general bathroom,
too much
pressure.
Of
when
course.
You go there and it's like, okay, come on, let's go. It's not,
Bob,
it's not cooperating.
I said one
and
other
there are guys
person
standing behind you.
Right, standing behind me. I can't. Forget it. Not happening. Do you have that, Tyler?
Not really. I can. Well, I feel like I've been in a dressing room so long. Like in San Jose, we didn't have doors. Didn't have doors on the.
Well, yeah, those are with your buddies. I mean,
yeah, but
your teammates.
I think you get used to peeing in front of people.
Yeah. Limits? You have any pee pressure?
Maybe slightly.
Yeah. What does it take? Crowded.
Somebody to go away and not just be staring at me, I guess.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah, maybe
if somebody's staring at you.
I remember Jordan Stahl got in trouble for underage drinking. Remember his first year and all that?
Yeah.
They would show up at 7 o'clock in the morning, and we'd be just waking up, and we'd get a knock on the door, and it would be someone like, "Hey, we need to do a piss test," and we're like, "Dude, we just like."
So they would come to your house.
This was different. This was through this was a different part of the NH. You know what I mean? That was through for drug testing for steroid stuff. This was making sure he wasn't drinking. It was through a program.
And did you have to get it too?
Making
no,
sure
I
he wasn't
didn't.
drinking. Okay, I see.
It was more for rehab or not rehab, but you know what I mean? Making sure he's clean at a young age or something. But
now everybody thinks I'm on drugs, Bob. My new employer, the people over at the P place, it's unbelievable.
Well, I've often thought that too, and sometimes you go off on a tangent, and we end up in a place I never thought we would go. So yes,
I thought the drugs it'd help you, right?
I guess, yeah.
More creative.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I wasn't expecting this. Yeah, and I even fasted for it. I haven't eaten since the party last night. I thought you had to fast for a pee test.
You don't have to pass. You don't have to do that. Do you fast?
Well, I know that now. They told me I didn't, but I was all prepared. I was going to be late to work.
Blood work, sure.
And now everything backfired. Everything backfired, and everybody thinks I'm on drugs.
Where'd you read you have to fast?
What?
Where'd you read that?
The last time I went in there was for a shot, and they told me I had to fast, and they kicked me out that time, too, because I had eaten. I don't know, Bob. The whole thing. I don't know how to do this.
Well, I have no advice for you other than Make sure your expiration is good. Don't eat. Don't drink. Don't do anything. And just walk in there and say, please help me.
What'd you think of the party last night? Did you tell Tyler about it?
No, we didn't get to that, but you can inform him.
Let's talk. I don't mean to interrupt. Were you guys having an interesting conversation?
No. We were just talking about flashbacks of the Flyers series.
Oh, yeah. I heard some of that. Yeah. Guys up on the boards threatening to fight each other.
Yep.
The party last night was unbelievable.
Heard phenomenal.
It was for the Marconi Award-winning station. That
Hyde
is
Park
93.7.
Steakhouse.
I must have missed
They
the
were
text.
wonderful to us, weren't
It's a
they?
great place.
Missed the text or the email.
Bob, why
Craig,
wasn't he invited? He's been part of our
I know
success.
that. I don't know. That's an oversight.
Jesus.
Yeah.
We have
Limits?
a complimentary steak dinner for you, along with 4 appetizers and 3 hours at the bar.
Why are you so quiet, Limits, all of a sudden?
Oh, so quiet.
Yes.
He feels pressure. He has people behind him now, and he can't be himself.
There is.
It's
There's
like,
an entourage.
He looks so little in there, doesn't he, Bob, all of a sudden, with people behind him? Look at that.
well, he's sitting.
I can't
know.
believe he shaved the mustache.
Did he? I know. He didn't have any
Yeah, I
luck
did.
with the mustache, so he had to go with a different
No
look.
luck with it. I decided to change it up, Joe. You always try to make inferences based on the way that I change my
You had
appearance.
19 people trying to set you up last night. Everybody's interested
And
in your
there was
welfare.
a bar that was on fire last night. You could have gone around there.
Well, Bob, you said you were going to introduce me to some people at the bar, and then when I went
They
to
were
look
60
for you,
years
you were
old.
gone.
Bob's trying to get him to do a reverse Belichick. He wants Limits to date like a 70-year-old.
No, Bob just wanted to network.
I just opened the door to possible networking. You never know where connections get you, and maybe that that Cougar's daughter is somebody for you. I don't know.
Hey, we should have maybe a
Crazy
dating. Maybe a little. We should have some interviews for girls.
Interviews would be incredible.
him.
Hey,
Yeah.
Craig's
I've
back here.
tried
Don't
that.
give him any ideas. He's salivating at the thought of that right now.
I'm telling you, it would be so fun.
1-800 call Austin.
We
Right.
would ask the questions.
That would be incredible. We vet the candidates, and then we pass them along to Limits if they pass.
And if they pass, they can come in and we'll talk to them.
I like that. Well, they started out with a crab cake. This was incredible.
Yep.
Then they had fresh soft pretzels. Bob wasn't there for that.
No, they're like bread pretzels, right? They're like pretzel bread or whatever you want to call it.
Well, aren't all pretzels kind of bread? They were pretzels.
But it's not a pretzel.
Yes, it was
No,
a
it
pretzel.
wasn't a pretzel.
It was a pretzel
It was a
stick.
pretzel bread.
Limits, was that a pretzel we had?
It was a pretzel stick, yes.
Yeah.
Is Craig back there?
Yeah, he is.
He is.
Craig, I didn't get the email. I must have missed the email. What happened there?
Why are we arguing about what pretzels are, Bob? It's a pretzel.
It's a bread.
No, it's
Again,
not.
aren't all pretzels bread?
Yes, but in this form, it wasn't a pretzel that you would think
It was
comes
a
in a
stick
pretzel form.
with salt on it that
It's
they
a
called a pretzel. Now I feel like I'm
an
on
Olive
drugs
Garden
again.
stick.
Yeah, like a stick with salt. That's a pretzel.
Not a pretzel comes in a
I
form.
agree.
It's
No,
like
a pretzel doesn't just come in a pretzel form. It can be a pretzel stick.
What?
Limits.
It was a soft pretzel.
Sauce.
Andy Lindbergh just came in and remarked.
Yeah, he said it too.
It's in the bread basket. If
It
they
was in the
wanted-
bread basket. That's true.
Right.
Yeah.
So that makes it bread.
Okay. But it was whatever it was. They had a crab cake, then an incredible bread bowl, then a salad. Bob, it was like you got
the
your
wedge.
own.
It
Yes,
was a full wedge.
your own ball. What do you call that?
A wedge.
I know, but what do you call it when you a head? It was like you got your own head of lettuce.
That's what a wedge is.
I know. Well, that's half a head of lettuce.
Okay.
He's going to argue about every single food thing we
What
got
else
left.
did you get, Joe?
Well, I was full by then, but then plus they had the accoutrements, didn't they? Limits, little pecans that went with the salad wedge.
Yes.
And then along came the steak.
Oh.
I got the filet, mashed potatoes, asparagus, and then after that, I got what was that? Limits, a chocolate torte.
Yes. I actually took it home with me. I could not eat the whole thing.
I mean, Bob, that was amazing.
How
yeah,
big
the
was the
cheesecake
steak?
was good too.
How big was the steak, Joe?
I mean, it was just I ordered a little filet. He ordered a steak the size
takes
of
care of
Mulsey's
it.
cranium.
New
this
York
guy.
strip.
And he finished
for the
it.
second.
New York strip steak was very good.
And to bring the conversation full circle, somebody went to pee, and who's at the urinal but Clint Hurdle?
Yeah, I don't know.
Remember that? It
I
was
remember being
Zangrilli.
told.
Of all
he was there
people, it
last
was
night?
Zangrilli who doesn't like Hurdle, and Hurdle apparently doesn't like Zangrilli, and they met in the urinal.
Well,
accidentally.
that's pressure.
Yeah.
That's pressure.
That's real
when
pressure.
You're at that urinal and you go in and you look and it's Clint Hurdle and you don't have the best of relation. Well, I didn't
Right.
know he was in town.
Neither did I until Zangrilli comes back from the bathroom. Then Limits and I say we're going to go on a field trip to say hi to Hurdle, and Zangrilli shut it down. It's like you don't do that when somebody's eating. Remember that, Limits?
Yeah, he
What did
wouldn't
he tell
allow me
us?
to. And then I asked Crowley if he would like to go with me, And then I walked by, saw who I thought was Clint Hurdle, but wasn't sure, so I decided not to approach.
Tyler, how do you feel about that? You're eating dinner, a fan wants to come up and say hello. Is that that's a party foul?
No, not in my book it isn't.
It's not if they say hello, can I get an autograph? But if they want to chit-chat and, like, you got to know your place, right? You can't go and, like, say if Sid was eating with his, with someone. If you said, hey, Sid, we love you. Can we get an autograph and a picture quick? That's okay. But if you want to talk about Sid's hometown and, have a fight, that's not acceptable. Like, his time's valid. Like, you know what I mean? You have to respect people's time. That's where, like, it's okay, but, like.
But I know Clint Hurdle. I know him. I could have, Clint, hello. He would have said, hey, Joe, like, why was Zangrilli shutting that down?
You should have overruled Zangrilli.
Yeah, you're right.
It's not like, though, you should go back into, are you thinking he's still in the bathroom when this occurs?
I wasn't going to go into the bathroom and say hi to him.
If you go and start searching for people, that's not a good way to go.
Like in the stall, hey, Clint, how you doing? I haven't seen you in 10
Are you in there? Hello, Clint, I heard you. Oh, no, I'm sorry, you're not Clint. Sorry, go ahead.
But it was packed last night.
It was packed.
Wow.
Well, it's restaurant week. And
Bob
so a lot
knew every single person in there.
Mayor of the town right here.
It was incredible.
And they do a great job there, really good job. All of them.
City limits should never leave his side. That's what a veteran guy.
Yeah,
that's
you
good advice.
You got to
so
walk
he's my Ben Kindle?
Yes.
He's my Ben Kindle.
Yeah.
Okay.
TK, you wouldn't believe it. As soon as Bob got there, hi, Bob, how are you? What would you like today? His
Bob
food
got
arrived
a standing
in like
ovation.
10 minutes. He had a standing ovation.
Restaurant?
Yeah, well, no, in our little room in the back where we were celebrating the Marconi that you helped us win, but weren't invited.
And I thought I was late because I was doing television. I was going to sneak in. No one was there, and yet you all were there. And that kind of
Craig's still back here, Joe.
How is City Limits not hanging around?
He was sitting by me.
Yeah, but
our boss took a shot at Limits.
When you walk around, he should be like the puppy behind you, like, hey.
You should shadow Bob for a month, even at his house.
Do you have an extra guest room, Bob?
Yeah, I do.
We have to go, Bob. I'm sorry. I feel like I've walked in.
He's my Ben Kindle now. This is how I look at it.
Kindle.
And you're my Sidney Crosby.
That's
City
right.
Limits, we're going to find you
Mary
a girl,
Lemieux and Crosby when he first came in.
Yeah, we need to find City Limits.
Yeah, well,
I've
put
tried.
your applications in.
Well, it got weird last time because we would get emails and things, and then it just felt wrong.
Oh, that's okay. I'll sort through them.
Okay. All right. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. Meet me at Mike's. Also brought to you by SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people and their families plan for the rest of their lives. You're a hell of a man. And we'll talk to you next week, right, Bob?
Yes, and we're getting close to the Olympics, and the Rangers are having problems. We never got to that. But Mike Sullivan, man, they're already on his case in New York.
I love it.
And they lost again last time, but we'll do that next time.
All right. Thank you, Tyler.
Thank you, Tyler.
Are you going to be here at 10 next week, Joe, or what time? What time does the show up?
Assuming I'm not on drugs, yes, I'll be here then. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry Contest, run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Cold and a high of 27. Kent DeColvey, a low of 16. Adam Thielen retired.
He retired.
We hardly knew him. I called you Barb. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Did you faithfully do the reads the whole hour, Bob?
I did, and I did them on time.
Even the time check?
I didn't get to that because, no.
Of course you didn't. That was supposed to be at 10:25.
We got back on the air.
You didn't get to it on time.
No. My clock management is better than yours. I got off when I was supposed to, and I was going to do that until you came in and started talking about your troubles
now
with your
look where
testing.
you took us, past the hour with the boss back there.
That's fine. He knows what happened.
Unbelievable.
It's a failed test. That's what you're hiding. You failed that test.
Time check is 11:01. Make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. There's 5 candidates that are being reported to have been interviewed or going to be interviewed by the Steelers.
And one team already has a new head coach.
I know. And I've got to get something off my chest right away here at the top of the hour, such as it is, about this whole coaching thing and whether this is a plum job in the NFL. We'll talk about that coming up next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Penguins back in action tonight. Still looking to bounce back after they lost in a shootout in their last matchup. Penguins will play against Philadelphia, 7 o'clock. Rick Tocchet is back in Pittsburgh coaching the Flyers. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show. With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Joe, you have a message for the people.
Thank you, Limits, for your undying well of kindness. There's a story of a man and his mustache that people know well by now. His name is Joe Potocznik, and his mustache was born 40 years ago. So was the business. And look at him now, 40 years later. Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Dealer. Not everybody gets that. You can't buy that. You can only earn it. Only 1% of the dealers in the region have that honor, and Joe does. They've been out to my house multiple times. Really good people. They do what they say they're going to do, which is fix your situation or need a new roof. They set you up like nobody else. 412-829-7711. Receive $500 off your next roof or siding job. That's 412-829-7711.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high-protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer.
Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's premier locally owned shredding and document management service since 1928. Steel City has been Pittsburgh's trusted name in business services. Today, Steel City Shredding continues that legacy with secure, on-site shredding you can watch happen. From paper and hard drives to media destruction and e-waste disposal, we keep your information safe. And we 100% recycle all materials. Steel City Shredding, secure, on-site, 100% recycled. Visit steelcityshredding.com.
New year means new stuff. Time to haul away the old. 2 Men and a Junk Truck is here and ready to help with your post-holiday cleanout. Book us online. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
Acoustic wave therapy and powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clear. right on your face. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top-quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Meet the 2026 Subaru Forester Hybrid Premium, the SUV that's ready for winter and smart about fuel efficiency. With its added hybrid power, the Forester Hybrid Premium is built to handle snowy commutes, icy mornings, and long winter drives with confidence. And right now, Bowser Subaru, there's 1.9% APR available on the 26 Forester Hybrid Premium, so don't wait. Credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. Head to BowserSubaru.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Dry January just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer, brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or shipped nationwide at beverages2u.com.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random plus one.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, place, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify in stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid, both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months, or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball with the victory last night on the road at Georgia Tech as the Panthers had a good bounce-back performance to snap their losing streak, 89-66. The final scores, the Panthers shot 53% from the field, including 42% from three. They made 11 on the night, and they were led by a solid performance by multiple different Panthers, scoring in double figures to put them now 8-9 on the season. 5 different players tallied 10 or more points. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris Hoke joins the show next.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, various reports have the Steelers planning to interview these 5 head coaching candidates. Brian Flores, Vikings defensive coordinator, was in the building not long ago. as a defensive consultant, overall consultant here, and seemed to have left a really good impression. L.A. Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minner. Miami Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver. Of course, Chris Shula, the Rams defensive coordinator. And Nate Scheelhaase, the Scheelhaase, the Rams, I guess, passing game coordinator, Bob?
Yeah.
I would call him. So before we get to Hokie, just give me a name, at least of those 5, that you would take.
Well, I like Shula, but I also like Shula with Scheelhaase together as a package because he's a pass game coordinator. He's going to be looking to move on and up, and maybe if that's one way to get
What
both
else
of them
do we know
here.
about Shula? I've been trying to read about him. What do we know about him?
He's
Okay,
been
so
with
he's a
Sean
pretty good
McVay
defensive.
for a long time.
Yeah,
I think because
9
of that,
years.
That's an important thing. He's been around a guy who knows how to do it. I think he's very detail-oriented.
Yeah.
He's seen both sides of it. He knows the offense. He knows the defense. He's watched how Scheelhaase has done his job. And just the way Scheelhaase.
That's going to be a great name. Him or Stefanski would be the perfect names for here, wouldn't they?
Yeah, Stefanski's an interesting topic. A lot of people
endorsed that idea.
I was surprised. I saw that where he was talking about Marcus Freeman. He said, nah, Marcus Freeman shouldn't go there. There's too much to do, plus he's got a great gig here. When Marcus Freeman had a press conference yesterday, I thought it was going to be, well, I'm staying. I just got a new contract, another $10 million to stick around or whatever. But he would be an attractive candidate at some point. I don't know if it's this coaching
Marcus
cycle.
Freeman, I think, would be something, and maybe this is the job he'd leave for. Anyway, let's go to our friend and yours, Dr. Hokenstein,
76.
the Hokenator.
What's going on, brothers?
Super Bowl champion.
How we doing?
Oh, nothing other than Mike Tomlin stepped down after 19 years. What was your reaction, Hokie?
You know what? I listened to Coach Mr. Rooney's press conference afterwards, and I'm kind of like in the same mindset as him. Like, didn't surprise me, but I thought that the Steelers would extend him. Mr. Rooney, like he said, that he was ready to take another run at this thing next year and go there. And Coach Tomlin came in and had a different idea. And I think Coach Tomlin is a very smart guy. He's very, he has a very high EQ, right? And he understands that it's probably time for a new direction, a new voice, a new vision in the front office there that has a head coach for the Steelers. And so it didn't surprise me. I'm sad. Listen, I played for Coach Tomlin for 5 years. Love Coach Tomlin, know him on a personal level. I know his family. I know what kind of man he is. A lot of Steeler Nation only knows him as the head coach. I know him as a man. I know him as a human being and what kind of heart he has, the kind of person he is, the kind of life he leads. And so I have a different perspective, and I look at him through a different lens. So to me, this is a little harder to take.
Yeah, and let me ask you from this point of view, Chris, the fact that it happened like 15 hours after they lost, which I was not surprised either because, I felt like the things were building up there. But were you surprised how quickly they do it? Normally, he'll take a couple of days and then he may go through a press conference and not say much, and then a week later you find out he's going to move. This was happening. It happened very quickly.
I think it tells you a lot. I think, first of all, it tells you that this has been on his mind for a while, that he's thought through this. I mean, he's not a knee-jerk kind of guy, an impulsive guy. I mean, he's very thoughtful. And so he had thought through this. And I think that, the tune had changed, right? I mean, you started to hear a lot of Fire Tomlin. I don't think you've heard that chant in Acrisure Stadium or Heinz Field as it once was in his whole tenure. And I think that wears on him. I think it wears on his family. You can see, think about that. He can block it all out. He can go to work every day and block it like the players do. But Kia and his kids, this wears on them, right? And it impacts them and affects them and their lives. And so there's a lot of things here, I think, at play. I think another thing, too, is that, it leads me to believe that whether they won or lost, he was going to step down after the season. Right. I think he really felt that time had taken its course. Now, listen, I don't have any inside information. I'm just telling you kind of my read from the outside looking in. But I think that he just kind of knew that it was time. And so I think there's a lot to this that just meets the eye.
Chris Hoke on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So, Hokie, they've had a type, I guess you could say, the Steelers with these 3 coaches in 59 years or whatever it is. And that is all 3 were defensive coordinators. And the guys that I read at the top of this segment
4 or 5.
4 of the 5 are defensive coordinators.
Yep.
What is it more important to have an offensive mind, a defensive mind, to go with force of personality, just an overall leader? What's the preferred profile, do you think, for the new coach? What would you want to have?
Well, I think about it for a second as I thought about this and just in the last few minutes, but also leading up to this. I kind of thought they would go a defensive coordinator route. Defensive coordinators bring kind of a nastiness, right? They're a little more nastier in terms of their demeanor, in terms of their approach. You have to have the D coordinator versus an offensive coordinator. That's not a truism. That's not always the case, but typically. And so you look at this thing and think, traditionally they've hired defensive coordinators. And you look at this and think, okay, what's the model? The model to me is New England. They went out and got Mike Vrabel, a defensive guy, and brought in Josh McDaniels. If you can go out and get a defensive head coach who brings that nasty, brings that relatability to the players, that can kind of set that tone, and then bring an offensive coordinator in who can be innovative and think outside the box, I think that's the perfect match and the perfect model. And you're seeing that in New England right now.
I think Mike DeFable, by the way, from The Athletic, had a very good piece today on – he got some people to comment about what it was like in the final meeting with Mike Tomlin. And there was a lot of emotion, players saying, no, don't do it, no, no, no. I think T.J. Watt was the guy leading that charge. So obviously there are a lot of people who will be back next year. A lot of them may not be back, but they have players who will be back. I think it's a tough job to come into given that element, the fact that so many players wanted Tomlin to stay. So a new coach comes in, he's going to have to go in right off the bat and win that room. And when you hear that phrase, Chris, win that room, to start, what does that mean to you?
You got to come in and you've got to be a player's coach. You've got to be approachable. You've got to work with the players. You've got to set your standard. You've got to set your program. But also you've got to work with the players, especially the vets, guys like T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward, if he's still back, which I hope he is, and a lot of these veterans that are under contract, Alex Highsmith. I've been through this. Listen, I was at the transition when we went from Cowher to Tomlin. I had not heard Tomlin's name before he was hired, and I loved Coach Cowher. But you're not under contract to Mike Tomlin. I wasn't under contract to Bill Cowher. I was under contract to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And so you've got to roll with it. And at the end of the day, you've got to perform to justify them paying you and justify your position on that team, whether the head coach is Brian Flores or the head coach is Mike Shula or whether the head coach is anybody, Shellhouse, right? I mean, whoever. I heard you guys earlier, right? I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you're under contract to the team, to the organization, to the Rooneys. And that's the fact. And so it's going to be hard. And you love a coach. You played for a coach your whole career. And so it's the fear of the unknown a little bit, right? What's this new guy to come in and make this? And when Coach Tomlin came in, he kicked our butts. That first training camp was hard. And Coach Cowher's training camps were hard. But Coach Tomlin crushed us. And we went 2 days, pretty much the whole camp. And, we paid for that a little bit down the road in the playoffs when we played Jacksonville. I think we were gassed towards the end of the season. But he was able to find out who his dogs were and who his dogs weren't. He was able to find who would and who wouldn't. You find out who those guys are, and you're able to kind of sift through and cut the fat a little bit. And that's what Tomlin did, and that's what this new coach is going to do. He's going to find out who's going to fight and who's not.
Yeah, and obviously it's got to be somebody who understands the relationship I think Tomlin had with those guys, and that he's not out to try to replace him per se, just to add on to what he's been able to accomplish there. So it's interesting to me that, you talk about defensive head coaches first, and that seems to be their preference. But if you get a guy who's really, really good, it could work the other way, can't it? I mean, you can hire an offensive guy who brings in a Jim Schwartz, who brings in somebody who has a history. So
yeah.
I think this whole thing is still up in the air. A lot of people have made it like, well, it's going to be a defensive guy. It might be, but it could go the other way as they were surprised.
Let's be honest, though, Palm.
Let's
be honest, Palm. 4 of the 5 are D coordinators. That's got to tell you which way they're leaning.
I understand that,
right?
but what if Shieldhouse?
The Rooneys don't just.
What if Shieldhouse does what Mike Tomlin did and comes and blows them away?
Sure,
I think they're having an open mind to that.
It tells you right now. The Rooneys don't just do things to do things, right? They're very methodical. There's a history. There's tradition. There's a family lore. And if you look at it, and I didn't. You look at all the coaches they hire with D coordinators. 4 of the 5 are D coordinators. It tells you that unless Shellhouse comes in and absolutely blows them away, the likelihood of the new coach is going to be a defensive coordinator. I mean, I think if 1 + 1 = 2 there for me. And so the reality is that, listen, it could be someone. I think a guy that I really like that I just came to my mind. What about like an Antoine Randall in Detroit?
Right? Joe brought him up the other day.
Yeah. I think Antoine Randall, he's in Chicago now. I'm sorry, he was in Chicago. He is now, right? He's there with Ben Johnson as the receivers coach. He was in Detroit with Dan Campbell. So he's been around some great coaches. He's got great young coaches, innovative coaches, tough coaches with Dan Campbell. Would he be a guy that can come in as an O coordinator or passing game coordinator for the city? There's some guys like that. I think sometimes we get locked into the sexy pick, the hot pick out there right now, but there's a lot of guys out there. Mike Tomlin was an unknown, at least in my opinion, to me, back in 2006-ish, 7 when Tomlin and Cowers, the tide was changed over to Tomlin.
Well, before Harbaugh went to the Giants, there was 9 openings. Where would you rank the Steelers among those, Hokie? I've got them pegged at about 4th because I think it's all about the quarterback. I really do. I mean, I can pick great coach.
I agree.
Yeah. 4th?
I agree. I'm sorry I keep cutting you guys off. I apologize. Maybe a little lag here. But, no, I agree. I think that if the Steelers, like back when Tomlin came, it was probably the top because they had Ben Roethlisberger. We had Ben Roethlisberger. You don't have a franchise quarterback right now. And so that look at the Giants, to me, that was a top job because you have Jackson Dart. I believe in Jackson Dart. I think he's a young fella who proved that, with the right coaching and continued mentoring, he can really develop. They have a defense that's really nasty, kind of like in the mold of the Ravens, that have been traditionally the Ravens. So I think the Steelers, but you got to understand, I think just because the Steelers don't have a quarterback, the Steelers tradition, the Steelers name, the Steelers that they find a way to win is going to override a lot of other organizations like the Raiders, right?
See, I put the Raiders job ahead of this one because they got the number 1 pick and they're going to get Mendoza.
And what if they somehow get Kurt Cignetti too to coach him? Who knows? They're still looking for a coach.
Yeah, I mean, they're still looking for a coach. But the reality is, man, I think you go there. It's like New York Jets, right? I mean, these are organizations that are typically bottom dwellers, and it's very hard to go there and think, okay, you have to understand when you go into a situation like that, I'm going to make a lot of money, but I may only be here 3 or 4 years. You come to Pittsburgh, Starkey, you can be here. Look how long Cowher was here. Look how long Tomlin was here. Look how long Noel was here. You come here as a young coach, you do things right, and just follow the organizational plan. You could be here like Tomlin and Cowher 15, 20 years or more like Chuck Noll. I mean, this is an organization that doesn't overcorrect, doesn't overthink things, that lets things ride. Just like Coach Mr. Rooney said, he was willing to go in another year and take another shot the same with Tomlin next year. They don't overreact. And so this would be a great, to me, over the Raiders, over the Jets, places like that, because of that understanding and the patience that it takes to build an organization.
But you
need to win.
You got to have a quarterback too. You
got to have a quarterback, and it bought Tomlin a lot of years when he won a Super Bowl right away. Cowher won a division right away. They had success right away. I'll be interested to see if this new guy with no quarterback comes in and doesn't win right away. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, everybody talked about how great Aaron Rodgers played. And Aaron Rodgers had some really good games, but he also had some really bad games, right? And so he was, I would say, maybe I don't think he was a C. I think he was above average, but, he was much better than Russell Wilson was the year before. But Tomlin won the division with Aaron Rodgers, right? A 42-year-old quarterback. He won, even though nobody likes to point to this, but it means something. He never had a losing season. And people say, well, that doesn't, but you know what? The reason why John Harbaugh was fired from Baltimore was because he lost the locker room, right? Tomlin never lost the locker room. He always had his guys. I played in that locker room for 5 years. He's a motivator, and he knows how to get guys ready to play, and he never lost that team. They always fought back. Right. And I always go back to about a month or so ago when somebody asked him in a press conference, what makes you so confident that you guys can get things right? And he said, just watch. He knew the makeup of that team. He knew through his experiences what he could do, and he saw what happened.
I want to ask you about the quarterback because that, again, is the most important decision facing whoever is the new head coach coming in. So how do you think they go about doing that, short-term and long-term? Because they have guys here. Mason Rudolph signed for another year. You know, Will Harmon's waiting to get his opportunity. But they also need a high-end guy with Moore now in Oregon deciding he's going to come back and get paid a lot, so he's not ending the draft. That'll have a big ramification into this draft. I don't know how many guys are actually available where they're going to pick or even if they'd want them. So how do you go about this year into 2027 when it does look like potentially, and I say that because we thought this was going to be a great year for it, and it's not going to be, potentially could be a good quarterback draft?
I believe that this will be a priority for the Steelers. But as we know, the Steelers are not going to overreach for a player, right? But they're going to go out and try to get a quarterback. And I think that could have played a role in this pomp of why Tomlin stepped down. Tomlin, made it very clear that he didn't want to rebuild. And getting a young quarterback in the first round, which they could have had Jackson Dart, meant starting over, right?
But if you had that pick to do over again, would you have done it the same way? Would you have taken Dart? You would have?
I would have taken Dart. Yeah, I would have. But
me too.
Joe Stark.
Bob doesn't like Dart.
I never said I didn't like Dart.
You said you didn't like Dart, Bob.
I did not say
yes,
that.
You
I
did.
said I wouldn't take him in the first round. I would have waited because I hadn't seen enough.
And you must not like him a lot.
It's 1 year. We'll see how it goes and plays out. But I didn't say I didn't like him. I said I wouldn't take him.
Limitates him.
Here's the thing, Tom, is the reason why I say that, and that's no slight to Derek Harmon. I think Derek Harmon played well. I liked how he played in this game on Monday night against the Texans. But I believe that the reality is that he could have been a franchise quarterback. I think he's going to be the franchise quarterback for the Giants, and Harbaugh going there. I think you're going to see a lot of good things out of him. And so the Steelers, it's tough. I mean, is a Jackson Dart going to slide to you or a quarterback like that in the first round? They need to build. And I do believe that was part of the thing was Tomlin didn't want to rebuild. And he didn't want to. He wanted a veteran quarterback. That's why you saw Russell Wilson come in. That's why you saw.
But you can't live like that every year, though.
Art said he's not going to rebuild now either.
Well, but still, the quarterback is it has to be the number one priority eventually. I don't know if you could do it now. My point is, you can't keep living by bringing in rotating quarterbacks every year in the NFL. To me, you just
I agree with you, Pop. I'm standing with you on that. I believe. I don't think you can go out and be a rent a team. And every year to year, you've got to build some continuity. You've got to build and start young and go out and get your Ben Roethlisberger. And listen, even when they drafted Ben, it wasn't a surefire that he was going to be great. He was great, but you go out and get a guy from the Miami of Ohio. Is he going to be able to come in? And Ben came in and just blew it up and was incredible for all those seasons. But a first round quarterback's not a surefire pick. Right, but it's the best chance of having a franchise quarterback, and so nobody's just going to give up a franchise quarterback, if they believe in him. So I think this is a tough thing, but I believe in Omar. I believe in Mr. Rooney, and that brass down the south side of Pittsburgh. They're going to figure this thing out. Listen, you don't win and win consistently and have 6 Super Bowls over a generation or two, and have the success they had by standing pat. And Omar has shown that Omar is aggressive too, right? Omar's going to be aggressive, and maybe he'll be aggressive in this draft to go and get a starting quarterback. Who knows? But there's a lot to be seen, a lot to be told, and another story to be written over the next couple months.
Bob, may I play a game of free association with Hokie?
You are free to do that.
All right, Hokie, let's go one-word answers. Are you ready for that? Are you prepared for that?
I'm not good with one-word answers, but I'm going to do my best, brother. You know me. I like to explain, but I'll do my best.
He gets paid by the word, so therefore he
chooses
to talk.
Well, let's try it anyway. Just give me one word. Some of them are yes or no. Would you trade T.J. Watt?
Ooh.
That's 2 words.
Yes. If you held a gun to my head, I don't want to do it, but you're asking me, would I? If it was the right package? That's why I give perspective.
Here we go.
If it was the right package, it was going to give me the right picks, the answer is yes. Because you have guys behind you believe in. And you can still get value for T.J. Watt. Look what New England Patriots did with Richard Seymour.
Would you
bring a first-round draft pick in return?
Would you bring back Jalen Ramsey?
No.
Would you bring back, I guess they have to, from a financial aspect. Are you confident that DK Metcalf is going to be good for this team moving forward? He's only got one guaranteed year left.
No.
Who do you think the starting quarterback on day one will be? Rudolph, Howard, a veteran, or a draft pick?
I think. Oh, that's I see, you're asking me one-word answers. I would say this: either Howard or Rudolph.
Oh, come on, Hokie, give me one: Howard or Rudolph.
I think it's. I mean, I think they'll draft a quarterback. It'll be an in-house guy. I'm going to say Rudolph.
All right.
Well, you like Mason Rudolph. You hesitated, but I know you
doesn't like him. He loves him.
Right. I'm anxious to see where
who's going to be the head coach.
Brian Flores.
Holy ostrich milk. Well, you know everybody over there, so he left a great impression here, didn't he?
He did. And he's tough-minded. Fits kind of that. He's not as I don't know if he's as well-spoken. He's well-spoken. He's smart and intelligent, but I mean, there's very few people in this world that talk and speak and walk like Mike Tomlin. Has a charisma like Mike Tomlin. But he's in that same mold as Mike Tomlin. And he's, I just think that would fit what they're doing, what they've done over the past.
Would you give Broderick Jones his fifth-year option or not?
No.
Thank you, Hokie. I have no further questions. Bob, do you?
No, I tend to agree with a lot of that. I don't know what quarterback you can draft and expect to start here, especially where they're picking. I don't think that's an option.
Would you like Hokie to elaborate on not bringing back Jalen Ramsey? That was interesting.
Yeah, I think it's probably a money thing, Chris. I didn't think he was all that impressive.
I think the money thing, listen, he's an all-time great. Let's be honest. So this is everybody kind of falls off. We saw it with the greats in Pittsburgh. We saw it with Trey Palmer, right? The reality is he's an all-time great, Hall of Fame guy, Yellow Jacket guy. But the reality is, Gold Jacket guy, whatever. I'm getting all mixed here. But I think that he gave up a lot of plays this year. I think he got beat quite a bit this year. And think back objectively. Don't put emotion into it. Subjective, but objectively, he gave up a lot of touchdowns. He gave in critical moments in games, even all the way back to the Jets game when he got beat by Smith and Jigma on third downs. He was a guy that came into training camp, but everybody had a lot of high hopes. I mean, he was talking about, I'm the one who's going to line up and guard Jamar Chase. That's me. And he didn't pan out to be that guy. Not to say that he's not an incredible all-time great, but this year he did not show what the Steelers anticipated him being.
Bob, I know you were also intrigued by Hokie's answer on DK Metcalf. Could you elaborate on that, Hokie?
I just think, you want a guy who he's not good at combat catches. He's not good at when the ball's up in the air. I just, I was always taught by Coach Cowher. I would always learn from him as he would teach the team. When a ball goes in the air, only three things can happen. It's an incomplete pass, it's a pass interference, a DPI, or it's a reception. There's no such thing as interceptions, and he gave up a couple at the catch point that turned over were interceptions. He dropped a lot of balls. He dropped a big ball in the game against the Texans that hurt the Steelers. His actions on the sidelines hurt the Steelers down the stretch the last two games. I keep hearing Coach Mitchell. I know if Coach Mitchell's still here, I know he would say to me, "That's so selfish. That's selfish." That was a selfish move. Wasn't team focused, team centric, and it doesn't mean he's not a great talent. But I don't know if that's something that you pay a $150 million guy.
Bob thinks the Texans' defense is better than anyone that you played on.
Bob can take a hike.
No, he didn't say that. But, man, they do look good. They look really good.
Listen, I was thinking really good. I was thinking they look like our defense back in the mid-2000s, the big nasty Ds, right? I mean, we call them. I mean, listen, the reality was they held the Steelers at 2 for 14 on third down. They had two turns. The game was 10 to 6 with 11 and a half minutes left in the game. And the defense absolutely went wild on the Steelers offense. And two turnovers for touchdowns. That sack fumble return for touchdown broke the back of the Steelers. The Steelers had a chance until that point. But they did not. I mean, the Steelers had a few takeaways in this game, weren't able to capitalize on them. The defense absolutely, I mean, the third down, I mean, listen to this. Here's the thing. They beat the Steelers, Starkey, on first and second down. They dominated the Steelers first and second down. Listen to these third downs. Third and 7, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 21, 3rd and 14, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 12, 3rd and 11, 3rd and 12, 3rd and 6, 3rd and 13, 3rd and 10.
Wow.
There were 0 attempts at 3rd and 1 to 3.
And we said going into the game, you can't do that against that team. You're playing right, and that's what led to the sack fumble on Rodgers.
I know, and yet Artie Smith interviews for every head coaching job in the world, except for this one, where Art Rooney said nobody on this staff's going to get an interview. Really? Then how good is your staff, Bob?
Well, no, I think that's been a problem over the years. Just not enough guys who have captured the imagination of your team and the league so that you're looked at as a guy who can be a head coach. They haven't had any of those guys.
Who's going to win the Super Bowl, Hokie?
I'll tell you what, though, man. I think there's a lot of teams that could take this thing, but I really like the Patriots.
Oh.
I think that they're tough. I think they're tough.
Fair enough, and they have what the Steelers don't, which is a quarterback. Thank you, Hokie.
Hokie Bro, 76.
And you know what? They also have the Steelers don't. They have a head coach.
Yeah, and an offensive coordinator.
It's horrible.
All right.
And they don't have a head coach anymore. It's tough. But I'll tell you what. The Rooneys, they'll come through. Steeler Nation will get behind who the Rooneys pick, and I think still see a lot of wins in the future. Starkey and Pomp.
Thanks, man.
All right.
Have a good rest of your week.
We'll talk to you soon.
See ya.
What a man he is, huh, Bob?
Yes, indeed.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's 11:38. Time to make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. I've got a couple rants in me, Bob. I'm sorry, but I wasn't here at the beginning of the show. And one is this term retread that everybody's talking about. I saw Jerry Dulac. They will absolutely not hire a retread. That's not happening. Why not? Would be my question. And I've got some numbers to talk about and some names to talk about, one of whom is Brian Flores, by the way. And I also want to talk about quarterbacks. And, Bob, you and I might get into a giant fight.
Wow.
But I'm ready for it.
Okay.
I hope you are. The Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. It's Pomp and Joe.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thank you, Bob. The Penguins are back at PPG Paints Arena tonight as they will suit up 7 o'clock against the Philadelphia Flyers. Stuart Skinner is confirmed to be in the net for the Penguins, who are 4th place in the Metro. Took a point against Tampa Bay on Tuesday, but lost in a shootout. They've lost 3 in a row, looking to try to bounce back. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The one NFL coordinator that should get a head coaching job this cycle is Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores. Flores has coordinated amazing defenses throughout his career, and I think was underrated as a head coach with the Miami Dolphins. Minnesota went 9-8 this season with J.J. McCarthy, Max Brosmer, and Carson Wentz at quarterback. That's because of the defense. If I'm Pittsburgh or Baltimore, I'm bringing in Brian Flores. I'm Nick Costos.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including International and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
Hey, it's Crowley. Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Coming to the Bayham Theater Saturday, February 7th, Rich Engler presents Ghost Towns. Ghost Towns have never sounded more alive. You won't want to miss Ghost Towns, February 7th with their special guest, former Eagle guitarist Don Felder and his band. Welcome to the hotel. Don't miss Ghost Towns and Don Felder and his band Saturday, February 7th at the Bayham Theater. Tickets start as low as $35 and are on sale now at trustarts.org.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry. These January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, slide.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
This weekend is your last chance to visit the Pittsburgh RV Show at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Explore over 400 RVs and speak with campgrounds about your next adventure. You can find your new home on the open road at the Pittsburgh RV Show.
Repurposed jewelry that's been in your drawer for years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Cloudy with snow this afternoon, the high 24.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, Bob, I was perusing Jerry Dulak's chat today. Bill in L.A. Jerry. Oh, no, it's not Bill. Yes, it is Bill in L.A. Care to make a prediction on what type of coach you think Art Rooney will go for? Defensive, offensive, retread, young or old? Jerry, absolutely no retreads. No former NFL head coach, defensive-minded and young, just like the previous three. Does that really...
Well, Brian Flores is a former head coach.
Right. Does that really have to be the qualifications here? You just eliminate that idea? Absolutely not. And I've heard others say the same. Let me just clarify one thing here, Bob. May I for a moment?
Sure.
How many Super Bowls have there been in the 21st century? Wrong. 25. Did you know that, Bob?
No.
Yes,
I didn't know 25 exactly.
25 Super Bowls. Would either one of you care to take a guess as to how many, quote, retreads have won those Super Bowls as coaches?
I would say 16.
I'd say a ton because Andy Reid and Belichick have at least half.
16. You're right, Bob. That's why I didn't say wrong.
Just a guess.
16 of 25. So don't tell me they can't go for a retread. Don't tell me, because the implication there is they know better than everybody else. Well, then why have they lost in blowout fashion in 7 straight playoff games and haven't done a damn thing in about a decade if they know better than everybody else? They made a great pick in Chuck Noll all those years ago. Made a great pick in Cowher and made a great pick with Tomlin, at least for a little while. But that was Dan Rooney, was it not? Okay, Art had something to do with it.
Art was very much involved in those searches.
Yeah, Art probably then, if you're telling me he was involved in hiring, which they basically did, Russ Grimm, until Dan said, no, I want Mike Tomlin, correct?
I mean, I guess that's how the story goes, yes.
So, because they've had success 3 times, they've only made 3 decisions, and it's different people now. It doesn't have to fit that prototype.
And but that's Jerry speaking. I don't know if I know that.
No, but Jerry reflects the thinking, I think, of a lot of people out there. They don't want to retread. Okay, so it's not just, by the way, Andy Reid and Belichick. They have 9.
Well, Matt LaFleur became available. He would be considered a retread, but I would love to see that.
Kevin Stefanski, too. John Gruden was a retread in Oakland. He won a Super Bowl. Tony Dungy in Indy. He had coached Tampa. Tom Coughlin beat the Patriots twice. He had coached in Jacksonville before he went to New York. Pete Carroll, he had a pretty good football team in Seattle, last I checked. He had coached in New England and with the Jets. Gary Kubiak won a Super Bowl in Denver. He had coached in Houston as their head coach. Bruce Arians had been the coach in Arizona.
He's the one that sticks out the most.
And then he won a Super Bowl.
Right.
So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that the Steelers are smarter than everybody else, and they'll go for their own young guy, and they'll identify a guy who's never coached before. If the best guy coached somewhere else, I don't give a damn. And I think the best guy might be Kevin Stefanski. At 43 years old, a 2-time Coach of the Year, and I think it would be unbelievably arrogant if they don't even talk to him. That's what I think. Because my first question, if I was Art, would be, how did you beat us all the time in Cleveland with no quarterback? Let's talk for a while about that. Right, Bob?
Yeah, to me, he would be on my list, too, just because of a lot of things that you've said. And, again, I viewed Cleveland as a mess, but I don't think he was the principal mess maker. I think it was mostly their GM, Andrew Berry, and mostly on top of him, their owner, who decided without their consent necessarily to do what he wanted to do with a quarterback game that took him completely out of the mix. So, to me, he was the least of their problems. He is sort of looked at as, well, you're a Cleveland Browns coach, so that comes with a negative connotation. But, again, I don't think he was the reason why they ended up where they were every year.
Well, it wasn't every year. He was 2-time Coach of the Year there, and he won a playoff.
At the bottom of the standings most of the time.
Well, yeah, 3 of his 5 years, but 2 of those he was good, which is a miracle to me in Cleveland.
Right, despite all the odds that he was up against.
And he's only 43, I might add. But the Limitless Wonder says the Steelers have 2 more people suddenly on their radar. We already know, at least according to reports that are out there, that they had requested interviews with Chris Shula, Nate Scheelhaas, Brian Flores. Well, you can't hire him. He's a retread. Jesse Minner and Anthony Weaver, the Dolphins defensive coordinator. Who else we got, Limits?
They might just talk to every defensive coordinator in football. They're going to talk to Ejiro Evero, who is the DC of the Carolina Panthers. And Ian Rappaport just reporting that the Steelers have requested an interview with Packers DC, Jeff Hafley.
Jeff Hafley, okay.
A lot of different teams.
Interesting. So I guess you almost have to be a defensive coordinator to get an interview here?
6 of 7.
Yeah. You'd think that a team also that has been running they got a little bit better with Aaron Rodgers, but for several years now, a historically laughable offense might want to get an offensive guy in here. Just a thought, Limits, right?
I fully agree. I would go offensive-minded head coach. And Kevin Stefanski is number one on my list. And that might sound completely outlandish because we saw what he did with the Browns, but he did win 2 Coach of the Years, had no quarterback, and has an unstable organization. A young offensive mind like him, I think, can come in with a franchise quarterback in either 26 or 27 and make a situation that's very murky a good one.
You know who agrees with all of us that Stefanski would be a guy to talk to is Jerome Bettis, who was on with Colin Cowherd, and I quote, do you have the quote or should I read it?
So I do have a clip. I don't know if he says Stefanski in here, but he does think the Steelers need an offensive-minded head coach.
Let's hear it.
I can think Mike Tomlin was amazing, and I think it's kind of time, maybe go with a young offensive guy. Are you kind of in that camp?
Yes, 100%. Because the philosophy of when I was playing that you run the ball and, you play great defense, that is totally changed. Now you've got to put points on the board, and that's the problem that the Steelers are having. That you have to fix because you're not going to win football games with 7 points, 10 points, 13 points. 15 years ago, it was different. Today's NFL, you got to score, and I think that's where the Steelers are struggling.
So he goes on to say, Bettis, and I quote, I would like Stefanski in the sense that he understands this offensive world that we're in. He also obviously understands the defensive side because he had a strong defense his entire time in Cleveland. He would be a guy I would look at. So if you're Art, why wouldn't you at least bring in Stefanski to talk to him? And honestly, to ask him, that was pretty impressive that you guys with a lesser roster and quarterbacks who couldn't even play beat us every year in Cleveland. How did you talk to me about what you saw in us? How are you doing that? Plus, Bob, he's 40. He's only 43.
Yeah, he's young. He's to me, when you hear retread, you think of guys who are like in their 50s or 60s. He's 43, and he's had a tremendous amount of experience in a lot of different situations, which I also think is something that you need to tap into. And I wouldn't be afraid to do it. And I think ultimately maybe they will. I don't know how many people they're going to eventually talk to, but if he's still out there, because I think he's the next guy to fall. I think he's going to end up with somebody sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
And if you want to talk to him, you better do it sooner rather than later.
And the notion that if you did hire a retread, you'd be limiting yourself as far as how many years the guy would be there. Again, I'll bring up Bill Belichick and Andy Reid. What are you talking? Like, what are people thinking and talking about?
Right.
Bring in the best guy for the job.
You have a resume that has gone through a whole bunch here in his time. And at 43, I guarantee he's gained a lot of experience about how to do and not to do things in the NFL and what works and what doesn't work. He's seen it firsthand with his own organization there. So, to me, that's an asset.
It doesn't have to be we're smarter than everybody else. We'll discover yet another sort of low-key guy who's never had a job before and will be proven right. It doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't. I don't want you to get me wrong here, though, on the offensive mind. I think it's fine to hire a guy with a defensive background as long as you get the right offensive coordinator in here. Like I said yesterday, it's the commanding presence that I'm after. And I also think Flores might be a good choice there. I really like him.
Yeah, I do, too. Is he around the same age?
I think he's a little bit older. Let me check on that. Do you have the clip for coming up next on Fitzpatrick on Flores, Limits?
I will, yes.
Oh, he is. He's only 44.
Yeah, I was going to say similar to Stefanski. So that, to me, is still very young in this game. Again, a guy with a whole bunch of experience that he has garnered through the years. I think that's a plus if you're trying to interview a guy I'd rather have a younger guy who's been there, done that already. I think that's absolutely somebody I would tap into just to see, all those guys.
I've got my favorite new candidate, Bob. I want to pass that by you coming up next. And we also have Ryan Fitzpatrick, who had a very interesting time in Miami with Flores, who's one of the known interviewees coming up here for the Steelers. And this clip, I think, will open your eyes a little bit. It's very, very interesting. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Listen to the Pop and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Cold 21 the rest of the day. Roberto Clemente. It feels like 2 degrees, does it, Limits? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, it actually does. That's the feels like temperature at the moment.
And a low of 16. Al Oliver, fan weather.
Scoop.
Brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. He was a hell of a hitter, wasn't he, Bob?
He looked like he'd get a double from the on-deck circle.
He's a career 300 guy, is he not?
Yes. Yeah, you can make a case that he should be in a Hall of Fame.
I thought he was.
Is he?
I don't know.
I don't think he is. Is he?
No, I don't think he ever did. Did he, Limits?
No.
He should be.
Did he Limits? That's the new version of City.
He's better than
Diddy Limits.
Bob, be
I want to see some Diddy Limits.
very careful there, Bob.
I'm just saying.
My.
You just said it. I didn't.
Bob.
Oh, my.
He has
Sheesh.
2,743 hits, and he's a career 303
That's what I mean.
hitter.
You don't have many
with
of those.
219 home runs. I'll put that up with Harold Baines,
Absolutely.
who's in the Hall of Fame.
I think
Limits,
I've
mark
always
these
said he
numbers
should be.
down, if you could. Do you have a pencil?
I have a computer.
219 homers, 2,743 for hits, 795 OPS, and let me go to Harold Baines. Do you have those numbers, Limits? And a career 303 batting average, okay? You got the homers? You got everything else?
For Harold Baines?
No, those were for Al Oliver.
Al Oliver is better than Harold Baines.
Harold Baines.
Well, yeah, I knew that. Those are the numbers that you were giving for Al Oliver,
yeah,
correct?
Harold Baines.
2,800 hits.
2,800. Okay, so their hits are the same.
384 home runs.
He has more home runs because he played longer.
289 average.
15 points lower. And an 820 OPS. It's the exact same resume. Would you disagree with that?
Al Oliver didn't play as long. I think he got more out of his time in the league than Harold Baines. And I'm not here to discredit
At
Carol
the height
Baines.
of their
What I'm
powers,
saying is
Al Oliver was a better
should have been
player.
in. Yes, that's all I'm trying to say.
He should be in. Why are we talking about that, Bob?
Because the weather had 16 as a low, and we digressed just as we did with your P test, and it took us in areas that I never thought we'd go into today.
I know. All right. My preferred candidate next. I want to get Bob's and Limits as we stand right now. 2 new names that are going to be interviewed, and I also have a quarterback rant that I would like to go on next on Pump and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, one former AFC North head coach has landed in a new destination as the Giants are finalizing a 5-year deal with former Ravens head coach John Harbaugh to be their new head man. Harbaugh met with the Giants this week, and the meeting also reportedly included Jackson Dart in the building. Joe's guy has a new head coach. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And the text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's 12:04. Make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can go all in. Join Planet Fitness today for $1 down, $15 a month. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet.
Deal extended through January 16th. Don't miss it.
See club for details.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come
Come on, don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Time to get your home zero-resified with our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $119 plus a free hallway and take 15% off all regular services. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special. ZeroResPGH.com.
Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. The Start Something New sales event offers up to 10 grand off on Ram 1500s. Jeep Wrangler Sports or Grand Cherokees, your choice from only $329 a month. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownjeep.com. See below for details on all offers.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, place, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify in stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid, both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months, or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
It used to be the sole function for a kitchen was food preparation. We cooked in the kitchen and we dined in the dining room. But times have changed. And although today the kitchen is still where we cook, it's also where we share meals, have an important family conversation, and even help the kids with their homework.
That's right. Today's kitchens are multi-use areas and should be designed accordingly. And that's where we come in. Petite Kitchen and Bath will make your new kitchen a warm and inviting place for family and guests alike. We'll make it supremely functional and beautiful.
You know, they say the heart of any home is the family kitchen. Make your kitchen great. Discover why generations of satisfied customers have chosen Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
Visit our showroom on Route 50 or call us at 412-279-2222. Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I'm so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pitt basketball bounces back with a good win on the road last night at Georgia Tech as the Panthers pick up an ACC victory and they climb closer now to 500 after the 89-66 win. Pitt is going to play at Louisville, or at home, I should say, against Louisville. Cardinals ranked 20th in the country on Saturday, 8 o'clock, Peterson Event Center. Catch it right here on 93.7 The Fan with all the coverage beginning at 7:30. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Back to Pomp and Joe.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Now, more Bob Bombiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It would take a giant story for me to veer away from the Steelers and their situation right now. A coaching search, followed by a quarterback search, and everything else happening. But this qualifies, Bob, I would say, for a couple minutes here. ESPN.com, several college players among 20 charged in point-shaving scheme. So I'll read the lead. 20 men have been charged in a point-shaving scheme involving 39 college basketball players on 17 Division I teams, including Robert Morris, I might add. There's a player there who's implicated in this, leading to 29 games being fixed, according to a federal indictment unsealed Thursday in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. So couple guys from New Orleans play for New Orleans College, University, sanctioned in November for fixing New Orleans games. 4 players charged have played for their current teams in the past week. This is unbelievable. Filed in federal court.
What does it explain? What degree of this? I mean, was it prop betting? Was it game fixing? Was it?
It seems to be involving prop betting in the college games. Maybe some. I haven't read the whole thing here. The scheme began around September of 22 and initially was focused on fixing games in the Chinese Basketball Association.
What?
This group later targeted college basketball games, offering bribes to college players ranging from $10,000 to $30,000 to compromise games for betting purposes. That's what it's about.
So it's a Chinese Basketball Association? Is that what you said? Or Chinese?
That's where it started. Yeah, there's a group who purportedly organized a scheme that began with the Chinese Basketball Association and then later targeted college hoops.
And so they're coming up with cash to give the players to miss a couple of shots like we saw with Terry Rozier.
Seems like it.
Down in Miami.
Seems like it, yes. And the Robert Morris player, former Robert Morris basketball player Marquise Hastings, is one of 15 former players facing charges. How about that? I
Well,
mean, that is just mind-blowing.
So, do they
here.
name the Robert Morris player?
Yeah, I just said Marquise
I
Hastings.
thought you said Minnesota. I didn't hear what you said at the end.
What?
Never mind.
Marquise, did I say Minnesota limits?
I thought you said Minnesota.
No, I heard RMU.
A former Robert Morris player, Marquise Hastings. Yeah.
I don't know. Do you remember him?
No. But according to this, I'm going off WTAE right now, .com. It's the story that popped up. According to court documents, Hastings' performance in 2 games is linked to the scheme. Documents say he and 2 other players underperformed in and influenced the first half of a game against Northern Kentucky in 2024. The document reads, without Robert Morris players intentionally underperforming in the second half of a game, Robert Morris played substantially better, outscoring Northern Kentucky 37-29. What are your thoughts on this, Bob?
I'm not surprised by any of it anymore because it's just there's too much of this around. The betting part of this, when people get involved, and when you talk about like fixing games, I think that's the longest shot of stuff. I think it's about all these little things that people can bet on and how easy it is to change the direction of a game or your own personal shooting habits or whatever it may be. You can do that without anyone else knowing. And I'm sure most of this was that. I don't think it was team-oriented, like coaches doing it. It's probably guys who needed some money, and this group was offering money. All you got to do
that's
is
exactly what it says.
Miss a
That's
shot.
precisely what it says, is guys, individual players offered money. I don't know. In one sense, these things have been going on for decades. In another sense, it seems to be way more apparent now. What's the word I'm looking for? Prevalent. Yes, these days.
And I think the cell phone has a lot to do with it. I think you can get in touch with people somehow, some way, on various things on your phone to get them involved. And there's probably always going to be a trail of that somewhere. Maybe the feds got involved with that and saw what was going on and linked them all together.
Now, there's a couple of games that involved Duquesne, but wasn't about them. It was about those games involved players from St. Louis and Fordham in games against Duquesne.
Games against Duquesne, okay.
So I don't know. Are we talking? Is this now? I haven't seen this characterized as such. Is it the biggest now betting scandal in college history? I'm losing track.
Well, there's been a lot in the NBA recently that you've heard about. College. That's a good question. How much has there been over
Limits,
the years?
what are your thoughts on this?
It's very unfortunate, and I feel like just never going to end if the rise and increase in betting and really how teams, leagues are introducing betting. We see it now more and more on game broadcast, prop bets before games. You'll see teams that have sports books in their own arenas too. So the more and more that casinos and betting is involved, I think the more likely that these things are to happen. And I'm not saying that betting is a bad thing at all. But what I'm saying is that these types of things are happening more and more.
And you're getting you have access to through the digital age. And the Supreme Court had a ruling a while back, I forget when it was, about making betting more accessible for everyone and how they did all this. But what's happening now, it's leaking to the players, and players have their cell phones. You can hit them up easily, probably in some form or fashion, and get them to, hey, I got $5,000. All you got to do is go 0 for 3 from the floor in the second half. And some people are willing to do it. I don't think it's anything new, because I think point shaving goes all the way back. How many years, Joe? We're talking about point shaving and, their baseball
50s
scandals.
and 60s,
yeah. Way back.
Way back.
So,
we're talking about the Black Sox from whatever they were, 08.
It's been
Ron covered, he was their beat writer, Bob.
He bet on the game. My point is, it's out there, and now it's become a little easier to get to people who are contributors to these games. And when that happens, that's when you got a problem. So
I mean, anywhere where there's money to be made, there's the threat of illegal activity in whatever walk of life we're talking about. People like money. This just in. They want money. They want more of it. So what was it, $11 billion in betting last year? And
I'm surprised it's that low.
It's just going to happen. You know, it's going to happen. I don't know what the answer is because the industry isn't slowing down. I can tell you that. I mean, I do ads for FanDuel.
Right. I mean, we all do something like that, and regardless of the – and look, you got the sporting events. When they become in-house with teams, they're part of, the actual in-game experience.
Didn't they build our hockey arena or help to?
Yeah,
Gambling proceeds? So
yes,
I'm not saying that's good or bad
but I'm not even talking about going to a game right now. You have a Rivers Casino thing right there in PPG Paints Arena.
Right.
You can sit
I
right
think
there and make
maybe
bets.
curtailing collegiate prop bets might be something they should look at, maybe. But there's got to be some guardrails here somewhere.
I think those people who are corrupt and doing this are going to go to the people who don't have money. And as we've seen, even in the NBA, even if you do have money, you'd be willing to make a stupid enough deal with somebody like that. But if you're a college kid and you're not one of the elite players and you see a chance to make $10,000 and all you have to do is throw a couple of balls inadvertently out of bounds, I guess that would be tempting. There's all kinds of tempting. And this is where the phone and the digital age comes into play because I think it really does.
I mean, basketball really, to me, lends itself more than the other sports because you can sway
Luis
games.
Ortiz would argue with you and say, no, I can miss one pitch.
Sure. But Tim, what's his name? Donaghy?
Yeah.
The official in the NBA. I mean, there's a million calls in a game that can go under the radar but heavily influence the game. And like you said, throwing a ball away. But you're right. Baseball, too. Any sport, really. I just think basketball seemingly more than any other. For me, from the officials on out,
Well, all I know is it's something that's not going to change. You're going to see more of it, I'm sure. Even though stuff like this should send a message to people, hey, we're watching. Hey, you're going to, if you do this, sooner or later you're going to be caught. Don't do it. But
that's part of the answer, too, is this cracking down on it.
Right. You have to crack down. The only way people notice is if people get caught. You stop it because you're fear of the consequence. You know that there's someone out there, and it may take them 3 years. You may think you're done with this. Next thing you know, someone's knocking at your door. Hey, we have evidence that you threw whatever you threw.
Meantime, we have the Steelers happening and coaching candidates now left and right, Bob. We've got all kinds of people reportedly being interviewed, on the verge of being interviewed. Limits, who are the two latest that you reported a few minutes ago?
Yeah, they're talking to Jeff Hafley, who is the defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers. And they're also talking to Ejiro Evero, who is the defensive coordinator of the Carolina Panthers.
That's a hell of a name, Ejiro Evero.
Yes, I had to pull up Pro Football Reference to get
Bob,
the
do you like
pronunciation
that?
right.
That would be a great name, huh?
Yeah. That would be tremendous. Well, I'll tell you my new favorite candidate, if he is one. His name hasn't been mentioned. But in the ESPN.com piece I read, other potential candidates, was this Graziano? I don't know who wrote this. If the Steelers want to go a little off the board, watch out for Broncos quarterback coach Davis Webb, who turns 31 next week and is getting attention from several teams for offensive coordinator and even head coach interviews.
31.
Man, I think they've done a nice job there. First of all, he's apprenticing with Sean Payton.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, I think whatever anybody thinks of Bo Nix, they've done a pretty darn good job in a short period of time developing a quarterback whose team is a number one seed. Would you agree with that, Bob?
Yes. I mean, anytime Sean Payton thinks you're capable of doing a job like that at that young of an age, and we're seeing more and more of that, Joe. Kids that are, I say kids, but, they're coming right out in some of these sort of apprentice roles, internships at the end. And next thing you know, they're moving right up the ranks. And 31 is a young age to have that sort of responsibility, but he can handle it, obviously, as their offense has shown.
City Dweller, you said you had some calls on the Steelers situation.
Let's go to Dave. Dave is in Oakmont. Wants to chime in.
What's up, Dave?
Hi. Good afternoon. I just find it very curious that in this age of everything getting leaked, rumors, whatever, nobody's offered want to talk to Tomlin. I thought he was going to get a job like 3 seconds after
people did right away. That was reported, but it's also been reported that he doesn't want to coach this year.
I know that, but I'm just surprised nobody tried to knock his socks
they
off.
have. They have, and they will continue to do it.
Well,
it's just that if his agent and whatever gives word out that, hey, he's taking a year off, he's not doing it, you can still try, and maybe you'll hit a number that resonates with him. But, that's why you're not hearing that, because I think he sent out clear, and I've believed this all along, that he's going to take some time away.
Maybe 2 years, they said. Thank you, sir. Limits, who's next?
Here is Bob. He is in West Mifflin.
Bob, say hello to another Bob.
B-O-B. Spells the same,
Bob.
backwards or forwards, just like zero res.
How you guys doing today?
What's going on?
Okay. Hey, I just wanted to talk about the quarterback situation. We have a quarterback right in our building, Will Howard, who won a national championship, okay, that hasn't been given a chance yet. I know because he was injured and all that kind of thing. And we also have Fernando Mendoza, who hasn't won a national championship yet, but is projected to go number one in the NFL draft in round one. And both of these quarterbacks have the potential. They won a national championship, and I understand there's been other quarterbacks in the past, like Stetson Bennett from Georgia, that won a national championship and didn't work out.
Well, what's your point there with the Mendoza?
Well, my point is we have a quarterback right in our own building that we could give him an opportunity.
Yeah, and if this next coach comes in and can develop.
Sat behind Rodgers all year and watched him, okay? He needs to have an opportunity. That's my point.
And I don't disagree with that.
We're all worried about a quarterback.
But I'm saying it's going to happen in practice, then it goes into the preseason. He has to show some things. If there's a guy who comes in and becomes very good at developing players and quarterbacks, that's kind of what I'm talking about. I want to see a guy, and that's going to be one of the big things about this next head coach, his ability to develop players over time. So we'll see how that goes. But I think Will Howard will get an opportunity. They seem to like him. I think they certainly will draft someone as well. And we'll see about Mason Rudolph if he gets an opportunity, because the time he's had the best postseason play of any of the quarterbacks they've had here for the last 4 years, minus Ben. In that stretch at the end of the year where he got them into the wild card game, and even in that wild card game against Buffalo, there were times they were very much in it. He made a critical interception, whatever the case may be. But I think it's going to be an open mind that comes into this thing, because I do not think they're going to get a guy that they're going to draft this year who's going to make a difference immediately. So development will be a key at 412-928-9370.
And the other thing about that too, Bob, is, look, they might just have to embrace a year of not being good. And I know Art doesn't want to do that. Like he came out and said, no, there's no rebuild.
You could still end up not being good, even if you try not to be not good.
They might play Mason Rudolph for a year or Will Howard for a year, and just naturally because of that, maybe Ramsey's gone. Right. What do you do with Watt?
That doesn't mean you're not trying.
You're just not,
they're still
not trying, or you're still trying, but you're not good. You know?
Maybe that'll prove to be the case.
And think about it from this perspective, and maybe with the way that I propped up the 2026 draft class and was so wrong about that. 27, you could be looking at Dante Moore, who's going back for another year in college at Oregon.
I'm surprised by that a little bit, because he's looked at as the top 5, and I know they're going to probably give him a ton of money.
It's the right move by him, though. He can develop and be even better.
And they're looking at $6.5 million to return.
He should. He's not very good.
No, I'm just saying, I think Moore not being available changes what this draft class looks like from a quarterback point of view.
Well, why did that guy, I had to leave for a moment, why did he mention Mendoza there?
I don't know why. I mean, trying to make a correlation between he won a national championship and so did Will Howard.
Do you guys both
agree? He has not yet won one, but if he does.
Do you guys agree with me that the Raiders' job would be way more attractive because you have the first pick and it's Mendoza than the Steelers' job?
No, because I just think that the management there,
but I do think that's
just disruptive.
I don't know. I think that's a big thing. If you could solve that right off the bat, that is big. I'm not going to look at that as a better job. Because of where they are, it gives you an opportunity to change things pretty quickly. So I think that's a plus. But they have a lot of
pretty nice
problems.
Situation that they play in these days, too. They just hired Pete Carroll. They're willing to spend money. They tried Gruden. They tried Josh McDaniels. They tried Pete Carroll. I don't blame them.
Yeah, they tried a lot of guys.
I want the quarterback. All of those Lombardi trophies over there are there because of, I think, well, Joe Green is probably the most influential player in Steeler history because he helped change the culture. And yet, it feels to me like the two most important players on the field in regard to those Lombardi trophies are Terry Bradshaw and Ben Roethlisberger. So if I'm the prospective Steelers candidate and I say, tell me, about you, like what's the best part about this job? And the answer is, well, we're not going to fire you after 2 years. I can promise you that. I would come back with, great. What else you got? Do you have a quarterback or a plan to get one? Like, you have to have a quarterback to win. So if I'm a candidate right now and I've got the number 1 pick in the draft and it's Mendoza, that to me is by any reasonable definition a better situation than coming here. I'm doomed. I'm doomed without a quarterback.
Him, and however you go about it, yes, the quarterback's the biggest thing. I totally get that.
So why isn't the Raiders' job better than this?
Because I still think there's a lot of things that they need that they don't have, and it will take time. Will they be on a more accelerated pace? Potentially, yes. I can see that. But I've also seen evidence where some of these guys are not as good in the pros as they are in college. So, yeah, I still want the quarterback. It saves you that if he is what you think he is, he'll speed up the process. Absolutely, but they're not in a position to do it right now. So,
the Steelers, you mean?
The Steelers.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'd rather go to Vegas.
We have to kick the can down the road. Everybody thought this coming draft would be the one in Pittsburgh where they take their quarterback. Well, all the guys we've talked about have regressed, and they're not in the position, at least, according to scouts.
So, Limits, if you were interviewing for a job, if you were a prospective coaching candidate, I gave you a choice, a place that has, quote, stability, and you definitely won't get fired after 2 years, or a place where you have the number 1 pick in the draft, you're taking A?
I'm taking A.
Why?
Yeah, I'm not taking the Raiders. I mean, partly look at their roster. Max Crosby is probably going to get traded. I don't like their ownership at all. I don't like their front office. They're very impatient. Ashton Genty is probably the best offensive piece they have, and he had a down year, a rookie year in a lot of people's respect. What do they have?
The number 1 pick in the draft, and therefore
that's great.
A quarterback.
The number 1 pick isn't just everything. And, I like
quarterback.
You're also walking into a Lions Den division.
A Lions Den of a division?
Yeah, with Denver, the number 1 seed, the Chiefs and Mahomes,
what do you think of the Steelers roster right now? What do you think of their roster right now?
I think it's better than the Raiders.
Yeah?
I do, yeah.
But
you would think the Raiders roster is better?
No, but I like the laugh at the end. But you also have a bunch of 30-somethings here who are on the end of contracts and overpaid, underperforming defense.
Correct.
DK Metcalf as your number 1 receiver and no quarterback. Did I mention no quarterback?
Yes. So the Raiders
where
will
are you
have
getting your quarterback
and nothing else.
Good. That's how Joe Burrow won in Cincinnati.
Are you unwilling to consider Will Howard as a possible quarterback for them moving forward?
I mean, I'll consider him.
And if you see something, who knows? I mean, you might end up being surprised, but I'm just saying you can also develop guys too.
I want the number 1 pick in the draft.
I do too, but
that's why, by the way, the Giants were a better job than the Steelers too.
By the way, if you are a coach, a young coach, to me, the Steelers is the team you want to go to, just because they're going to give you a chance, and they should put resources into.
I know. I keep hearing that, but again, if I'm in the interview and I say, "What's the best thing about this place?" and they say, "You're not going to get fired after 2 years," my answer would be,
"That's not going to be the only thing they say."
Okay, what else will they say?
That is a vote of confidence that you can be here, so it gives yourself time to bring in the assets you need, and then it's incumbent upon you.
It's about the quarterback.
If you go to a team that has a history of getting rid of coaches really quickly, if that first year you draft Mendoza, he turns out to be David Carr. And things go backwards, how long do you think you'll last there?
Not long. How long do you think you'll last here?
It depends on who they get in the quarterback.
I don't know. Mike Tomlin won a Super Bowl right away.
They're going to be given time to find that quarterback. He's not going to be held accountable.
You better get the quarterback. There's a lot of great things in Steelers history and a lot of great players. The two main reasons they have 6 Lombardis is Terry Bradshaw and Ben. Bill Cowher had a great run for a long time. But I noticed he didn't win a Super Bowl till he got Ben. Mike Tomlin walked into Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Roethlisberger is the person most responsible for the non-losing streak. I guess that's the way to phrase it.
I think, and I've said it. I mean, just like you, quarterback is the most important position.
So it's almost like the rest is rearranging deck chairs.
But it doesn't guarantee a quick amount of success, and it doesn't guarantee that the guy is going to be that good in the pros. You think he will be. There are a number of examples that go the other way. Are your betting odds there? Yes, it's better to
I'll take my chances with the number 1 overall pick.
So would I. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Rather than Will Howard and Mason Rudolph and whatever. I don't know what's their plan.
I'm not suggesting that they're doing that, but they don't have that pick. Their plan has to be those two, a veteran, some guy, and a draft pick, whoever the draft pick is. And it depends on who that is, where they have, and how fast they can develop any of these guys.
I guess. I don't think it's set up for a guy to win here.
We'll see.
Not anytime soon.
No, they're going to make a commitment to whoever it is to give that person everything they want so they can try to, be that team that gets in and does something when they get in. That's the missing component, winning playoff games. So I don't disagree with your take. I'm just telling you there could be another way to get there. It may not be as quickly, or it may be quicker if Mendoza is not what you think he is.
That's why the Giants was a better job too, Bob. Now, I'll say limits. The Giants have more pieces than the Raiders.
They do.
Yes.
They have a pretty good roster, actually. They've just been disorganized the whole time through.
And I think that's obviously why Harbaugh, who seemed to have his pick, or at least a pick of several,
apparently they gave
chose
him
the Giants.
He wanted. So.
And he was they said he's watching tape of all these quarterbacks, and he chose Jackson Dart. Now, maybe he'll be proven nuts because Jackson Dart spends a lot of time in the medical tent, or maybe he'll rein him in because he's a pretty talented player.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you see a guy like Tua, and you say to yourself, man, that guy was going to come in and just the Dolphins are going to take off, and then he got injured, concussed, and all that stuff. You can't control that, of course, but it's no guarantee is all I'm trying to say. And they have other guys here they can at least see if they can develop. And I hope we see that. I know we do the preseason games. I want to see young guys. I do.
I know, but if that was your pitch to a prospective coach, that wouldn't sound good.
No, I told you what my pitch would be. We are going to invest in you. We believe we hired you. You're going to get a chance to make this right. We're going to give you every opportunity to do it. We're not going to take, the carpet right under you and flip you around in 2 years. We're not doing that. That's not our history. So I think that if you're a young coach, you need that. I do. If you go to a place where they're going to Pete Carroll was a retread, if you want to classify him as that, a successful one. 1 year, out. Boom. I didn't see that coming.
I mean, they made a mistake.
I thought he was going to be a good.
They made a mistake, but now they have the first pick.
Right.
Wouldn't you rather be them?
I would rather have the first pick. Yes, absolutely I would. But I also know that it goes beyond just one pick, and especially when you don't have a lot around him. I don't know that that Vegas has all that much around him.
Yeah, but let's not act like limits. Like, where'd he go?
He's on the phone.
Let's not act like the Steelers are the only franchise that offers stability to a coach.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, as a young coach, you'll get it. In other places, you may not. How long did Jonathan Gruden be in Arizona? It didn't take long for that to collapse, and they had apparently a lot of pieces. People picked them to go to the Super Bowl
For sure. They'll give you more. Again, if I'm a new coach and the first thing you tell me is we're more stable than Arizona, I'm not sure if I'm not sure. Are they more stable than New England?
Well,
Buffalo?
We'll find out.
Baltimore? Even Cincinnati stuck with their coach.
It's important to have a quarterback. I'm not going to get away. I get that, and I believe in it 100%.
Kansas City? They're less stable than Philly. Philly seems to have a model.
They do.
But the thing with Philly is they're not a coach-centric. They don't let the coach rule everything. Philly says our GM and our owner will rule everything.
Correct.
If you don't get us where we want to go,
different ways to go, and that's
we'll prove that coaches are interchangeable.
I understand it because they've proven it. I get it. I think this is something we're going to have to wait and see because we don't know who the characters will be.
Rams and Niners have had coaches for a long, long time. Seahawks had Pete Carroll for a long, long time, and they appear to have made the right choice to replace him, right?
Oh, I think I would have given him a little bit more time. If they brought him there for 1 year and this is it, he didn't have a very good roster. I think he was under the thinking he was going to get some time.
Wait, no, the Seahawks I'm talking.
Oh, the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I'm sorry you meant Carroll in Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, they gave Carroll like 18 years, and now they made it
right. You got to get the coach right.
Yeah,
those both. I mean, those are important.
Well, they went out and they got this guy a quarterback too, And they didn't have to go the draft route.
Sam Darnold?
Yeah.
That's always an option. Steelers could have done that too. Steelers could have brought in a lot of guys. Daniel Jones, before he got injured, was doing pretty well. So who would be – is there anyone out there who fits that profile for the Steelers? A free agent quarterback who –
Why don't we talk about that next?
Yeah, I want to look at that because I think there could be maybe not as many as last year.
Let's do that. Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase presented by AAA Travel, January 23rd through the 25th at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Exclusive discounts, convenient one-stop shopping. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets and details at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your vacation is waiting for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bob, you have a message for the Populace.
It's that time of year, Joe. It's time to look at your house and say, we need to make some changes. Just got through holiday season. All the decorations are down. It's time for you to look at your home and say, you know what? We need an upgrade. And when you do that, call West Shore Home, because home remodeling should not be stressful, and West Shore Home is proving it doesn't have to be. They use cutting-edge technology. They use real-time scheduling. They use precision scan-to-plan measurements. West Shore Home makes this remodel fast. They make it easy. They make it convenient for you. You may need a lot of what I'm about to tell you. Tub-to-shower conversions, a lot of popular items there. How about a walk-in tub installation, full bathroom remodel, new windows? You might need a new entry door, patio door, or even full house flooring. Whatever you need, from small to big projects, hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home to do those projects. Why? Well, because they use teams of highly trained employee installers, no subcontractors. All their people are full-time with them. This ensures a consistent, world-class experience every time you go through them. And right now, when you buy a full bathroom model, you'll get a second shower absolutely free. Plus, lock in an extra $500 off just for being a part of our show here. But you need to schedule that at westshorehome.com/fan. westshorehome.com/fan. Buy one, get one savings. The experts at West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Steelers have requested interviews with pass game coordinator for the Rams, Nathan Sheilhath. They also requested an interview with defensive coordinator Chris Shula, also of Los Angeles. Latest coach that the Steelers have requested an interview with is the Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. They've also requested to talk to Brian Flores, DC with the Vikings, who was formerly at the Steelers for a year, and the old head coach of the Miami Dolphins. Ton of other candidates that are being requested as well. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today's 98 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Frozen pipes, call McVeigh.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
John Harbaugh will become the next head coach of the New York Giants. The former Ravens coach and winner of the Super Bowl in 2012 is a serious upgrade at head coach for the Giants. With a talented defensive line, a young quarterback, and lots of weapons on offense, don't be surprised if the Giants add to the list of teams that go from worst to first from one year to the next. I'm Chris Fleck.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Guys, it's Chris Muller, and if your date nights have been ending in disappointment, if the fail music plays when you head to the bedroom, if your wife or your girlfriend are looking at you with kind of that sad and disappointed look, I'm here to tell you that there is help out there for you. It's Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, guys. It's a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You can feel like you did in your glory days, in your prime with Blue Chew. You can be more confident where and when it counts with Blue Chew. And it isn't just about performance. It's about giving her group chat, they're always talking, something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Hey guys, this is Pavel with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. Get your 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. Visit us at schleideckcompany.com. That's SHLY.company.com. 412-515-6575.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Dry January just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer, brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or shipped nationwide at beverages2u.com.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like health care, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on Friday, January 16th. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in helping clients traverse the complex divorce process. Their experienced family law attorneys bring in in-depth knowledge, experience, and expertise to each case, whether child custody, adoption, or prenup creation. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com. Call Myers Law Group for affordable legal solutions. Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra $35 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Marty Tougher, the salesperson. You know him, Bob?
Marty is tougher than most.
Tougher than the rest, yeah. Former college roommate of John Calipari at Clarion.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday.
He texts me in the middle of the show, Minnesota. That's all the text says. So I start getting paranoid that maybe I got the wrong school on that betting. He said it in the middle of the betting scandal that we were talking about. Mm-hmm. So I freaked out. I go running to find him. I can't find him. So I'm texting him, why did you text me the word Minnesota with no explanation around it in the middle of the show? I still can't find him. But he texts back. I still don't know what he's talking about. Pomp said that you said Minnesota. That was a while ago. Disregard.
What
were we talking about?
That was when we were talking about something that had nothing to do with that story.
This is unbelievable, this guy, Limits. He pops up like once every 5 months, and it's always to disrupt the show.
Yeah, because you came back here and said, Minnesota? RMU in Minnesota? And I said, no, RMU here.
I thought it was a different RMU.
I don't know.
This guy.
Yeah, sometimes it's best not to look at those phones. I know
you're right about that.
Because it's out of context. You know, that's the thing. When you get texting to me convolutes things more than it solves. You know, when you get a text, sometimes how you read the text is not how it was intended to be read. You know?
Yes.
Have you done that before?
Yes.
And then you go back and forth with someone and say, look, that's not what you said. Yes, I did. No, I didn't.
A guy named Frank Michael Smith. I don't even know who he is,
he's a
Bob.
good kid.
He does a great job.
And I've known him for a long time and his father for a long time.
He seems very smart.
He's very smart, and he does wonderful TikToks.
Who does he work for?
Himself.
I like his tweets. Frank Michael Smith.
Yep. You want to get him on one day? I can text him and get him on if you want. He's really good.
Well, yes.
He gives a lot, and he does it visually. You know, he's really popular among the TikTok people. So
yeah, I have his number. He's actually called the show when I was hosting at night once before, and I had him on.
Okay.
I've talked to him since.
Yeah, he's a good kid, and he's working hard at becoming like one of the better known TikTokers in the world, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, I was going to write about this and talk about it. And it's not like we haven't before. We have a million times, except that it's especially true and pertinent now, is what the national media won't talk about with Tomlin is his hand in personnel and the draft, roster construction, bringing in people like Russell Wilson and Trubisky and everybody else, and drafting Pickett, which is as bad as it gets, and bringing in Matt Canada, which is why when I was on this show with Ron Cook, do you remember him, Limits, Ron?
Great for talk radio, my man.
And we used to have Peter King on. Love Peter King.
Yeah.
Tremendous respect for Peter King. And we were talking about Tomlin, and he said, and I'm paraphrasing, the one thing is, he gets the most out of those rosters. And my response was, again, paraphrasing, Peter, he's largely responsible for those rosters that he overcomes and doesn't overcome it to the point of ever coming close to winning a playoff game. So Frank Michael Smith with a tweet, I guess yesterday at some point, only one of the Steelers' last 12 first-round draft picks has received a second contract. He said, you won't hear it on TV, but Tomlin's inability to draft and develop talent ultimately led to his losing streak, which led to his departure. Truer words have never been spoken, and he might throw in some of the assistant coaches he's hired.
Right, I think, and that's been a constant source of criticism, at least from my end. Just better assistants, people who've had better track records, but also, yes, the roster construction. If you look back at some of those drafts going back to 18, 19, 20, in that range, man, there were a lot of missed opportunities there. And so that's part of every NFL team, though. It's not exclusive to the Steelers. But when you're in charge of doing it and you have a final say, or at least one of the final says, you then are responsible for the development of those people. And none of that was happening.
Bob, do you think the organization changes philosophically here with a reset and becomes more like the Eagles and less, and I hate to keep using this phrase, but it really applies, coach-centric, where the coach has incredible powers over the draft? I think of Cowher and Donahoe. They chose Cowher. It's all about the coach here. Will it still be?
I think it still will be, but I think it won't be as maybe one-directional as it's been. I do think with Andy Weidel coming here, he and Omar Khan work well together, it appears, and I think there are going to be a lot of voices that are going to be heard. And I think as a young coach coming in, I don't think I'd want to be that guy demanding things right off the bat. It may change from that point of view early in the process where he's going to defer to the guys who are here. But as time goes on, he may have a bigger voice in it. And if it holds true what's gone on, then eventually his voice will become the voice.
See, if I'm coming in here, I want that really clarified, and I want to have that power.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
But you understand what I'm saying. He's not going to – I don't think I'd want that right off the bat.
Why not? Chuck Noll got it, Cowher got it, and Tomlin got it.
As a young guy, there's enough on my plate as a young coach. We talk about it. Everyone has those meetings. It's not like your voice won't be heard.
Once you give that power away, Bob, you don't then give it back.
Unless you're successful, and you're the reason you're successful.
I mean, once the Steelers give that alter the franchise model, then you don't suddenly take,
I'm not saying alter. I'm saying this guy might not want that responsibility right off the bat.
Who wouldn't want responsibility over the draft picks?
Because there's a lot. Again, you have a say, but you don't want to be the final voice. No, I want him.
No, I do want to be the final voice, and in fact, that's a condition of my hiring.
Okay, fine. I think a guy like Harbaugh can demand that. A guy like Tomlin, if he wants to demand that, I think
Mike Tomlin came in and drafted Lamar Woodley and Lawrence Timmons right away.
I understand. What I'm saying to you is, I'm a younger guy just starting to earn my stripes. I don't know if I want the pressure of that right off the bat.
Then I don't want. No offense, but I don't want you as my coach. Then.
Well, what's the point of having everyone else in your organization if you're going to immediately give a
go ask them?
31-year-old.
They've let Mike Tomlin run their organization for 19 years.
Right, and that has not necessarily always led to the best results in roster composition. I'm just saying.
Okay,
from that point of view, I would, I'm just happy to get that job. I'm going to do what I can to make that job work. We're going to have, and I still believe that they have a pretty healthy dialogue in that room. You may ultimately have the coach. But I don't think he exclusively picks every single guy.
No, he doesn't. But Bob, you and I could look at the same college prospects in any sport. You and I in limits. And this is what I always say about the Steelers. There's no way we're coming to a consensus. We're going to have arguments.
But you're going to have arguments that sway your decision.
Sure, but one guy gets the final say.
Okay, fine.
One guy. And really, it's Art in the end, but it was Mike because Art ceded really that power to Mike in many different fronts.
We'll see how that goes.
So, but interestingly, you're saying, in your opinion, that there may be a bit of a shift. Take some power away from the coach when you hire that guy.
It doesn't have to be known, but yeah, I think especially a young guy. And that may be part of the discussions coming here. Listen, we're gonna trust you in your evaluation, but we have to see it first, and we're also going to just construct rosters which we think will help you and your style, your philosophy, whatever it may be, and we're going to try to help you with that philosophy.
Do you trust Omar and Art to find the right guy here?
Yeah, they've done it before, so yes, I do.
Omar's done it before?
Well, he's been here since 2000.
Has he helped choose a coach or chosen a coach?
I'm sure he was part of the Mike Tomlin situation.
It seems to me that they hired Russ Grimm and then Dan Rooney stepped in unilaterally and said, we're not doing that. Is that your understanding?
I've heard that story. I don't know what my understanding is. I don't have any direct tie to anyone who told me that one way or the other. I've just seen it reported. That's all.
I'm trying to process that. All right.
Don't
I
you
mean, I
understand
don't.
what
Yeah,
do you
I mean,
know for a
we
fact?
each have our own opinions.
It's an
I mean,
opinion.
it seems very obvious. Well, I know for a fact that Russ Grimm was basically hired. Yes.
Yeah, but I don't know.
And
how
somebody
that went
stepped in
down.
and said, "No, he's not. It's Mike Tomlin."
Right.
And I think chances
about
are about 95, 99, well, 100%. It was Dan Rooney.
All right. So was he wrong for making that assumption?
No.
Okay.
But the idea that the context we're talking in, how much did Omar and Art have to do with that hiring,
still
and why
think they
would
all
I
have a
trust them to
role.
hire the next guy?
Okay. We'll see. I think they'll get a good coach. I do. I think there are enough good ones out here that I got to believe that they'll make the right choice there, and we'll find out in time. I mean, I don't know.
Who's your guy right now?
I told you, Chris Shua, but I try to get Shielhaas here too, both.
That would be a great. I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, because he
to get
needs
both
he's
Rams
a
guys.
passing game coordinator. You make him offensive coordinator, and then all of a sudden he takes it. He may leave in 2 years if he's really good, because then all of a sudden there's a tree involved.
A tree?
Yes, and that would be a tree of Chris Shula's tree.
You remember Tree Rollins at Clemson, Bob?
Yes, I do. Tree.
Jared Triolo?
Yeah,
Yes.
he's nicknamed
Tree.
Tree.
What
too.
is that one? Tree VD.
Yeah, how did that go with Charrington?
Remember that
Tree,
tree?
V, D, and me? I forget that
I
one.
do too.
Izzy Z, Peggy Tree. Izzy Z, Peggy Tree.
Izzy
Peggy and Tree.
Izzy Z, Peggy
Wait
Tree.
a second. Izzy is obviously Kiner
Izzy was
Falefa.
Kiner Falefa. He's gone.
Peggy
Z,
was Piguero.
He's gone.
He's gone.
Z was.
Who was Z?
Was Chang, the shortstop that they had.
Right.
Oh, that's right.
He's
Yeah.
not
he gone?
longer in the organization, I don't think.
So there's only a Tree left.
Izzy Z, Peggy Tree. Izzy Z, Peggy Tree.
Trees left. And all the roots are gone.
I know. All their roots are gone. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Cold and a high of 21 the rest of the day. Roberto Clemente, it feels like 2 degrees with a low of 16. Al Oliver. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Let's hear from you. From the early returns here, does a particular name intrigue you? Do you have one of your own? It's still kind of surreal that we're doing a Steeler coaching search, but that's what's happening at 412-928-9370. It's Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Penguins are back in action tonight at PPG Paints Arena as they'll play against the cross-state rivals, the Philadelphia Flyers. Rick Tocchet in town at 7 o'clock. Stuart Skinner will be in the net for the Penguins, who are trying to break off a 3-game losing streak. They took a point against the Lightning on Tuesday, losing in a shootout again, but trying to continue on their ascent, currently 4th place in the Metro. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad and brother. Lester is a chartered financial analyst, and Dad and I are certified financial planners. A favorite client said to me last year, "Someday I'd love to take my girls and their husbands on a family trip together." This was a physician who'd retired after 40 years, and I said to him, "Someday is now." I shared that my parents did the same for my brother and me when we were in our 20s, and the memories we created are priceless. I was so happy when my client and I met again this year, and he showed me pictures from the trip. We want you not just to survive, but to thrive in retirement, to understand what your wealth can do for you and for the people you love. Saving is an important part of a healthy financial plan, but so is enjoying what you've worked for. In retirement, someday is now. Find out how we help you get maximum fulfillment from your money at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365.
Following a series of home games, Dallas hits the road and heads to New York for a Monday night matchup that's sure to draw attention across the Pro Basketball League. This game will be a blend of star power and playoff-level intensity. Hosted at one of the league's most iconic arenas, as both teams aim to improve their record and climb up in their conference standing.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Pennsylvania.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Introducing the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek. with Subaru's legendary symmetrical all-wheel drive and available X-Mode for rugged traction, the Crosstrek is ready for whatever Pittsburgh winter throws at you. And right now, get 2.9% APR for 36 months at Bowser Subaru. So don't wait. Get to BowserSubaru.com or visit us in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got this sweet, stayed up all night and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
This weekend is your last chance to visit the Pittsburgh RV Show at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Explore over 400 RVs and speak with campgrounds about your next adventure. You can find your new home on the open road at the Pittsburgh RV Show.
Welcome. You are in the beer garden with Gene from Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. It's impossible to forget your first nugget. Once a year, as the newest harvest of Humulus lupulus, that's fancy talk for hops, arrives at Trogue's Independent Brewery, Chris and John blend these super fresh hop cones into an imperial amber like no other, with a sturdy malt backbone and a copious amount of dry hopping. Trogue's Nugget Nectar is a wet explosion of pine, grapefruit, and mango. All the hops you could ask for. Weighing in at 7.5% alcohol by volume, this once-a-year ale releases only in January and is available for a very short time. Like right now, Nugget Nectar pairs well with grilled smoked sausages and aged Gouda, or try it on its own. Trogue's Nugget Nectar is available wherever better beer is sold. Look for the bright orange package near you. This message has been brought to you by Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Cheers.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, 9 head coaching openings are now down to 8 as the New York Giants are bringing in John Harbaugh, the former Ravens head coach, on a 5-year deal to be their next head coach. Jeff Hafley, the defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers, is interviewing with the Steelers as they continue to talk to candidates. At least they've requested to talk to Hafley. Also requested to talk to Brian Flores, the defensive coordinator of the Vikings, was a former Steelers assistant for a year. Also talks in with Nate Scheelhaas, the pass game coordinator of the Rams, and also Chris Shula, the defensive coordinator in Los Angeles. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Frank Michael Smith joins us next.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, this is interesting. I brought up the name Frank Michael Smith, and all hell broke loose. Limits knew who he was. Bob says he's a worldwide TikTok influencer. Is that going too far, Limits?
No, that is 100% correct.
If you look on TikTok, you'll see
followers.
All right.
Again,
okay.
Very concise, to the point, and arguments that are really enhanced by his use of videos, graphics, and everything else. So I compliment him on that. I always have. I thought, and I know his dad, so I'm sure his dad's very proud of what he's been able to do.
Very good. I just happened to, somebody alerted me to a tweet that I agreed with that Frank Michael Smith put out 23 hours ago. Only one of the Steelers' last 12 first-round picks has received a second contract with the team. You won't hear it on TV, but his inability to draft and develop talent ultimately led to his playoff losing streak, which led to his departure. True. And precisely the topic that I have maybe for my first Trib column Saturday, Bob, which was going to be something along the lines what the national media never tells you about the Mike Tomlin tenure.
That's if you pass your P test.
If I pass, yeah. Well, Right. So I already like Frank Michael Smith.
Well, let's bring him on.
FMS, they call him, I think.
Yeah,
Bob.
and there he is.
Here he is.
That's
There he
what's
is.
going on,
guys? Thanks for
What's
having me
going on here? How does everybody know you except me?
Because you're not on TikTok.
Oh, yeah.
Frank, right? That's
We
where
got to get you on there. I'm on everywhere. X, TikTok.
Yeah,
everywhere.
but
Frank
TikTok
Michael
has been the
Smith, except
spring.
X.
That's been the springboard, correct? You did it from an early part of TikTok, and you've developed it to the point that you've got millions of people following your work. So congratulations.
Yeah, TikTok was first. I started there in 2020. I started doing more evergreen stories, and then as things progressed, I started doing more opinion style. And Pomp, that's what you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
He already knows you on a Pomp name basis, Bob?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Pomp and I are tight. Pomp's one of my biggest supporters. Thank you, Pomp.
Always have been.
Wow.
Because I see stuff that I cannot do.
Okay.
I look at that and I said, damn it, that's a great, what he does. and he said that, I'm serious.
I know.
Weren't you just at a TikTok convention or something where they brought you up as one of the best influencers
Yeah, the
in
TikTok
the world?
Awards in LA. It's a real thing now. You got to get on there.
Do you have Bob dancing in any of your TikToks, or have you reposted those?
No, you know what? If the Steelers hire the right coach, we might get that.
Bob, I'm starting to get the feeling with our big boss back there that I've introduced my successor here, and it's going to be Pomp and Smitty, Pomp and Smitty in a matter of months.
Anyway, congrats on all the success. Like I said, I think your family's very proud of you. You had to, and just for those who don't know you and don't know how you came about this, when did it hit you that you wanted to do this, especially on this platform, that TikTok platform, knowing how it was taking off?
Well, I worked in sports media before 2020, so I was kind of early on the trends, and I could see original content was clearly what was winning. So, my company at the time wasn't really committing to it, and I was like, you know what? I have these skills. Let me just try and do it myself, and put some TikToks out there, and that was the start of it.
Where are you from?
From Fox Chapel. Here right now.
Fox Chapel.
His
Fox
dad's a good
Chapel
golfer
High.
too.
Good golfer.
This is how you meet people, Joe. The golf game.
How about college?
Miami, Ohio, undefeated right now. College basketball, by the way.
I saw that.
Nice. Yeah, they are undefeated. Well, all right, let's get to some opinions here, because what jumped out to me was you're right about Mike Tomlin, and you don't hear that from people on national television. You don't hear how much of a role he had in roster construction and how he failed so often at that. Frank?
You don't hear it, and I'm really not sure why, because it's widely reported. I put in the video that was attached to that tweet that here's an ESPN article where he claims full responsibility. Everyone who really follows this stuff, and it's mostly the Pittsburgh market, really knows that he had almost full autonomy over everything that was going on. There's stories of him negotiating with agents over contracts. Like, we know this because we're in Pittsburgh, but for some reason they won't touch it on national TV. So I really think that's what struck the chord and why the tweet did so well.
Yeah, it's stunning to think only one of 12 would get a second contract. Those are the guys you think most notably will get the second contract. And that is a number that when I saw it, I said, man, I didn't think of it that way, but that's a stunning, really, indictment of the roster construction they've done.
Pomp, I want to go a step further here. So if we look at all the draft picks in that same time frame, which is since 2013, there's 96 total players that were drafted. Only 4 of those guys have made a Pro Bowl. Now, there's no defending that. If you want to say, well, Bud Dupree played in a franchise tag and that counts as a second contract, or Shazier would have got a second contract, or maybe Harmon's going to get a second contract, fine. You cannot defend the 4 Pro Bowlers out of 96 players, though. That's just, it's awful.
Especially getting to the Pro Bowl is a lot easier today than it's been, right? I mean, if you want to be an all-pro, that's a whole different category there. But Pro Bowls, yeah, they should be adding up.
I agree with that. Who's your pick? Who's your number one candidate here of people who they're interviewing, or maybe somebody whose name really hasn't surfaced yet, Frank?
There's a couple names that haven't surfaced, but of the 5 guys that they're interviewing right now, I'm on the record as saying you got to get an offensive guy. I give this stat all the time too. So if you look at the last 7 Super Bowls, 13 of the 14 coaches that coached in that game have offensive backgrounds. The one outlier is Bill Belichick. So if that doesn't tell you that the NFL has moved on, post rule changes, everything favors the offense, and that you need an offensive guy who picks his quarterback, has a great relationship with that quarterback, then I don't know what will. It seems obvious to me that that's the winning formula. So I like Shieldhaas.
So do
and I hope that's how you say it.
So do I. Although
we got to say it that way, right?
Yeah, it's going to be Steel, not. They won't call him Shieldhouse. They'll call him Steelhaas.
Here's the counter to that.
How about if he's the DC? How about if it's Shula with the DC? That's what I'd like as the DC.
As an OC.
As an OC, yeah.
Well, here,
Shieldhouse.
Let me add to that, Frank. We have D'Amico Ryans, who's a defensive guy. We have Mike McDonald, who's a defensive guy. We have Mike Vrabel, who's a defensive guy. So it's not like you can't win with them, especially like I think of Vrabel. He's a CEO. He's a force of personality guy. And he just handed his offense to an offensive genius in Josh McDaniels, a great quarterback developer. So I don't know that you necessarily have to have an offensive guy as the head coach.
You know what? Do you have to? Maybe not. Regardless here, change is going to be good. I think that's the real takeaway is this was long overdue and we need a shakeup in the building here. Anyone who argues that is just denying every single statistic that's out there. If it was Shula, look, I'm getting to know these guys just like you are right now. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I have a deep knowledge of Shula and Shieldhaas and Minter and all these guys. Like, we've only had 24 hours to dig in here, but regardless, change is going to be good.
Limits, would you like to pipe in here? You were pumped that we're talking to Frank here.
Yeah, I've been happy to be able to follow a lot of his content. So when you talk about those offensive coaches, Frank, why do you think it is that the likes of Ben Johnson's, Shanahan's, the McVays, the way that they've been sparked, how do you think the Steelers should approach this in terms of, because my opinion is, if you bring in an offensive-minded guy as your head coach, you don't have to worry about an OC going and taking another job. Should they think about that? Because it seems like the way that they keep bringing in these defensive-minded guys, they're going to favor a defensive coordinator to be the head coach.
Well, I definitely think they're going to favor a defensive guy. I mean, 4 of the 5 candidates are defensive guys. Like, there's a reason Shula's the favorite, the betting favorite right now. I think he's like plus 190. But look, I think you took the words out of my mouth. You want a guy that's there, that's ready to dial up the offense, that can call the plays so that when someone does get poached, like, for example, people are saying, well, why don't you hire Shula to be the head coach and then hire Shieldhaas to be the OC?
Yeah.
Well, if he does a good job, he's gone the next year.
That's fine.
So that doesn't really sit well with me. You need that guy to be there for the long term.
Yeah, but that means he's had success, though, doesn't it, Frank? If he's poached real quick, that's okay. There are going to be other guys.
But then you got to start the process over again.
You got to start all over again.
I'm with Frank on this one,
Bob. With an offensive coordinator, you could find them.
They don't just grow on trees. Look at Artie Smith.
But there are a lot. I understand.
I mean, look what happened to Detroit.
I would say if he has success, that's a good thing for your offense next year or the year after.
Look, I'm all for having success. I don't want some big tankathon. I don't, some people are like, you got to tank to get a QB, and there's countless examples of teams that have found a QB that are not top 5 draft picks. You can do it. So I'm not saying that I want to lose, but having some success would be fine. You could be left in a position like the Lions, though, right now, where Ben Johnson leaves, the team doesn't make the playoffs. I mean, no one had that before the season.
No, you're right. In fact, the Lions were looked at by a lot of us as a team that was going to be there against Buffalo.
Who were I just saw they're interviewing somebody.
Arthur Smith.
Oh, my God.
For their OC?
Explain to me this phenomenon, Frank. Artie Smith came here and failed. He failed miserably. He's doing handoffs to Jonnu Smith as tight end, and he interviews for every coaching job. What is happening?
There's no explanation for that. I'm sorry. I'm sure Arthur Smith's a nice guy, but anyone who watched that playoff game or most of these games this season and saw how this offense struggled and this small ball stuff and bringing the extra offensive linemen on, it feels like you're telegraphing a lot of these plays. And when push came to shove and you had to win a big game versus a good defense, we didn't score a touchdown. I don't know what part of that screams head coach. It doesn't make any sense to me.
And getting back to that trade now, it's interesting how that happened because I remember when we're at my charity golf tournament when that trade was consummated that brought Jonnu Smith and Ramsey here for Minkah Fitzpatrick. And at the time, most people felt that was a slam dunk for the Steelers given everything you'd seen from Jonnu Smith in Miami, 88 catches, yak yards, touchdowns, everything. How would you analyze that trade now, looking back on it after just 1 year?
Are we going to factor Ramsey in too?
Yeah.
I thought Ramsey was what he thought he'd be. This is a player that's highly paid, but probably a little bit past his prime. I thought Ramsey's fine, but I was excited about Jonnu too, and there's no way you can look at that piece of the trade and be like, you know what, big success here. All of the advanced analytics have him as the worst graded tight end in the National Football League.
I saw that.
That is yards per target. All of these advanced, analytics that we're not going to explain fully here, but we trust. He's the worst in the NFL, and we're lining him up at running back. We're throwing screens to him. I just don't understand it.
Frank Michael Smith on the line. I'll leave you with this, Frank. And he is the, how would I describe you here?
Big-time influencer.
Big-time influencer, contributor to The Athletic, budding TikTok legend.
Not just budding.
Yes, Bob?
He's already there.
Fulfilled.
How many followers do you have on TikTok, Frank?
I got 1.8 million on TikTok, but total I got 3.5 million.
Oh, my God.
And he's a young guy. But see how fast it can work.
Are you in Pittsburgh?
I'm right here. I'm right in Fox Chapel.
Oh, you're in Fox Chapel now. Okay. So leave us with this. Who's going to win the Super Bowl?
I've said this, and I'm not moving off of it. I don't like when people change their picks. So I think you're crazy to bet against Josh Allen. That's my pick. I'm sticking with it.
We're going to have him on every week, Bob.
You know you're talking to a
Maybe
Buffalo
every day.
Bills diehard here, so that makes him happy.
I mean, seriously. Imagine we had to play them after at some point in this playoffs. It would have been just a repeat of the regular season. We would have got killed.
Well, the run game was really the big problem there, and they still do that. That's another thing that's come back into style a little bit, this run game. People thought it was outdated. You can't draft a running back. You certainly can't pay a running back. It seems like more and more people are willing to say, no, I'll draft a good running back, and I'll pay him as well. No matter, so all these teams can run the football. I don't know when that became such a thing where,
Except Houston, unless they're playing the Steelers.
Well, boy, did they. That was stunning to me.
Frank, I'm glad we met here. We'll definitely talk again on the air. That was great.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it.
Of course.
All right, Frank, best to your dad, and congrats on family growth. Appreciate that.
What do you mean by that, Bob?
It means he just got married, and they're expecting a baby.
Oh, did we already mention that?
No.
Oh, then it was cryptic to say congrats on family growth.
Okay, cryptic. I'm sorry. I kryptonited you. What did I do?
I don't know. I didn't know what you meant by family growth. Well, none of us said that at the beginning.
Okay, I'm sorry. I withdraw the question and the compliment.
No, I compliment him, too, on his family growth. I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah.
I thought I had missed something.
No, he does it.
He was good.
I would show, in fact,
very
I will
sharp,
show you
very
some of his stuff on TikTok when we go to break. So you can see
I want to see that, yeah. Okay, Limits. So you said Jeff Hathorn's under the weather, yes?
Correct, yes. So we will talk to Jeff tomorrow.
Yeah, he sounded a little bit under the weather last night. So
why don't we do a Penguins prediction? Why don't we wrap up what we know about the Steelers coaching search, because there's been 2 candidates added as far as reportedly going to interview with the club, and we'll move on from there. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh. Wait, where am I, Bob? What time is it?
It's 1:28. Time to...
There's no time.
There's no time to.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia. South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Frank was on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. He was also on our YouTube channel, which you should subscribe out there. The numbers are skyrocketing. It don't cost nothing. Go to our website, 937thefan.com. We'll redirect you, or you can go right to YouTube. Either way, it's fun to watch the show. Bob, you have a message for the Populace.
I certainly do, Joe, and we're talking about home remodeling, and it shouldn't be stressful. West Shore Home is proving that it doesn't have to be. You may want a change to your house. Well, this is the time to do it. It's still winter. You can have them in and out of your house before the spring comes, and they do a great job by using cutting-edge technology, real-time scheduling, precision scan-to-plan measurements. West Shore Home makes that remodel fast. They make it easy. They make it convenient. Whether it's a tub-to-shower conversion, how about a walk-in tub installation? You may want a full bathroom remodel. It's time. If you've been in your house a long time, that happens. New windows, an entry door, patio door, even full house flooring. Hundreds of thousands of homeowners have trusted West Shore Home for the projects, mostly because, and there's a long list of reasons why, but on top of that would be their use of teams of highly trained employee installers, never subcontractors, and this ensures a consistent, world-class experience every time you use them. And right now, listen to this, when you buy a full bath remodel, you will get a second shower absolutely free. Plus, lock in an extra $500 off just for being a fan of the program. But you got to schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan. West Shore Home. Buy one, get one savings from the experts at West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, a Pitt basketball victory last night in Georgia Tech as the Panthers won it in pretty convincing fashion, 89-66 against Georgia Tech as the Panthers break off of their losing streak and are now 8-9 on the year. They will host the Louisville Cardinals, ranked 20th in the country, on Saturday. Hear the action right here on 93.7 The Fan. Tip off at 8. Our pregame coverage will begin at 7:30. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smell Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. No heat? Call McVeigh. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
John Harbaugh will become the next head coach of the New York Giants. The former Ravens coach and winner of the Super Bowl in 2012 is a serious upgrade at head coach for the Giants. With a talented defensive line, a young quarterback, and lots of weapons on offense, don't be surprised if the Giants add to the list of teams that go from worst to first from one year to the next. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Timing is everything. It's the new year and time to get moving on resolutions like taking better care of your health. Individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan can help you do it. The countdown is on. You only have a short time to get a plan that will be there for whatever the year brings. So enroll today. Don't drop the ball on getting great coverage. To get started with one-on-one support, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
Bring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Acura in McMurray. Our Genie Pandas making car buying wishes come true. Want an exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty and complimentary maintenance at no extra charge? Granted. Want to enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards in our easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Luxury should come with New Year perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at spitzeracura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Black and Gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
limits. We have a radio show to run here. Are we back yet?
We're back. We were learning fun facts about Bob during the break.
We
no,
sure
we
were.
were just talking about connections and how golf can take you places, connection-wise.
Jeff Hathorn under the weather, but normally this would be the Hawk Report with Jeff, brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Mulsey, this is sort of a lifetime achievement award for him, but they want us to diversify. So who else? Who else is out there?
Can I put it on Mulsey today? Because I have a bone to pick with Mulsey.
Oh, you and Mulsey got in a social media beef, didn't you?
Yeah, so
Listen to this, Bob.
Mulsey came at me here, Bob, because I tweeted out something that I believed, and I didn't think there was enough characters to be able to put out there to fully give my opinion. So I said, who would I most want as Steelers head coach? Kevin Stefanski. I said, yeah, I know. The Browns fired head coach. Yeah. I said, Stefanski's 43, two-time coach of the year, good offensive mind, knows AFC North, makes sense. And I put it in like short little sentence structure because there's no other way to do it when you run out of characters. So Mulsey said, if you're going to start tweeting exclusively in Andrew Filippone house style, which he puts in quotes, at least make it a little less obvious.
Accusing him of almost plagiarizing Pony, isn't he?
Pony's style.
Yeah, his style.
And I went back there to Mulsey and I said, Mulsey, are you serious right now? And he said, yeah, I think it's a copy with those short stylist sentences of Pony, which I was hurt by.
There's a lot of tension between you and Mulsey, I've noticed.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Mulsey gives me a lot of constructive criticism, though.
Yeah?
Like, I like Mulsey a lot, and he gives me positive feedback and feedback that I need that I think has helped. But, yeah, I feel like that was a shot from Mulsey.
Bob?
And we know how much I adore Pony, but I'm not trying to copy his style of tweeting.
Thoughts on Mulsey?
This is also where it gets confused. I said it to you guys earlier about text messaging, how the message could be not delivered the way you want it to. It's the same with this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You don't. So.
There's no doubt. Who's going to win the Penguins game tonight?
Penguins are going to break a 3-game losing streak, although in all 3 of those games they had a chance to win them all, so they're playing good structurally. They just don't have enough offense right now, and they better change that.
Another shootout the other night, Bob, after a dramatic goal by Gino.
Did you watch the overtime?
Yeah, the overtime was fabulous.
Not one whistle in that
I thought
overtime.
Brian Rust was going to score a hat trick in overtime.
He came in on that vaunted move of his.
Yes, a hat trick of close goals in overtime that he didn't convert. But he's a guy who should be on the U.S. Olympic team. How about if we talk about that for a moment?
I agree.
Do you agree with me?
Yes. Why wouldn't he be? He's been through all these high intensity games, championship games. He is a perennial at least 20-goal scorer, and he's a gritty guy. I like everything about him, and I would have taken him over JT Miller. I know Mike Sullivan has this guy on his staff. By the way, the Rangers are under a lot of pressure in New York right now. They lost again. They had come off a 10-2 loss to Boston. Last night they lost again.
It's horrifying.
They're terrible at home, and they're getting booed. 1 year in, not even a year into this.
Well,
that's how it happens.
I said right when Sully went there, he's going to a place with sort of a shaky GM, which is putting it kindly.
And an impatient
terrible ownership.
Owner in Dolan.
Terrible ownership. And now you look at Sully, and, man, this is not going well. Not going well at all.
But would you taken Rust over JT Miller? That's the one guy I look at and say, I don't need there are enough.
I would take Rust over different guys. The idea is not to build an all-star team, and they say they want to build, a regular hockey team with role players. He'd be great. Bob, did you know that? And obviously the 2 Stanley Cups will never be taken away, and that's why Mike Sullivan's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Would you like to hear how all his other seasons have wound up?
I think I know where you're going, but yes, go ahead.
First year in Boston, lost right away. Second year, missed playoffs. Third year in Pittsburgh, lost in the second round. Then we know first round, qualifying round, first round, miss is how it's going to go after this year. Yeah. So you could argue that how many years is that? It's like 12 years. 10 of them are going to be underachieving, borderline disasters. Now, 2 of them wound up with cups, and that will get you to the Hall of Fame. But it's been an interesting other 10, hasn't it been?
Yeah, there are a lot of coaches who go down this. Really good coaches in this league who've had to go, and they become retreads, but they've done some good things after being with their second team. Some of them not so much. So I think hockey more than anything, boy, you better have the roster. You got to have the players. You got to have the high-end players. You could figure out who can be your third and fourth liners. It's a little easier to go there than not have the high-end players. I was talking to Tyler Kennedy about this, Joe, about Ben Kindle right now. He's 18 and he's showing he's a good, very solid prospect, but he's also going through, a lot of wear and tear that he's never had to go through with back-to-back 3 and 4 nights, 4 and 6 nights. That's hard for a young kid who's only 18 years old.
Sully said last night, someone said, how are you feeling? He said, I feel tons of anger. That sounds like me, Bob.
Well,
on a daily basis, I feel tons of anger.
They also missed Igor Shesterkin. He's out with an injury, and they're having all sorts of goaltending issues.
Nah, I don't care about them. Who's the Steelers' next quarterback going to be, Bob?
Quarterback?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Did we ever look into who's available? Because I wanted to do that. We never
Limits
did.
was supposed to. He's the beat writer, but
Malik
he never
Willis.
did. Ooh. Is he a free agent?
You know what?
Yeah,
he
what?
is.
Yeah, I looked into it.
He
Well,
may
read
come
us
here.
off the free agents,
I'm going
then.
to tell you at this point, I'm going to try to go with Will Howard for now, and I want to see what happens.
Really?
Yeah, I like
Will
Mason.
Howard.
As I said, Mason's had more success in the postseason than any of these other quarterbacks, and that includes Rodgers, Wilson in the playoff. And in the run-up to the playoff, he won 3 in a row, and I thought he played pretty well in that Buffalo game until he threw that critical interception, which I don't deny. But
well, he threw a critical interception in the end zone, Bob.
I know that. But I'm saying to you,
I thought Bill Buckner played a pretty good game against the Mets in '86 until
that ball went through his legs. I think it's going to be Howard, though, just because I think
I thought Chris Webber played a good game till he called timeout that night.
The run-up to it, he had to win 3 in a row, coming off the bench. I thought he played very well. That's my point. He got them there, and I
thought
down the
Jackie
stretch,
Smith played a good game for the Cowboys that one Super Bowl
went
until
right
he
through
dropped
his-
that one.
I remember
the
that.
sickest man in
I
America.
thought Mark Andrews was playing a hell of a game in Buffalo before he dropped it. I hear you.
I thought Rashard Mendenhall was playing great in Super Bowl 45 until
And
he
I
fumbled.
thought Fitzgerald Toussaint was playing a hell of a game, too, in Denver, and then he fumbled.
I thought Will Craig was playing incredible until he run down the first base and home.
I thought he played great.
Who do you think is going to
Oh, the Calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
That's still one of the worst plays I've ever seen in any sport.
It might have been the dumbest play in sports history.
I mean, just the way it happened.
It was a rundown between home and first.
The Bad News Bears, man. They were going after it. Who's your quarterback?
Who do I think it'll be, or who do I want it to be? He's telling me Malik
saying
Willis.
who
I'm
you
going out
think
and
it
getting
will
him.
No, I don't want Malik Willis. I'm
Why
saying
not?
he's like the best option on the free agent market.
Malik Willis has played well in his limited appearances. He's way better than Mason.
Well, he's better than
And
Mason.
he was thought of back at draft time that he was going to be something. Maybe it's taken him some time. Maybe he is. I don't know. But who do you think?
Bobby was a
I don't know.
third-round
I'm
pick.
still waiting
Kenny
for him to
Pickett
tell
was
us.
taken ahead
A
of
lot
him.
of people thought Malik Willis was going to go in the first round.
Then
back
why did he
there.
go in the third? Was it like Mason
Who
Rudolph?
cares
They had a
now?
first-round grade on him, but he went in
Anyway,
the third?
Who's going to be your
Wait a
quarterback?
second.
Who
George
do you
Pickens is a
think?
free agent?
Yes,
Yeah,
he's
they're
going to
gonna
make a ton
franchise
of money, which is why they should have kept him here.
What about Daniel Jones? You interested in him coming off a
No.
bad injury, though?
Injury. I think Indy will want him back. How about Anthony Richardson? He's on. He's on man out. I'm just throwing it out. Who are you going to pick?
No.
Who's your quarterback? You asked me. I said
told
it's
you,
gonna be Will
Malik
Howard.
Willis.
Okay.
Why isn't he listed on this, Limits?
What are you
Devin
looking
Lloyd?
at?
Devin Lloyd is a free agent? He's a great player.
Yeah, Jacksonville. Teddy Bridgewater? Anybody?
No.
Gardner Minshew?
No.
Sam Howell?
No.
Brandon
I'm
Allen?
a Sam Howell fan, I might add.
Carson Wentz?
No.
Wait a second. What did both of you said no to Malik Willis? Why? Didn't you see him perform in his last game?
Yeah.
So what's wrong with him?
I think
Because I'd rather just go. I think Howard. I drafted him. He's here. He spent a whole year here. He saw Rodgers work. I just want to see what he can do.
I think Willis is more of a backup that comes off the bench for you, can play a couple of good games, but not somebody that could play 17 well.
I don't think.
how do we
I think
know
they
that
all
until he
fall
does
into
it?
that. Yeah, the same is true with Howard. You know.
Listen, this guy's gotten 2 chances really to play, and in one game it was against really 3 chances.
Well, if you look back before he went to Green Bay, though, there have been some bad moments in there.
It
too,
was
but they're-
horrifying in his first year in
Right.
Tennessee. I don't blame him for that. Since then, he's had good games, Bob. His numbers in Green Bay is he has 6 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's had games where he went 12 for 14, 13 for 19, 10 for 13, and 18 for. We all saw him against Baltimore. He was great.
He was.
And he runs. I'd be all over this. I'm shocked that you guys aren't. We have to go. Is anybody going to say anything? We're on live radio.
You didn't even know about he was a free agent. You weren't going to mention him until Austin said so.
But Limits didn't. Well, forget
it. Right,
if I had my chance, I would just reset for a year. And you know how I feel about Will Howard.
We have to go.
But I would let Will Howard have his opportunity to be able to reset for the 2027 class. And if they are playing good, you can throw more eggs at me like the 26 class.
What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Who was that?
That was Andy Lindbergh.
Andy.
Very kindly. Cold and a high of 21 the rest of the day. Roberto Clemente. Feels like 2 degrees, a low of 16. Al Oliver. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Lager, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Bob, enjoy your day off. Well, it's one of multiple days, but enjoy the day nonetheless.
Look forward to seeing you again on
Bob.
Monday. And who knows, we may have more news and more names.
Let me say this. We bust your chops about the schedule here. But you are, between everything you do, you and Jeff Hathorn are the 2 hardest working sports media members I know.
Well, I take
maybe
that as a compliment because Jeff is everywhere, and I just try to do my part, whatever it may be. So, but thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Bob.
I concur.
Goodbye, Bob.
So I'm part-time pomp here, but I'm full-time pomp everywhere else.
All
Part-time pomp, baby. You know me. See you guys.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
John Harbaugh is headed to New York to be the next head coach of the New York Giants. It's a 5-year deal, reportedly being finalized for the former Ravens head coach that was let go after 18 years in Baltimore. So Harbaugh will continue coaching, but at least it appears, based off of what Mike Tomlin in a story from Mike DeFabo of The Athletic had to say, telling his team in their final team meeting, doesn't seem like Tomlin is going to coach anytime soon, saying that he just wanted to coach this group of guys and isn't really thinking about any other ideas. So maybe it's broadcasting for Tomlin. Maybe he just takes a year off. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. PM Team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with One Sports. The 49ers and Seahawks square off for the second time in 3 weeks, and I'm expecting this meeting to look much different from last time. I think Kyle Shanahan's offense can thrive on the road as long as Trent Williams plays. The all-world left tackle made a huge difference against Philly. He will do so again on Saturday. Seattle's defense can be burned through the air, and even without Kittle, I think the Niners can move it effectively. I'll take the points with San Francisco, and I like the over as well. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
Time!
Every fight,
Bam!
let's go. One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go.
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
I gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry. These January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
For over 40 years, Wayland Exteriors has built a legacy in Pittsburgh. Not just on quality roofing, but on trust. We know inviting a crew to your home takes faith. That's why our family is dedicated to protecting yours with our Respect Your Home guarantee. Backed by hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, we ensure a safe, clean job site every single day. Experience the difference of true professionals. Learn more at waylandexteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Acoustic wave therapy and powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Meet the 2026 Subaru Forester Hybrid Premium, the SUV that's ready for winter and smart about fuel efficiency. With its added hybrid power, the Forester Hybrid Premium is built to handle snowy commutes, icy mornings, and long winter drives with confidence. And right now, Bowser Subaru, there's 1.9% APR available on the 26 Forester Hybrid Premium, so don't wait. Credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. Head to BowserSubaru.com today.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on Friday, January 16th. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Four-time Grammy-nominated Joe Bonamassa.
hailed as one of the world's greatest guitar players. Blues rock titan Joe Bonamassa, performing live on Saturday, March 7th at the Benedum Center. Tickets on sale now at trustarts.org. Joe Bonamassa. Every show is a new experience.
Ready for some friendly competition? Sign up now for Keystone Shooting Center's Spring Rimfire League. Choose your division, iron sights or optics. The 8-week challenge starts January 19th, with sign-ups open January 2nd through the 16th. Top 3 finishers in each group win great prizes. Don't wait. Secure your spot. Call, visit, or sign up online today at KeystoneShootingCenter.com.
On the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, 2 more names added to the list of Steelers candidates, guys they want to interview to replace Mike Tomlin. Jeff Hafley, who coached Mike Tomlin's son at Boston College and also coached at Pitt. He's the Packers DC. And Evero Ajero, the Panthers defensive coordinator, who inherited one of the worst defenses in NFL history, and this year had them at least competent. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller, Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Tough moment, man, and to see a guy, who was so quintessential to this entire city, this organization, and this entire football program in Pittsburgh, it was a bittersweet feeling. So, to have him address the team, in an exit meeting fashion that he did, man, it was a bittersweet moment. He got a standing ovation, you know what I mean? Because that's what he meant to us and to those who came for us, man. And we all know Mike T, man, and we'll always recognize him as one of the greatest coaches to do it.
Hello, everybody. We are a couple days into the Steelers' head coaching search, and there's more names to debate and discuss today. But I'm doing something I didn't want to do originally, and that's discuss the past. But there was a great story in The Athletic today by Mike DeFabo that is dredging up a lot of those feelings in me and is causing me to want to have a conversation with everybody out there, including the man right across from me, Chris Muller, and Donnie Football, and you at 412-928-9370, because we have this gigantic piece in The Athletic about how anonymous Steelers players felt about Mike Tomlin's not dismissal, his resignation, quitting. Some players are not quoted by name, but the way they reacted to Mike is announcing that he was done are specifically cited in the story. T.J. Watt, Joey Porter Jr., Aaron Rodgers sobbing and saying repeatedly, "I'm sorry," is referenced. And the voice you heard is a man that was in that room and is probably my least favorite Steelers player from 2025. That would be Jonnu Smith telling all of us that Mike got a standing ovation and it was bittersweet. I mean, really, I did want to do the Tomlin windshield bigger than the rearview mirror. Let's spend 4 hours talking about who the next coach is going to be or might be. But these quotes are wild, Chris. Did you read this yet?
Yes, I read it. I read it immediately. As soon as it broke loose this morning, I was all over that one.
So let me give you and the listeners some of the things that come from Steelers players in this article because they do call out us. They call out fans. They call out, I think, media as well. Like, here's one, for example. Let me start with this one here. This is a player going to bat for Tomlin. I don't think that Mike T was the issue. We generally never lost belief in the locker room. It was super emotional for us because it's not him. So he's not the problem, even though he's the common denominator besides the owner. Here's an anonymous player saying this sucked because he was the last guy who should be on the outs because of how this season ended. That's number one, all right? How about this quote? You didn't think we wanted to get that monkey off his back that the whole city has been berating him for? Not having won a playoff game since 2016. Then there's this one. There's always noise, but I felt like it was getting to the point, it was getting effing ridiculous, an offensive player told DeFabo. I felt bad for Mike Tomlin. I started thinking, if that were me, how long would I want to put up with that? Every time we lost, it felt like the sky was falling. He took it all for us. He was our what's our old boss? What would he say?
Kevlar.
He was our Kevlar.
Wait, you didn't get to the last one, which I think is the most interesting one of all.
Is it about coordinators? Because we can get to that later.
Oh, well,
is that the one?
Yes.
Yes, that is the juicy one, and we'll have more on that later in the show.
That cuts to the core of what frustrates me about this, but nothing that those players said will cause me to vacillate on my Tomlin opinion or any of this. I mean, it's unsurprising that a coach we have heard for basically the entirety of his tenure from almost everyone who's ever played for him, with like the exceptions being so few that you can almost name them right off the bat. Like James Harrison has ripped him. Ben Roethlisberger has occasionally ripped him, then walked it back. Harrison's been his most vocal critic by far among former players. But it's not surprising to me that a coach who is pretty much universally beloved by his players would inspire those feelings in his players when he tells them it's done. It's also, unless you're Cam Hayward, especially, like if you're one of those guys who's only been there for a year or two, it only might seem ridiculous that he's getting ripped for the playoff drought because you've only been here for a year or two of it. Jonnu Smith, you've only been here this year. Patrick Queen, only 2 years. Like, you haven't lived it. If you were Patrick Queen, you were on Ravens teams that were competing and trying to beat the Steelers. You weren't like consciously thinking about what are Steelers fans saying. I guess I'm not surprised that pretty much every one of those guys would go to the mat for him and that Rodgers would, according to Mike's reporting, be reduced to tears. Like it was a scene from Good Will Hunting on the way out. Did Mike hug him back and say it's not your fault?
Mike hugged everybody. Mike apparently hugged all 53 men.
Was he the Robin Williams role here? I mean, it was very...
He shook hands and hugged every single player.
Didn't TJ Watt in the story, in the telling of the story, he was also crying?
Tears were down his face and Joey Porter Jr. was close to hyperventilating.
I guess it's got to be because those guys just also never thought they would actually see the day that Mike would dig his heels in and just... I think in that story, Mike writes, somebody essentially thought he would go out with his boots on, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm going to say this about it, and I would love to get input and opinions from our listeners at 412-928-9370. You pretty much have, to paraphrase in this story, you have Steelers players who are putting forth the narrative that Tomlin was mistreated by fans and media here. And that they thought it was BS and they thought it was bunk and they thought he got a raw deal. And I'd love to hear from fans at 412-928-9370 if they agree or disagree with that. There is a such thing as being too close to the situation. You develop blind spots that way. You have a personal relationship with somebody. They treat you well and you don't want to see their flaws. You don't want to see their things that make them incomplete as a coach or as a teacher or as a boss or whatever. That happens all the time. And I think, like, to use one of the complaints that people on the outside accuse Mike of all the time is, like, yeah, he's a pretty good players coach. There are no public reprimands. There is no ever public discipline. Guys don't really ever get excoriated by Mike. He doesn't use any media sessions to really go after guys. He has their back. And so he steps down, and it's not surprising to me that the players stick up for him as vehemently as they did. But because of their closeness to the situation, that does not make them right, in my opinion. Just because these guys are saying he was a good coach, I would expect them, for the most part, to say that because he treated them well. Usually people, their opinion is, how do you treat me? You treat me good, I like you. You treat me bad, I don't like you. So I'm not going to take this article as gospel or want to walk back any of my opinions like, oh man, it was really that emotional? Oh my God, all these big name players were this crestfallen that Mike decided to step away from football? Maybe I need to rethink this. Maybe I do need to adopt the position, be careful what you wish for if he's this respected. No, I would expect them to respect him this way and obfuscate and come up with, well, it wasn't Mike's fault. It was this guy's fault instead. Or it was your fault. You're a fan and you were mean to him. And why would he? That's what the quote essentially said. Why would he want to stay here and coach when he gets treated this way? I don't know, Chris, because he makes over $20 million a year and it kind of comes with the territory.
What was left on the deal?
According to Dulac, 2 years and $50 million. Find me a coach that hasn't. You don't think Bill Belichick, even when he was good, we turned on Boston Sports Talk Radio. You don't think hosts and callers are probably calling him out? That's kind of how fans behave. That's sports in 2026.
I think the main thing for me is a coach does two things. A coach best prepares his players from a tactical standpoint and also tries to get the most out of his players. I think it's laudable that Mike attempted in a workplace setting to view all of them as individual people. You've heard that a bunch of times. There are plenty of good coaches throughout history who treat players as if they're like cadets at a military academy and they're the drill sergeant. I mean, I wouldn't respond well personally to that type of leadership.
Yeah.
So I can respect the way Mike treated them like men. That doesn't happen all the time in the NFL. I think that is one of Mike's best qualities. But where the players here lose me is they take accountability, like Rodgers essentially in saying, I'm sorry, says I wasn't good enough. I didn't do enough. But, like, guys, were you assembled as a team that really was realistically going to win? If you're a defensive player and you're frustrated that he's gone, do you mean to tell me that he wasn't a major reason that you guys had breakdowns? Like, so it was all your fault?
This one player said Mike T was not the issue. We, as in the whole locker room, I guess, don't think that Mike T was the issue. Then tell us who. Can we have some names, please?
Well, I think we'll get to that later.
Are you pointing upstairs at the owner? Or are you actually going below his pay grade and blaming minions and people who answered to Mike? Because to me, that's even softer.
Well, globally, they're clearly, like, I think, citing a pretty toxic environment as wearing on everybody involved there that they felt like the city created.
I don't mean to misquote either one of you guys, so I'm going to ask you this, and if neither one of you feel comfortable sharing it on the air, I respect that, but we're on the air, and I can't do this off the air because we're not ready for a commercial break yet. Who was the one before the show who said that the players basically come off as babies in this article? Was that Donnie or was that Chris?
Me.
Okay, that was you. Here's why I agree with you, and if you want to add to this, please do. I've heard Starkey say this, and I agree with him 100%. Who are these players to say this? What have they won? What have they accomplished here? Jalen Ramsey won a Super Bowl in L.A. Congratulations on all his success there. Isaac Seumalo won in Philly. Kenneth Gainwell won in Philly. So those guys have rings, but they're not rings earned in Pittsburgh. These are all losers. And they're not losers in life. They've obviously accomplished great things. They're apex athletes, top 0.1% at what they do, physical specimens, dedicated, devoted to their craft, all those things. But among their peers, they're losers. They haven't won anything. So I'm not going to take what they say as like the whole truth and nothing but the truth. I'm just not. They haven't won enough for me to like care about how they feel about a coach, Donnie. I don't know if that's how you feel, but that's kind of my take on it.
I understand that he has been close with pretty much everybody that he has ever coached with the Steelers. It also just sounds like a little bit high schoolish to me. Like, it's the NFL, boys. I mean, like, coaches come and go all the time. This is a guy who had nearly 2 decades on the sidelines. It's not like he got some raw deal and he got 1 year and the city just hated him so much and they scared him off. And
Chris,
he left.
doesn't it come across as the media and fans forced him out?
Yes.
If they felt like
we're being scapegoated by the
yes,
it's obvious that there is, for as much as Mike said in his final statement, his closing statement or statement of resignation, whatever you want to call it, that he appreciates the high standards that Steelers fans have. And I think actually on Mike's level, he probably does, although you could take that as a double meaning statement. It's very obvious to me that the players absolutely felt like the fans were against them.
If they felt like this was his decision and he was at peace with it and was just done coaching and was like ready to be done with it to move on to the next chapter in his life, I would think all the emotional stuff would still stand. There would be crying. There would be sadness that this was done. But the quotes to DeFabo would be like, hey, we're happy for Mike. He had an unbelievable coaching
He's
career.
He's going to take a break and spend some time now.
It's an honor that I got to play for him. Good luck with what's next. All hail Mike Tomlin. No, this is like getting mad at fans and media who have been critical of him. That's their, which leads me to believe they think that had something to do with him saying, I don't want to do this anymore.
Do you think it did?
Yes. Do you disagree?
Well, then the players are right if they think that. You agree with them that the outside noise.
Yes, I do.
Force him out.
I do. But it's their reaction to it that is obviously getting me worked up here.
I mean, I would default back to what Starkey said that you guys have already echoed. Win something. Like, your words mean, like James Harrison's critiques of Mike mean or hold a lot more weight, even if James was pretty much a malcontent in his last days here, because he won with Mike. He made the greatest play in Super Bowl history on Mike's team. He's seen the good times. What would you say is not? No.
No, I didn't say anything. What? Just
you're
moving around.
As soon as I said the greatest day in Super Bowl history, you started.
Greatest play? I mean, it's up for debate. Okay, it's a really good play. Went 100 yards.
No, you got to defend your guy Roethlisberger. I know. But bottom line is James Harrison won here. James Harrison played defense for Mike Tomlin here. He knows what it's like to be at the top of the mountain with Mike, which I think gives him a much clearer perspective in his current role as to what doesn't look like the top of the mountain and what the bottom of the mountain base camp looks like.
Go ahead, Don.
I also have another thought with this, and I know that these were only like hypotheticals that got thrown out, but if it was the Pittsburgh media and Steelers fans that made Mike Tomlin step down at the end of the day, he was never going to be able to be the coach of the Giants or the Bears. What do you think Chicago or New York would have done to him?
Philly.
Well, Philly for sure, but I mean, they didn't.
Well, right, but they're talking about Sirianni like he goes into next year on the hot seat, and hypothetically Mike could take that job in 2 years.
To be fair, Nick Sirianni probably does go into next year on the hot seat,
right?
Because that's how things work there.
Yeah.
So like that's where like it misses me of he got a raw deal. Like, listen, I can appreciate what he accomplished years ago, but it was time, folks. It was time to move on here. And he was able to go out on his own terms by all accounts, but apparently it was us.
Yeah, this player said
it's always us.
We've been berating him. That was not. It felt like he was getting to the point where it was effing ridiculous. In terms of the noise, said an offensive player.
I mean, they're the most popular team in the most popular sport in a city that is rabid for them.
You know what's effing ridiculous? Going 9 years without winning a playoff game.
Philly sports talk and New York sports talk, you think we're harsh. And they have, in Philly's case, a team that's won 2 Super Bowls since the last time the Steelers won a playoff game.
Here's Johnny in Cranberry. Hello, Johnny.
Hey, guys.
Hey, man.
Enjoyed the show so far.
Thank you.
I want to make a couple quick points on a name that I brought up with Donnie Football the other night. It has resurrected, but I'm going to get to real quick. Mike Sullivan, and I'm going somewhere with this. Mike Sullivan, coaching philosophy, you've heard it after he left, was the players are going to adapt to my coaching philosophy. Whoever they bring in, and we're assuming it's going to be early 40s, late 30s, and I think it's imperative that they are involved in the draft process and they craft their coaching philosophy to the players and the skill sets we have.
Well, it sounds like they're going to have a bunch of players that are not exactly thrilled with this next coach because they feel like their previous coach got pushed out by fans and media.
Well, I think, hey, let the door hit you on the way out, because I think you're going to start to see some attrition and some people getting moved out. And I think the new coach should and hopefully will, regardless if they're offensive or defense, will adapt to the players. Now, here's the guy that I'm not trying to be different or off the wall. And Donnie, I called in your show the other night and brought this name up. The Panthers defensive coordinator, I'm telling you, I don't know why. This guy, Ejiro
Evero. He's on their list now. They want to talk to him now. He's going to do an interview.
I'm telling you, if you get in the weeds on him and look at his lineage, and where we talk about coaching trees,
he's coached for everybody: McVay, McCarthy,
Well, Johnny,
legend that is Jim Tomsula.
Let's hope he didn't read this article, because now he's going to be scared off from Pittsburgh because the media and fans are so hard on coaches here.
Right. Well, he's a good fit, and another quick little point about that: he's born in the UK, and if not that they're going to placate to the NFL here, but where we're going with the global game, I'm just telling you.
I got you. I get what you're saying there. I get what you're saying.
I've not heard Ejiro Evero speak.
Does he have a British accent? Does he say bloke? Does he say bloody?
My question is, when did he's been over here for a while because he's been coaching for a pretty long time in some capacity.
Yep.
Did he lose his British accent? Americans who go live there, like actors, they pick up a British accent.
What do you make of Steelers players feeling like Tomlin wasn't to blame in that he was mistreated here by us? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get to Donnie's first headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
NFL divisional weekend looks like this. Buffalo and Denver Saturday at 4:30. San Fran at Seattle Saturday night at 8. Houston, New England, Sunday 1 p.m. The Rams are visiting the Bears Sunday at 6:30. 3 of the 4 games, all but the Saturday 8 p.m. game between the 49ers and Seahawks, can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. And right now, let's talk about divisional round weekend and turning on playoff mode with FanDuel. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the divisional round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you on the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. Saturday afternoon, I like the Broncos to beat the Bills. It's in Denver. They've got that unit that led the NFL in sacks. We saw Josh Allen get crushed and really shredded by a Texans pass rush earlier in the year. I think Denver's defense can do the same thing. I'm taking the Broncos. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew. Grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration, a max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today's 98 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. John Harbaugh will be the next head coach of the New York Giants. In his last stop, he had a quarterback who was in and out of the lineup. In New York, keeping Jackson Dart on the field will be key to having success at his next stop. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Black and gold fans at Schley.company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high-protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain. Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast. Speaking of fast, did you just see that play? Yeah, he vaporized that ball. That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Coming to the Bayham Theater Saturday, February 7th, Rich Engler presents Ghost Hounds. Ghost Hounds have never sounded more alive. You won't want to miss Ghost Hounds, February 7th with their special guest, former Eagle guitarist Don Felder and his band. Welcome to the hotel. Don't miss Ghost Hounds and Don Felder and his band Saturday, February 7th at Bayham Theater. Tickets start as low as $35 and are on sale now at trustarts.org.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Best call here is going to win 4 tickets to the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase presented by AAA Travel, David L. Lawrence Convention Center, coming up next week. Okay, we've given you the details of this athletic piece on Mike Tomlin's final hours as Steelers head coach, how players reacted to him saying goodbye, and how Steelers players feel about his resignation. They sound like they're upset, and they're not upset at Mike. They're not upset at the Steelers. They're upset at us, fans and media, for the way we made Mike feel while he was running the Steelers.
Well, consider that if he had been fired, let's say, and you maybe had a couple players who were feeling frisky, they might, especially if they were on expiring deals, criticize ownership if they thought the Rooneys had aired.
Mm-hmm.
But Mike resigned on a down note. And so you're not going to, Art had made it clear he was willing to have Mike for another year, so who becomes the bad guy?
This was perpetuated, and I forgot to grab the audio. I'll paraphrase it. This was pretty much what Mike Wilbon said on ESPN last night. He said the way that Steelers fans booed Mike and chanted, "Fire Mike," that Mike should have left for those reasons. The reason being, I'm one of the greatest coaches of all time. You don't appreciate me. And I think his quote was, "F off. If you don't like me, if I'm not good enough for you, you guys are going to learn the hard way what life is like without me."
Did Bill Belichick get this kind of treatment when he got let go by the Patriots, as far as, like, can you believe they would do this to the man who's won 6 Super Bowls?
No, I don't think that happened at all. I think most of the media was like,
yeah, get him out of here. It's because he was a surly, standoffish,
now they didn't win 10
miserable
games
person.
and win a division his last year there. I mean, that's a key distinction, too. Like, they
I
pretty much
understand
fell
that.
apart.
He won 6 Super Bowls, but he wasn't quotable on purpose unless you asked him about a long snapper. And he
or
had
left-footed putters.
Yeah, and he had no use whatsoever for being nice to any members of the media unless it was on his terms and he could talk ball where he's talking to Ed Reed and Peyton Manning. And
Mike chooses to be nice to national media.
So much of that's
deliberate.
transactional.
Yep.
And we had a good caller yesterday who I think identified there's always going to be some racial undercurrent to some of this. You'd be naive to think that there isn't, but what his players I think are accusing fans and media of, just as generally speaking.
Yeah.
Deciding to be mean because they weren't happy with the level of success, but how many teams have gone longer without a playoff win?
I'm going to, on that point, okay, the quote that we're going to get into later about assistant coaches, I would understand if the person who said that to DeFabo didn't want his name attributed to it, but the guys who are coming out and saying, Mike's the man, it's not Mike's fault, Mike's not to blame, these fans who berated him and made him feel like crap, that's not fair. How about those people put their names on it? They're not giving away anything proprietary that, they'd get in hot water for saying. You know what I mean? They're not giving away any Steelers secrets by saying that. It's an opinion that they feel like their coach was mistreated. So identify yourself. Tell me who you are. If we're the bad guy, what, you can't tell us? You can't attach your name to that? I think that's weak.
Would you rather them have not said anything because, for some reason Mike said, unless you attach your name to it, I can't run it, or done what they did here?
No, I'm happy that they did what they did because it does give us a glimpse into how Steelers players are feeling about Mike leaving. But I'm saying, I understand why you have to use anonymous sources. I'm not at all, questioning that. That's a big part of being a insider and a reporter. I'm just criticizing players, not Mike for using them. I'm criticizing players for not wanting to put their names on some of these quotes. Here's Nate on the Parkway. Hello, Nate.
Hey, guys, I'm going to try not to get too fired up about this because I would have liked nothing more than after Mike Tomlin to resign to at least talk about some of the good things that he did because I think he was a very good coach for a very long time, and I just think it was time. But I am so fed up listening to this BS because all I keep hearing is all this nonsense about them talking about how it's not Mike Tomlin's fault and whatever else for the fact that they got 10 seasons since their last win. 3 of the last wins come against 2 backup quarterbacks. They're minus 64 playoff differential in points. It's outrageous and it's unacceptable. And I'll tell you what, if it's not Mike Tomlin, congratulations, because the firings and the tradings and the cuts are going to keep going until we get to the root of the problem. Because guess what? Your shield's not here anymore. You're a mediocre team, and you have been for a decade. It's unacceptable, and I'm so tired of hearing about it. And you know what? They had no problem collecting paychecks and asking for raises at the end of each mediocre season. They all cashed those checks just fine. So now if they're going to keep talking, I'd rather them put their names on it and own it. You tell us who the problem is. This is way too long with too little success, and I'm tired of hearing about it.
All right, Nate, you're going to get the tickets.
That was a good sports talk radio call
awesome.
Right there. Started off by saying, frankly, I really liked the coach for a long time, and then just, I think, went without taking a breath. By the way, T.J. Watt, remember when he put up deuces because he was going to maybe leave, but he got his money. Mike went to the mat for him.
More on what he said and how he reacted to Tomlin's I want to say firing.
Man, that's one of the best calls we've had in a long time on the station.
I do think what he was talking about, remembering the good times, I partly put that on for us not even really having that discussion. I put that on either Mike, the Steelers, or both. Because unlike Cowher, and we were talking about this Monday and the, pandemonium and craziness of Mike resigning, and my mind went blank, and we were talking about how Cowher left, I completely forgot that he had the press conference with the Bill Cosby sweater on. And that was after he resigned, and he got up there with the Cosby sweater on and the Lombardi from 2 years ago right next to him, and basically did a goodbye press conference.
Well, you weren't going to be able to have that with Mike, I think, because Bill had won the Super Bowl 2 years prior. Mike had not won a playoff game in forever, and I think it wouldn't have been openly contentious, but I don't think, frankly, a lot of people here want to hear it. I think that's the small tragedy of this.
So that's Tomlin reading the room or the Steelers reading the room?
I think it's a little bit I think it's Tomlin just not feeling like that's something he wanted to do. And I think that the fans would not have been like, oh, yeah, I'm glad Mike is sitting here reminiscing about the good old days.
But there would have been some of that were the reporters. They would have asked him about his...
the reporters, but I don't think like the reaction. The fan base was, I think, out for blood because they were frustrated and wanted to see this happen. I don't think there would have been some like reasonably happy catharsis about, hey, he was here for a long time. There are kids who've grown up their entire lives only knowing him as the coach. What a nice farewell. Like that is like the small tragedy of this. I think the guy was long past his sell-by date here, but he did very good work for the first half of his Steelers coaching career. And I am probably on an island here. I do not think that even time will be all that kind to him with a lot of Steelers fans.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. You can watch us there. We will get intel on all these names that are on the Steelers coaching carousel. We know that one candidate is going to interview tomorrow for the job. It sounds like he's the first man up. We'll tell you who that is coming up. We also have a special guest next who knows both Rams candidates intimately. He is, when it comes to social media, the biggest Rams insider and analyst around. Chris Shula. I think that's the guy you think is going to get the job, right, Malsey?
I do think Chris Shula is the front runner.
And Nate Scheelhaus, the passing game coordinator there, he's going to tell us about both of those guys next. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Hit hoops, an 89-66 win against Georgia Tech last night. The Panthers host Louisville Saturday at 8. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame coverage at 7:30. The Jeff Capel Show tonight at 6. Check that out on The Fan or on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Let's talk right now about Mr. Magic Car Wash. Yes, there are 23 locations all around town. I stopped by the one in Bridgeville today, washed my car, but it rained yesterday. It snowed. Yeah, I wanted to get the ice. I wanted to get the grime when there's salt on the road. Then I've got a black vehicle. The sides of it start to look disgusting. So I went to Mr. Magic, in and out in less than 60 seconds. Car looks spectacular. Guys there treat me right. You can get the same thing, an unlimited pass where you pay less than $20 a month, and you can go 30 times if you want. Go every day. And there's probably one right near you. MrMagicCarWash.com. Sign up today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. In-app only.
Ready to trade the cold for some sunshine in baseball? Join AAA Travel for the ultimate spring training getaway in sunny Florida, March 19th through the 23rd. Round-trip air transportation, airport transfers, and a welcome drink at the beautiful Rumfish Beach Resort on St. Pete Beach. 4 amazing nights in paradise, and catch the Bucks in Toronto from reserved party deck seating at Lecom Park. All of this and more, all for just $1,995 per person, double occupancy. Spaces are limited. 1-800-354-8761 or contact your local AAA office today.
Create a luxury spa with a customized glass shower door. Visit boulevardglassandmetal.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I was almost a little embarrassed about because I didn't want people to think, I got into certain positions because of the last name. So I think that was some of the motivation. I always had a little chip on my shoulder, to kind of work extra hard to show that, I earned whatever role I got or whatever. It's kind of evolved into something where now it's like, it's so cool to you go and travel around and play different games and see different coaches or different people that work in media and stuff like that dealt with my grandpa. Just all the nice things that they say and the stories that they tell and all that type of stuff, so it's something that, initially it started out I was a little bit reluctant to kind of, I might not say my last name when I introduce myself to now it's something I'm extremely proud of. And not only my dad and my grandpa, but my uncle as well, and the character that they have and the types of coaches that they were and the types of human beings that they were.
All right, let's go round and round the Steelers coaching carousel. Our first stop is the team in the city that has 2 coaches who will interview to be the Steelers' next head coach to replace Mike Tomlin. The Los Angeles Rams, that was Chris Shula, the grandson of the all-time winningest coach in NFL history, Don Shula, talking about some of the challenges that came with that and people thinking that he only got a job in the NFL because of his last name, which I thought was a very well-spoken, pretty eloquent thing to say about that whole process and how at times it was more baggage than it was a good thing. Listen to us on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. So we've got Shieldhouse, the passing game coordinator from L.A., and Shula, who's the defensive coordinator. When I thought of bringing someone on to talk about these Rams coaches, I immediately thought of our next guest. His name is Jake Ellenbogen. He is, when it comes to talking Rams, the very best. He's been a guest on my FanDuel Weekend show for years. He knows this team and is willing to speak honestly about this team and their players and coaches more than anybody I know. Jake, thanks for coming on. Let me ask you a pretty straightforward, blunt question to start. Of these 2 candidates, who is right now more ready and more qualified to be a head coach?
That's a great question. I think a lot of people would go with Chris Shula, right? He's the one that's a coordinator after all. I would actually go with Nate Shieldhouse. I think Shieldhouse is special. I think Shula is one of those guys that is going to be successful, but I think if you're looking for the next, closest thing to Sean McVay, it's Shieldhouse.
Well, first off, now we've been saying Shieldhouse this whole time. Pittsburghers with
Haas.
With this accent, with the Yinzer accent, if they hire Shieldhouse, it's just going to be open season on butchering that last name. You're making me feel better, though, Jake, because Pony blanched when I made my power ranking yesterday of the 5 coaches they had requested interviews with. And I put Shieldhouse number 1 ahead of Shula. So what else? What is it about him that has you saying he's the closest thing to finding the next Sean McVay, besides the fact that he's obviously a passing game coordinator and an offensive guy?
Yeah, certainly. Well, first off, he's the pass game coordinator, number 1 offense in the league, high character guy, leader, prime communicator. You have to be those to be on Sean McVay's coaching staff. So that's going to be the same thing with Chris Shula. But he was a running back coach at Iowa State back when David Montgomery was there. He worked with Breece Hall, Xavier Hutchinson, Jaden Higgins, and Jalen Noel. So he's a developer as well. Real big in player development. He's worked his way up the rungs a little bit different than Shula. Because he started with the college ranks, going from offensive assistant, then he goes to running backs coach, and then now he's a wide receivers coach, and then all of a sudden he takes on a big role where he's the run game coordinator, running back coach, and wide receivers coach. Then becomes the offensive coordinator in 2023, and now he's working. Well, now he works with the quarterbacks, and then the Rams go and get him, and they got him right out of college. So this is his first stop in the NFL. And he was promoted to pass game coordinator after being a pass game specialist and offensive assistant last year. So basically his time working around the offense, I think, has really helped him. He's been in the Sean McVay ecosystem first and foremost. But he's had a decent bunch of big names that you could credit to him and that development. But his former college quarterback background gives him another leg up, I believe. And I think Shieldhaas, he's the guy that I think they're really crediting in this offense. Sean McVay has been very open about how he has kept this offense ahead of the curve with new offensive concepts. And the idea of him is he's always looking ahead for the next big idea. Now, he's not, going to be somebody that if there's a tried and true formula, he's not going to reinvent the wheel if something is already there that works. But he is trying to, get one leg up in the game. And I've found that those guys tend to do very well in the NFL. The guys that are level-headed but are also willing to, go above the call of duty. And that's what you're looking at with Shieldhaas. I've just heard from people, closest thing that they've seen to Sean McVay.
Wow.
You talk about the innovation, the communication, the leadership, the culture-building ability. I was in row 3 at the Rams-Lions game, and I just focused on Shieldhaas for the most part on the sideline just to see how I was interacting because I've heard it, but I wanted to see it in person. And I was just really blown away. And I understand that sounds silly, but I'm going to be the first one to tell you, I was the guy that wanted Sean McVay. When everyone was talking about Bill Cowher to the Rams and they're talking about John Gruden, I wanted Sean McVay. And people were like, well, the Redskins have a bad offense and, Kirk Cousins isn't that great, whatever. They just lost a huge game to the Giants and missed the playoffs in the last week of the season. I don't care. Give me Sean McVay. You listen to him speak and you could see right away that this guy was going to be different. And I think
so. That's what I was going to ask you, Jake. One of the things for the Steelers that is always been Art Rooney, the owner now, was a part of the Mike Tomlin hiring process, and Mike supposedly blew them away, even though he was not expected to be the favorite to get the job. The interview process and how he handled it just meant so much to him getting the job. It sounds to me, the way that you're talking about these two guys, like you think Shieldhaas might knock them off their feet and blow them away in an interview more than Shula. Is that fair?
I think it's definitely fair. And I have a story for you guys.
Oh,
so Marshall Faulk was telling us back, on one of my shows that I did. He was part of the coaching hire because he has a good relationship with Stan Kroenke. So they're at dinner with Sean McVay, and Marshall Faulk's there. And after the dinner, basically Kroenke's like, all right, what do you think? And he's like, well, he's probably not ready yet. It's going to be about 1 to 2 years, maybe 3 years. But when he is ready, he's not going to be there. You're not going to get him. So, sometimes you just got to strike while the iron's hot, and you have to be willing to do the big thing. I mean, guys, I'll tell you, I do an NFC West roundtable show, right? And there's a Cardinals guy on there, obviously NFC West, and he would not listen to me about Shieldhaas. He called me biased. He said, well, it's another Ram guy. I'm like, all right. Well, he wants Mike Tomlin. And I'm like,
well,
do you want to get to the door? Do you want to get to the door or do you want to bash the door in? And to me, this is a hire that you bash the door in and you say, you know what? We don't want to be winning the division at 10-7. We want to make money moves. We want to be consistent. We want to dominate this division, and we want to get a leg up on the competition. And I think, honestly, if I was in charge, I would hire Shieldhaas right now. I wouldn't even waste. I think this is the guy.
Pony, I'm all fired up here. I feel like a genius for having ranked him first. So I wanted to go back to this, Jake, because you kind of alluded to it. So you sort of took where I was going to ask you my next question and answered it right off the bat. To what extent you watch the Rams up close? We know what they looked like with Goff, and that's why they eventually made the blockbuster for Stafford, because McVay decided he needed, frankly, somebody just with more pure talent to do the stuff he wanted to do. How much has their offense, specifically that passing game, evolved and stayed ahead of the curve? Because you already said McVay credits Shieldhaus for a lot of that, if not all of it, like those, that evolution. You've watched it up close. How much different does it look?
Well, you know what's so funny is that back when Liam Cohen was the offensive coordinator, that was when I really saw it kind of look more college. You're seeing more pistol formation, things like that. The thing that I love about this offense right now is, and I think a big reason why they're going to win this Sunday, is that they could play in any sort of environment because they have unlocked this 12 and 13 personnel group, and they run 13 more than anybody.
So that's three tight ends, right?
sets.
Okay.
And they run the ball. They're literally.
That's what the Steelers wanted to do this year, Jake, but they weren't as good at it.
Jake, if they just say, if Shieldhaus walks into his interview and says, "I am the man most responsible for the Rams being literally the best running team in this century," this individual Rams team, I don't think Art Rooney will let him get out of the room. I might think they padlock the door and be like, "We're good here.
Yeah,
we're done."
Well, to be fair on that part, he is the pass game coordinator.
Still, I'm just saying.
I don't know how much he has to do with that.
Just lie in the interview. He could just lie and say, "You know what? I'm working with those guys all the time. Trust me, I have a lot to do with that too."
Jake, I just want to ask you a quick one on Shula.
Yeah.
Do you feel like he's even done a good job this year? Like, has he?
I do.
You do. Okay. So we watched him against the Panthers, but overall, you would say yes, he's done a job that would merit him becoming a head coach in the NFL.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I could give you the pitch for Shula right now. He's the defense coordinator for top 10 defense, right? He's coached at every level of the defense, with the Rams. He's the longest tenured assistant coach of Sean McVay. So he's been around Wade Phillips, Brandon Staley, and Raheem Morris, taking bits and pieces of all three, and has really matured, with that. Smart leader, good quality guy. He's faced adversity early on. You go back to when he was, rookie defensive coordinator. And, oh, by the way, you don't have Aaron Donald, and they got off to a 1-3, 1-4 start. And he was getting already a lot of heat from Rams fans, but he turned it around. You look at them postseason when he needed guys to step up. That team just had 35 pressures last week. They almost set the record for sacks in a playoff with only 2 games last year. And he has a track record of getting the most out of under-the-radar guys like UDFA's Corey Littleton, who was, arguably a Pro Bowler with the Rams. Omar Spates, who is a UDFA out of LSU. He's starting for them. Christian Roseboom goes on and signs a starting deal, with the Panthers. Troy Reeder's still on this team, and Josh Wallace filled in for Quentin Lake, and he's played some really good ball. So he gets the most out of those guys as well. And then you have those second half adjustments. And Shula does a great job of punching back in the second half, even in a game that doesn't feel like it's really going to fare his way. So I think the defensive identity, it's established there, mixing things up. And you know what you're getting with him. And he's honestly one of the most, if not the most seasoned of all the McVay disciples. So there's definitely an argument for both of them. And guys, I don't know if you guys are going to see the Steelers request to interview him, but Mike LaFleur is also there. Offensive coordinator for the number 1 offense in the league, high character guy, leader, communicator, has experience with Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. He has strong connections around the league, so I think he could honestly build a really quality staff. And then he's learned a lot from his time with the Jets. I covered the Jets in 2022, and you had a wide receiver that was cussing him out. So I think all three are really good. And a guy that I want to throw out there, I don't know if you guys will end up interviewing him, but Aubrey Pleasant, I think, is the hidden gem of the bunch. Shieldhaus is number 1, but I think Aubrey Pleasant is going to be a head coach someday. Just the things I hear about him, guys want to lead, guys want to run through a brick wall for him. And that was the first guy I heard was like the next McVay, but he was the defensive version. And he just hasn't gotten that chance yet to be a coordinator. So that's another name I'd throw
Maybe
out there.
bring him with one of these guys here and have him coordinate. Hey, Jake, thank you so much for that analysis. You're the best. We appreciate it. We'll talk again soon, okay?
Sounds good. Appreciate you guys.
All right, there you go. Malsey?
I feel very smart for backing the Shieldhaus horse early. He also says he
couldn't even pronounce the guy's name right, but
well, no. Here, you know who I'm blaming for that? Sean McVay, because Donnie did good production work yesterday as behind-the-scenes guy and said, "Hey, I listened to a McVay clip. He called him Shieldhaus."
Maybe it's a Friar Muth situation here, Don. One of those. You know,
Could be that.
Both work.
Where the guy doesn't care.
I just love Pony, this goes back to quickly what we said yesterday. You're looking for a new coach, and if it's you think this guy's a 9.5 and Shula's a 10, you hire the 9.5 because he's the offensive guy. He'll find defensive coordinators.
Yeah.
It sounds like he's the best of both worlds, the offensive guy who will also knock your socks off in an interview setting.
Those are very informative answers. I'm happy we just did that. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Temperatures down to the teens. The Steelers are starting the interviews to replace Mike Tomlin tomorrow. Who is the first man up? Does that make him the favorite for the job? Should he be the favorite for the job? Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. First, a message from Malzy.
Sorry, I'm distracted.
Yeah.
I'm very distracted, Pony. I am, because that interview has me all fired up. But if you're not all fired up when things head to the bedroom, fellas, well, that's a very bad thing that can be pretty demoralizing, leave you down in the dumps, all that stuff, right? If the fail music is playing, you go out with your girlfriend or your wife for a nice night, and then nothing happens, right? Because you can't deliver. Well, Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Period, point blank. There it is. And confidence is key, right? In any kind of aspect of life, especially in the bedroom. Well, Blue Chew can help you be more confident where and when it counts. Most importantly, like bottom line, Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is. And guys, it isn't just about performance. It's about giving her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris, BlueChew.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
NFL playoffs? Let's go. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, makes every moment feel bigger. In the postseason, the game shifts fast. And with DraftKings live betting options, you can stay right in the moment. Plus, DraftKings has your back with early exit protection. If the player in your eligible NFL prop bet goes down at any point in the first half, you still get paid in cash. With DraftKings, you're covered through the entire half. Why bet player props anywhere else? New customers, here's your shot. Bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN to turn $5 into $300 bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
At JeepOfPittsburgh.com, it's our Start Something New sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit JeepOfPittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
It's
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right. The Steelers are going to interview a new candidate for the head coaching position left vacant by Mike Tomlin tomorrow. We're going to tell you who that is next. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hearing my name out there, that's obviously extremely flattering, very humbling. And I think when you work for an organization like the Packers and have a head coach like Matt and players like we do and a defensive staff like we do, I'm just honored to be in those. Would one day I like to be a head coach again? Absolutely, for sure. Even answering this question for you right now, I just am so grateful and so happy to be here and be part of this.
All right. 7 names are out there. That's the net the Steelers have cast right now. They are going to start interviews tomorrow. And the voice you heard there is the first guy up, which I think is a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing in that you have the first chance to make an impression. Can you convince Art Rooney too and Omar Khan right off the bat that you're the guy for the job? The bad thing about it is they're interviewing so many other people that by the time they're done with the other interviews, are you a little bit out of sight, out of mind because it happened at the beginning of it? You know, like, I would rather go last than first if I had to choose.
Did Tomlin go last? I don't even remember.
I don't know the order of it.
It depends on the number of interviewees.
We know 7 right now. That's a decent amount.
You know what I think I'd rather do? I think I'd rather be in the middle if I thought I was going to crush it. Because I feel like if I'm in the middle and I do well enough in an interview that I they've gone through a couple, they've already got their process down, they kind of know what they're asking, and you just knock their socks off.
Yeah.
I think it stops people dead in their tracks if they've done a few and they have a few more to do, because then you kind of linger. Because I think the people who are making these decisions are self-aware enough, like Art Rooney and Omar Khan, to know, hey, if this guy's the last guy we interview, we can't be suckered in and think, oh, if he does a pretty good job, we forget about the other guys.
You'd like to think that, but they're human beings, and they very rarely go through this process.
I know, I understand that, but I can't imagine with the number of people who we aren't hearing about who are going to be involved on the Steelers end, like Danny Rooney. Hopefully you just are triaging this with everybody, right? Like, hey, let's all make sure we keep a clear head about this and don't get lost in the sauce.
All right, so that voice was from Jeff Hafley. He has been the Packers defensive coordinator for the last 2 years after he left Boston College as the head coach. He was at BC for 4 seasons. He coached against Pat Narduzzi. He coached Dino Tomlin. He was at Pitt as a defensive assistant in one capacity or another for 5 years, from 2006 when he was in his 20s until 2010. So he would have been on the staff when Doran was there and Bostic were there. So I'm guessing whenever they come on the air, they'll have real life examples of what this guy is like as a coach. Now, it's a very long time ago. An individual can change a lot in this case, almost 20 years now. But that's his connection to Pittsburgh. He also has, and I know you're going to laugh at this, but I think it's true, he has coached at a very prominent Catholic football institution on his resume, which I don't think the Steelers, they're not going to pick him for that reason, but it's a nice feather in his cap that he did that. We're talking about the Rooneys.
Oh, now I'm mad because Shielhaz played at public schools.
Illinois, yeah.
Yeah. Rockhurst High School. That ain't a Catholic school.
But you heard.
Oh, it is a private.
Oh, okay.
It's a Jesuit school. Hold on, baby.
We're back in.
The Shieldhaws train just keeps picking up steam.
He was 21-26 at BC, so he had a losing record. And he probably figured, I can't go under 500 at Boston College and become an NFL head coach, so he left to be Matt LaFleur's assistant. Are you guys okay? We're having a side
I'm doing something just very quickly because I'm multitasking during the show.
Oh, that's fine. Hafley's a very good talker. I think you become a head coach at any level because unless you're Mike McDaniel, you have an ability to communicate decently. The ones that succeed do, at least, and we just heard that clip. I think he's probably going to do very well at articulating why he's the right person for the job. It's just a matter of, do the Steelers respect his experience, background, success enough? He's 46. That's old for them when it comes to head coaches. But he fits the profile in the other ways. Defensive background.
I think
has been a leader of men before.
The defensive background stuff, I get it. And I think Shula's a good candidate, and Brian Flores is a good candidate. And I'm pretty intrigued by Ejiro Evero. I am.
So he's the other guy. We don't know when he's going to interview.
I'm intrigued.
That's the other
I'm
coach.
intrigued
He's the
by
Panthers
some of these
defensive
Yeah,
coordinator.
he took the worst defense in the league and made them league average, which is like a miracle, borderline. Like it honestly is.
Now he presided over the defense.
I know, but
gave up the most points in NFL history 2 years ago, and then
he got them. He got them on a
decent.
good trajectory. Is my point. He got the Panthers on a much better trajectory. I do think the defensive thing, just for this reason alone, is something that they should stop being so wedded to. Offensive minds are important.
6 of 7 are defensive
coaches. They
coaches.
are not be-all, end-all guys. It's not you have to get an offensive coach. You do have to get the best guy for the room. But in the modern NFL, it still matters, can you stay ahead of the curve on offense? And if you get a defensive coach, even if he's really good, he better have a lengthy track record or Rolodex of people he can keep replacing as OCs. Because if he keeps doing a good job with it, they're going to keep going elsewhere. I hope Hafley, by the way, doesn't. I don't like the idea, or I would be uncomfortable with the idea that because he's going first, he's their top candidate. I would imagine it's logistical because his team is eliminated. So he's not, going to do like a. You're not going to do like the most serious or get the best out of Shieldhaws, I think, in Shula. Their team is playing this weekend.
Yes, but the rest of the teams are out.
I understand
Flores
that.
is done.
I understand that.
Weaver is
done.
done.
How many other interviews does Flores have? Like, is this the only one?
Hafley's got, I think, almost every team that still has a vacancy. The Giants hired Harbaugh last night. Everybody else, I think Hafley's interviewing.
I guess my
the
point
Falcons
is,
just sent out a tweet about that today.
Well, the Falcons are like interviewing everyone, and so are I think the Titans. Although the Titans, I think, are just going to get Matt Nagy. That's another story for another day. The last time I saw Jeff Hafley's side of the ball doing something, it was them just standing there passively, not even attempting to like put pressure on Caleb Williams while he rallied the Bears all the way back. They were wet toilet paper against Caleb Williams in the second half of that game. That leaves a very bad taste in my mouth thinking about this guy who also, as a head coach in college, was very mediocre. I know Boston College is not the Doug Flutie Boston College team it was for talent.
Yeah.
Like, that just doesn't inspire me. Hearing a dude who's covered the Rams for a long time say, if you're looking for the next Sean McVay, the closest you're going to find, in my opinion, is Nate Shieldhaws, that inspires me.
Donnie, I kind of agree with Chris here. I don't even know if I want to put kind of in there. I think Jeff Hafley would underwhelm me a little bit. Maybe even more than that, actually, because of what he's saying. The Boston College record, college football and the NFL are two different things, but 5 games under 500 doesn't blow me away. Pat Narduzzi's been a better college football coach than this guy.
It just doesn't suggest that he can like get the most out of maybe lesser talent.
His defenses have been good in Green Bay. I wouldn't call them great. They've been good. They've been better than Tomlin's defenses lately. But they're not great.
They also mostly look lost without their best player, which I know he's a great player, Micah Parsons.
But like a great, but the guy who would inspire all three of us would have somehow managed to keep them more afloat than just completely cratering once Parsons went down.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, and all due respect to Jeff Hafley, I think he would be the like least inspiring candidate that we've heard so far. Out of what, the 7 names?
Worse than Weaver?
I guess they'd be about the same.
To me, Weaver and Hafley are like, heads or tails, same coin. Like, I definitely put them 6 and 7. I think
he's in demand. Like, all these teams
how much of that,
this
though,
guy
is
worth
networking?
talking to.
How much of that, though, is like who you know versus what your credentials are?
Good question.
Because I always wonder about that. Like, dude, you can also – we always laugh about this now when we were talking college football, like all these coaches getting their agents to make sure their names are out there. It could just be that his agent is doing a very good job. How about this one here? You want to know another bit? Like, here's a guy who's friendly with the media maybe, and his agent's doing a good job, and that's why he always gets mentioned and doesn't get jobs. You know who's a name who's out there? Thomas Brown. How many years in a row has Thomas Brown been a hot coaching candidate?
Well, that's because he also peed next to Sean McVay once upon a time.
But my point is, you hear some of these guys get mentioned as big-time candidates over, like, the course of several years. And it's like, well, how are they continuing to not get the job?
I agree with that. It's like when Eric Bieniemy had all those interviews and never got hired, that actually turned into a red flag for me. But this is Hafley's first real go at it. I don't think he had looks last time. Texas last year. Texas on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Person's your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get Pomp's take on things next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins back on the ice tonight. Puck drop against the Flyers. 7 o'clock at the arena. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Don. I love partnering with MHI Roofing. You know why? Because I've seen them actually up close, like what their process looks like, how much they care, how devoted they are to a couple different things. Putting the best quality roof on your home with the best installation teams, and also making sure that you understand the process like down to the last minute detail. It's the roof on your house. That's how it should be, right? It is the literal roof over your head, not even the expression that people use. And so having a team like MHI working on your roof, I know it would put me at ease if I needed a new roof, and it would put you at ease as well, I think. And since we're in the wintertime here, I got to talk to you about this. You got uneven snow melt on the roof. You got brown stains on your ceiling, icicles hanging from the gutter. Just do not pass go. Call MHI Roofing immediately, because those could be signs of serious issues with your roof. They're open 52 weeks a year. They can be at your home within 24 hours, and then they're going to do their 21-point roof inspection and tell you what's up, bottom line. And those are the kind of people I would want working on my roof. I think you'll feel the exact same way. Give them a call, 412-998-8864, or go online, mhiroof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. You have to give credit to the New York Giants during this coaching cycle. John Harbaugh is one of the top names on the market, and they moved quickly to get their guy. To me, this is the perfect match for a franchise looking to get back to championship contention. John Harbaugh is a New York football giant. I'm Chris Black.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, Their experts will perform a thorough 20-plus point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up.
Ring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Want a lifetime warranty and complimentary maintenance? Want rewards and an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Want to lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $165 a month? Granted. Hurry in and grant your New Year's wishes today. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082. VIN 5YFB4 MDE 5TP 390565. 39 months. $4,099 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. Does not include title tax, license, registration, accessories, and dealer fees. $477 doc fee. Zero security deposit. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. Ends 2/2/2026.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
The major roadways aren't too congested yet. However, looking at a small delay on the Parkway East outbound from the bend at Bates and the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Hey, listen to Pomp. Whenever he makes himself available to do the show with Joe Wednesdays. To hear about the Starkey Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at noon. 937thefan.com contesting page. We were with Bob last night. He was fashionably late to our Marconi Award dinner.
I'd like to think, by the way, yeah.
Odyssey and Michael Spack for being in charge of that, our big boss here. He said very kind things about this show. He said that Harry Callis was a character and that Austin Bechtold is always trying to get on the air.
He said he's always looking for more at-bats, and it just, you and I think, like, committed a slight party foul in a very nice evening. As soon as he said that, you and I started guffawing from the front of the room to the point where everyone looked at us. He also said that I was trying, he's not wrong about this, to take Bob's title as America's guest at various country clubs in the area. But,
yeah.
Boys, I'm going to say one thing about last night's dinner. I'm going to put us on a pedestal. I think we got the kindest remarks of all the shows. I think he might have inadvertently started an inter-show war here.
Well, there's already controversy because we sat with the bosses.
Right. Right.
Well, you guys did.
Well, we were...
Not all 3 of us.
Unfortunately, though, we wanted you up there, but then by the time the 2 of us sat down...
And what was your table?
There wasn't another...
Hillgrove?
Another spot.
Mackey, and was there one more?
Tenuta.
That's right.
Yeah, you guys were like, it was like the next generation.
Because we were playing a game. They'll do that thing on a plane where it's like, which row do you want to sit in?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And there's a seat unoccupied, and who are the 2 people you're with? We were playing the game of if somebody walked in, which table would they want to go sit at?
What did we come up? I thought the Roundtree Hathorn table and Colony was there. That was a strong one. Although our table was very lively. Content Craig was up there. He had his... I go into his office today, and he had his, maroon, his good blazer on, which to me looks like a smoking jacket you'd wear at a cigar lounge or something like that. He goes, oh, man, the one thing is I wish the lighting had been better so you could see how it matched my Jordans. And I almost want to throw something at him.
I thought I saw, and he was far away, and my vision is good, but it's not so good that from all the way across the room I could completely tell. I thought I saw when our boss was complimenting Crowley, I thought I saw him wipe away some tears.
Wait, Crowley or our boss?
No, Crowley. Oh, not our boss. Hell no.
I thought our boss was I thought Spack was very emotional and very,
he was
proud
when talking
of all
about
of
some
us.
people. He absolutely was not when he was talking about Adam Crowley. But I thought Adam heard these compliments, and he was, I think Adam is very self-conscious and is constantly yearning for approval. Yep.
He's got a little Mulsey self-loathing
and I
in
think
him.
getting it in that capacity and at that event in front of everybody
maybe moved him.
That's what I thought I saw. Yeah.
Well,
I wasn't quite Aaron Rodgers crying repeatedly and walking up to Tomlin
I'm
saying,
sorry.
He wasn't saying, thank you. But I thought I saw him cry.
Our boss did say of Crowley, though, given Crowley's previous work history in town, it was kind of like when the Penguins got Malkin out of Russia. I feel like there was a victory lap taken for that one. Like, they had to kind of sneak him out of there under cover of darkness.
Donnie, what did Spat call Callis again?
A character. He just said he is a character.
Would he be wrong to change it to idiot today?
Oh, no.
Callis,
you're really going harsh.
Well,
God,
when everybody hears this, they'll agree with me.
All right.
Callis had the worst Quiz Callis performance in the history of their show. Quiz Callis has become, this is a man who works in sports broadcasting and sports radio, who knows nothing about current day or even former prominent athletes and whatnot.
It does make me uncomfortable, because it makes it seem like the barrier to entry to do this job is non-existent.
Today there are 8 quarterbacks still playing in the playoffs. Tell me where they went to school.
Oh, no.
Buffalo Bills quarterback Josh Allen. Where did he go to school?
Auburn.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
What?
C.J. Stroud. Oh, he's going to get this one.
Texas.
God, son of a...
The Buckeyes of?
Miami of Ohio.
That's the worst one. So he gets Stroud wrong. Crowley says he played for the Buckeyes. And Callis said Miami,
Okay,
Ohio.
I have a take. We always do the is it a shoot, i.e. real, or is it a work, i.e. fake. Donnie, in order there, I just have to be an honest broker. I go shoot, fake. I think he genuinely had no idea that Allen went to Wyoming, no clue that Stroud went to Ohio State. But you say Buckeyes, I'm sorry, he's not that out to lunch.
He didn't know the Big Ten was a conference, Chris.
Right, but I mean, they are a unique team name. Like it's not like they're the
Panthers.
Tigers. Yeah, they're not like a jungle cat where there's like 6 teams that are named the Tigers.
Matthew Stafford.
USC.
That's so bad. Keep going. Is there more? I just want to hear what he guessed.
Caleb Williams.
Oh.
You have 2 chances to get
Yes,
this one
you
right,
do,
buddy.
big dog.
Why, did he play for 2
If
schools?
you get them both,
Why did he play?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Alabama.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think he got any right, did he, Donnie? He got one
He
right.
was 0 for 8.
So I pop into the
Sam
show.
Darnold.
Oh, boy.
Washington.
No, but the right conference at the time. Partial credit.
Crowley's trying so hard. I pop in and usually have the morning show on YouTube. So I am a YouTube, obviously.
Jeez.
I'm on it's like the hair club for men. I also am a member. I watch the show on YouTube, and I watch the comments mostly, and occasionally I'll parachute in to troll Callis. The comments this morning, I've never seen anything like it. It was Desiree, who hates Callis, just ripping him. And it was the rest of the commentariat deciding whether or not this was real or not, because they were all like, they were doing
Brock
the whole,
Purdy.
it's so bad.
Mississippi State.
He at least got a state. He got the state part right. They were so, Donnie, on the fence as to whether this was real or not, because it had crossed the Rubicon. Even for Callis, I think they felt like it was terrible.
Nix.
Multiple
LSU.
chances.
Yep.
Again, multiple chances.
What's the worst one? I think
Auburn so confidently saying Auburn about Allen is kind of funny, but I think once he's given the Buckeyes one,
Buckeyes of?
if it's real, it's the worst.
Miami of Ohio.
He thought he had it. Oh, finally.
Eureka!
You gave me what I
E
could
equals
get.
MC cubed. E equals MC hammer.
That's so bad. He works in this.
He really has no idea. Do you think they tell him, if there's a personal pride part where he wants to get better at, do you think Crowley, subtly says, why don't you not look any of this stuff up? We need you to not, cheat.
The most amazing part of it all is Craig loves it, Donnie. And Craig
Oh, does he ever?
Craig backs it up two ways. Number one, it's a ratings goldmine for them. Look at us. We're talking about it right now.
Berg fan on YouTube. Callis's performance reviews have to be absolutely terrible. Au contraire.
And number two, Craig defends this by saying he doesn't need to know this stuff
to do his job
to talk
right.
about Pittsburgh sports. He doesn't need to know where C.J. Stroud went to college. It's not relevant to know that Josh Allen played at
Buffalo Bills quarterback Josh Allen. Where did he go to school?
Auburn.
The Tigers of Auburn.
Oh,
But he didn't know that either. Wait, what was the thing he did? He didn't know logos?
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, now for that one, Tenuta was pretty convinced that it was not a work. Now, I don't know how good or bad Ben would be on, like, the BS meter, but Ben was the one that filmed that, and it was just he and Callis, and he was pretty adamant to us that, no, he didn't know, like, any of these.
Yeah,
he kind of indicated that off the record.
I'll take people behind the curtain. Once in a while, since Craig used to obviously be our producer, now he's our boss, we have a good relationship with him, and we'll walk in anytime. It's not like a typical boss relationship. And I'll go in there and sometimes be like, Craig, come on, he can't be this bad at it. And I'll kind of like give Callis a legitimate hard time and be like, say to Craig something. He is adamant that Callis does not need to know this stuff.
Number 4, Emmitt Smith.
Oh, boy.
We've
Pittsburgh
hit
Steelers?
Oh, my.
No.
What did you just say?
He said the Pittsburgh Steelers.
You said
I'm thinking of somebody else named Emmett. I don't know.
If
He thought Emmitt Smith played for the Steelers.
They would have won another Super Bowl.
Oh,
He could have played for the Steelers, though.
He thought Emmitt Smith played for the Steelers.
Movie number 1, Tommy Boy.
Never seen it. Never seen it.
What was that noise Doran made? Like a wheeze?
Crowley?
Chris Farley.
Yeah. He didn't know that one. There's a lot of these in here. He didn't know that Michael Jordan went to North Carolina. He thought it was Duke. He didn't know that Penn State was a conference.
Penn State was in the Big Ten. He didn't know what conference, they were in, period. You know what was weird about this, though?
Yeah.
And, Pony, this might have been on a day where you ended up, I think it was the day where Cammie, you needed to take her to the vet. I'm glad to hear she's doing a lot better now.
Yep, thank you.
He absolutely, though, and this is the truth, he bodied Crowley in a debate. They were doing...
we were here for that.
He absolutely, took Crowley to the woodshed, BTA, and just whooped him in a debate to the point
I killed
where...
my sister's bird on accident when
God.
I was like 6. How? I was squeezing it. I was holding it real tight.
Squeezing it.
Goodness.
You're like the dude in the Mice and Men.
Yes.
I was 6. I was 6.
I tend the rabbits, George.
I was 6 years old.
That's a great voice.
And I was squeezing it. And I was like,
I tend the rabbits.
I love the bird. It's beautiful birdie. What kind
Lenny.
of birdie? Like a
Doran's voice is the best
That
part
was a
of
good
that.
one.
Yeah,
Doran's
I was
voice is terrific
I
there.
was 6. Okay.
He squeezed a bird to death.
All I can think of is in Dumb and Dumber, pretty bird, pretty bird.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by Southfields Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southfieldskea.net. You can watch us there, too. You can watch us on YouTube. Coming up, PM Team Power Rankings. Our top 5 dream candidates to replace Mike Tomlin. Wait till you hear my number 5. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops with an 89-66 win against Georgia Tech last night. The Panthers host Louisville on Saturday at 8. 7:30 pregame coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan. The Jeff Capel Show tonight at 6. Check that out on The Fan or on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Thank you, Don. Big Thursday at the BetParks online casino and sports book app. Live sports betting better on the BetParks app. So get some skin in the game. Join me. Live betting makes watching the game that much more fun. You can bet more than the score. You can bet the pro football playoffs right now. Bet touchdown scores, individual player performances for passing, rushing, and much more. Plus, you can bet the college football championship. And guess what? BetParks has a great offer for new users for the new year. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in your first 24 hours. Plus, get a $50 bonus on Triple Cash Eruption, the hot slot game. Now, BetParks, it's the only app that I recommend to bet on sports and to play classic casino games like blackjack, craps, roulette, and more. Blackjack would be my personal favorite. Plus, hot online slots as well. With BetParks, you must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan. BetParks.com has all the details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
Welcome. You are in the beer garden with Gene from Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. It's impossible to forget your first nugget. Once a year, as the newest harvest of Humulus lupulus, that's fancy talk for hops, arrives at Trogue's Independent Brewery, Chris and John blend these super fresh hop cones into an imperial amber like no other, with a sturdy malt backbone and a copious amount of dry hopping. Trogue's Nugget Nectar is a wet explosion of pine, grapefruit, and mango. All the hops you could ask for. Weighing in at 7.5% alcohol by volume, this once-a-year ale releases only in January and is available for a very short time. Like right now, Nugget Nectar pairs well with grilled smoked sausages and aged Gouda, or try it on its own. Trogue's Nugget Nectar is available wherever better beer is sold. Look for the bright orange package near you. This message has been brought to you by Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Cheers.
Tired of the shower curtain sticking to you? Time to contact BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right. The Steelers are looking for their next head coach. For only their fourth head coach since 1969. Who will it be? That's not what this segment is about. It's PM Team Power Rankings. We are ranking our top 5 dream candidates within reason. Okay, I can't say the Steelers bring back Vince Lombardi from the dead and he's patrolling the sidelines in 2026, although that would be pretty cool.
Bill Walsh would be, if you're going like that route, got to be an offensive coach from the great beyond. West Coast offense on the Paris of Appalachia.
Lombardi was an offensive coach.
I know, but Bill Walsh was like a true innovator. What was Lombardi?
So was Lombardi.
Lombardi's
with his
was the toss sweeps.
All
and
right.
then who was it? John McKay, who did student body right and student body left at USC.
Number 5 for me. Ben Roethlisberger.
No, see you later.
Now, you might ask why.
Yeah, I am asking why. A player who notoriously liked to just draw it up in the dirt. I'm sure he has all the detail-oriented processes needed to manage an entire room full of players.
The question was dream.
He also was not very well liked by his teammates, so why would he inspire a group of players?
I don't need him to be their best friend. I need him to be their boss. I do.
The old last in, first out boss.
Yeah, that would not. Those qualities would obviously have to change.
Okay.
I actually do think one aspect of coaching he would do a very good job at, and that is the in-game processing stuff. I think his game management would be good. He was an excellent person at thinking on his feet when he played. And if he applied that to coaching, I do think, let's say he actually take him seriously as a coaching candidate for 1 second. One thing that I do think he would be excellent at is calling plays, offensive plays. You have to be fast. You have to do it quickly. You have to be able to set up plays to get what you want. You need to be able to sequence them well. When he called his own number as a quarterback, was better at it than the actual offensive coordinator.
There's a big difference. He was usually doing that in a 2-minute drill, and one of the key things about a 2-minute drill is when you're completing passes like he was when he was doing it really well, and
yes.
you're keeping them from substituting. And so you're calling plays against the same personnel. Calling plays,
I know, but that wasn't the only time he was good as a quarterback.
Calling plays on a play-to-play basis. The reason McVay is so, deified in Shanahan,
yes,
they sequence out stuff despite knowing that there's going to be different defensive personnel on the field for every play.
Yeah, I know. I mean, DeMeco Ryans played. He's still coaching in the playoffs. Dan Campbell was a darling like 15 minutes ago.
Here's the other thing about Ben. Not enough courage of his convictions. Walked back all of his anti-Tomlin stuff the minute he got asked about it.
I didn't love that. I don't think it's really relevant to what kind of coach he would be.
What, you mean he's got to stick to his guns, Pony? He's got to be confident in what he's saying.
No, I respect a person who's willing to admit they were wrong. I don't think he should have admitted he was wrong about that.
Well, then how can you trust him to admit he's wrong about the right stuff?
That's 5.
Pony?
Big Ben. Number 4?
For
Did
me,
you have him 4?
No, surprisingly, he didn't make my list.
Did he make yours, Don?
He did not.
Damn it. 4?
I mean, was this mostly an exercise so Pony could do bed number 5?
I've got 4 people ahead of him.
Matt LaFleur is number 4 for me on my list. I think, for obvious reasons, it seems like people are going a little psycho who want him out in Green Bay, and he and the Packers front office are obviously at loggerheads. They think he should be happy to still have a job. He thinks he should have more money. That's a classic conundrum in the workplace.
I would say so.
I do think he's a very good coach, and this is me changing my mind after seeing enough of a body of evidence. I thought he was a very underwhelming hire by them. I think he has proven that independent of MVP level Rodgers, he's very good. I thought that also Rodgers kind of hated his guts when he first got hired. He clearly won him over to the point that Rodgers, in the process of defending Tomlin in probably his final Steelers press conference, defended LaFleur as well.
Yep, sure
So
did.
I think the acumen is obviously there. And while I kind of am biased towards I would mostly rather have a guy who hasn't yet coached in the NFL, among guys who have done the job already, I think he's right up there, maybe at 1 or 2 for me at the lowest. So he's 4 on this list.
Donnie, who's 3? Your top 5 Steelers dream job head coaching candidates.
I had Chris Shula at 3, which is the highest I had a defensive mind on the list. I had Flores at number 5. I actually had LaFleur in the same spot as Malsey, a little bit because I don't know how realistic. I know it's a dream scenario, so I could have put him at 1 if I wanted to, but I guess I let that play a factor for where I had LaFleur. I also think I'm holding out hope that if it is Shula that is the man they decide on, that he brings Shieldhouse with him as the offensive coordinator. Now, will that happen? Not set in stone, but I still think that I like what Shula has accomplished. That's the cheapest defense in football the Rams have.
Can I ask you guys a question
about... They operated better than what the most expensive defense in football just did.
Ask you guys a question about that arrangement. It really did not work in Atlanta. Raheem Morris was McVay's defensive coordinator.
Zach Robinson.
And then Zach Robinson was the next hotshot offensive coach, and he got hired there as the offensive coordinator. And after 2 seasons, both of them were out on their ass. And Robinson couldn't make it work with Bijan and Drake London and Kyle Pitts, who was an all-pro this year.
Kind of the same way with the Jets. Aaron Glenn was the hot to trot DC from last year. He brings over one of the offensive minds with him from the Lions.
Tanner Bajugstad or whatever the hell the
Nick Bugstad.
Whatever the hell the guy's name was.
Okay, point taken on both cases from you guys. Just because it didn't work in those 2 places, I don't think conceptually you can go away from it.
Yeah, I'm not going to play afraid with that.
I'm going to reiterate. I think if you like Shieldhouse a lot, you have to make him the head coach and roll the dice that he might be a year or 2 early on that train. Because you're going to lose him if it's Shula as the head coach. So number 2 is me?
No, number 2 is me. And I think I have dream candidate Marcus Freeman. I know he said no. I know he's committed to Notre Dame. He's young. He's energetic. He's a leader of men. I think he's hired good assistants around him. Notre Dame, you might think it's easy to win there. To some extent it is. But he's gotten them to places that really no one has gotten them since Lou Holtz. They were in a national championship game last year. The joke about them forever was they take advantage of their schedule. They get into big games and they get clobbered. And then last year he beat Georgia and Penn State in the playoffs, albeit against a playoff choker in James Franklin. I like the cut of his jib, Marcus Freeman. Number 2 for me.
It's cool that you're the only person under the age of 80 who has said that phrase in the last 5 years.
What was the word you used yesterday?
I was Latin.
Tablata or whatever?
No, that's like
Johnny, can you try to pronounce it?
I don't even remember what the word was.
Tabula rasa. Just blank slate. I said I was doing that as my dream candidate is actually somebody I think they could very well hire, and that's Nate Shieldhouse. I'm completely...
You're on the bandwagon.
I'm on the band. Well, I said it yesterday, and you guys agreed with me.
The power of rhetoric has got you on board.
When you have a guy who covers the Rams who did a very good job laying it all out for us, he wasn't some BS artist. I was very impressed with our friend Jake Ellenbogen, who came on and talked about this. And he says, if you're looking for the next Sean McVay, I think Nate Shieldhouse is the closest thing. And he said he's a better candidate, in his opinion, than Shula. That's all I need to hear. Yes, and you know what he said that resonated with me? Because it's the Steelers, and you know if they hire somebody, they're going to give them a real actual chance to do the job. He said, yeah, you might be a year too early. It might take till like year 3 before it really ramps up. But when it really ramps up, it's going to go, and it's going to work. Fine. Probably year 3 of this coach is when realistic people will say the Steelers should be able to contend again if they get the quarterback right, probably in the 27 draft. So Shieldhouse actually is my number 1 dream Steelers candidate, and I think there's a real chance they hire him.
Those were our PM team power rankings.
You know who was 5 on mine? Because I reserved that spot for like the true pie in the sky. Big Kurt Cignetti. Bring the whole damn staff with a Mike Shanahan offensive coordinator. Bring them all.
Norwin Zone.
Sarah knows
Couple
him.
of Pittsburgh guys.
Your lovely fiance.
I would love a Kurt Cignetti presser. Google me. I win.
Well, let's be careful with that talk, Kurt. Let's not, or it'd be like, let's not get our panties in a bunch.
Pride cometh before the fall, and that right soon. Suddenly I've made Art Rooney the warden from Shawshank Redemption, apparently.
Let's hold our horses. He's just so boring, isn't he? I mean, I hate to say it.
Can you imagine how funny it would have been if when he was giving his remarks yesterday, you know how they do product placement? Like, I'll always remember Tomlin's last post-game presser. There's a bottle of Blue Gatorade there.
Okay.
What if there was like one of those blown glass green dishes full of Werther's Originals while Art talked?
Does everybody
can I give you a Werther's?
Does everybody have their cold glass of milk for dinner? Oh, my God. All right. Coming up next, we've spent some time on this explosive athletic piece on the end of Mike Tomlin's coaching career here and what that last meeting was like and how fans reacted or how, his players reacted. Well, one Steelers player blamed coaches for Mike Tomlin stepping down. But they didn't blame Mike. So who or what are they blaming? We'll tell you next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Right now I'm going to tell you guys about Comer & Cross. Comer & Cross Garage Floors. I have a Comer & Cross garage floor, so I am the perfect person to talk about what they've done and what they can do for you. Yeah, there's snow out there right now. Before you know it, we're going to have spring. Fingers crossed. And can't wait for the day where I open up my garage door, pull out my wife's car, and that's like an extra playroom for me with my Comer & Cross garage floor in there, my fridge full of beer, my dartboard, my TV, my boombox, old school, all that stuff. Comer & Cross garage floor going to have your garage looking like a car dealership showroom. They've got it all, the gold standard. One day is all it takes to get the job done with them. They'll be in and out. They'll move all the stuff out for you. I want you to call today and lock in your preseason price like I did, and they'll install it when you want on your terms. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, expect flurries and snow showers to end around sunset with a low of 14 under mostly cloudy skies, winds out of a west-southwest around 10 miles per hour. On Friday, expect increasing clouds with afternoon and evening snow showers, especially for areas north of Pittsburgh, and a high of 34, winds out of the southwest at 15 miles per hour. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
Helping couples get engaged for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's top customs, hot rods, muscle cars, trucks, tuners, and more, including the ISCA Championship finalists. Catch the Dukes of Hazzard reunion with Cars and Stars. See the General Lee, Uncle Jesse's Truck, Cooter's Tow Truck, Daisy's Jeep, and Boss Hogg's Cadillac. Saturday, meet Catherine Bach and John Schneider. Sunday, meet Lou Graham, the original voice of the rock band Foreigner. The family will love the amazing Megamorph transforming robot car. Kids under 12 are free. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts, January 23rd through 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets available at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Part of the Summer Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. One of my favorite clients, I'll call her Sue, has a work ethic that blows me away. She continues to love what she does, and she's been incredibly successful at earning and saving. Recently, Sue shared with me how proud she is of her daughter, who is doing a beautiful job raising 2 young children, but how she worries about them because it's so tough for young people to afford to buy a home. Her daughter's growing family could use more space, but moving up just isn't in their budget. I asked Sue if she'd like to explore the impact of gifting her daughter money now to get the bigger house that she needed. Could I really do that, she asked? We determined that taking a withdrawal now for a substantial down payment on a new house would likely have no impact on her income strategy in retirement. Sue decided to do it, and the last time I saw her, she was glowing with happiness. Financial planning isn't a game to see who can die with the most. It's about getting maximum fulfillment from your money during your life. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things, people.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up in the Pro Football Playoffs this Sunday in the NFC. Los Angeles, a 3.5-point road favorite at Chicago. The total of the game, 48.5. And I think Chicago's offense is really good. Maybe Chicago's offense scores a lot. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe Chicago's offense has a down game. LA's offense is not going to have a down game. And if you can get LA's offense to score 27 or 28 points in this game, I absolutely love that wager. I see no way Chicago's defense slows down LA. So coming up on Sunday, I like LA in the game, but LA team total over 26 or 27.5. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, this is Pablo with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. Get your 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. Visit us at schleideckcompany.com. That's SHLY.company.com. 412-515-6575.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game, brought to you by Hyundai. Last week's games were wild, to say the least. But this week, we get to see 2 of the favorites to win it all back in action. The time off gave some key players a chance to rest for Seattle and Denver. But will it be enough to take on teams who are coming in off huge wins? Will the rest be beneficial, or will the rust set in for Seattle and Denver? Brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325.
Boom!
On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight,
bam!
subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Pro football playoffs coming up on Saturday. Denver about a 1-point home favorite against Buffalo. Total in the game is 46. Such a fascinating game. Denver is the better team, but Buffalo has the best player and the best quarterback, and I'll take the best quarterback. Give me Buffalo to win coming up on Saturday in Denver. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shep.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Fellas, it's Mulsey here, and if things have been a little lackluster in the bedroom, make it a new year, new you with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that can do a lot of different things for you, all of them good. Can help you be more confident where it counts and be more confident when it counts, right? Because showing up, it matters big time, especially during life's most exciting moments. You want to feel like you did again in your prime when you told everybody you were kind of in your glory days, right? Blue Chew can actually help you feel that way again, and it can help you be ready when she is. Guys, it isn't just about performance either. Give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see some delays build on the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue and through the Fort Pitt Tunnel up towards the middle of Green Tree Hill. The Parkway East outbound slows you down around the bend at Bates. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
Why is NJM Insurance silent in an industry full of catchy jingles? And how do they do what's right when things go wrong? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries to find out.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Text Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, former Pitt assistant coach Jeff Hafley, now the Packers defensive coordinator, will officially interview for the Steelers' head coaching position left vacant by Mike Tomlin tomorrow. Coincidentally, he coached Tomlin's son at Boston College. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pony and Muller give you the insight to make it big in the world of sports betting. The Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Every year there's scrutiny and criticism that a coach faced, but you may have reached a different level this year with the fire Tomlin chance. Did you get a sense in talking with him how maybe the fan reaction or negativity may have influenced his decision?
I'll leave it to him to explain to you someday what all went into his decision. I think that in my mind and the discussion we had, it was probably more of a family-related decision than a football-related decision. But as I say, I don't want to speak for Mike on that.
All right, we're back. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Temperatures in the teens after we had snow on the ground this morning, and I was too lazy to shovel and just drove over it and left my house.
By the way, you could have at least waited to the horn section of the song before you started talking. Let that part go. Also, horrible job by you. Get out there and shovel. You know why I shoveled?
Did you guys shovel today?
I did. You want to know why?
We really didn't get that much.
We got an inch of snow, enough that when Alex went to work in the morning, because she leaves before any of us are even awake. She's leaving the house at 6:20. The car made tire tracks, which then those take longer to melt because the snowpack gets down there and they can turn to ice. I was all prepared. I put Lennox on the bus. I've got the little camera on Ace. Hey, you hang out with the dogs, and he loves to do that. He likes to sit on the couch and relax for the 3 minutes I'm outside. I come back in, Pony. I go, Ace, Daddy's got to go back outside, okay? I have to shovel the driveway. You stay here with the dogs for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Absolutely freaked out on me. Why? He wanted to shovel too.
Ooh.
Did he? I bundled him up, put him in his boots, big heavy coat, gloves. He got right out there and shoveled, damn it.
That's pretty cool.
He was just wandering. Now, granted, he was taking areas I had shoveled and just pushing new snow onto them. But it's the thought that counts. My neighbor drove by in his truck. He goes, that's the dream, free kid labor.
Stella just wants to eat snow, the snow that gets tracked in with boots and shoes and stuff.
That's a bad one.
She then wants to lick it, which we're
Is she aware of the yellow snow dynamic and what that is?
Yes. Yeah, she is actually, because the dogs. All right, so there's this big piece in The Athletic by Mike DeFabo, kudos to him, on what went down in that final meeting when Mike Tomlin said goodbye to Steelers players on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of quotes. They're all, for the most part, anonymous, the ones that are sharing both what happened and then thoughts from players on Mike leaving and how they feel about it. At the beginning of the show at 2 o'clock, we talked about how the sentiment from players seemed to be that the media and fans pushed him out. We made it so uncomfortable for Mike that he didn't want to do it anymore. That's the player perspective on it. And then there's this, okay? This is from an anonymous player. It doesn't identify whether it's on the offensive or defensive side of the ball. Mike did that for some quotes. He didn't do it for this one. Quote, every single player in that building wants to play for Mike T, for starters. So universally, every single guy loves Mike T. Were guys upset with coordinators? Yes, says this player. Was it the head guy? No. Now, I don't make a habit of telling people who played football in the NFL, who have worked in the NFL, that I know more than they do. That would come off as very arrogant on my part. But over the next couple of minutes, I'm going to attempt to do that for a second. Because the ignorance of that statement is mind-boggling. Here is a guy saying, Mike didn't do anything wrong. We loved Mike. We thought the coordinators sucked. We had problems with the coordinators, but it wasn't Mike. Now, explain that to me like I'm 5 years old and I'm one of your kids and I've never cared about or followed professional football before. The coordinators, of whom this is not like Mike taking over in 2007 and Art says, hey, we got a good thing going here with LeBeau and Arians and Keith Butler and John Mitchell. You're going to keep these guys around because they're great coaches. Mm-hmm. These are guys that Mike, in theory, brought in, Terrell Austin, Arthur Smith, or at least a guy that's making over $20 million a year. If he was recommended by Art Rooney to hire these guys, he gave the thumbs up or the green light.
He had no issue with it, in other words.
Yes.
Whether he directly did the hiring or Art really strongly suggested it, he was
guys upset with coordinators? Yes. How are you upset at the coordinators and not upset at the head coach?
I mean, that's the part of Mike's story that just had me scratching my head. And the only thing I can come up with is human nature is if you really like and respect Mike the person. Because we know Mike, as I said earlier in the show, I do respect this about him, that he, without fail, makes it a point to know everything about every one of these guys. And like, they say home area codes, all that stuff. High school team nicknames. It's going to engender a ton of loyalty, but like what an incredible disconnect for the players to almost like willfully ignore the fact that those coordinators are here because the guy you really love, the head coach, wanted them to be here.
Yeah.
He's the one who gave them the authority. If you didn't like Arthur Smith, Mike hired him. If you know what it would be? Say like our big boss Spack and I went back 20 years, like even before this place somehow.
All right.
He and I were like the best of friends. Like,
okay,
this is the best boss I've ever had. We
Right.
play golf 3 times a week together. He really knows me on a personal level.
Yep.
And then he hired somebody in Craig's position whose guts I absolutely hated.
Mm-hmm.
And then Spack got let go or something like that. And I was crestfallen, and I said, well, yeah, I didn't like Craig, but Spack didn't deserve this. It would be completely ignorant on my part to go, well, yeah, those two are totally separate. The big boss didn't hire Craig. Somebody else did. That would be the kind of mental gymnastics I'd be doing. I read this story, and I am impressed with what Mike was able to get out of these guys.
So
Mike DeFabo. I think he did a very good job with this story. It just boggles my mind that a player could say that to him about the coordinators and not be willing to connect dot A to dot B that Mike hired them.
Unless there's a story that the players know about why Arthur Smith is here, and now apparently Terrell Austin is getting all this power retrospectively, where players had issues with him, even though Mike was really in charge of the defense. We'd have to hear some all-new, out-of-left-field story about how, well, actually, Art Rooney told Mike, these are your coordinators, whether you like it or not, make it work. And I just refuse to believe that.
That's the only way.
Yes, unless a player comes out on record and says, this is really the way it works here, this is how the sausage gets made, or some insider says, yeah, we've had it wrong, actually, for all these years. Art Rooney told Mike Tomlin, you're hiring Arthur Smith, make it work.
It doesn't hold up to basic scrutiny. You know why? Because Brian Flores got hired on Mike's recommendation to Art.
And this is one of Mike's biggest failings as a head coach, is that It's just crazy that after 19 years, not one of his assistants ever really got a serious look to be a head coach anywhere.
Has any coach he's hired even ascended, like if it was a position coach, ascended to coordinator?
It's also pretty telling that the owner, who we have been highly critical of, one of the big things he said yesterday to give us hope was that, yeah, nobody on the staff is going to be considered for a head coach.
And the next coach is going to be able to pick his own assistants. He said that too.
Right, and that was a significant part of like who they're going to hire is what is your plan for coaches. I think actually Mike's single biggest failing as a head coach here is the whole like failing to surround himself with better coaches. And the reason I say that is it stands to reason that if he did do a better job, right? He hired better offensive coordinators and offensive personnel in general, Pony. Hired maybe a defensive coordinator he liked and trusted enough to actually delegate to and went back to a CEO role. Do either of you disagree with the idea that with better coaching and just more novel ideas on both sides of the ball, they might have had a chance to actually win a game or two in the playoffs over this period of time?
Sure. Yeah.
I understand that on the offensive side, at the end of Roethlisberger's career, that obviously would have been a pretty difficult proposition because Ben could be tough to work with. But I'm sure if you tried hard enough, you could have found somebody who wanted to work with him.
Who was better than Matt Canada, who I don't even know what the hell he's doing now. He's not coaching anywhere. Text is on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan. Text line person your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Steve Palazzolo, the company he works for, the 33rd team, they have been consulted by teams to come up with head coach and GM candidates. Who does he think is the best man for this job? He will tell us next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins back on the ice tonight. Big matchup against the Philadelphia Flyers. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Donnie Football here for the Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app. Live sports betting is better on the Bet Parks app. Join me, get some skin in the game. Live betting makes watching the game that much more fun. You can bet on more than the score. You have pro football playoffs. You can bet touchdown scores, individual performances like passing, rushing, receiving yards. You can bet on the college football championship Monday night. Plus, BetParks has a great offer for new users just for the new year. Get up to $1,000 back if you're down in the first 24 hours of casino bonus credit. Plus, you get a $50 casino bonus on Triple Cash Eruption, the hot slot game. BetParks is the only app that I recommend to bet on sports and to play classic casino games, blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, hot online slots. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Michigan. BetParks.com has all the details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. John Harbaugh is now in charge of changing the culture of the New York Giants, but first, he has to change his quarterback. The Giants aren't going anywhere if Jackson Dart doesn't change the way he plays the game. Being in concussion protocol for half of your games is no way to sustain a career. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowes.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
NFL playoffs? Let's go! DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, makes every moment feel bigger. In the postseason, the game shifts fast. And with DraftKings live betting options, you can stay right in the moment. Plus, DraftKings has your back with early exit protection. If the player in your eligible NFL prop bet goes down at any point in the first half, you still get paid in cash. With DraftKings, you're covered through the entire half. Why bet player props anywhere else? New customers, here's your shot. Bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN to turn $5 into $300 bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Acoustic wave therapy, and powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
Cloudy and breezy tonight, the low 18.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $120 off HP Smart Tank printers. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see traffic stack on the Parkway East outbound from the bend at Bates and the Parkway West outbound from Technology Drive. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It's time for our weekly chat with the 33rd team's Steve Palazzolo.
Steve, can you put on a white hat for those of us on YouTube watching this so that you and I match completely? Would you mind?
I just changed into the blue hoodie.
God,
I didn't realize.
The same exact hoodie on.
Yeah.
Not just the color, even
looks almost identical. Yeah.
Even the tassels, or what would you call those?
No, I got
strings.
Yeah, the tassels. Yeah.
Are the same.
He's got a little pocket. Yeah, Steve, just find a white hat real quick. We can reconvene later here and just really make this thing happen. Anyway.
Same haircut too? I don't know.
No, I'm rocking the Mr. Clean, unfortunately. Still, I mean, if I could trade, I would trade like a week of life at the end, in my late 80s to just have the curly flow for one day. I will admit that right now.
My dad is watching on YouTube, and he said, "Hey, watching the show, Malsey is looking like he's exhausted."
I mean, I do have...
Have you gotten this comment today at all? Is my dad the only one who's noticing that there's a tired Malsey? There's a worn... I don't see it in you. I'm around you every day. I don't see a worn-out Malsey.
I mean, the dogs and or the kids wake me up in the middle of the night frequently, but,
I see regular Malsey.
You get used to that.
I see boilerplate Malsey. All right, Steve.
Boilerplate.
You have... your 33rd team has consulted with teams on GM searches and coaching searches before. If you were to give me the number one guy on your head coach in waiting big board, the guy who you think, college, pro, you name it, who is most ready to be a successful NFL head coach, who is it?
Oh, man. I always cop out of these discussions because nobody really knows.
Well, that doesn't stop you from doing draft analysis. That's the same thing. No one really knows there. You do that for months, and we love it.
You could play the odds a little bit better in that. The coach thing, I don't know. I mean, I really still like Stefanski as an option around the NFL. I think he did well. I think when you're judging coaches, it's tough to not adjust for their circumstances. And I think Stefanski did well given the circumstances. I'm interested in Robert Saleh too as the second chance, second opportunity type of guy. In part because I think I saw Ravens owner Bisciotti was saying the same thing. about the guy that had no quarterback and then gets another opportunity. You saw that with Dan Quinn, where he had success with the Falcons, went to the Cowboys, had success back in his role as defensive coordinator, and then goes to coach again. I think Saleh is a really interesting name as giving him a second chance.
Steve, in general, I think for a long time, the popular opinion, and I admit to sharing it still, is that you want to, all things being equal, bias slightly towards an offensive head coach because it's easier to maybe replace, it's seen as easier to replace defensive coordinators rather than the other way around. There's 4 defensive head coaches and 4 offensive head coaches left. Do you think that little piece of conventional wisdom has kind of, people have pulled back from that as a hiring trend, or what?
Yeah, I mean, I get it as a sentiment, but, you know, like a guy like Mike McDonald is not just a defensive head coach. I mean, he brought the red hot scheme to Seattle and made it work. In Baltimore this year, at least, had trouble replacing that. And Jesse Minter is going to be a hot name. And I think I'd still maybe go offense for the tiebreaker just because of that consistency. But then you have a guy like John Harbaugh, who's just been very good overall, I think, at hiring coordinators and going through offensive and defensive coordinators. And so I think it's based off the situation. I think all things equal, yeah, I'd rather have an offensive head coach. But yeah, the defensive guys who can hire and who can develop and can really split that side of the ball and maybe give it up to somebody completely, I think they have a lot of success as well.
Steve, we know 7 guys who are going to get interviews. The guy that's going to get the first crack at it is Jeff Hafley tomorrow. He was Boston College's head coach. He's been the Packers' defensive coordinator. Your thoughts on the job he did there and what you think he would bring to the table as a head coach with the Steelers?
Yeah, he was a hot name, I think, even more halfway through the season when they had Micah Parsons. I think that'd be my concern, right? The same way I have concerns with coaches who are tied to any kind of elite quarterback like Matt Nagy. I have concerns about those guys. I have a little concern about Jeff Hafley because they were fine last year defensively, his first year as DC in Green Bay. But they were really good with Micah Parsons and not as good when they lost him. So if he's done some decent things. We've never seen him as an NFL head coach, but the fact that they dropped off a little bit down the stretch without their elite player, I think a lot of defenses would, but it's a little concerning when you. The reason I bring up Saleh is he's lost all of his stars, and they're still playing, and they're still playing hard, right? He's working with what he has.
Steve, somebody on Twitter accused me of basically being like a prisoner of the moment and said 72 hours ago you didn't know who Nate Scheelhaase was. Now you want him as the #1 candidate to be head coach. And that's unfair because it was more like 100 hours ago I didn't really know who he was. But we just had a Rams guy on not long ago who said if you're looking for the next Sean McVay, a Rams kind of insider, say this is the dude if you're trying to find McVay 2.0. I know you just said you kind of keep a keen eye on coaches who have an elite player that they're involved with, and Stafford is probably going to win the MVP award. But what do you make of a guy like Scheelhaase who might be 1 or 2 years early on this front being a good candidate?
Yeah, again, I mean, former Illinois quarterback, part of that McVay tree, and you've seen a lot of the McVay tree do pretty well. The reason why I'm hesitant to say, I mean, I don't know him. I don't know. I mean, what makes this guy a good coaching candidate? Is he X's and O's savant? Is he a great leader? People, we don't really know until we're in. This is terrible radio. Nobody knows unless you're in the interview process. What would you
care about more if you were doing the interview? The guy was an X's and O's master, or you were like bowled over by the way he seemed like a leader and a personality and charismatic, etc.?
Oh, that's a good question.
I think it's the leadership aspect of things because you're the CEO. You're like co-CEO with the general manager. You're co-CEO of the team. And you have to get buy-in from 53 plus players. You also, like, what has been McVay's secret sauce? He has developed coordinators and he has adjusted to the league. So, McVay's scheme looks nothing like it did 7 or 8 years ago. So you need some X's and O's acumen, but it's not like you just have this magical system that always works. You're in the NFL. The league adjusts to you like they did to McVay in 2018, and then 6-7 years later, you have a whole different system, and you're adjusting to your players. So that's what I need to know about my head coach. Not that he's got magical X's and O's ability, but first off, that he's going to be able to lead, coach the coaches, coach the players, get the most out of them, and then be able to adjust to the league, because a lot of people have had 1 or 2 years of success, but if you can't counterpunch, you're not going to be long for this league.
The only former head coach the Steelers are set to interview is Brian Flores. Do you give that a thumbs up or thumbs down, Steve?
I would definitely be interested in it. Now, again, his whole thing is unique defensive scheme. I think he had success in Miami relative to what they had. I mean, they were trying to tank, and he was accidentally winning, right? I mean, he did well relative to their roster. The only question with him is going to be, remember, like, Tua was like, oh, man, Tua wasn't happy with the way he left, but Ryan Fitzpatrick wasn't happy with what happened with, like, a lot of the people didn't love Brian Flores coming out of Miami. So what happened in his stop in Pittsburgh? What's happened in his stop in Minnesota? How different are they personality-wise? Because I think Flores can coach unique scheme that he's developed on his own, but it's just a matter of, can he be the leader that maybe he wasn't in Miami?
Who strikes you as more of a leader/innovator, Jesse Minter or Chris Shula?
Ooh. I think I know a little bit more about Minter, and as far as the scheme that they've had, the McDonald type of scheme and the creativity there. I mean, I don't think the Chargers personnel is great. I don't think they have a great defense personnel-wise, but they've been fantastic as far as team defense goes. Stopping the run, really difficult to throw against them. I really have been impressed with what Minter has done. Shula and that Rams defense, they did a nice job late last year. Turned it on with they've got a nice influx of front seven personnel, but I'd say Minter, I'd give him the slight edge given what he's done with the Chargers.
Steve, I guess one more sort of on this, and I am very dangerously close to losing my train of thought and losing the question here, so I'm going to have to vamp for a second to figure out the alternative question that I'm going to ask you. Nope, Pony, I lost it.
All right.
Unfortunately, that train left the station. I had it in my brain, and then it completely vacated the premises here, and I got very panicked for a second.
Steve, thank you. We'll talk again next week.
Hold on. Wait. I got it.
Still here.
I got it. Hold on. Thank God. I looked down at my paper. Do you think that there is legitimate amounts of smoke to the idea that Matt LaFleur might get dealt away basically as sort of a coach swap because he thinks he deserves a raise in Green Bay?
What would we have to trade to get him? Because that's who I want, Steve.
What would be the mechanics of that, do you think?
That's the person I want for this job.
What, is he even under contract next year?
He has 1 year left, and their GM has said we won't let him go into the last year as a lame duck. But they have not said, anyone on the record there no one has said he will be our coach in 2026.
I mean, I don't know how much time we have, but I would jump at the chance to have Matt LaFleur. I know some Packers fans are upset and they've lost a lot of late games and everything, but in a QB-driven league where we've seen him bring Aaron Rodgers to his 2 best seasons in a decade, develop Jordan Love, and then turn Malik Willis. Willis could barely complete a pass the last time we saw him, and he just steps in as the backup in Green Bay and looks unbelievable every time he steps out there.
Would you give up a first for him?
I don't know about because I don't think his stock's that high. His stock's low. I don't think you'd have to give up a first.
Wow.
They're coming off a disappointment. This isn't like Sean Payton, former Super Bowl.
How about second-round pick? Would you do that?
Yeah, I think I would. I mean,
too.
I'm not saying he's Kyle Shanahan, but there's a consistency of elevating quarterbacks and developing quarterbacks that is difficult to find. I would pay for that.
Steve Palazzolo, the 33rd team. Thank you, Steve. Mulsey, great job.
We got the train. We got the train back on the tracks at the very last second.
Found it.
Oh my gosh,
Thanks,
that was tenuous.
Would you make that deal, Chris?
I think I would. Yeah. I mean, that I've said I think Shieldhaus is just so intriguing, and I think there's that sort of human nature thing where like, well, I haven't seen the guy ever be a head coach, but that's kind of the appeal too, right? Like it's this blank slate. What if he really is the next McVay? Because you would agree McVay better coach than LaFleur.
Yes. I mean, he's won a Super Bowl.
Is McVay the best coach in the league maybe right now, like overall body
Shanahan's
of work?
awfully close, man,
right.
even though he hasn't won a Super Bowl.
Coach of the year would be Shanahan for me, but like coach emeritus right now, best, it's like Andy Reid.
Yes.
And then maybe McVay, okay?
Yep.
So, like, there's an appeal about Shieldhaus. Hey, he's never been a coach, or even Shula or some of these other guys. Ivero, for example, I think is an intriguing name for sure. But, man, it's like the old bird in the hand, two in the bush. And, like, if you have Matt LaFleur as the bird in hand here, and he's maybe just bringing Willis as even a stopgap pony, and you're going to have a chance to draft somebody with Matt LaFleur in 2027, that is hard to pass up.
Donnie, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's not like that wouldn't be a retread in the sense like he did a poor job and got the boot. This would be a guy that has won 13 games multiple times. He has a way better track record recently. And the thing about Willis can't be denied. Like, Steve's right. When he was starting games in Tennessee, what were we doing? Celebrating. Oh, this guy, I mean, the Steelers messed up with Pickett.
He got beat out by Mason Rudolph.
Man, Willis just looks horrible. The guy looks unplayable. He can't throw a forward pass.
They both got beat out by Mason, as it turned out.
He steps in for the Packers. He has those starts for Jordan Love where he looks good. We see him in a primetime game right after Christmas, and the guy looks like one of the best QBs in football.
All right, Donnie's Big Football segment is next. The Football Debrief. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
NFL divisional weekend is set. Saturday, 4:30, Denver hosting Buffalo. Seattle hosting San Francisco Saturday at 8. Sunday, 1 p.m. or 3 p.m., Houston and New England. Sunday, 6:30, the Rams are in Chicago to take on the Bears. 3 out of the 4 games, all of them except for the Saturday 8 p.m. game, can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan this weekend, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today's 98 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Crowley. Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
At 4:30, time to check out 9 Yards Golf Lounge, now open Block Northway, Ross Township. It's time for the Donnie Football Debrief. Our resident football guy, Donnie Football, is biggest football topic of the day. By the way, vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase presented by AAA Travel. January 23rd through the 25th at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Exclusive discounts and convenient one-stop shopping. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience. Tickets and details, PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your vacation is waiting for you, Don.
The debrief, January 15, 2026. Well, gents, the date is very important for 2 different reasons.
Oh, I know one of them.
Steelers history.
Incredibly, I also know that exact same one.
9 years ago today is the most recent Steelers playoff win. The 6 field goals from Chris Boswell wins them a game in Kansas City, 18-16. It also indirectly kicks off the start of the Chiefs' kingdom because they would go into the next draft, say Alex Smith is good, not great, trade up 17 spots to number 10 for some kid named Patrick Mahomes. The other one is 20 years ago today. One of the single greatest games of my childhood. The Steelers beating the Indianapolis Colts in the divisional round 21-18. The Mike Vanderjagt game.
I have a question about that. I think this is kind of what you do on this debrief. You get us thinking about random stuff. Is that the greatest tackle, like most consequential tackle by an offensive player in NFL history, what Roethlisberger did there to trip him up and get him?
Man. I mean, how do you top that? Off the top of my head, I can't think of a bigger one.
I have a human computer across from me, and you're like at least an abacus by comparison, Donnie, as far as the NFL goes. Is there another situation where there was this like game-turning
People
play?
love the Don Beebe play,
but
that
was
didn't
just,
matter.
Yeah, that was like the all-time. That was the all-time. Never give up and hustle.
Yeah.
That's like teaching tape for kids to never give up. I'm saying like on a turnover, somebody makes a play to keep a touchdown. Like if Larry Fitzgerald had tracked down, even though he ran out of bounds for most of it,
Larry Fitz almost ruined that
Harrison at the 2, for example, and then they go on to win, I think that would be up there.
I agree.
But, like, I was just thinking about it because I knew you were going to bring it up. I can't think of another very famous play where an offensive player on a turnover makes a hugely consequential tackle.
I think it is because I know we talk about this game every year when the anniversary comes around, if not more than that. And I know that others may disagree. If Ben's not back there, he scores and they probably lose. If you take Roethlisberger out of the play, or he gives an effort maybe like Aaron Rodgers did on the pick 6 Monday night, they lose. Harper scores that touchdown.
Let's say Vanderjagt makes the field goal and the Steelers lose in overtime.
Mm-hmm.
Bettis is the guy that gets most of the blame, which would have been hard for people to do because he was so popular here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think fans, though, would have been able to stomach pinning that loss on him. So instead of that, you know what I think they do instead? They go after the refs for the Polamalu play.
Yeah.
That, to me, ends up being, for Steelers fans, 20 years later, they blame the officials because I just feel like Bettis was so beloved, it would have been very difficult for people to treat him like an all-time GOAT.
And it was, people knew, like, okay, this is it. People thought 04 was it. Then they convinced him to come back in 05 because guys like Ben and Hines told him, like, Jerome, give us one more shot. It was pretty clear that 05 was it.
I still can't believe they blew that call.
Oh, it was terrible. Every time I watch that game, I can't believe it. But then again, we see stuff like that on an annual basis in the league, and now they have even more technology to use.
Again, not consequential, but somebody in the YouTube chat did suggest like an all-time great offensive player making a tackle for sheer just like, oh my God.
The DK Metcalf play?
Oh, that is a good one.
Him chasing down Budda Baker is one of those, like, there are even among the pros, like, levels of athletic ability that are just frightening to, like, behold. Like, somebody could actually run that fast. Can I also dispel something? This is like this very popular take on the, and this is going to be me saying something, by the way, nice about Big Ben and not what people usually would expect. There is this weird, like, hardo school of thought that Jeremy Tooman would have run down Nick.
Dunlap has said it a lot.
Yeah, and he's wrong.
Well, they're boys.
He's
that's
wrong.
why.
He works out at Tooman's gym. But I've seen people in the YouTube chat saying this right now. Somebody said Heath Miller. No, it was not Heath. It was Tooman. They said, oh, he would have tackled Nick Harper even if Ben had slowed him down. Nick Harper would have run for a touchdown 25 yards clear of the nearest Steeler had Ben not gotten in his way. Even with a stabbed leg from the night before.
So who was the MVP of that game then? Ben?
I think it's Ben.
Yeah, it's Ben.
I know he had a pick.
Because he came out of the chute red hot in that game, too.
I mean, he was phenomenal in the first quarter.
Man, how about Ferrier's
and he
game,
saved
though?
it.
Ferrier had 10 tackles and 2.5 sacks as an inside linebacker. That's a nice day at the office,
and 2
bro.
TFL. I mean, he's getting a game ball. I mean, if we're doing a game ball segment after that game, it's...
You'd have given all 3 to him.
That's what we should
Ben,
start
Ferrier,
doing.
and Porter.
We don't have actual Steelers playoff games to watch, so we have Donnie giving game balls on games from 20 years ago.
I mean, it would be
Donnie,
Ben.
who are your 3 game balls from Steelers 21, Colts 18?
God, that would actually be sick.
It would be Ben, Ferrier, and Peasy.
You know what you should have? If we were on the air for that, you know what I would have begged you to do? Game ball number 1, that idiot kicker, Mike Vanderjagt. That's what I would do.
And that derailed his career.
Oh, another good one from Derek Dominic. That's his YouTube display name. I'll go with that. Maybe the best hustle play I've actually ever seen that could have had a consequence in the game. When Ben Watson ran down Champ Bailey.
That's what I thought about, too.
That was that same year.
Yeah.
And didn't it get improperly called where it should have been a touchback in the Patriots' ball? Didn't they punch it in right? Like, didn't they give him the ball to 1? My memory's hazy.
Yeah, they did. I don't think that was the wrong call, though.
I could have swore watching it I thought the ball might have gone through the end zone. But I've seen that on NFL films, like on the NFL Network. They show where Watson starts when Champ Bailey catches that or intercepts that pass. He had to have run like 50 extra yards.
All right. Would you guys agree Other than the Immaculate Reception, it's the greatest Steelers non-playoff, non-Super Bowl win of all time.
The Colts game?
Yes. Or would you still put the 08 AFC Championship game ahead of it?
I mean, I know the 08 AFC Championship game sent them to the Super Bowl. I mean, they ended up winning it in 05 anyway, but, like, this was the...
I think this one's better.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they walked into a place where they were, almost 9-point underdogs.
And I know Peyton Manning's teams over the years, too, would lose games like this. It's not like they were invincible
I know,
there
but they
like
had
Brady in
smoked.
New England.
They had smoked the Steelers.
And the Steelers had beaten the Ravens twice in 08 in the regular season.
If you go by my expectation for what was going to happen going in, and then the just emotional swings you had to tolerate at the end, yes, this is better.
Okay.
I always thought the Steelers were going to win the 08 AFC title game. I was confident that whole day.
If you guys were on the air leading up to this game, the 05 game, what would your thought have been?
Oh, I would have said they were going to lose.
Yeah, I would have
100%.
10 to 14-point loss. One more, Stubman. Another great maybe my favorite one, Donnie. Wait till you hear this. The legendary Dan Deerdorf on the call, getting right what was impressive. New Orleans' Darian Connor intercepts Troy Aikman, and here comes Big Larry Allen. Look at that man move. God, I love watching
great
that
pull.
one.
That's probably my favorite one.
He is hauling ass at 330 pounds.
Man, I haven't seen that highlight in forever.
He knocks Darian, as you would expect. When he makes contact, he knocks the guy into another dimension.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the most impressive plays in NFL history. Larry Allen was, 340?
Yeah, he was one of the largest human
beings. Guys, we've got big breaking news for the NFL playoffs, by the way. Sorry to cut you off.
I know what this is, too.
Sam Darnold, questionable now for Saturday night's game with an oblique injury. Drew Lock getting first-team reps today.
I'd rather have Drew Barrymore in there at quarterback if I were the Seahawks.
I'd rather have Jalen Milroe and just run the triple option.
And a big pick that Mulsey made a couple of hours ago, looming large Saturday night.
Shut up. And you were the one who
watch Locke will step in and throw 4 touchdowns.
Locke just goes for 320 and 4. They cruise to a 35-3 win. I still love that defense,
Let's see if the line's moved on this.
He's still questionable, and anyone that talks about this stuff
still at 7.
Says questionable usually means he's going to play. Because probable doesn't exist, so questionable has become the new probable.
Yeah, still though kind of scary.
An oblique though, that means you're torquing your body to throw passes. So,
all right, that was the Donnie Football Debrief. That was a fun one.
Good job by the commenters when I threw out a very weird solicitation. We got a bunch of sickos in the chat on YouTube who were thinking about random offensive tackle plays. On offensive players acting as defenders. Good job, everyone.
Why is J.J. Watt tweeting at me? Why is T.J. Watt in the news? He was front and center in this Athletic story about Mike Tomlin's final meeting with his players. And I cannot wait for you guys to hear the audio about T.J. Watt on our station today. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Low of 16 degrees is the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Introducing the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek with Subaru's legendary symmetrical all-wheel drive. and available X-Mode for rugged traction, the Crosstrek is ready for whatever Pittsburgh winter throws at you. And right now, get 2.9% APR for 36 months at Bowser Subaru. So don't wait. Get to BowserSubaru.com or visit us in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, January 16th and Saturday, January 17th, come see the highly anticipated debut of Playboy Playmate Molly Jane.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up in the Pro Football Playoffs this Sunday in the NFC. Los Angeles, a 3.5-point road favorite at Chicago. The total of the game, 48.5. And I think Chicago's offense is really good. Maybe Chicago's offense scores a lot. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe Chicago's offense has a down game. LA's offense is not going to have a down game. And if you can get LA's offense to score 27 or 28 points in this game, I absolutely love that wager. I see no way Chicago's defense slows down LA. So coming up on Sunday, I like LA in the game, but LA team total over 26 or 27.5. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Four-time Grammy-nominated Joe Bonamassa, hailed as one of the world's greatest guitar players. Blues rock titan Joe Bonamassa, performing live on Saturday, March 7th at the Benedum Center. Tickets on sale now at trustarts.org. Joe Bonamassa. Every show is a new experience.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at WhalenExteriors.com, and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Timing is everything. It's the new year and time to get moving on resolutions like taking better care of your health. Individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan can help you do it. The countdown is on. You only have a short time to get a plan that will be there for whatever the year brings. So enroll today. Don't drop the ball on getting great coverage. To get started with one-on-one support, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
This weekend is your last chance to visit the Pittsburgh RV Show at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Explore over 400 RVs and speak with campgrounds about your next adventure. You can find your new home on the open road at the Pittsburgh RV Show.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on.
You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. The Start Something New sales event offers up to 10 grand off on Ram 1500s. Jeep Wrangler Sports or Grand Cherokees, your choice from only $329 a month. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, it's Chris Muller, and if your date nights have been ending in disappointment, if the fail music plays when you head to the bedroom, if your wife or your girlfriend are looking at you with kind of that sad and disappointed look, I'm here to tell you that there is help out there for you. It's Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, guys. It's a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You can feel like you did in your glory days, in your prime with Blue Chew. You can be more confident where and when it counts with Blue Chew. And it isn't just about performance. It's about giving her group chat, they're always talking, something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Meet the 2026 Subaru Forester Hybrid Premium, the SUV that's ready for winter and smart about fuel efficiency. With its added hybrid power, the Forester Hybrid Premium is built to handle snowy commutes, icy mornings, and long winter drives with confidence. And right now, Bowser Subaru, there's 1.9% APR available on the 26 Forester Hybrid Premium, so don't wait. Credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. Head to BowserSubaru.com today.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Ring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Want a lifetime warranty and complimentary maintenance? Want rewards and an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Want to lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $165 a month? Granted. Hurry in and grant your New Year's wishes today. Wag more, spend